If you are looking for speed cleaning motivation, you have clicked on the right video, because today I am bringing you nearly 9 hours. That's right, nearly 9 hours of speed cleaning with me. If you are new here, hello, I am Ree from mummyof4.com, and today's video is a collection of some of my favourite speed cleans from over the years. Some were filmed in the house we live in now, some were in my old house. There's a whole variety of cleaning that we can do together today. So let's get cleaning together. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with. The children have made dens in the living room and it looks a bit like we've been burgled. So I'm going to start in here and to just tidy it up and kind of get it sorted, or as sorted as possible. This is not about perfection. This is a progress over perfection kind of speed clean and organize, where I'm just aiming to get things done as opposed to get things perfect. So let's get started. I don't know about you, but in my house, we have to do a lot of tidying before we can do any cleaning, any at all. And in fact, picking up after 4 children, it's a bit of a full-time job. I do encourage them, as you will see in this video, to join in with helping with tidying and cleaning, especially if it's their mess. Obviously, it's far from perfect when little ones help with tidying, but I do feel it's important to encourage them and teach them those skills for being able to put things away. There we go, we've had a little run around. It's far from perfect, but it's a lot tidier, so it's no longer unable to see the floor in here. However, there are things thrown all over the floor in the hall, so I'm going to pick those up. We have this lovely shoe storage that not everyone seems to know about in my family. So not everyone, not mentioning any names, puts their shoes away. So I'm slotting as many pairs of shoes away in there as possible, hanging up the coats that have been left on the floor. Yes, people are supposed to hang up their own coats. It mostly happens, it doesn't always happen. Now to get out some baskets. If you've been following me for a while, you know I love baskets for sorting laundry and also from tidying things from room to room. Now, as things come out of the dryer, in theory, they go straight from the dryer, which is that top black item you can see in the far right of the screen, because my dryer is stacked on top of my washing machine. In theory, they go from the dryer directly into the calyx boxes you can see just behind me, and everyone's got their own box and things get sorted directly into them. In practice, often I'm in a rush, I'm on my way out, and I take all the clean dry washing and dump it in that white basket that you can see. So today I'm sorting all the stuff that just got dumped into baskets on the floor. Those are the girls' little white socks. I do like to pair those up all in one go, only because I find it a bit overwhelming to find a sock and then find its pair amongst all the washing. So I find if I pair them up when they are all in one basket, it's easier to find their other halves. So all the towels are getting folded, all the clothing is getting popped into a basket. Each family member has their own basket that I'm sorting things into. Then the washable face masks that I found, they go in the under the stairs storage. So there's always some ready to grab on the way out of the house. So cloths and cheeky wipes and things, I'm going to pop those into the kitchen in this basket and they can get sorted later. The towels and all of the clothing that's sorted person by person is now ready to go to the relevant bedrooms. So, oh dear, we're not done. I thought we were done. I thought I'd sorted all the laundry and then I found the dryer was full and finished. So all the fluff, don't forget to empty your fluff filters, people, because if you don't empty the fluff filter, the dryer isn't efficient. It's also a fire hazard, apparently. So empty the washing machine and then let's get another load on. I am using some scent boosters and these bold pods at the moment. I have worked with Lenore recently, but this Spring Awakening scent, See if you can let me know in the comments before we get to the product, which I will use later in this video, to tell me which Spring Awakening scent product I have been using for absolutely ages. If you've been watching my speed cleans for a while, you'll know that I have been using Spring Awakening for quite some time. But what is the product? Can you guess? So let's sort some more clean dry laundry, the stuff that just came out the dryer, and then we'll put the stuff away room by room. There we go. The children are going to take their own things to their own rooms, and they put away their own things. Zara, who's the baby, needs a little bit of help, but she does sort of do it herself with a little bit of encouragement. The others can do it totally independently, even my husband sometimes. So let's go upstairs. Let's take this lot up, including the towels. I'll show you where I store all of those. In the downstairs loo, we have space for 2 hand towels and 2 bath towels in this really skinny cupboard that I bought from IKEA. So the bottom of that just has the towels and the loo rolls, and then the top section of the cupboard has toiletries and things. So that was a really small area, and I feel that's quite a good use of the space. At least there's always towels to grab. All the rest of the stuff, other than a basket for my teenager because his bedroom's on the ground floor, all the other bedrooms are upstairs, so I'm going to carry the remaining baskets upstairs. Now, Zara's room, if you saw my recent Declutter Zara's room with me, you will know that it was such a nightmare to keep on top of. And you were all wondering how long it was going to stay nice and neat and tidy. Now, as disastrous as this room looks at the moment, it's not as bad as it was. So this is quite kind of superficial mess, and I can see that the stuff that is out, I know where it goes and it all has homes. Whereas before, when the place was a tip, and don't get me wrong, this is not a tidy room by any stretch, but before, when it was a tip, all the stuff didn't have homes to go to as such, because the organisation of the room had become such a jumbled mess. Whereas now, tidying the room is a much quicker endeavour. And in all fairness to Zara, this is the messiest it's been. I did reorganise her room several weeks ago. This is the messiest it's become in all of those weeks. Most of the time, she's kept it pretty neat and tidy because she's now got a box of this, a box of that, and knows where things go. So that didn't take me that long to sort. Look, that's sort of tidy now. Whereas before, if you've seen on my Instagram stories and stuff, I was just constantly in there tidying. So a pair of shoes of mine, they need to go away, and the rest of the towels that I brought upstairs. So I've got one of these boxes in here for bath towels, and this box below is for hand towels. Now, the airing cupboard is that wooden door you can see in the back of the screen. Just there, it's gone now. We don't actually keep towels in the airing cupboard because there's a massive water tank in there, and I keep other bits and pieces in there. So I keep towels in my bedroom instead because they're still nice and easy to get to. So these are all my clothes. I have been procrastinating putting away my clothes because I just run around not having much time, to be honest. So all of these clothes are actually the clothes I brought up last week and left in a basket and sorted in the bottom of my wardrobe, plus all of the ones I brought up today. So I am actually going to put all this away now because it's been frying my brain that it's not done. Now, if you look in the back corner of the screen on the left, I have got a Calyx unit that we repurposed from the old house, and all of that stuff lives behind the sliding mirror doors. Now, instead of having drawers as such for my clothes, I've got all these baskets which slot into the Calyx unit. So my knickers and things, so either my period pants or my not period pants, depending what time of the month it is, are in those baskets. Bras are in another one. These shorts are kind of like pajama lounge shorts sort of thing that I wear just in the house. They go in another basket. Socks in another basket. And it's easy, to be honest. It was a nice, easy way to utilise the Calyx we already had and to turn it into drawer-like storage. These are all yoga pants type things, not necessarily for yoga, but that I wear like as loungewear or pyjamas. They're in another basket, but it's a nice, easy way to store things because I can pull things out, sort them up, sort them up, sort them out. We don't sort things up, we sort them out and then slot them back in. To be honest, even if you don't have this exact system, it is handy to have baskets or drawer dividers or whatever within drawers to keep things sorted, because you can pull things out to sort them. That mirror could probably do with a darn good clean, but I'm not going to have time to do that today. And I think something that I've had to accept over the years is that doing a whole house clean is not something I'm able to do a great deal, because most of the time I don't have the time to clean my entire house in one day. It's very rare I have time to do that. That's an all-day job and I never have all day. So now we're going to change the sheets on our bed. I tend to change the sheets on the beds on different days. Maybe I would do a couple of the children's beds in one day, but our bed, by the time I've changed all the beddings, is at least 2 loads through the machine. So I endeavour to change our bed on one day and 1 or 2 of the children's beds on another day, and then 1 or 2 on another day after that, just because otherwise I end up with a laundry backlog all in the laundry room. I can't get in there and it absolutely fries my brain. So bedding, again, I keep in the top of this unit. So this unit is sort of like airing cupboard type storage that most people would have really, but since we don't have space in the airing cupboard, I keep it in my bedroom. So we're going to get this bottom sheet on the bed. I do tend to use the ottoman function of the bed in order to help put the bottom sheet on quite often. So what I'll do it, probably see me do it now. Oh, well, am I going to do it? Am I going to do it? Yes, I am. I'm going to lift it up. By lifting up the ottoman, I can actually get under the mattress a little bit easier to get the sheet on, which is much easier. So I'm going to shake out the bedding, which, okay, I don't iron bedding, but I've got a trick for this coming up. I do popper up the bedding. You will have seen me do that many times if you watch my videos, because otherwise if you don't popper up the bedding, all of the things like the pillowcases or whatever else is in the machine gets lost inside the bedding and you possibly never see it ever again, just to warn you. So popper up or button up your bedding, and then I'm going to just shake it out, kind of put it all in place, and then we're going to do my I don't have time to iron my bedding, so I'm going to do this instead trick. I always have the window open, by the way, as long as the rain is not lashing down, which, I mean, I live in Wales, so quite often the rain is lashing down. But I do find I like to clean and do bedding and stuff with the window open for a bit of fresh air, partly because this is like a workout, I get really hot and bothered, and partly because it's just nice to have the fresh air. So let me know in the comments, do you like to have windows open while you are cleaning? Let me know. So now, Lenore Crinistrally said this is the product that if you guessed correctly earlier in the video, you will have seen me use a lot. I love the smell, so I have been using that Spring Awakening crease releaser for quite some time. So I spray that on the bed. I've left that on the bed now, and when we go back up, it will look a lot less creased and I won't have had to iron anything. So we're going to get another load on, get another pod in. I do find if I use the pods and the scent boosters and the fabric softener all together, the smell is so good. It's much stronger than if I just use one of the products, obviously because there's more product, all of the same smell, and it kind of all works together. I am using some stain booster on these sheets as well, getting all that into the machine just to kind of boost the whites. There we go, we're using Ace for white. Again, I have worked with Ace before. This particular video isn't sponsored, but just to disclose, when I have worked with companies before, because obviously I do like to work with companies that I love and that I genuinely use. And the Ace for Whites has been really good at bringing my bedding back to like a fresh white as opposed to a grey off yucky white. So now we are putting away some of the towels and things. More towels. We go through a lot of towels in our house. Do you go through a lot of towels? We do. Anyway, now this is my airing cupboard area, which is literally 2 rails between the calyx and the wall. And I hang up the wet washing here. Some people often ask me, don't you hang any washing up outside to dry read? Don't you ever dry washing outside? The answer is no. I have been stung too many times doing that. if you've watched my day in the life videos or vlogs or anything, you'll know that I work from home, I have 4 children, and I run back and forth a lot doing the school run. You'll also know that I live in Wales and it rains a lot. The number of times I've thought, right, I'll put washing out and then it'll rain, I've just given up. So I either dry things in the dryer or in that airing cupboard, and I spray my crease releaser on it, and it's above an airing cupboard. It is an airing cupboard. It's above a radiator and the stuff dries quite nicely. Now, in the meantime, back in the living room, this is what the children have been doing. While I've been cleaning and tidying, they've been doing this. Seriously. This was tidy. Was this not tidy? Well, it's not tidy now. So let's do it again, shall we? Because, you know, why not? Why not just re-tidy the thing that we tidied at the beginning of this video? Because this is mum life, people. This is real life. This is why I can't clean my whole house in one go, because as soon as I've done one room, they walk around me like a team of demolition experts, beautiful demolition experts that I love, but this is the reality of it. So is this what it's like in your house too? So now we're using a little bit of antibac. This is the peach smell, I think, which smells amazing. It smells like sweets. Quite specifically, it smells like those Haribo, like circular peach things with sugar all over them. Peach, I'm not even sure what they're called, but does anyone know which sweets I mean? This smells like that. So I'm just dusting. This unit especially gets really dusty. I mean, yeah, look at that. Blech, yuck. Does your house get really dusty? Is it just because we have too many humans in it? Too many humans in the house creating dust? Is that what it is? So we're just going to do this other end of the Calyx unit too, give it a little wipe over. I have not done nearly as much of the cleaning as I wanted to do so far in this power hour, but sometimes all the tidying and the laundry and the beds and things all needs doing too. Now, as you can see, the pillows, by the time I've put over the little cushions and things, it so doesn't matter that I didn't iron that duvet. Between the crease releaser, which is now kind of dried a bit, and putting the throws and things on, really not worth the time in my life to iron. What am I even talking about? To iron. Today's speed clean's a bit different because we've actually got guests coming. So I'm doing a power hour before I have a shower to tidy up before they arrive. This is a bit different for us because the day I'm filming this is the day after we have been allowed guests inside our home for the first time since the pandemic started. So this will be the first time we've had guests other than people who have been in our official bubble since we moved into our new house. So I thought I'd do a bit of a power hour, tidy up a little bit, because quite frankly my house really could do with it. And here are my children in their pajamas playing nicely, but to prove that there's a little bit of a mess going on, I'm actually going to leave them there, which means they'll make more mess, and I'm gonna do a bit of cleaning and things, then we'll go back and tidy the mess they're making. First job is to put the cushions outside. It's a glorious day, so hopefully we can spend a bit of time out in the garden, even though people are allowed in the house. Doesn't mean we can ignore the garden, can we? Especially in the nice weather. And I am going to clean the downstairs bathroom because it's going to be the first time that other people are going to be using our downstairs bathroom, and they'll see how, quite frankly, grubby it becomes when all of my family are using it and no one other than me ever cleans it up, apparently. I do get my children to help around the house, as you know if you've seen my other videos, but they seem to just not realise that bathrooms need cleaning. I think they think that fairies do it. Very quickly, I'm going to address the cushions on the outside seat again. I know we've moved past that, but where do you guys store the cushions for your outdoor seats? If we leave them outside, they go manky when it rains. But then through the summer, I have this problem of not really having anywhere to put them in the house. They end up dumped in the corner of my kitchen looking a mess. Just wondering if anyone could weigh in on that. So cleaning this towel rail, which gets incredibly dusty. I mean, like unusual disproportionate perhaps amount of dust seems to gather on this towel rail. It's great obviously for storing towels and things, for heating the bathroom in the winter, and apparently for gathering dust. I mean, look at that, it's disgusting. It's just right. So I'm just showing you the reality of cleaning and our home. So now we're going to just do the windowsill. The bathroom is fully tiled, so it's quite easy to wipe over, and then all around the sink. This sink probably gets the most use and abuse in the house, and therefore gets the dirtiest. And as you know, you've heard me talk about this before, you get tap snot, don't you, under the tap. You know, where you lift it up and it gathers under there. Don't know how to stop that building up other than to just wipe it away when it happens, but it's constant. So we've got these little shelves under here where this is just boxed in and tiled in pipes and stuff. It's just another surface to gather dust, really. Look, ugh. I do have a proper floor cleaner thing that I use in the other hard floored areas of the house, but this flooring area in here is so small that I just tend to wipe it over once I've finished wiping the other bits. I tend to use quite a lot of these cloths while I'm cleaning. So that first cloth, the blue cloth I showed you that was really gross, I'm not still using that cloth. I just got quite a lot of blue cloths, and then obviously like once I've cleaned the toilet, that goes in the wash and I grab another one and then I keep going. These microfiber cloths were such a good investment. I used to use years and years ago, I used kitchen roll for everything. I went through loads of it, it wasn't so good for the environment, and I invested in a few packs of these microfiber cloths, and they're just fab. Just make sure you don't wash them with any fabric softener. Wash them on nice and hot to clean them, and then I will absolutely just be able to recommend them. You can use them for just everything in your home. So I'm going to put a nice neat folded towel there, and I'm going to make it look neat and tidy by stamping the corner of the toilet roll, that's what it's called, with the tap. Now the downstairs bathroom looks tidy. I mean, I doubt it will stay like that by the time my guests arrive, because my children will have messed it up by then, but at least I've tried. So as you can see, I'm still like pre-shower in scruffs, haven't got ready for the day yet. And can I just add, it's so flippin' hot today, just so hot. I don't want to complain. I don't want to be that Brit that's like, oh, it's too hot, oh, it's too cold. But if you're not from the UK, you may not know that us British people don't cope with weather very well. When it's cold, the country comes to a standstill and we're all like, it's so cold and so wet. And then when it's hot, because we don't have air conditioning, because it's only really hot for a couple of days a year, we're all melting and we can't cope. So yeah, for those non-Brits among you, us Brits just don't do well with weather at all. By the way, I don't know if you can tell from the video here, the amount of muck that just came off that doormat, considering I make my children take their shoes off when they come in, was insane. So I guess they step on that with their shoes and take their shoes off. But the amount of dust that came off it when I tipped it upside down, so I'd highly recommend vacuuming the back of a mat, because it really gets all of the bits that are stuck in the mat out. So I'm now putting on my super sexy mop socks that my teenager mocks me for. Don't mock the mop socks, they're cool and you know it. They just stop me leaving footprints everywhere, and they kind of buff in the floor, I guess, like dry it as I go rather than leave footprints, which makes me happy. Plus they're a bit silly. The girls who are still playing Duplo have not noticed them, because when they do notice them, they're like, Mummy, I must wear them too. I'm just noticing how manky the top of the skirting boards are, by the way. Yuck. So that I wasn't going to do the skirting boards right now, then looked at them and thought, ugh. So they've been wiped. So the floor has had a little disinfect with my Philida 1-2 spray, and it's got the wild rhubarb anti-bac floor stuff in it from Method. Oop, just noticed another skirting board. Yuck, yuck. So wiping over all that, and because it's been vacuumed, hopefully I've got all the bits up, and then this is just to disinfect the floor and make it smell good. So now I'm going to give a little wipe round in my office. It gets really dusty in here too. In fact, thinking about it, my whole house gets dusty. Is it just to do with the amount of people? Is it just more people equals more dust? Or do you have a family of less than 6 people living in your home and it still gets incredibly dusty? Did you notice when you had more people or fewer people living in your home, then the dust changes? If you could weigh in on this and let me know, because I don't know, I just wonder why my house is so very dusty. So I've just given the surfaces a very quick wipe over. I try and keep my office tidy as much as possible. It's difficult when I get deliveries for things for videos, and obviously I've got my lights and my tripods and things, but I do find if I've got a tidier environment to work in, I am more productive. I feel like tidy office, clear mind, that kind of thing. But it does get really, really dusty. Again, I look at my desk sometimes and think, oh, it's just thick with dust. So now this is a really quick power hour speed clean. This is not a deep clean by any stretch. Really, I need to pull out that little sofa and go all behind it. I am just very quickly vacuuming behind these baskets. This is the laundry room area, which is the other side of my office. So my office is the other side of that Calyx unit that you can see on the screen. I have got house tour videos if you want to have a proper look around the house and kind of get more of an idea of what's next to what. So this is our extension, which is now our dining room, but it's all been kind of pushed to the side because I was exercising in here earlier. I tried to fit in a little workout which I was doing on my iPad while the children were playing Duplo in the lounge, and I was trying to do that. I think the only time I can fit in exercising, or the only time I can face exercising in this weather, is quite early in the morning before the weather gets insanely hot. So I'm gonna just vacuum these mats, but these mats are actually machine washable, so I've got 2 sets of them. So when they get a bit gross, they're not too bad in the summer, they just get a few bits in them and things. But in the winter, the AstroTurf obviously doesn't get muddy because that grass outside is fake. Yes, it is fake. It's just how it stays nice and tidy all the time. But when the children have walked back from school and their feet are muddy, then they do come in, take the wellies and things off on those, and they get really manky. So it's easy to just chuck them in the washing machine. I said I wasn't going to pull everything out, but I'm doing this corner because I saw kind of tumbleweed levels of dust from the other side of the room. So if I can see it, I'm pretty sure my guests can see it the first time they ever visit our home. So I am just gonna, let me check at the time. I haven't got much time for this really, guys. Honestly, I've got to do this power hour and I've got to have a shower because I've been exercising and now cleaning, and it's about 1,000,000 degrees, and quite frankly, I smell. So I've got to get on with this, and then I've got to make sure that not just my house is tidy, but I'm a bit tidier before my guests arrive, and that my children are dressed. It is a nice change of pace in the school holidays to be able to opt to get up. They still get up at a reasonable time, but to kind of have breakfast in pajamas and then to just spend a bit of time chilling before getting really on with the day and dressed and things. So it's quite a nice change, really. We do still get dressed, reasonably early, but it's nice to have a reasonably calm morning. So this white floor, it does show up a lot of the dust and things. My husband did re-grout it. If you watched our home renovation series, then you'll know that originally we chose to have white grout, which was just such a mistake because it just stained terribly. Whatever I cleaned it with, it just re-stained. So he re-grouted it with grey, and I can highly recommend that because the white tiles come up quite clean, quite easily, but the grout was a nightmare. So it is now time to try and tidy up and clean the lounge a little bit, because I guess we're going to have friends over. I think they're going to get to sit on our sofa. We're going to have friends sit on our sofa for the first time. I know this may seem like a strange thing to get excited about, but it's been a long time, and we're not going back to normal in this house because we've never had normal in this house. We moved into it in April 2020, but we're moving towards a new normal. By the way, I've asked the children to tidy up. This is their response. Yeah. Oh look, they did put something away, sort of. So I think I'm just gonna have to encourage them. I do put that tidy up song on. If you ask your Alexa, I'm spelling it so that she doesn't set off in your home. But if you ask her to play the tidy up song, It goes do 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 do, and then sings a rather sort of encouraging tidy up song. I asked the children to see if they can finish tidying whatever room they're doing before the song ends, and they find that quite motivating. So just giving this place a little vacuum. I've given it a little wipe over dust. Like I said, we're not going deep with this clean. It's more of a surface, make it look like my house is clean, kind of clean, than an actual deep clean. I am still vacuuming. Oh no, I'm not. I've grabbed my Vileda 1-2 spray. So I've just done in these little corners. Luckily, this will dry ridiculously quickly. As you may or may not have noticed, I've changed my purple mop socks for blue ones because the purple ones were soaking from having done the rest of the floors. They actually came in a pack of 3. So I've got purple ones, pink ones, and blue ones. They're fab, aren't they? And the obvious answer to that is yes, Ree, they're fab. Anyway, time to sort some washing out. I think I've already done 2 loads of laundry this morning, sticking in some of those smelly things, what are they called? The sprinkly things. I can never remember the name of them. Scent boosters. Obviously this is towels and cloths and things that are going to get washed on hot. So we are only doing that without any fabric softener. So that's my office looking a bit tidier. The lounge, you can now see the floor and not a big thick layer of dust anymore. The cushions are all outside, ready to sit down nicely. Hopefully sit outside a little bit with friends, which is nice, but then if it gets too hot, we're allowed to legally come inside without worrying about breaking the law. I know. Small things that are now making me happy. Kitchen was pretty tidy, but I've given the floor a bit of a once over, and the dining room is kind of all set, which they have never seen it before, so it's just going to be so nice to have friends over. I'm going to start by popping an AirPod into one ear. I use one at a time and then I can switch when one goes flat. I like to chat to friends, listen to audiobooks or music, or even a YouTube video like this one to keep me entertained while I clean. I'm going to start by sticking the washing machine on. I did actually preload it earlier, so all I've got to do is turn it on. That's super easy to do. And now I'm going to take these items upstairs. So that's the swimming bag and a load of pre-folded sorted laundry, and just put that on my bed to put away later. I'm going to grab some glass cleaner. This is the mint scent from Method, and just a microfiber cloth, and clean my very dirty glass on the stairs. Now, this light up glass is a very good idea in theory, unless you have small children that just like to drag their fingers up the glass every time they go up the stairs. Now, the other problem with this glass is trying to clean behind it. It's a bit of a problem. Now, this one, as you can see, I'm struggling a little bit. I have got a different duster that's a bit longer, but I'm really short on time today, so I'm just going to kind of abandon that. You know, sometimes you can kind of either go deep and really thoroughly clean something, or you can kind of go wide and do lots of different things. In this power hour, I've got quite a few different bits I need to get done. So I could probably spend the whole hour just trying to sort this glass, but I don't have time for that because there's other stuff that needs doing. So I'd rather give it all a little bit of a once over than to spend ages trying to get behind that little corner panel. So we're working the way down the stairs. Wherever possible, I do like to clean up high first and work my way down, and that way any dust I unsettle and agitate from up high that falls down, I can clean that as I get to the bottom. I do have a lot of these microfiber cloths. I will link them in the accompanying blog post to go with this video. There's usually a blog post to go with most of my videos these days where you can find all of the bits and pieces that I talk about in the video and that I'm using. So you can find that blog post down in the description or up in the cards. But basically, I have a lot of these microfiber cloths, which are linked in that blog post, because as soon as one gets a bit saturated with cleaning product, you need to chuck that in the wash and get a nice clean dry one. So I'm now going to get my vacuum cleaner out, plug it in, and do the stairs. I really am very short of time today, so it's just one of these kind of quick and dirty speed cleans that sometimes I have to do because done is better than best. So if I wait until I've got time to do loads of cleaning and do it thoroughly and perfectly, I'll never do it. Sometimes it's better to get something done and not done perfectly than to not do anything at all. So I'm just going over each step. Not one of my favourite jobs, the stairs. I feel like the stairs do get a bit neglected because they're one of my bugbear jobs, if I'm honest. Now, we all have them. What is it in your house that you just hate cleaning? You avoid cleaning because it's just a pain. The stairs are one for me. Really, I could use the handheld vacuum cleaners. We have got little handheld Dysons. They are quite old now. My husband did replace the batteries on them, so they are a bit better. But this plug-in vacuum cleaner obviously is a lot more powerful because it's plug-in, but it's not nearly as easy as something that's just handheld. So, you know, it's a bit of kind of give and take. It is a much easier one because it separates from the base than just a standard vacuum cleaner. But I don't know, what do you use to clean your stairs? Do you use a handheld? Do you use a plug-in? What's your stairs cleaning preference? I'm also doing all the way down the side and along the skirting boards with this attachment. It's amazing how much gunk collects on our skirting boards. I love our skirting boards because they've got that kind of square top finish to them. I like the look of them, but it's literally like a dust shelf, so that all the way along there it just collects dust on the little skirting board dust shelf collection device, which you can't really see how much is coming off, but I promise you it's a lot. The camera is not showing exactly how much there is. Now, this vacuum cleaner is good with the suction and it's nice and easy to empty. This was, full disclosure, gifted to me absolutely ages ago, so just full disclosure, but this is not an ad. Anyway, these little rugs, normally if I've got a bit more time, I would vacuum all of the hall. I would turn over the rugs, I would vacuum the back of the rugs, and then I would get my spray, my Valido 1-2 spray, and I would do all the laminate in that. And today, do you know what? I just don't have time. So rather than doing nothing, I'm just going to vacuum, and then I'm going to plonk the rugs back down, and that'll just have to do for today because, you know, real life happens sometimes. This little corner is a proper little dust magnet. This is like the way into our living room. Collect so much dust. Now, a word about Halloween decorations. If you saw my Decorate With Us for Halloween video, you'll know that we put out all these lovely decorations and it's loads of fun until you've got to clean. Because guys, minimalism is fab for cleaning in that the less stuff you have out, the less there is to clean. And then you put out all these lovely decorations, which are super cute, and it's just more stuff to dust. So as fun as it is, I'm glad that we only have this much stuff out for decorations, for Halloween, for Christmas, that kind of thing. I think we do something similar for Easter, don't we? We have a little Easter display. But if it was all year round that I had this many kind of trinkets and things, it would drive me mad because as fun as it is to have the decorations, I'm always kind of secretly glad to put them away when it's time to put them away because it's less to clean. Full disclosure. Whoop, just knocked all of the lights onto the floor. Whoops, that totally meant to happen. It was meant to happen, guys, meant to happen. So I'm going to pull them off on the floor, and I'm sure when the children see, they will complain that I have put them all back wrong or something, but never mind, I've pulled them all off, just dusted along. I really did not dust this little section that long ago, just really not that long ago, and it's already caked in dust. It is amazing how much dust is created in our house. I assume it's just because there are 6 of us. For a long time, I blamed the fact that we'd had building work done because obviously we did our whole home renovation series. But now the extension was finished coming up to a year ago now, close to a year ago. So I probably can't blame building dust anymore. It's just this is going to sound gross, dead skin coming off my family. How gross is that? Just all over the place. That's what the dust is. Ugh. So just putting back the little buckets of lights and all the other things that accumulate dust, but the children love them. This is their little toy kitchen. It was from my old house. Oh look, Zara's left a very lovely little book she made. How cute is that? Very cute, but it's got to go away. Anyway, toy kitchen came from our old house. It actually suits our new house much better because our new house is grey and white. This is fixed to the wall so the children don't pull it on themselves. It even has little baskets inside. I can't remember, did I open the cupboards of this little kitchen? Let's hope I do, so you can see inside. It's actually got little baskets to put all the children's toy food in, and it makes it easy. Oh, look at that, gross. It makes it easy to scoop up all the toy food and put it back in the toy kitchen. So if your children have got a toy kitchen, use baskets to organise those cupboards just as you would in your big kitchen. It makes everything easier to pull out and clean, and more to the point, everything easier to scoop up and put away when it is time to put things away. Hi guys, Ree here, interrupting this video because, as you may tell, because I have changed my clothes, it is the very next day, and that is because I was supposed to be doing my power hour of cleaning yesterday and I ran out of time. So just to give you a little dose of reality, that sometimes there are things you plan to do and you don't get them all done, and you've got to pick it up at a later date, like the next day. So before I get on with some work, I am going to do the other half an hour of bits and pieces I tried to get done yesterday and failed. So I've got my AirPods in. I always like to have those in to listen to an audiobook or to listen to a YouTube video perhaps, or some music while I'm cleaning. So I'm going to stop chatting, get on with more cleaning so that I can then get on with some work. And voiceover Ree is back. I've got my Method Antibac. This one's a peach scent, which is really yummy to smell. Obviously, we don't eat or drink it, people, just before anyone hates on me. It's a nice smell. And another clean microfiber cloth. This shelf here collects a lot of dust. Oh, look, more ornaments. And these little shelves, do you know what? Collect a lot of dust. We've only got 2 little shelves in here, so it's not too bad. There's no space to put any more decorations and trinkets, so at least it's not much to do. Now let's see how gross this is. How gross is it going to be? That is revolting. See, I told you, they're like a little shelf of dust collection, vomitness. Ugh, gross. Now, much like with yesterday, where I totally ran out of time, I should be working now. So this is just the jobs I should have done yesterday, didn't get round to. So I'm going to vacuum, going to move the stuff out the way, vacuum all in the corners, move the children's tent out of the way, which they've been dragging out the garden, but obviously the weather is foul now, so it's inside. They have been enjoying playing in the tent though, and at least we've got a bit of space at the back. But when the Christmas tree comes in not that long, it's only a matter of weeks really, isn't it? A short amount of weeks before we can put the Christmas tree back up there. We're going to have to fold down the tent. So I've just done that little corner of getting all the tumbleweed of dust and disgustingness out of the corner. I'm going to shove that little fake tree from IKEA back in the corner in a second, just trying to get a bit of the dust out of the grooves in here. As I said earlier in the video, this is a quick and dirty kind of clean. I'm not going to have time to fully wash all the floors with my Vileda 1-2 spray. Even though that thing is quick to use, I just don't have the time. So I just want to get rid of tumbleweed and make the place slightly less dusty. This is a basket of shoes. Even though we do have understairs shoe storage, this is the basket. I'd rather them leave the shoes in there when they're going in and out of the garden than just in the middle of the floor on those grey mats for everyone to fall over. So the basket is for immediate dumping of shoes, and in theory then that one basket of shoes gets carried into the hall, and then in the hall the basket of shoes gets emptied into the proper shoe storage solution. So obviously that hasn't happened, but it's still better than the shoes being all over the floor. So try it if you've got a shoe problem and your shoe storage is not right by the door where they go in and out, because obviously our shoe storage is by the front door, so that's fine, but it's not by the back door where they play. Try just putting a little basket and getting your family to collect shoes in there. So now I'm shoving the dining table back over the other side so I can vacuum over this side. And then we're going to be moving into the kitchen. So I'm going to just get a bit of dust out from behind there. I should drag this heater thing out. I could technically move it, but it's just not one of those days. It's not one of those super deep clean days. It's kind of a speed clean, just get it done, make it look slightly better than it's looking at the moment kind of days. The table was sprayed and wiped after breakfast, so I don't need to do that. Just need to vacuum around the corners in the kitchen. Our white tiles are lovely, but especially the under cupboard lighting just highlights dust and tumbleweed when there is dust and tumbleweed. So it does need vacuuming or sweeping or whatever quite frequently. So just going to do under here. That big grey bag you can see by the island is our bag of cushions, which I'm guessing is going to have to go out the shed, but it's all the cushions from the outdoor seating. So what do you do with your outdoor seating cushions? I find them a bit annoying because if you've got to keep them in the house, they're not going damp. Where do you put them? We've just got this huge bag of them. Right, back into the lounge. Zara has left a nice pile of teddies. That's her very precious bunny. That's the purple one. It's Lamb, called Lammy, very original, and Pluto. So they have been left in the middle of the floor while she has gone to school. For those of you wondering, she's still not settled brilliantly in school. If you've been watching my vlogs or following me over on Instagram, she's in reception, so she's been in half days for 1.5 years on and off, thanks to COVID. But she's struggling with full days. She says, Mummy, it's just too long. So she's still in tears going in, but she's coming out smiling. I'm now going to arrange the cushions on the sofa because I think that makes the place look instantly more tidy. Wouldn't you agree? And instantly cleaner. I do need to move those teddies, not just off the floor, up to Zara's room. Right, into this corner. This corner collects a lot of dust. And because this little pink sofa, you can see under it, any tumbleweed that goes under there, you can see instantly, which obviously is less than ideal. So I'm just going to use the pipe bit. There's probably an official term for the pipe bit, but I'm going to use the pipe bit to go into the corners and straighten out the cushions. Honestly, straighten out the cushions, your house looks so much neater. My family thinks I'm nuts, but it's true. It just gives this impression of, look how clean and tidy it is in here, rather than looking a bit haphazard. Now, that vacuum cleaner, I think, is definitely going to need emptying. How much stuff is going to come out of that? Oh, that's quite disgusting. It's sort of satisfying that much has been sucked up, but then kind of gross that it was there in my house in the first place. So that's the dining room, looking a bit tidier. The kitchen, at least the floor's kind of clean now, not kind of scrub clean, but cleanish, pretty good enough. And that's the lounge now, far less tumbleweed dusty. Now I'm going to do what I always do when I do my power hour and pop some wireless headphones in. I tend to just use one at a time, partly so I can hear the children with the other ear and partly so I can charge one and use one, and then one goes flat, I can swap it over. And I'm going to put some music on. Sometimes it's an audiobook, sometimes it's music. At the moment, I'm really into In the Heights, which is the audio track from the film. If you haven't seen it, it's a musical. It is the first musical that Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote before Hamilton, and it's fantastic. So I have emptied the dryer and the dryer fluff, too busy talking about musicals to tell you what I'm doing on screen. Now to empty the washing machine and then refill the dryer. It's always important to empty the dryer fluff to make your dryer more efficient and to stop it being a fire hazard. So we've got the washing, the drying anyway on. Now I am actually going to go and strip the bed. So I haven't put a load on yet because I've got to go and get the dirty sheets from upstairs and put them in the washing machine, which is why, if you are wondering, I haven't put a load on into the washing machine yet. So what I'm doing at the moment is sorting out the laundry that is clean and has been dumped. Now, in theory, my best self that is organised and has enough time takes the washing directly from the dryer and sorts it into this tier system thing that I've got going. So there's a box for each child. You can see that's Dylan, William, Bella and Zara's, and then the very bottom box is dirty wet washing, like damp stuff that I don't want to go in with my other dirty washing that is dry, if that makes sense. And then myself and my husband have got a box just behind that grey door. So in theory, all of the clean dry washing gets put directly away. In practice, life happens sometimes and I'm in a rush, I'm dashing out to go and get the children or whatever, and I just empty the dryer, dump it in that basket that I'm currently emptying, because I need to get another load into the dryer and I run out of time. So then what happens, they have to do this catch up, putting laundry away thing. Now, when those boxes are full, they are given to the children and they put away their own laundry. They do this with varying degrees of independence. The bigger three, who are 17, 9 and 6, can do this totally independently. My 4-year-old does need some help. My 6-year-old needs quite a lot of encouragement and hand-holding, but she's capable of doing it, even though she finds it sometimes emotionally challenging. So I'm just emptying out the children's boxes now to give to them into these baskets so they can take their stuff away. There you go, there's a little one. That's Zara and Bella. Zara's actually taking it the wrong way. Wrong way, baby. It needs to go upstairs. Good, good. That's it. And Will, he's going to take his. I've already dumped Dylan's stuff on his bed because his bedroom's downstairs. Now to strip and change my bed. Now, I always find changing the bed is like a flipping workout. So this is a king size bed. In our last house, we had a super king size bed. We couldn't fit a super king in this house because the room was just that little bit smaller. But it's still quite exhausting to do this process. I always end up getting really hot and bothered. And this time, I probably do it every other time. So I'm actually stripping the pillowcase protectors and the mattress protector as well. So I probably do one bed change where it's just sheets and pillowcases and duvet cover. And then the next one, I do all the protectors and things as well. It does keep the pillows much cleaner and fresher. Previously, when I haven't had pillow protectors, the pillows have gone really quite gross. So the pillow protectors do protect them. They also make them that bit fluffier, I guess, because they're quilted. So you probably noticed as I was taking the pillow protectors off, they are zippy ones. I zip them up to stop things getting stuck inside them. And then this is a button-up duvet. So I am buttoning the duvet cover up because it's huge before it goes into the washing machine. Because if I don't do that, I end up losing things like pillowcases inside it, and it's a real pain in the behind. So that is all the bed stripped. I'm now going to get a load on. So I've got some of the sprinkly things. I always forget what they're called. They're called scent boosters, that's what they're called. But the name that always comes to mind is sprinkly things, which is not what they're called at all. Scent boosters. So the scent boosters and the pods go in first. And then I stick some of the fabric softener in the drawer. I do like to use all of the same scent when I can, but sometimes I've run out, so I can't do that. So back upstairs, and this is where I store my clean, dry bedding in that Calyx unit in my bedroom. I do have 2 sets of bedding, at least 2 sets of bedding for each bed, so I can put it back immediately, because I really hate having a naked bed. So I mean, technically I could strip the bed, wash it all, and then put it back on. But there's 2 reasons I don't like doing this. One is because sometimes you get to bedtime, it's not done yet, and then you're exhausted and you can't face it. And I just prefer to have it put back properly. And the second reason for this, it's like my backup system really. If in the middle of the night your children come in and vomit on your bedding or on their own bedding, it's good to have that spare set to be able to change it into immediately. Has this happened to me more than once? Yes, it has. It has happened to me more than once where I've had to change someone else's vomit off my own bedding in the middle of the night. So you're always grateful for a second set of bedding when that happens. You may or may not have noticed, I think this sheet actually belonged to our previous bed. If you can see down the bottom of the screen, it's looking a bit on the baggy side. I think this is because I've still got one Super King white sheet, which I haven't bothered to get rid of, I've just got as a spare. So it's slightly too big for this king size mattress, but you know what? By the time I stuck the duvet on and the throws on, you're just not going to notice that. I did, if you probably noticed earlier, pick up the ottoman bed in order to tuck in the sheet. I find that a little bit easier. I always like anything that makes life a little bit easier. The other thing you're probably going to notice, some of you will judge me for this, and I've talked about this before, but my bedding is super creased because I don't iron bedding. I don't do it. I've got 4 children, I work full time. I don't have time in my life to iron bedding. However, I have got a little cheat, a little hack that I will show you for how I make it look less creased and just look a little bit tidier. So the bottom sheet I'm really not going to worry about because it's going to be underneath all the things. So I'm going to put this duvet on now. This is the bit I find exhausting, to be honest, kind of wrestling everything back together. Stripping it's not too bad, it's putting it back together is getting into more of a workout. I tend to end up having to open the window for a bit of fresh air because I'm all like, whew, I'm warm doing this. So tucking the sheet, not the sheet, the duvet into the duvet cover, and we are going to do the little hack very shortly to make that incredibly creased duvet cover just look a little bit less rubbish, really, because at the moment it's not looking the best, is it? It's all been folded up. This is not the kind of thing that I'm going to lose sleep over. In fact, I will sleep very well tonight because one of my favourite things in the world is getting into fresh sheets. It is bliss, especially when they smell really good and you've chosen washing powders and things that you like. Right, I'm going to use a bit of crease releaser. This is a Lenore crease releaser. I have made my own crease releasers before. I have got a blog post, which I will link below, about how to do that if you want to make your own. But basically, I'm just going to spray this crease releaser, which smells just a lot like fabric softener. Then all I'm going to do, once I've given it a good old spray with the window open for a bit of fresh air about the place, is just smooth it out. And once it's all been smoothed out and dried, it will dry nice and flat and decreased. I'll show you when we get there. Anyway, we're on to a bit of glass cleaning now. I'm going to do, for the rest of this power hour, I'm going to focus on glass surfaces around the place so that I've got one product out. There's certain ways I do speed cleaning, depending partly on what needs doing, partly on my mood. I think when you do cleaning, if you've got the whole day, you're doing a whole house speed clean, then great, you can do everything. It is very rare that I have enough time to do a whole house. My cleaning is generally made up of power hours. More realistically than that, it's made up of 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. I'm in the bathroom, I'm giving a clean. I'm in, I see something needs cleaning. I always have cleaning products to hand on each floor so that if I see something needs cleaning, I can grab it. I've got things in my bedroom, got things in the bathroom. Anyway, you can go deep and you can deep clean an area. You can go wide and you can do like a surface clean on all around the place. Or you can do what I'm doing now and just choose like a topic or, that's disgusting. Look how gross that is on my husband's side. Ew. So in this instance, I'm choosing glass products because I've got glass cleaner out. So I've got one product out. I'm just going to run around, find all the glass things that need cleaning and clean them. And that's what I'm going to do. So this glass cleaner is the Method one. It smells like mint. It's not as nice a smell as some of the other Method products, but it does smell much better than the other glass products that I've tried. It doesn't smell like vinegar. Now, the reason I'm cleaning all of our little units is because in our bedroom, they've all got this glass protection cover thing on them. So on top of our little bedside tables, on top of that chest of drawers, and on top of my dressing table as well, it has got glass as a protection top on it. And obviously there's glass above in the form of a mirror, so I'm just wiping all of that over. I have a lot of these microfiber cloths, and what I do is just have like a big stack of them, and when one gets a bit damp and mucky, I just kind of chuck it in a pile and grab another one. I used to, years ago, use a lot of kitchen roll, and I just realised it wasn't economical, it wasn't good for the environment, and it was just much easier to just use these microfiber cloths, chuck them in on a hot wash. I was doing cloth nappies anyway. It made a lot of sense to use reusable things to clean with, and as long as you wash them on hot and wash them on long, and then you do not put any fabric softener in with them because it stops them being absorbent, then it's great. So that's the glass surfaces done in my bedroom, and my bed is done. Now, while I've got the glass cleaner out, I'm going to hit another few glass surfaces. So I'm not going to clean the whole bathroom, but I am going to clean this mirror. I often clean the bathroom while I'm in it. So you sometimes see me clean bathrooms in power hours, but more often than not, I clean it just while I'm there. Now this mirror, this really needed a clean. I noticed when I do some of my pictures for Instagram how filthy this mirror was. It's like, I can barely see my own face in this picture because it's so dirty. So this is one of the reasons that glass cleaner was going to be involved in my power hour, because this mirror and also the mirrors in my bedroom were stinking, just covered in handprints and dirt and grime. Now this is a very similar looking mirror to the one we just cleaned, but actually a minute ago we were in the upstairs bathroom and now I'm in the downstairs bathroom. I'm also going to take this opportunity to refill the antibac that I had downstairs. I have been buying these refill bottles, it works out a bit cheaper and you don't need to rebuy the trigger spray thing, which is cool. So I'm going to refill that and then just give this sink a little once over. This sink is like a high traffic area in our house because it's a downstairs loo, it's by the front door, it gets used a lot. It's also, if we have any guests, going to be seen by guests. So I do wipe this over probably a couple of times a day and it gets absolutely filthy disgusting. So this is the wet, dirty washing I was talking about. That's where the cloths and things go, ready to go in the machine. Now, it's been an hour, believe it or not. So the first load has finished. It's time to get another load on. The sprinkly things, which we now know are called, what are they called, guys? I've forgotten again. Scent boosters. Scent boosters and pods are in. We'll get I'm just making sure it's all buttoned up properly. Get the duvet cover in there. Get some fabric softener in. Get the load on, and that's my power hour done. So we're going to start in Zara's room, and oh dear, this room is always the messiest one in the house. There's a lot of storage in here, but it does mean she's only 4. She pulls a lot of stuff out and doesn't always put it away again. And she's just not at the stage yet where she's good at tidying. I'm sure we'll get there. So I'm going to, as always, pop an AirPod into my ear. I only ever use one at a time, so if one goes flat, I can swap it over. The children are not home at the moment, but if they are home, I've got one ear to listen out for them and the other one for listening to audiobooks, music, whatever. And I do find that listening to something, or sometimes I'd have a YouTube video on my phone and then I'd still be able to listen to it on my AirPods. So you could listen to this YouTube video on headphones, for example, while you do your cleaning and tidying. We can keep each other company. So I'm stripping Zara's bed. I tend to alternate. I do the mattress protector every other bed change as a rule. I keep the children's bedding in each of their rooms. This is a habit I got into so that if one of them, it's not fun, but if it happens, he's sick in the middle of the night, I've got everything I need within that room without disturbing anyone else in the house to change their bed and put everything back to clean and tidy. It's never fun to be woken up by vomit, but we've all been there, and having the bedding in each room, it also makes it easier, doesn't it? Because let's face it, the stuff being where you need it to be in order to do things like change the beds just saves a bit of time. So we're swapping for Christmas bedding, guys. The children have been asking for their Christmas bedding. I am filming this in November. Our tree has already gone up. There is a little decorate with me video here on this channel if you're interested. The girls have got, I think they've got 2 sets of Christmas bedding. I will link all the bedding and things down in the description. It's actually a blog post I do to go with each video, and in that blog post there are pictures and links to everything mentioned, so take a look at that. I tend to do one with every single video. So the girls' beds aren't too bad to change. I do need to do William's bed later, which is a lot more of a pain because it's a higher bed. So we'll address that later. If hopefully I can fit that in during this power hour. Who knows? It's always hard to judge how much you're actually going to get done, isn't it, during your little power hour. So I've changed the sheets, changed the pillowcases, changed the duvet cover, and now to put all of the teddies back on the bed. That very raggedy looking little teddy in the red dress, it was my first ever teddy when I was little. She's called Penny Bear. Apparently that was the name she was given. She was from Mothercare. Did anyone else have a Penny Bear from Mothercare who is about my age, which is late 30s? So I just wondered if anyone else had them. Totally unrelated to cleaning and tidying, but Who knows? Did anyone else have one? So the other thing I wanted to ask is how many other people's children are obsessed with having loads of teddies on their bed? Zara loves it. She loves having all her teddies. It does make it harder to clean and tidy, but then if it makes them happy, it makes them happier to get into bed and go to sleep, then great. This little bed next to, not a bed, table. This little table next to Zara's bed, she puts a little drink on it. They sit and do things and play at the little tables during the day. I have just run off now to fetch some cleaning stuff because I've realised it's pretty grim. So I've got some Method Antibac, the rhubarb smelling one, which is lovely. It just smells like sweets. So we can give the table a bit of a clean over because quite frankly, it was just dusty, disgusting. Now, I don't know how much actual cleaning I'm going to get done in this power hour. So far it's been tidying and bed changing. But do you find that when you go to do cleaning, this is my personal experience, you spend so much time tidying and clearing up before you can actually do any cleaning that you don't always have time to do as much cleaning as you would like to do. So for example, you can't clean this room at all because you can't see the floor, so you've got to tidy before you can clean. Is that what you find in your experience too? So some socks, Zara likes pulling out things that she hasn't worn. So those particular socks were just pulled out and left on the floor, but they were clean, so they needed to just go away. I'm not sure how many other people's children like doing this, just pulling clothing out. You've got to play the guessing game of, has this been worn? Should it go in the wash? Or does it need to just go away? My children are not too bad actually at putting things in the wash. The older ones, so of the older three, Bella is the youngest of the older three, if that makes sense, and she's 6. So she will put all her stuff in the wash, no problem. Zara's 4, and we're still working on it. She's not, I wouldn't say she's not bad for a 4-year-old. She's pretty good for her age at putting things in the wash, but she still needs lots of encouraging in order to, well, we're not just there where she's doing it automatically without encouraging. But I'm confident as my older children do it quite automatically that she'll do the same. The books, they get in a bit of a mess. I love that they've got access to all these books to read, but the problem is when they get tidied up, I ask them to clear the floor, the children for example, and they'll just shove them back and they're all higgledy-piggledy and then they don't fit properly. So in order to tidy the bookshelf, they just have to pull everything out in order to put it back in neatly. What I do find though, as much as my children do not enjoy tidying their bedrooms, they really love it when they are tidy. And in fact, the tidier their bedrooms are, the easier they find keeping them tidy. So even Zara, who's 4, when this room is really tidy, it will stay tidy-ish for a bit. So she'll take a book and she'll put it back. But as soon as it starts to deteriorate, then, and I find this all over the house, as soon as it starts to deteriorate, then clutter attracts clutter. So people have a little bit less in the way of respect for an untidy place, in our house anyway. So the messier the house is, the more comfortable my family are in adding to that mess. Whereas if it's all largely tidy, they're less likely to dump things in the middle of the floor, sling things in a messy way into the bookshelf. But when things are neat and tidy, Zara will, for a little bit at least, put things back properly, and it just encourages her to do that. And I've got to say, I'm guilty of this. If there is clutter, you don't think twice about adding more clutter to a pile of clutter. And clutter hotspots in homes are a real thing. So for us, we've got the island in the kitchen, and if that is clear, it stays clear. But as soon as there's 1 or 2 things left on there, people just add to it, and then it accumulates until it's a total tip. Now I'm going to fully be very honest with you here. I'm just doing a very surface level because it's a power hour, clean and tidy. What I need to do is another full empty out the drawers, declutter them, put everything back properly, but that's going to have to be a job for another day. I think we have to be realistic in what we can achieve on certain days. Some days it's a power hour to make it just look cleaner and tidier. So That's Zara's castle corner in the corner. So those may look a bit jumbled or messy, but that's where the castles live. The rest of the room, you can now see the floor. I'm calling that progress. The table is a lot clearer. Her bed is made, and you can actually see the surface of that little dressing table-y drawers thing. So I'm calling this huge progress. Now to move into Bella's room, which has got a lot of stuff sort of shoved. The bed needs changing into her Christmas bedding. So I'm going to pull everything off. Much like Zara, Bella is very attached to all of these teddies on her bed, and that's where they have to live. So making the bed each morning is a bit more of a pain. She is better at doing it because she's 6, so she's more likely to actually make the bed without complaining. Don't get me wrong, she still does complain about it sometimes, but she's more likely at that age to just do it quite naturally. So, didn't mention this earlier, but I do like to mention it in every video. Popper up your bedding before you pop it into the washing. Future you will thank you because you won't lose as much stuff inside the bedding. I can't tell you how many times before I started popping up all the bedding, I would find things like pillowcases and stuff that had worked their way into the bedding. It still could happen through little gaps, but it's far less likely to happen when you popper your bedding. So do you do that? Do you popper or button your duvet cover before putting it in the wash? If not, give it a try, see if it makes a difference, report back to me. So this bed is the same bed as Zara's, but we've made it a little bit shorter. It's one of the IKEA ones to fit. Oh my goodness, I've just noticed what I've done. I couldn't find that, and I'm going to find that again, aren't I? I have... Did anyone spot the deliberate mistake there? I've got a pillowcase that I've left under the sheet in Bella's bed. I don't think I moved that. I think that's still there. I think after I've finished sorting out this video, I'm going to have to go up to Bella's bedroom and rescue the pillowcase that is under her sheet. Anyway, can't remember what I was even saying now. So distracted by my leaving the pillowcase under her sheet. The bed, right, the IKEA bed. So this is one of those IKEA beds. They do them in various colours. They are adjustable. You can make it shorter than this, or you can make it full length. Now, it looks quite short, but I can actually lie on this bed fully extended with my, knees straight and everything. I mean, I'm only 5'4". I'm not terribly tall, but for Bella, it's plenty big enough and will be for quite some time. I have looked at potentially putting a high bed in here so she can play underneath. The bedrooms in our house are not large, so we try to maximize the storage and things that we have. I'm currently standing on the edge of that bed, by the way. Children, I hope you're not watching this. Don't do this at home. I was just pulling all of the things out of the calyx and looking for extra pillowcases because I'd lost a pillowcase, hadn't I? I was thinking, where's that pillowcase gone? Where's it gone now? Now we know. We all know where it is. It's under this now reasonably neatly made bed. So I'm folding up Bella's blanket. That's got little princess embroidery on it and her name on it, so she loves that. And now it's time to find the other pillowcase that I've just found, not the one I've rescued from underneath, and put that pillow back. I can remember cleaning and tidying this day and going, I'm sure I got a pillowcase out. What did I do with it? Now we know, the mystery has been solved. So this is the Christmas bedding the girls have got, one of them anyway. It's the Ballerina Nutcracker Christmas bedding, and I do absolutely love it. If you've been following me for a while, you know I love pink, I love ballet, and obviously we all love Christmas. So now, Bella's little equivalent table, this is also from IKEA. Just needs a little wipe because quite frankly it's a little bit grim and dusty. Ugh. They do, as they say, sit and play and things, but they put drinks on them next to their beds to go to sleep. They have that little clock, that's the I think it's called the grow clock, so that we put those on each night, and then when the sun comes up, they're allowed to get up out of bed. They know it's actually morning. Now to tidy up Bella's little desk dressing table thingy. This was an IKEA one, but then I bought the drawer knobs, the handles. Handles a better word than knobs, isn't it? The drawer handles, the pink crystally ones, to just kind of personalise it a little bit. So I really wanted a dressing table my whole life, I think. I don't think I had one till I was in my 20s, so I really wanted the girls to have them, and Will's got a desk in his room, and so's Dylan. So anyway, I always wanted a dressing table. Bella has a dressing table because she's got a swivel chair. When Zara is a little bit older and less likely to do what she would do with a swivel chair at the moment, which is stand on it and then injure herself, we will swap her chest of drawers for a dressing table too. But at the moment, she's a little bit of a liability when it comes to standing on like a swivel chair. So that's Bella's room, just looking a little bit tidier. Tidied up her dressing table, given it a little wipe over. Her bed's been changed. So all this bedding needs to go downstairs now to go in the wash. But first, as I've got this kind of cloth and stuff out, I'm going to do a little wipe around in my bedroom. Now, my sheets could do with a change, but what I'm probably going to do is do them tomorrow, because if I do the children's bedding, I actually make my teenager change his own bed because he's more than capable. And when the children are home, I often get them involved in changing their beds, but today they're in school, so I got them to change theirs. Anyway, while I'm just wiping around you and putting a load on, I just want to explain that I try not to change every bed in the house on the same day because it just creates so much washing. By attempting to change beds on different days, it avoids me having just masses and masses of laundry waiting to go in the machine. So now we had to take a break because I had to go and fetch the children from school. So now I've brought the girls up to show them what I've done with their rooms, and they are genuinely pleased. So they're chuffed about the Christmas bedding, but they just kept saying how happy they were that their rooms looked new and tidy. And when I asked them if they were going to keep them tidy, they said they really, really were, which, I mean, I hope so. I have high hopes for it. I'm not holding my breath, but I do think they're more likely to keep them a little tidier, because now tidying their room will be a bit more manageable because it's just tidying a couple of things rather than a whole mess of things. So that's the girls' rooms, the bed's changed, looking a lot tidier. I'm now going to tackle William's room. Now, William has been camping, as he calls it, underneath his main bed. So my plan is to turn his chair bed back into a chair, and he can actually sleep on his bed, and then he can use his chair bed as an actual chair. I know. Totally shocking, right? So now to change this high bed. It's not a ridiculous high bed. I think it's referred to as a mid-sleeper, but quite frankly, it's still a pain in the backside to change. And it's because I'm only 5'4", but I mean, this is incredibly sped up, isn't it? It did not, I can only wish it took this amount of time. So that is... That is William's room done. That's William's bed changed. But basically, I'm just saying, short girl problems. Apparently, taller people, I have spoken to taller people, and they don't have to climb on the bed the way I had to, and it's a lot easier. So I hope this has given you a little bit of motivation to go and do a little something in your home, even if you've just got an hour. I spent about an hour. I got the 3 beds done. There's a lot of washing now to do. Got quite a lot of tidying done. It's looking a lot better. We're focusing mainly on my living room, which needs a bit of a tidy up, but hasn't had a really good clean in a good while. I've been poorly, and look at the dust. I mean, that's not good. That's really not good. The flowers are really dusty. I mean, I can't even tell you the last time I dusted those. Look at this, like thick dust. It's pretty shameful, really. Look, it really needs a darn good clean. A really good clean. So, oh, actually, before we start, look under here. This is kind of under my sofa and under the other sofa. It's not good, guys. It's not good. So we're going to sort it all out. I've got my handy helper with me today. Zara is home from school and she wants some mop socks because she loves cleaning. Well, cleaning. She loves sort of helping me clean, being around while waving dusters and things. And it's all good. She's helping and she's having fun and she's letting me get on with it. And she's been nagging me, can we start cleaning now, Mummy? All day. So I'm going to start by dusting the flowers. Now, I'm going to tell you a secret. I have 4 children and, managed to keep them going and feed them and water them and stuff. I can't do it with plants. I cannot keep plants alive. I feel like keeping 4 tiny humans alive that's me at my limit. Plants, I just can't quite manage it. So I have fake plants because generally they stay looking good until I look at them closely and realise how dusty they are. So there we go, those once grey lilies are now white again. So there's 2 vases of them. I got 2 vases of them because I used to have a vase in different rooms in the last house and they've kind of ended up here, 2 vases in one room in this house, but never mind. So that's all of the flowers. Now we've done 1 vase, we're doing the 2nd vase, giving them a little dust and vacuum out the worst of them. This is not a job I do very often, hence why they were so disgustingly dusty. So now on to a bit more dusting. I like to try, I don't always achieve it, but try and remember to start up high and then agitate and move around any dust and then work down to the floors so that any dust I kind of move around and create falls to the floor and then we clean those last. So this little unit, the children use this as a kind of little play area under the TV. If you've watched my vlogs and things, we make a little like Christmas display under here, little Easter displays go under there. So that sort of serves lots of purposes. I'm now using a little bit of glass cleaner on the TV, which is for some reason covered in hand marks. I mean, who's touching the TV? They're very small hand marks, so I'm guessing the children. But really, guys, you don't need to touch the TV. It's not an iPad. So I tend to try and, when I'm doing things like the TV or gadgets and things, spray the cloth rather than spray the surface, just to avoid getting too much product on that. I'm now using a little bit of anti-bac and this microfiber cloth. I have so many of these microfiber cloths. Look, let's just take a second, see how much dust is on that. Gross. So anyway, loads and loads. I'll link all the bits and pieces I'm using for this clean down in a blog post in the description. But basically, I used 2 years ago use loads of kitchen roll, and then I realised I was going through loads of it. It's not very good for the environment, not very good for your pocket. So I bought these microfiber cloths. They go into the wash and they're just so easy. Just make sure you don't wash them with any fabric softener and they last and last. I've had these years. So I'm now giving the remote controls a little wipe, and this is just, I think it's a candle holder from IKEA, but that's where our remote controls live. So because we have a place for the remote controls, and it is that candle holder, that's where they go back to. Oh, look at the dust. That's where they go back to, and then we can always find them in theory. So generally that works quite well. We didn't have the same system in the last house, and you know what? The remote controls went missing more. So I'm now just going around the skirting boards and things in this little corner. Ugh, gross. I'll do the others more as we go to the floors, but as I was there in that little area, I am horrified with how much dust there is in this room, I've got to say. So wiping up the tissue box cover thing, I have those in a few of the different rooms. I just decant tissues into them. Oh, there we go, it's the children's toy castle. Sarah's helping me dust that. Anyway, I decant tissues into those tissue boxes. They always look a bit tidier, I think, and then it doesn't matter where I buy the tissues from because they all kind of match by being neutral. So I think we're getting there with dusting this area, just dusting some more of the toys. That's another one of the ones we had from Walt Disney World. If you're not following me on my Mummy of Four Does Disney channel, then I have got Disney vlogs going up there every week from our trips, and there'll be more from upcoming trips as well. Now just clearing this area a little bit, I like to get a basket and just gather things that do not belong in whichever room and move them using a basket, because otherwise I'd be up and down the stairs or leaving things on the stairs, and people don't carry things up the stairs, they just step over them and then fall over them. So if I put things in a basket, at least it's easy enough to either hand the basket to someone to say please take that upstairs, or to carry it myself because everything is contained within it. This little toy kitchen we used to have in the kitchen in our old house. When we moved here, it matched actually better because obviously we've got a white and grey kitchen here. And the children use it so much more now. So they use it to store all their play food, toy food and things. And they just use it for all sorts of things. It's a cafe, it's a kitchen, it's a shop, whatever. They do really play with it quite a lot, but it does get quite dusty. So giving it a good old clean. Zara's now going to help. There we go. Good girl, Zara. Good cleaning. Very good cleaning. She just likes to have a cloth and just get involved. And that is just, it's what it's about really. Just not that what she's doing is necessarily making things clean, but the fact that she knows that she's just getting involved and helping. And when I've got my other children home as well, then they help out too. I do try and get them involved from as young as possible because it's less of a battle if you do that. So next job, to do this corner shelf. Now this always kind of gets neglected. Look how gross that is. I actually quite often would wipe the unit under the TV just randomly when I'm not cleaning. Just give it a little wipe with a cloth because I see how disgusting it is. This little unit by contrast is behind the door, so I sort of forget about it and every now and again realise, ew, that really is disgusting. Now to tidy up the lounge a little bit, fold up blankets. Gotta love a nice blanket to snuggle under. Those blankets actually need folding better so they fit properly, but never mind, do that later. I'm going to give some of the bits to Zara to put in the basket, to go upstairs, and I'm actually going to pull off all of these cushions because they look a bit higgledy-piggledy to start with. So while I've got the vacuum cleaner out, which I'm going to go get now, I may as well vacuum kind of under the cushions as well as the floor, as I have it out anyway. So very helpful there, dusting the sofa, Zara. Good girl, very helpful. So I'm going to pull off all the cushions, and I don't do this probably as much as I should. We did actually, my husband changed the radiator not very long ago, within the last couple of months, and everything was pulled out and we did moved all the sofas and everything. Because this is a corner sofa, I really don't move it that much. Because it's quite big and bulky and takes over so much of the room. Whereas when I had separate sofas, I did sort of move them around the room to do under and behind them a lot more. So I think, I don't know, let me know if you're the same, but when you've got much larger pieces of furniture like this, I don't fully move this to do under and behind of it nearly as much as I should. Anyway, when we did do that, we did pull the cushions off, and they were vacuumed underneath, so reasonably recently, which is why they're probably not as disgusting as they were that day. I can assure you they were pretty foul. So I do love this sofa, but one thing I do find with it is it kind of gets a bit higgledy-piggledy really. When the children have been dive bombing on it, as they do, the cushions can just look a bit, I don't know, just sort of out of place. They kind of need fluffing and straightening a lot more than our last sofa, which the cushions sort of zipped into place, so they didn't move around so much. So just putting cushions back on. When I'm doing a super quick tidy up, I find that just straightening the cushions makes the room look instantly tidier. So if I can't be bothered to do anything else or don't have time to do anything else, that's my go-to. Make the living room look tidy by just clearing stuff and straightening the cushions. So I'm now going to vacuum this rug. I'm not going to plan to do all of the rooms downstairs. This is not a whole house speed clean. It's not an all downstairs speed clean, but I'm going to try and do as much as I can of the living room and maybe go into another couple of rooms if I can, if I have time. But for today, I just want to really make sure that as much of the lounge is done as possible. So I'm doing both sides of the rug because I find that kind of gets out all the bits that may be embedded in the rug. So I'm going to roll that up and actually anti-back the floor because, it needs doing. So now that's all been rolled up, need to, before we can anti-back it, just vacuum up all the bits that have now been shaken off the rug. It's amazing how much muck is in that small area, honestly. So I said I don't move the sofa much. This is probably as much as I do of a normal clean. I just kind of budge it back a bit to get the worst because look at the tumbleweed that gathers. Ugh, gross, so gross. So I've just budged it back as much as possible without blocking the door without, taking the whole thing apart. And I'm just going to use the pipe thing just to get underneath just the worst of it and go around the edges. This does get the worst of it up, it really does. But every now and again, it's got to be like a spring clean, I suppose, where you just really move everything around. Now, this little sofa, by contrast, is so easy to pick up and move around. That one I move all the time because you can. So I'm going to go around, do all the corners. Zara's very helpfully doing a dance. Vacuum the rest of the floor before I get my Veleda 1-2 spray thing out, which is the best thing ever. I am also going to need some mop socks for that. By the way, have a look at how much dust is in that vacuum cleaner. That was empty when I started all this. So it's just a case of moving the rest of the bits of the furniture around, the ones I can move. So I move the buffet, I move that little pink sofa. It's just the big corner sofa that's a bit of a pain. Oh, Zara's now dusting the floor. So helpful. Thank you, darling. Good girl. Right, let's get the vacuum cleaner out of the way and get the mop socks on. Now, these may look ridiculous. They may make your teenagers mock you. I know they make my teenager mock me, but my children love them and I like them because you don't get wet feet because the mop socks are, mopping up. You don't get just like the footprints everywhere. It's nothing more annoying than trying to clean the floor and you get footprints. These are kind of buffing it in at the same time, which is great. So I've got some of the, I haven't shown filling it up because it was already filled. The Method floor cleaner spray. It smells like wild rhubarb, basically smells like sweets. And I'm not sure if you can see, this thing's got a trigger spray on it. So you squeeze the trigger, it sprays the floor cleaner out, and then it's got a washable, like a mop head thing. So this is ideal for us because we've got a lot of laminate floor downstairs, and then we've got tile in the kitchen and the bathroom. So this is ideal for our house without using an actual like wet mop, which would be too wet for this laminate flooring. And also using it this way, you don't have to walk around in mop socks for very long because it dries quite quickly because you're not soaking the floor. So budging the sofa back into place, like you can see the buffet really isn't shutting properly because I have not folded those blankets properly, but I need to pull them out and do it properly. I will do that later. So vacuuming behind the sofa and just getting up as much of the muck as possible. I do find our house is dusty and I just blame it being so many of us here. There's 6 of us here and there's just, I guess it's lots of bits of human dead skin. That's disgusting, isn't it? That's dust. That's what dust is, coming off us humans. Ugh, how revolting. So just wiping around the skirting boards, and I just tend to use the cloths and then dump them in this corner of the kitchen, which you can see in the bottom left hand corner of the screen. I just dump them in a big pile there as I'm cleaning, and then I will scoop them all up and put them all in the wash at the end. But I do go through quite a lot of cloths as I'm cleaning like this because I'd rather use quite a few and then wash them. They all go in one load rather than just use wipes or kitchen roll, things like that. So popping the little tables back, I'm now looking at the window and going, actually, I didn't clean the windows and they really need cleaning because for some reason they've got fingerprints all over them as well. Children, why? I'm using the Method glass cleaner that I did use earlier on the screen for the TV. I'm not going to go and do the outside of the windows. I'm just going to do the inside here. And I probably won't get round to doing the windows in the dining room, in the other room. So I'm just going to do this because if I start doing the outside of the windows, I feel like that's a separate job, even though they are the same thing. Outside cleaning, it's like coats on, shoes on, different products. I'd rather let my husband just get the hose and do all the outside windows at the same time rather than me. I don't know. Am I right or wrong here? In windows, are they like inside windows is one job, outside windows is another job, like a different day, different equipment? Or really, what I should do, I suppose, is clean the inside and the outside of the window at the same time, and the window would look clean for a short time at least. I don't know. It's easier, I feel, to just do the inside and do the outside separately, but it would make more sense to do it all on one day, I suppose. Right, time to get the rug back out. So we've now got a clean, dry floor, but I am now going to give the rug a final vacuum just in case there are any bits that got dislodged or whatever during the moving around of it all. So I did the top of it, then I did the underneath of it, but maybe the top of it picked up some bits while I was doing the underneath of it. Now they're all gone. So yes, clearly 3 times is the amount of times to clean this rug before it's actually clean. Now I have sort of finished on the lounge. I'm just gonna vacuum, because I've got it out already, my kitchen, which is attached to the lounge. If I've got time, then I will move into doing a bit in the dining room. I'd ideally like to do the hall as well, just to stop people walking muck through the other rooms into my nice clean living room. But realistically, whether I'll have time to do that or not is another matter, because we've got to realise we can do anything, but we can't do everything. So if this is a power hour, I can't expect to clean the entire house. It's not realistic. So I've got to decide what I'm going to do. I could do the whole house, just a quick tidy on the whole house, go around every room and just sort of give it a skim tidy, but I'm not going to be able to clean that whole house. Or I can clean one room pretty well, like I feel like I'm doing today, and then with any spare minutes do a couple of extra jobs. But I don't think we should beat ourselves up when we can't manage to clean the whole house every time we try and clean, because anything I manage to try and clean now is better than not doing it, isn't it? So anything I manage is a bonus, rather than feeling like I'm failing for not doing it all. And that's a pep talk for me as much as it is for you. So look at all the crumbs from under our dining table. One thing I do with the children, whenever they're eating, they eat in the dining room. So I just feel like it's all contained a little bit more. If they ate in every room, my whole house would be so much dirtier. So by containing the mess, we've got cooking mess we have in the kitchen, eating mess in the the dining room, and it does make the amount of cleaning I have to do a little bit less. I guarantee if they ate in every room in the house, I'm sure we'd have mice, because they're so messy. Honestly, every time they eat anything, it looks like there's been some sort of crumb explosion, like they've just thrown breadcrumbs in the air and see where they land. I don't know. Maybe my children are especially messy. Who knows? Got another one of these little sofas in here. They're just so easy. They were a bargain. They were home base, I think. I've got the grey one. I've got one in my office, one in the dining room, and then a pink one in the lounge. And I like them because they're easy to move, to clean around. So just giving a little wipe around. And the skirting boards, I love these square edge skirting boards we have, but they're literally like a dust shelf. So you do have to give a little wipe. And I've got to say, most of the cleaning jobs that I do are not even in a power hour. It's like, I'm walking past something and I literally grab a cloth and just wipe the skirting boards, just as like a 2-minute job, 2-minute tidy up jobs, because I just realise, that's gross, that needs doing. So I do them in between, literally walking to the toilet or something, think, skirting boards, need a wipe, do that. So let me know how much, how do you structure your cleaning? Do you do like all day, you clean one day, look at all that picked up? Or do you do like power hours, or is it more 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there? Because I'd say the majority of mine, like I clean the bathroom when I'm in the bathroom, using the bathroom as a rule. I do these power hours quite a lot as well. It's very rare I'm able to spend a whole day cleaning. Now let's just take a second to see how much dirt has come on the bottom of my mop socks. A lot. These floors were filthy. These are all of the cloths, mop socks and dustery thingies that need to go into the washing machine now. So let's do that, shall we? Should we get them in the wash? It's always good to get a load on, because then the washing machine can carry on cleaning even though I have stopped. So I'm going to empty it out. I always empty it into tumble dryable on the right and non-tumble dryable stuff on the left, which will have to be hung up in a little bit in my airing cupboard area. So that stuff needs to be hung up. That stuff can go into the tumble dryer. So we're going to get a pod, chuck it in, and it goes, ooh. woo, and then just pop in all of the cloths and things, which I've just gone to go fetch. Where am I? Come back, Ray, come back. Put the cloths in. There I am. Put the cloths in the washing machine. I wash them with other things that need sanitizing. So cloths, towels, things that need sanitizing. So I'm using this one I bought from B&M, but do not need fabric softener, because if you put fabric softener in with them, then they stop them being absorbent and they don't work as well. So that's the lounge. It doesn't look massively different, but if you look up close, it's just cleaner. Like, it wasn't super untidy. Sometimes I find I spend more time tidying than cleaning. I feel like today I've managed to get a fair amount of actual cleaning done, which is good. And then I did manage to tackle the windows. Only one side, granted, I have not cleaned the outside of those windows, but it's better to do one side than no sides, right? So that's all done. Lots of my kitchen's clean. The actual kitchen, I only did the floor, and the dining room, I only did the floor and a couple of skirting boards, but better than nothing. Still better than nothing. So thank you to my little helper for helping me with this speed clean. We're starting off by tackling my rather messy living room that my children have been systematically destroying by throwing things all over the floor, as children do. So we're going to get it tidied first, and then we're going to get it clean. Now, if you are new to my channel, hi, I'm Ree from mummyof4.com. If you have been around here before, you'll know I do a lot of speed clean videos. I often do power hour speed clean videos. I have been known to do sort of all day cleaning, but in reality, it's very difficult when you are a busy mum to tackle the whole house in one go, or to find all day to set aside just for cleaning. So realistically, most of my cleans I do on this channel are power hours, but in this video, this is an even more realistic clean, because this is made up of several mini blocks of cleaning that I did over the course of a few days. So we're putting this structure the girls have made out of Duplo into the other room, because they're insisting that they don't want to just take it apart just yet. They're feeling rather sad about that. So I've said, right, you can keep that. It's like a hotel they've made or something. Keep that for tomorrow, but let's tidy up the rest of the place, because, oh dear. Anyway, so this video is a super realistic way I actually get things done, which is in short bursts. I very rarely clean the whole house in one go. I don't always find an entire hour, but I very frequently find 5, 10, 15 or even 20-minute bursts in between getting things done to get the other things done, you know. So maybe you've got a short block before dinner, or before putting the children to bed, or just after dropping them in school, or just before you've got to go and get them from school. Those little mini blocks, those 10 minutes at a time, are where I tend to find the most time to get the most cleaning done. And to be honest, those are the bits, I do those so frequently, I don't always remember to film them. And I thought, do you know what? I did a video recently, let me know if you saw it. It was about 10-minute mini organisation projects. I'm going to be doing some more of those, because that seemed to really resonate with everybody. So the girls are currently just tidying all of the little baskets into their kitchen. You will find that the basket system that I use in our actual kitchen, the girls use as well. We put all the toy food into little baskets, and because it's in baskets, it's easier to put away. And that's a basket of stuff that belongs upstairs that I'm asking them to take away, out of the way. I like to use baskets to gather things from one room to take them to where they need to go, and that basket of stuff goes upstairs. So the girls have done a quick change. We went upstairs to put stuff away, and Zara decided that she needed to wear her Cinderella cleaning dress, because that's what Cinderella wears to clean. And Bella's like, well, in that case, I'll be Belle. I'm sure this is what Belle wears to clean. So I've given the girls some fluffy dusters, because quite frankly, I sometimes think they prefer them to actual toys. And I'm going to start over here in the corner and work clockwise around the room. So I'm going to dust with my fluffy duster, probably be a little more efficient than the girls. I'm going to spray some Method. This is the pink grapefruit one, and I just like to spray straight onto the cloth rather than onto the surface, because sometimes it'll like spray a bit of the wall or leak down or whatever. So I just find it's a bit more accurate, I guess. The girls are cleaning their Disney castle with their fluffy dusters. it's just about getting them to help. It's keeping them entertained and busy and feeling like they are being helpful, even if it's not super efficient cleaning. I am just cleaning, say, round clockwise. I'm starting with dusting, and then we're going to move further down to the floor. So if you start with the high places, this is my theory anyway, and like dust up high, and then as you kind of agitate and move the dust, it falls lower and lower to the floor, and then do the floor last. That is a little, that thing with remote controls on it. I think it's a candle holder from IKEA, but I use it as a place to put remote controls, or at least I try and get my family to put the remote controls back in it. So in theory, we know where they belong. So by putting them back there, hopefully, I'm dusting the flowers at the moment. They're fake flowers. They can't keep real flowers away, by the way. Away? Alive, by the way. Alive. I can't even use my brain today, apparently. Oh, look, cleaning the candle. That was candle sort of soot, I suppose, but it didn't look terribly attractive, did it? So we've gone sort of halfway round with the dusting now. The children are just putting their Disney castle back. There you go, they're gonna dust their little kitchen as well, bless them. They do love this little kitchen. It is fixed to the walls, so don't pull it on themselves. And now I'm gonna get the vacuum cleaner out. I really don't have much time in this little burst, so this is not the end of the video because we're going to skip to another day in a second. But this is as much cleaning as I often get done in one little burst. So it's tidying a room, and then if I've got time, Bella's just found something under there that belonged in a box. If I've got time, I'll then vacuum. If I've got time, I'll do that little bit more. So sometimes you think, okay, I'm just going to tidy up. And then if you find a little bit more time and you squeeze in a bit of dusting, or you squeeze in a bit of vacuuming. So maybe, for example, today I would think, right, I'm just going to vacuum the living room. But then while I've got it out, I think, well, maybe I'll move in and vacuum another room as well while I've got it out. And if you've got time, you can do those little bit more. Sometimes that is less overwhelming and it feels more manageable than being like, right, I'm going to get up and clean the whole house today. Sometimes you might be so overwhelmed by that you end up not doing anything at all. And by saying, right, I'm just going to do a little bit, and then once you've got the momentum going, you can do a little bit more. That I personally find works with my brain. It feels less scary and overwhelming. And sometimes when we get overwhelmed, we get kind of a bit paralysis by analysis. I don't know where to start, so I'm going to start nowhere and not actually do anything at all. So for this clean, and you will notice I've opened the doors because I'm boiling hot. Cleaning always makes me boiling hot because I try and rush around as much as possible. But that room, you will agree, is looking significantly better. I've not spent that long on it. We've just had a bit of a tidy up, a little dust, nothing major, and a little vacuum of the floor. I didn't have time to do the floors in the hall like I wanted to, but never mind, it's better than nothing. We've now jumped to another day, and you can tell this because I'm wearing something else, and I'm going to sort some laundry. Now, I put laundry on every day when I'm at home. Like even Christmas Day, I will put some on. And the reason for this is not because I'm obsessed with doing it, but because I'm almost, frightened's the wrong word, but I know how it feels to feel super overwhelmed with the backlog. And the backlog is the thing that stresses me out. So I feel like if I keep the washing machine and the dryer going, or the hanging up system. Now, if you've seen my laundry routine videos, which are all linked on my channel, there's playlists about laundry, playlists about cleaning, if you're interested in any of that. But basically, I use the dryer for socks, pants, uniform that kind of gets used and abused, pajamas maybe, and all of our clothes that I don't want to kind of get worn by the dryer, because I feel like the dryer does make clothes age and kind of fade and go more bobbly or whatever. So all of our clothes that are not school uniform, I hang up in here. So if you're looking at this rail, so this is a rail behind two sliding doors, and there is a full laundry room tour, and in fact there's a whole home renovation playlist. You can see how the whole house got put together, but there's a full laundry room tour if you're interested in exactly how all this works. But basically there's two rails, and there's the wall on the left hand side of the screen, and the other side is attached to a calyx, which you'll see in a little minute when we get on to the next bit. But it's on the far left of the hanging rails, there's a radiator, and then all the stuff gets hung up in there, hung up in shape. So the rails are actually behind what's now the door, if that makes sense, next to that calyx. And so all that stuff dries really nicely as long as I leave plenty of air between it. So onto this next section. So the basket you can see in kind of the bottom right of the screen is the stuff that's come out of the dryer, and then the boxes, the calyx boxes, the grey and the white ones with the little tiny names above them you can't actually see from here, are one per person, and myself and my husband have got them underneath where you saw the hanging just now. Basically then all the stuff gets put, when it comes out the dryer, into the box per person, and then once a week, sometimes twice a week, depending on how much it builds up, but at least once a week I give a box to each family member, and then they put the stuff away. So this was just a 10-minute job, but I do that most days. I definitely put laundry on every day, but I do the sorting of the laundry most days as well, just to stay on top of it. So as you can tell, we're in my bedroom now. You might be able to tell if you've seen our house tour, and you can definitely tell it's a different day because look, my clothes have changed again. So I have just done a little organise my dressing table, which will appear in a different video. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel for that, so you do not miss that, because I believe at the time of this video coming out, that one is not out yet. And that's going to be another like 10-minute organisation project video. But make sure you are subscribed so you can see that when that comes out. But then after I'd done the little organise, I thought, you know what, this place is filthy. So I've got another few minutes. I'm going to give it a little clean. I'm actually vacuuming. Did I just vacuum the inside? Oh, no, I didn't. Did I vacuum? I can't remember. I filmed this a few days ago. I can't remember what I did. I think I just cleaned out the inside of these, which I think are plant pots. They're from IKEA as well, but I use them as brush holders, both hairbrush and makeup brush holders. So it wasn't my intention to keep cleaning my bedroom, but I've got these extra few minutes and I'm feeling sort of motivated to keep going. You know, I'm in motion. I think sometimes the getting going is the hardest bit. So I'm using a combination of the Method glass cleaner and the Method surface cleaner. So that one's the multi-surface cleaner, which smells like pink grapefruit. And I'm using that because there's some proper grime on here. Everyone charges their electric toothbrushes here next to my bed. They bring them all here, but they seem to leave them all manky before bringing them to charge, which is disgusting. Which is why the toothbrush charger holder thing gets gross. So we're using multi-surface rather than glass cleaner on that. But all of our bedside table thingies are covered with like a glass topper thing. They're all from IKEA. So sometimes I do use the glass cleaner to clean in here. Look, I am actually using the glass cleaner as well. See, just like I said, this room gets so dusty. I clean this, probably not as often as I should, but like not totally infrequently, but it always amazes me the amount of dust that builds up in our living room, especially. Like a lot of dust. This is my husband's side. Now, his side always seems dustier than mine, but I think every now and again I see a bit of dust and I literally just wipe it over with a tissue on my side because I'm like, ugh, gross. Literally not even a 10-minute clean, a 2-second, I'm just going to wipe this. I don't think he does that quite as much as I do. So my bed needs changing. I was going to do it later on or potentially tomorrow, but I'm kind of in motion. I'm feeling like I could keep going a little more. So if you ever are already in motion and doing a bit of cleaning, perhaps you've got your AirPods in, you're listening to some music, and audiobooks, always good, or a YouTube video like this one where we're chatting along and cleaning together. If you're ever feeling like, right, I'm just going to do this one thing, if you feel like I could do one more thing, do that one more thing. You will be so pleased with yourself. Future you will thank you. So future me getting into bed at the end of the day when we've got lovely clean sheets will thank me. Future me will also thank current me for buttoning up the duvet cover, because if you do not button up the duvet cover or popper up the duvet cover before sticking it in the washing machine, you will inevitably get a pillowcase or something lost inside the duvet cover, which is so annoying. Now you will have seen I just grabbed some clean laundry for the bed from that box inside my bedroom. Now the top 2 boxes, there's 6 boxes in a stack you can see in the corner of the screen. The top 2 are bedding, so the very top set is white bedding for our bed. The box under that is pillow protectors and mattress protectors for all the rooms really, and the one under that is cleaning products. Now, one of the key things I find to being able to squeeze in these minutes where you find just a tiny bit of motivation, one of the barriers to cleaning is not having the stuff to hand, thinking, oh, it's just too overwhelming to go and find the things I need. Don't make that a barrier to cleaning. Have the stuff where you're gonna need it. So if you leave some cleaning supplies in your bathroom in a cupboard or something, if you're in the bathroom and you're about to get in the shower and you think, yuck, this needs a wipe over, you can just do it. You don't need to stop what you're doing, go and fetch the things, because that's a barrier to doing things. Put the things you need where you're going to need them, and then you're more likely to actually do things. This is how I find things personally anyway. Let me know if it works for you. So by having cleaning supplies in my bedroom, for example, if after I'd finished organising that drawer in my dressing table, if I had to walk all the way downstairs, I mean, we don't exactly live in a mansion, but if I'd had to walk downstairs to get cleaning products, maybe I wouldn't have bothered. Right, another trick, another lazy girl trick now. I just sprayed the bed with crease releaser because I hate ironing bedding. And this is a big bed. What's a king size bed? It's too big. I've got too much on in my life. I've got 4 children. I work full time from home. I don't have time in my life to iron bedding. So some people will judge me for that, but I'm here to say to you that I don't have time for it. Let me know if you iron bedding. If you do, you're a better human than me, I'm sure. But me, I just spray it with crease releaser, smooth it over, leave the window open to air, and then come back a little bit later. I even do the pillows, look. It also makes it smell good. Just be really careful with this stuff. I mean, it's not too bad up here, we've got carpet, but be really careful with this stuff on like laminate floors. It makes them really slippery. I'm talking ice rink slippery. So we've now fast forward, I don't know, an hour or something. The bed is dry from the airing in through the window. And replace the scatter cushions and the throw, and it looks a lot better. And those bedside thingies are no longer dusty. So I've got another few minutes, and I'm going to get one more thing done. So I'm going to grab the vacuum cleaner and I'm going to vacuum in here. I've moved enough dust around. I'm going to vacuum a bit more. I really don't have much time left, but it's better to vacuum one room than vacuum no rooms. And next time when I tackle another one of the children's rooms, say, because I've got a bit of time, then I will vacuum in there. So it's probably more efficient to clean the whole house at once. Agreed. So I would only get the vacuum cleaner out once. I would vacuum the whole house. However, that's not always practical, and at the moment, in order to clean the children's rooms, as in to physically clean, look at all the gunge coming up there, whoops. In order to vacuum the children's floors, we'd have to go and tidy them. And I'll tell you right now, the children's bedrooms are a mess, because while I have been doing this, they have been in their bedrooms making a mess. So the moral of the story is, yes, in an ideal world, we clean the whole house at once and then everything is immaculate, and then everyone is instantly more respectful of the tidy house and keeps it tidy a bit longer. But in real life, doing a few minutes of cleaning and keeping on top of things is better than doing no minutes of cleaning. So let me know in the comments, what sort of cleaning do you do? Are you like a whole house cleaner and like take a day, do the whole house in one go? Or are you more like I end up doing? Maybe a power hour. If you can just set aside an hour, you can set a time and be like, right, I'm going to do as much as I can in an hour. Are you more like a squeeze in a cleaning when you can, which is how I mostly do it? While my children appear to be playing quite nicely in the living room today, I am going to take this opportunity to do a job that has really needed doing for quite some time. I'm going to organise our food pantry. And then once I've done that, if we've got some spare time, I'm going to get some cleaning in the kitchen and dining room done. So let's start by emptying out the the pantry. I'm going to need this stool because at 5'4" I'm vertically challenged. I cannot reach the top shelf otherwise. It's a little fold away stool. I've actually got one upstairs for reaching high up in the wardrobes and things, and one downstairs for doing things like this in the kitchen, reaching up the high shelves, and also high up in my laundry room. And we've also got a cupboard in the hall. There's like a high cupboard in there where I store cleaning supplies like the way of the children, and I need the stool for that too. So this pantry, it's organised into baskets. I used organised in the looser sense of the word, in that initially when we moved in, everything was organised. And with things in baskets, as you can see, it makes it quite easy to pull everything out and to sort it. And the best way to do it is to do this quite frequently, and you can just take out one basket, sort it through and put it back neatly. But I have been neglecting the organising and the stock rotation of this cupboard, if I'm honest, and it's all become a bit haphazard, messy. So things like the heaviest things are not currently at the bottom of the cupboards, and some of the lighter things are in the bottom shelves, which is a bit silly. And then so I want to make sure that the heaviest things are obviously lower down, so if they were to fall, then they've not got as far to fall, they're less likely to smash tiles. But also I want to make sure that we're throwing out things that are out of date, or using things up that are about to go out of date. As you can see, that cupboard must have been a TARDIS and or Mary Poppins handbag, because look at the amount of stuff that's come out of it. The whole place is covered in stuff. So it's quite a big cupboard, which is great. We were originally, when we bought the kitchen, going to go for one of those pull-out units. Yeah, you know, like on a trolley. But we decided to go for just this cupboard. A, because it was cheaper to do that, and B, because you can physically fit more in when it's just an empty cupboard than if it's a pull-out. So I'm starting off by spraying and wiping the shelves up high, and then working my way down. You'll find if you spray too much into cupboards, and I've made this mistake before, then the spray will leak down between the shelves and down the back of the walls of the cupboards, which is a bit of a pain. So just make sure you don't do what I have done in the past and go a bit mad with the spray. So to avoid that mistake, you can just spray onto the cloth and then you don't get too excessive, or you can just not go mad with it, which is just tempting. I don't know, I'm always the kind of person that goes a bit mad with the spray, as you can see here. I've done it here again, haven't I? And then I'm always like, why am I using so much? Stop it, Rue. There's no need. A little bit goes a long way. So as you can probably tell from looking at it, this is quite a deep cupboard, and without baskets, you end up filling the cupboard full. You can't get at the stuff in the back, whereas if everything's in a basket, you can just pull out the front basket and access the stuff at the back. So as you can probably tell, I'm a massive advocate for baskets, huge advocate for them. I'm not sponsored by baskets as a category of organisation, but I do feel quite strongly about them, clearly. They make life so much easier. Anyway, we're going to keep cleaning this cupboard. It's not something I've done. I can't remember the last time I did this, a proper full on clear out the cupboard. I've done like quick little wipeouts of one shelf at a time. I've gone to fetch a bit of magic eraser. There it is, magic eraser to get off that stain. Do you know why there's a stain there? Because something was put in the cupboard directly without a basket. Anyway, that's why it's a good idea to have baskets, because even a tiny little item left there made a mess. So as you can see, we've got a big old mess all over my kitchen now. Big old mess. So I'm going to start putting things back. So these canisters I really love. They're quite pretty, so if they are left out every now and again, then it doesn't matter. They don't offend me on the worktops, but I love to keep the worktops as clear as possible for a few reasons. First of all, we don't have masses and masses of counter space, so by having nice clear counters, it's easier to cook and things because we have more space. Where have I gone? I've gone to fetch a basket of crisps. Anyway, so we have more counter space to utilize for cooking and things. It's generally easier without too much stuff on the counters, hence why I like to put as many canisters and things in the cupboard. Second, it's easier to clean because the less there is on the counter, the less you've got to move to wipe. And the third is, I genuinely believe that clutter attracts clutter, and the more stuff you've got out, the more likely your family are to add more stuff to the stuff. So if the whole kitchen looked like this all the time, for example, if I just had stuff everywhere, my husband, my children would think nothing of adding more junk to it. Let's just look at the inside of that basket. Ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. But at least that's easier to clean out than cleaning inside the cupboard. I am going to pledge to you now that I'm going to try and do this more often. I'm going to pull out a basket, sort through it, and put it back a bit more often, because leaving it until I haven't done it for ages, if I do the whole cupboard, a bit more of a pain in the backside. Anyway, if I constantly had stuff everywhere, and I've been like this before in the last house, we've been through phases where we just had too much clutter. Honestly, everyone just dumps more stuff with it. Clutter attracts more clutter. Bits of papers, unopened mail, stuff from school, toys, just junk, just attracts to it. So the clearer I keep the surfaces, the more respectful everyone seems to be of keeping the surfaces clear, and the more obvious it is. So if you dump junk on an empty surface, then generally it's like, okay, I've clearly just messed this up. You know, this is what goes on in the back of people's minds, in theory. But adding clutter to more clutter, just no one minds doing that, in my family at least. So I'm now going through jars and things, and I'm going to have a bit of a rejig. So previously I had some light-ish things for some reason on the bottom shelf, which is silly. So I'm now changing it, so if it is a glass jar or bottle or a can, then ideally it's on the very lower shelf or the one shelf up from that. And if it is lighter, like kind of gravy granules or anything that isn't going to smash and make a big old dent in the floor, in the tiles, and smash the tiles, then it can go higher up. So I'm now using my new planner. Now, at the point of recording the voiceover for this chatty little speed clean with me, my planner is not yet released. I've been developing it. I guess I have to say don't I? Because I'm launching this planner myself. It's my own product. But basically, I've got a new planner coming out. And in this planner, some of the pages include meal planning. And part of my meal planning, if you have seen my meal planning video, is looking at what you've currently got in stock. So what you can see me doing at the moment, I am writing lists of what I've currently got in stock, and then I know what I need to use up. So on my meal planner, which is within my other planner, which comes in 3 formats, by the way. Well, it's technically 2 formats. It's digital to print and digital to fill in on your iPad, like I'm doing in this video. And then there's just printed. So I will put the details for the planner, the page for the planner, down in the description, and you can go and check out that URL and see if it is live at the stage you're watching this video. So hopefully, maybe by the time you're watching it, it is live, and not necessarily at the time when the video goes live, but obviously if you're watching this anytime in the future, then chances are the planner's live. But I'm basically like to have a look at what we've got in stock. And the reason this is difficult if your cupboards aren't organised is you end up not seeing what you've got. And if you can't see what you've got, you don't know what you need to move around stock-wise. You don't know what you need to use up. So as I'm organising the cupboard, I'm writing a list of all the things I've got in stock that I need to use up. And then I know I can base meals on my meal planner for the following week around those things. And then I know what I've got left to buy. And if you don't do this, and there have been many times where I have shopped without checking stock first. If you shop without checking stock first, you end up doubling up on things and ultimately wasting money. So on the weeks where I've been a bit naughty and I've been like, I'll just do it from memory, I have inevitably doubled up on what I've been buying, which is really silly. It's really, really silly because it's just a waste of money. So by organising my pantry, I'm not only giving it a bit of a clean, which I'm telling you it did need, inside of the baskets especially, some of them were a bit ugh, but I'm also looking at what needs to be used up in which order, because some things are very near the end of their dates. I found 1 or 2 things, I am ashamed to say, that have just gone past their dates, I've not used up because the cupboard was a mess. Then I couldn't find all the things I needed because things weren't with like things. So for example, I'd have like you can see several Bisto things in that cupboard there. That's because I ended up buying multiple ones of them, and whoever had put them away hadn't put them all in the same place, in the same category. They'd been dumped in different parts of the cupboard. So I might have thought I had none of something, but actually I had 3 of them just dotted in different places of the cupboard. So I've now got on a shelf that the children can reach snacks that they can grab to pack for themselves in the morning to eat during and after school, because they do take a snack that they have to take for during the school day for break time, and also a separate snack that they eat at lunchtime. So now doing a bit of a rearrange, putting the crisps a bit lower down. I quite often find organisation isn't necessarily a linear process. Sometimes you have to kind of wiggle things around, a bit sort of trial and error to see what fits, what doesn't fit. You'll often see me in these videos putting things back in a drawer or a cupboard, realising, nope, that's not going to work, pulling it all out and swapping it back round again. And it's only sort of by trying it out in different ways that you're going to figure out what works. So this cupboard is 2 of these baskets deep, of those small baskets, which is great. So I can pull them out, access the stuff at the back. And some of the shelves are kind of set because you can change the height of your shelves around. It's worth noting that. Then lots of shelves can be quite easily changed. But most of these are designed to be kind of 1 basket high, and then I've got a couple of them taller for, you know, the squash and things like that. And then the stuff up high, I sort of struggle to reach, is the stuff that I need occasionally, because if it's something I'm going to use on a daily basis, I don't want to have to run and get the stool every time I need to find something. And one of the kind of big light bulb moments I think I had when I moved to the house we're currently in is that I was adamant when we had our new kitchen, I really wanted to make it really functional and organised nicely. As an aside, by the way, you can just see me now organising these cocktail sticks, which the packet had gone a bit manky, so I'm decanting them into a separate pot. Anyway, so when we moved from our old house, bit of a story time here, we had the dishwasher. I mean, let me know in the comments if you've seen any speed cleans or vlogs from our old house. It was 2.5 years ago we were there now, but if you're a bit of an OG, follower, subscriber, whatever, you may have seen them, or maybe you could go back and see old videos now. But anyway, the dishwasher was kind of in the middle of the kitchen. It was kind of a long kitchen, and then the plates went down the other end, which is insanity. Why wouldn't I just put the plates near the dishwasher? And then the plates were actually the opposite end of the kitchen from the dining table, so it's not like they were being moved in the right direction towards where we were even eating, which is silly, really, really silly. Anyway, the revelation for this kitchen is put things where you need them. Put things near to where you need them. So up high, things I don't need that much. So the top shelf, I've got like pasta that hasn't been decanted, and then backup pasta, backup rice, backup flour, that kind of stuff that isn't in containers. And then this is a shelf I can reach easily. The rice, the pasta, that kind of thing. The multicolour pasta. I love these canisters. I love them. They're brilliant. I've got this multicolored pasta, and then behind noodles. I think these might be cereal type containers, but they work quite well. Got a few of these dinner kits that I have arranged in use by order. So here's an example. I found a few of these oil spray things, but they weren't all put together. Some of them were dotted through the cupboard. I thought we didn't have much of it left. Turns out we had a lot. We've got this tropical squash. Incidentally, it's 4 times strength, so it's really, I've got to remember when making that up, it's now 4 times strength, not double strength. So we've got a basket of crisps. That's just easy enough to pull out and have a look through. These are like vitamins and things. Found some of these little fruit pots for the children. And then these at the front are snacks that the children can access to pack into their school bags. We've got like crackers and things. This sort of like healthy-ish snacks. And then further back, things I'm not using as much, but can easily be pulled out if I need to get to them. Then in the next shelf down, oh no, before we go to the next shelf, we've got the cocktail sticks, which I'm just going to shove down the back there. Those are mostly used by my husband for picking something out of his teeth, randomly, to be honest. So now we have got some jars higher up, but the majority, especially the bigger jars, are lower down on that bottom shelf. And then I've got things like gravy granules that are not heavy on this shelf, and those are easy to pull out and to utilize. And I've just popped those down the side because it's actually 2 baskets and a little bit wide, this shelf. And then at the bottom, I've got more jars and things, these kind of cooking sauces and things for like easy school night teas. And then at the back, I have stacked some cans of beans and things, because obviously then they're not going to fall from there, are they? So I'm feeling a lot happier with the pantry now. I've done a bit of stock rotation. I've made my list in my planner of things I've got to use up. And I think that's going to be easier to stay on top of keeping tidy now. So that's the pantry done. Let's just shut that up. We'll shut the pantry away. Going to make the children some lunch. So they're going to eat their lunch here. They've done playing. They've decided they're hungry. They have left a lot of mess in the lounge, but they're going to go back to it after lunch. And I am going to clear up, having done them some sandwiches and things for lunch because they're home from school today. So, need another tea towel out. I'm going to empty the dishwasher. Now, the dishwasher is just one of those jobs, isn't it? It's just never ending. A bit like the washing, actually. But for some reason, even if I set our dishwasher to there's a button you can leave it on to make everything dry, it doesn't really dry everything. Everything still comes out and needs to be kind of dried with a tea towel before it can be put away, as a rule. So I generally end up putting things out on a tea towel and then giving them a little wipe with a tea towel before putting them away, because otherwise I just envisaged things going kind of damp, mouldy and yucky in the cupboards. So let me know in the comments, does your dishwasher dry things? So like plates and things, maybe some have some drips on them, but all of the plastic stuff, it's not just a few drips, it's like literally soaking. So that's no good, is it? You've definitely got to dry all that stuff before putting it away. But I don't know, is this all dishwasher? Is it just our dishwasher? Should the dishwasher be finishing and leaving everything dry, or is this quite normal? Does this happen to everyone's dishwashers? Now, our dishwasher is a good few years old, but the conclusion I've come to with our dishwasher, at least, there you go, that's all done, and close the cupboards. But the conclusion I've come to is it's not worth the extra time or energy you end up wasting with the dishwasher to put it on the setting to dry things when it doesn't end up drying them properly anyway. So that's the cupboard done, and let's keep putting the rest of the stuff away. So I've got the rest of the plastic plates, my drink things, they're Sistema bottles. I like to fill those up and then I just leave them in the fridge, because then whenever I want really cold water that I either add one of my burst sachets to or top it up with squash or whatever, it's there and it's ready for me, and it's not a barrier to hydration, because let's face it, remembering to hydrate is just something we all need to do. It's something we often forget to do, so make it as easy as possible, I say. So the children are still chatting and eating their lunch. I'm putting the rest of the stuff away. Most of it's needing a little wipe, and then the plastic stuff's needing a lot of wiping. The plastic stuff is all just IKEA sort of kids picnic stuff. I still use it a lot if the children are snacking anywhere other than the table or outside or whatever. I'm going to sort out the cutlery drawer a little bit, because when I put the cutlery drawer, when I empty the dishwasher and put the cutlery away, the cutlery kind of goes hugging, spooning, I guess, each other, like in order. Anyone else puts the cutlery away after doing the dishwasher, it's just slung, kind of like thrown, you know. So do you put the spoons and forks in like that, kind of spooning, or do you just sling them in? Just sling them in. Let me know which one you do in your household. So that's the dishwasher. I think I'm done with the dishwasher now. The children are going to clear the table for me and bring their lunch dirties over to the dishwasher. We are working on moving towards putting things in the dishwasher and stacking it nicely and things, but you know, baby steps. So we're getting them to help clear the table. I am actually going to clear up the dining room because I'm actually going to clean it properly now. But quite often I do get the children to help. So you can see there's lots of crumbs. Sometimes you wonder if they actually ate any food at all because the amount of crumbs. But, you know, clearly they eat some. I'm wiping over the table. I get asked all the time about this table protector plastic cover thing. It's fantastic. I will link it below. But generally, I'm not doing it today because, as I said, I'm doing a bit of a clean up anyway, so just let them go and play. Generally, after a meal, I will give one of the three little ones a we've got a handheld vacuum cleaner, and I will ask one of them, and they take it in turns, to vacuum under the table. Always so many crumbs. So I'm now using some of this Method Granite cleaner, which smells quite specifically like apple fizzy chewits. If you know, you know. I mean, I'm not sure they even sell those anymore, but that is the smell. It doesn't smell like apples, it smells like apple fizzy chewits. So I'm going to give this a good old wipe over with a microfiber cloth. I have a lot of microfiber cloths. I used to use so much kitchen roll, and then I bought some bumper packs of microfiber cloths and just washed them a lot. I've washed them on hot. Don't use any fabric softener with them, but if you wash them on 60, then it gets rid of all the germs and the bugs and the nasties. The fabric softener would make them less absorbent, so don't use that. And actually, the more you use a microfiber cloth, it's like a cloth nappy. Yes, years ago I used to use cloth nappies with my babies. I've got a whole series of that actually on my channel if you're ever thinking of doing that. But it's the same principle with cloths as cloth nappies. The more you use them, the better they become at becoming absorbent, as long as you don't use fabric softener. So we're going to start in the corner and give this a wipe over. We wipe over the kitchen where we actually cook every time we prepare food, obviously, but that corner sometimes is a bit of a corner that gets neglected and ends up somehow with loads of crumbs and gunk and dust in it, even if we're not using it. So obviously when you're making toast, then you're going to get a few crumbs, but sometimes that corner just becomes dirty and yucky in an unexplained way. So getting down the edge of the countertop, as you can see, we've not got a massive amount of countertop, which is why I like to keep it as clear as possible, and it just attracts less clutter. So I do have one or two things on there, but not that many. So we're now gonna get the big vacuum cleaner out. As I said, normally after a meal we would grab the little handheld vacuum cleaner and just do the basics. Just do the basics of just look for crumbs and vacuum them up. But as I am trying to squeeze in this power hour and the children have gone back to playing quite nicely, I have got the big vacuum cleaner out. So I vacuum something every day, but I don't necessarily get the big vacuum cleaner out every day. I normally just see like some tumbleweed type yuckiness around the house and grab the handheld, or we use the handheld under the table. As you can see, there are quite a lot of crumbs there under the table, but I do get the children to help, and they actually love using the handheld vacuum cleaner. So if I just give them the handheld vacuum cleaner and ask one of them at a time to just do the crumbs under the table, whether they do an amazing, really thorough job or not, I'm not sure is the point of it. I think it's the fact that they are getting involved. They're taking some sort of responsibility and helping, and they actually enjoy using the vacuum cleaner. It's like a fun game for them. So it's all about just getting them involved, getting them to help out, and then obviously these big cleans really clean the most of the muck, but anything picked up at all by that handheld vacuum cleaner, let's face it, I can always go back over it later after they've gone to school, after they've gone to bed. But sometimes it's just really nice to get them involved, and they actually enjoy helping if you get them to help out at a young enough age and kind of make a game out of it. So that's the dining room vacuumed. Haven't been super thorough. You know, sometimes I like wipe all the skirting boards and do all the corners and up high and everything. I'm coming to the end of a power hour at this stage. I know the children are having fun and sort of behaving quite well and playing and things, but we have got things to do later today, and I know they're not going to be happy for much longer. So I'm just going to kind of use these last few minutes that I know I've got before I've got to move on and vacuum the kitchen. So let me know in the comments what you are going to clean in your next power hour. I have got 1 hour before I've got to start working to get as much as I can get done around the house. I've got a few jobs that have to get done, like washing, things that just have to happen, and then a few jobs I'd like to get done. I would like to get some vacuuming done. I would like to sort out the couch cushions. I'd like to clean the whole house top to bottom, let's face it, but I've only got an hour. So the theme is progress over perfection. Let's just see how much I can actually fit in these 60 minutes. So either clean along with me or sit and watch and let's just chat together. Either way, let's get on with this power hour speed clean. So I'm starting, as I often do, with laundry. Now, laundry is one of those things that I feel like if I just ignore it, it becomes a huge problem. So by doing a little bit every day, just moving the washing around, getting it in the machine, moving it into the dryer, hanging up the stuff that doesn't go in the dryer and keeping it all moving and flowing, it stops it from feeling super overwhelming. So I've got some stuff in the dryer. Let's get a load on, and the cycle I'm going to use is about an hour, so I can put a load on now and then I can see to it again at the other end of the power hour. It's a good kind of timer for me to work to as well. So some of the stuff that doesn't go in the dryer I hang up here, which is my airing cupboard. It is literally a rail between a wall and a calyx with a radiator in the bottom, and I hang stuff in here, and if it doesn't get too overstuffed, everything dries quite efficiently really. And I find if things are hung up in shape, so not too scrunched or anything, they need almost no ironing or no ironing, and that is great. And I've had people ask, you know, does it dry properly? Does the stuff dry nicely? Does it go a bit yucky? And the answer is, as long as I empty it out and keep enough air around the stuff and take the dry stuff out, like I'm doing, I'm putting all that stuff up on the bed to deal with later and put room to room. But as long as I keep this area not as stuffed as it currently is, it's too stuffed at the moment, things dry nicely. That bag that looks like a bag of urine in the top corner, that's actually, it catches water. That needs emptying pretty soon, it needs swapping around, but that absorbs water, moisture and whatever. I put those around the house and certain places that are kind of danger spots for moisture, condensation, things like that, specifically in here where I'm drying things. So these are trousers. I'm just going to kind of turn those through. Those will go into my box. I'll show you in a second. We have a box per family member for clean, dry stuff to go away into, and then once or twice a week those boxes are given to each family member and everyone puts away their own things. So these are just jeggings, jeans, whatever, that I find even if they are tumble dryable, certain things don't do as well in the tumble dryer in that they wear quicker, perhaps the colours fade. So certain clothing, like top clothing you see, I try not to put in the tumble dryer unless it's a uniform. All the school uniform gets in, like chucked in the tumble dryer and abused, whereas like tops, jeans, dresses, things like that, I try and hang up in here. So these are the damp things that just came out of the washing machine, the things that I don't put in the dryer. The dryer is currently going, the washing machine is currently going. I'm going to hang up these bits and then we can move on to the next phase. But by doing this at the beginning of my power hour, it means that the washing machine's everything's going while I'm cleaning, while I'm doing the other bits. And then I can move on and come back at the other end of the power hour to deal with the washing that's been washed. So these things have come out of the dryer and they are going into the boxes. So the boxes are for each of the 4 children. My eldest is away at uni at the moment, but he's still got a box when he comes home. and then the pants, socks, pajamas, whatever, go into those boxes. Now on to some actual cleaning and tidying. I'm going to work on the living room today. It doesn't look awful, dreadful. It's not horrendous. However, it just needs cleaning. It's not as clean as it looks. You'll see now. So we're going to start in this corner. We're going to move clockwise round. Look how dusty that is. I mean, ugh. I will admit I do not dust as often as I probably should, and there's only so many hours in the day, and the priority of things that get done, we always clean up the kitchen after every meal so there's not yucky food left out. The laundry gets done every day, but then some jobs like dusting this corner get put off. You know, you've got to prioritise when you're a mum, specifically like a working mum, and you've just got a lot on your plate. You're not going to be able to get everything done all the time. It's just not practical. So we prioritise. And sometimes I will get around to cleaning this corner and sometimes I won't. So we're going to dust now. That's like a speaker thing, which apparently I'm also using as a table for these fake flowers. And we're now moving around. We're dusting first and then we're going to get the vacuum cleaner out. So I'm doing the TV with this just fluffy duster thing, which also the head of that goes in the washing machine. Years ago I used to have some sort of disposable head things, but then I switched to a lot of these reusable things. So I've got the reusable cloth like that. That pink cloth in my hand is a microfiber cloth. I got loads of those, and years ago I used to use kitchen roll and spray or wipes, and since buying these cloths, and they just go in the washing machine, and as long as you wash them on hot or use disinfectant, either one, to disinfect them, and you don't use fabric softener because it stops them being absorbent, they're great. They're quite a good investment. I think over the years I've probably saved a lot of money not having to buy all the extra kitchen roll and whatever, and I've always got some there to use for wiping up, etc. So I'm using a bit of this Method multi-surface. It's the pink grapefruit one. It smells really good, just to kind of wipe over the surfaces, which are quite dusty, far dustier than you can see from looking at this. And then this little shelf with my fake plant on it. See, quite dusty, guys, quite dusty. If I can reach the top, I can only just reach it. Okay, that's far dust. That's embarrassingly dusty. Never mind. I'm just here to tell you that even though houses might look clean, everyone's got dust. It's there for everyone. So I'm going to put away this blanket thing in that buffet box footstool. What are they called? Footstools? What do you call your thing you put your feet on? Buffet, we call it. I don't know if that's the actual word for it or just what we call it. Anyway, it's like a storage box thing we keep blankets in ours. Now, I'm doing a little job that I don't do nearly enough, and that's vacuuming under the sofa cushions. Now, we're pretty good. We tend to do, and this is mostly a making my life easier thing, we tend to eat, all the food and the eating is generally done at the table. Certainly for the children anyway. That's as far as the children are concerned, we only eat at the table, because I feel like they make such a mess at the table. If they ate all over the house, we'd basically have mice. I would not be able to be in control of the amount of mess. There would be so much mess, I'd never ever get on top of it. However, myself and my husband will occasionally have a little snack on the sofa of an evening. Sometimes the children will find a little remnant of popcorn and they will be like, Mummy and Daddy have been eating on the sofa, and be horrified at us for breaking the rules. Anyway, long story short, there is a bit of popcorn and stuff under the sofa cushions and it's gross, and I don't clean it up as much as I should, and I'm doing it now. I'm doing my best, and quite frankly, if you only get an hour, then do what you can. Don't beat yourself up for what you didn't get done, and doing it's better than not doing it. I'll be honest, I film these power hour speed cleans, but most of the cleaning I get done is in even shorter bursts than an hour. It's like, right, I got 10 minutes. What can I do in 10 minutes? I have got 5 minutes, or I'm in the bathroom. I see the bath looking a bit yucky. I grab the cleaning products that I keep in the bathroom. I grab a cloth that I keep in the bathroom, and I literally just wipe up quickly before I leave the bathroom. And most of the cleaning I do is in these little bursts. So we wipe around the kitchen after dinner. We've got a little handheld vacuum cleaner, and I ask the children to go and grab it, and they take it in turns, just going around seeing if they can find any crumbs after dinner, because my children can make crumbs out of pretty much anything. It's like a skill they have. But then they're at an age now where they can just help with that little bit, and we can all, try and keep on top of the place. My husband has, been aware of the mess that the children make over the years, and they're not as bad as they were when they were saying doing baby-led weaning, which my husband said was just throwing food on the floor as opposed to baby-led weaning, which it was a little bit. And at that stage he really wanted to just dig a hole in the floor and make like a trough and use a hose pipe and just scooped it all into the middle. And that, he thought at the time we were doing baby-led weaning, which obviously with multiple children went on for years and years, that would have been easier. So we're not as bad as that. There isn't as much mess, and as the children are getting older, it is easier, especially since we keep that mess to the table. It is easier to clean up after them. So if you're in that baby stage and wondering how you're ever gonna get out of it, it does, things do get easier as your children get older. They create different types of messes, but that kind of feeling like they're throwing food at the ceiling, the walls, the floor, if you've ever done baby-led weaning, you'll know what I mean. Then that does get easier. So now we've vacuumed under the sofa cushions. I did want to pull out this sofa and vacuum underneath it, but I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't got time, because I would have to move the Kallax furniture in order to get the sofa out. It would be a much bigger job than just pushing it. Like if it was just a 2-seater sofa, I could just push it out of the way. But because it's a corner sofa and it's kind of wedged in this corner, as you can see from here, then I'd have to move that white unit as well in the bottom corner of the screen. It's just a whole different job. And if you caught my vlogs from from the summer 2022, we used to have a totally different setup when we moved, and then my husband thought, hey, we could maybe change the room around a bit, and maybe he wanted to move the TV and stuff. And I asked you guys, like, what should I do? And I moved the room a certain, different ways around, and I asked everyone to vote. And one of you guys in the comments came up with putting the sofa where it is now, and we didn't even think it would fit. And I tried it. I did have to budget Kallax over a bit. I tried it and I love it. This room just feels so spacious. So it's not perfect for looking at the TV. We watch it a little bit side on, but to be honest, I just don't care. And I'd rather have the room set up to work than set up to just point to the TV all the time. And I love it. And also this rug, I don't know if you've noticed, it's new. My husband bought this in Dunelm recently, and it's lovely. It's really soft and fluffy. We had looked at lots of different varieties of rugs, because the original rug we had was an IKEA one. Bought it before we moved in. I've now put that in the playroom. It's lovely. It's did its job, but it had kind of been walked on so much it's gone a bit flat. And this one's a lot fluffier. So now just taking the pipe bit of the vacuum cleaner, you can see I hide my yoga mat behind the curtain there. Did you just see it peeking out? Did you see it? Did you see it? The reason I keep it in the lounge is so it's not another barrier to exercise. I'm trying to be a really good girl and do yoga or Pilates every morning before the children get up, just because I find I feel more energized, I need less physio. And by keeping the things I need to exercise where I need to exercise, is one less reason not to do it. So I just popped away some baking tray things that were drying. The kitchen always gets a really quick wipe over after dinner, just to get rid of the worst of the crumbs and stuff, but that corner just doesn't get wiped as much, so it doesn't make it get as much mess. And so I just gave it a little wipe over because it was a bit dusty. Giving the sink a little wipe over. If we've done cooking and it's gone really grimy, it gets a proper clean after dinner, but sometimes the surfaces always get a clean. The sink will sometimes get a mess after dinner, so I'm just gonna give it the wipe over now, just so it's all clean and sparkly. Only a couple of minutes, but it's well worth doing. And this corner, because this doesn't get impacted by cooking much, I don't clean that corner every time we cook, so I'm just giving a little quick wipe now. Done. Then the big breakfast bar, stuff gets dumped on this. I try and keep this clear. Some people in my family, not mentioning any names, see if you can guess in the comments who, like to leave things on the breakfast bar and then leave other things and then leave more and more things, and I just spend my life moving them. So not mentioning any names, but some people do that. Just saying they do. So that's another dusty little corner. These two little windowsills. There are not many surfaces in here. I'm not wiping the table because that was literally done just now at breakfast. So I'm not going to bother with that. Just get the vacuum cleaner out and let's vacuum round the kitchen floor. I do want to try and get the mop thing. It's not a mop, it's what's it called, a Veleda 1-2 spray, where I spray the floor and then wipe over it with like a pad thing. If you've seen previous cleaning videos, then you'll know what I'm talking about. Not sure I'm going to have time to do that, but it is better than to vacuum than not to vacuum. So if I get round to also like cleaning the floor as opposed to just vacuuming it, then great. But if I don't get round to it, this is better than nothing. That's all I just keep telling myself. I can only do what I can do. And if I've got an hour and I just really go at it for an hour and fit as much as I can in, and then I've got to work, then that's, you know, that's life, I'm afraid. And sometimes I do think, oh, I should do this, should do that, should do this. And what is the point in beating ourselves up, people? If if you're doing your best, you've only got so many hours in the day. You could give up sleeping altogether, I guess. That would create some more time. But then you're going to end up feeling burnt out and ill and no good to anyone. So short term, yes, you can burn yourself out and do more. Long term, not sustainable, not a very good idea. So vacuuming, like I said, we use the little handheld vacuum cleaner just to pick up any really obvious, like actual Cheerios left on the floor after every meal. But like a good old get the tiny bits, it's good to get the bigger vacuum cleaner out, do this little corner which collects like tumbleweeds of dust and yuck. I do like this little corner. My husband wanted to put a log burner there originally, and I wanted a little sofa there, and it's a lovely sunny spot. I'm glad that we use it. Look, by the way, and that tiny bit of vacuuming I did, when didn't I say that the place looked cleanish? Not clean. See, all that. Anyway, vacuum cleaner's going away. I am not going to have time to do the mopping-ish bit. I have got some more to do before this power hour is over, but that's as much as I'm going to get done in there. It's fine. And also the kitchen, quick wipe over, those trays are away. And the lounge. Look, the rug is even stripy from the vacuuming. How satisfying. So that's looking lovely, all done. Back into the laundry room now because my load has finished. It has been an hour, it's finished. So I'm splitting this into 2 baskets. One is tumble dryable and the other one is not tumble dryable. Is that even a word? Tumble dryable? I don't know. I use it a lot anyway. So those are the categories of things to be, divided. This is the drying that I put in earlier. Am I going to have time to sort that? No, I'm not going to have time to sort that. I'm going to dump that in a basket and sort it later because I've got to start working. But I'm going to get the dryer fluff out. Very important to empty the dryer fluff because A, it makes your machine more efficient and you're less likely to burn unnecessary energy. And secondly, it's a build-up of dryer fluff can be a fire hazard apparently. So that's not good. Nobody wants that. So I'm going to hang up these bits that don't go in the dryer because they are not tumble dryable, and then it will be time to sit down and do some work. So we're starting in Zara's bedroom. Zara is my youngest and probably my messiest child, but that's just because she's little, so she needs a little bit of extra help to get tidy and organised. So let's just get on with it. It's looking a bit messy, but we can do something with this. I'm going to start with changing the bed, which means I've got to clear the bed. Now, my children like to have 11 billion teddies and things on their beds, and if that's what makes them happy and it means making the beds a bit more of a pain, then so be it, that's fine. So I am going to start by stripping the bed, and then what I always like to do, just to avoid hassle for future me, is to do up the poppers or the buttons on the bottom of the duvet cover, and this stops other things like pillowcases or whatever getting lost inside the duvet cover, because we've all been there, haven't we, where we haven't popped up a duvet cover and we've lost something inside it for ages. So now I'm going to grab the clean bedding, which I keep inside each of their bedrooms, and that way if we have got incidents in the night of something like vomit or whatever, I don't have to disturb the rest of the house. Now it turns out this bottom sheet belongs to Bella, so I'm just going to pop that in Bella's room for later. Back to Zara's room. So we're going to get out the duvet cover and pillowcase. I keep the pillowcases as like a case for the duvet cover. So I fold up the duvet covers and put them inside the pillowcases when I put them away, so it keeps it together as a set. I'm not actually changing the mattress protector or the pillow protectors this time. I kind of do that every other time, and I did it last time. So it's just the top pillowcase, not the pillow protector, and the top fitted sheet and not the mattress protector, if that makes sense. So each of the children like to have 2 pillows, so they have the plain pillowcase on the bottom, and then generally there's a like one pillowcase that comes with a single duvet set as a rule, and that goes on top. Just gonna get this done. You know, sometimes I'm really big on let's get the children to help and stuff, and today they're all playing pretty nicely, so I'm just gonna get on with it myself, to be honest, because I'm all for getting the children to help, and it's really good to get them involved, and I do that frequently. But you know, sometimes when you're just really short of time, it's quicker to just do it. So sometimes I do make that effort to involve them and get them to help and tidy up. And I do that. If you've seen other videos of mine, sometimes are the children involved, sometimes they're not. It's generally a time thing, because unfortunately it's generally quicker to just do things yourself. But it does the children good to get involved too. So Bella's doing some drawing in the corner of her pretty messy bedroom. I'm actually going to do Bella's bed now and then go back to cleaning and tidying, because that way I can get a load of laundry on, and then the washing machine can be working while I am doing stuff, you see. So this is Bella's little box of bedding. I think she wants princesses. I mean, she's got Belle at the moment. Belle's her favourite. She wants different princess bedding. So the duvet cover's inside that pillowcase. There's another pillowcase. Okay, let's get it done. Strip Bella's bed and get that one changed. And you will probably notice actually these beds, they're IKEA beds, they're extendable. So Bella's, just for space, isn't fully extended. It looks really short, but I'm 5'4.5", 5'5". I can actually lie down in that bed without having to bend my knees. So at some point we'll have to extend the bed, I guess, if she grows taller than me, but I'm sure by that point she'll just have a new bed anyway. But it works at the moment. And Zara's bed, just because her room is a bit longer, a bit bigger, has got a bit more space in it. I did talk to the children actually about maybe did they want to look at swapping rooms. They all said no, categorically no. They were happy where they were. The theory behind giving Zara the larger room when we moved into this house was that the bigger ones, I've always found, didn't want the little ones in their rooms touching their stuff. Oh, I've just found another pillowcase. Look, before we get back to this, I found another pillowcase, and I seem to remember why this was. This was because in the last house I had a double princess duvet cover, and it came with 2 pillowcases, and I gave away the duvet cover but kept the pillowcases. So having said there's a plain pillowcase on the bottom, I've got 2 of these so they can have 2 matching ones. Anyway, what was I even saying? I do this a lot. Oh yeah, room sizes. So the theory behind it was that the bigger ones never wanted the little ones in their bedrooms, and they thought the little ones would, break their Lego, as has always been the fear with my children. The younger siblings are going to break their Lego. So when we moved to this house, Zara was 3 and still mischievous. So I thought, well, if we put the joint toys in Zara's room, Zara's not going to mind the bigger ones going in her room, and they can kind of use that as a communal play area. But then the smaller rooms, she's less likely to want to go in there, or more to the point, they're less likely to want her to go in there. So that's how it's been. And we did have this chat recently about swapping around again, and none of them were fussed at all, so we're staying put. Anyway, I've now got a load of laundry. Back to talking about what we're here to do, which is cleaning and sorting. So I've changed 2 of the beds, but no real cleaning or tidying is done. But before then, let's get a load on. So a lot of the brands, this is a Bold Pods box, have swapped to these cardboard boxes. What a clever design, so it's still the click, so it's safe for children, but those little tabs stop it being openable. I just think that's really clever. Whoever designing that, genius. So we're going to get this washing on, get some fabric softener in there so the bedding smells lovely, and the washing machine can do its thing while I am getting on with it. I'm going to carry the vacuum cleaner upstairs with me because I'm going to need that shortly. I'm going to carry this up the stairs, and do you know what I'm going to do when I get up the top of the stairs? I'm going to realise that needs emptying and carry the base down, empty it, and then come back up. So William, having said I'm not getting children involved, William is going to just change his own bed. He's 11, he can do that himself, so he's going to change his own bed. I'm going to get on with doing the girls' rooms. So I am going to get Zara involved a little bit in the tidying. Didn't get her to do much in the way of changing the bed, but she can help tidy her room. So we recently did a bit of a big sort out with the bookshelves and things. We had a massive declutter. We gave, I'm not even sure how many boxes or baskets of books to school. I think that was a vlog rather than a speed clean, but where we were organising in it. Let me know if you've seen that one. Anyway, after we did that, she said to me, Mummy, I love all my new books. I love like how tidy it is. I love my new library, she called it. And the truth is, there were no new books. There were about 50% of the books that there were earlier that day, but because she could only see books she now wanted to use, she felt like she had new stuff. So that's just the beauty of decluttering, really. Actually, by getting rid of stuff they don't need, they feel like they have more. It's madness, but it seems to be the way it works. So we've wiped the table. I keep going off on a tangent, stop talking about what I'm actually doing on the screen, and it's time to vacuum. Now, bear in mind, I'd emptied that vacuum container holder suction unit collector device. What's it even called? the chamber that sucks all the fluff into it. Anyway, I emptied that before I started cleaning just now. So we're going to see how much fluff it sucks up. I have a feeling it's going to be a shameful amount of fluff, like an embarrassing amount of fluff sucked up off the carpets, of dirt off the carpets. So this is not, by the way, an in-depth clean my whole house, so it's perfect kind of video. This is a super realistic power hour. I've got an hour. I'm going to rush around and get as much as I can done, because then we've got other things we need to get done and do and whatever, you know, because life and parenting. So sometimes whatever you can get done is better than nothing, and that's kind of my philosophy with cleaning. Yeah, it would be great to clean the whole house so it's pristine, but in reality, when do we ever have the whole time, the whole day given to us to clean all day and do nothing else? I very rarely get that. I get a lot of my cleaning done in these little bursts. And if I'm honest with you, most of the cleaning that I get done isn't even in power hours. So most of the filmed, like, clean with me videos I do are power hours. Most of the actual cleaning I get done in real life is more like my kind of microwave minutes, I call them. Like a few minutes here, a few minutes there. And then it's not even long enough to get the camera out. So that's Zara's room. Look, it's not perfect, but it is better than it was. And the bed's now clean. So it's been vacuumed, dusting, little bit of dusting, not all the surfaces, but that table where she like sits and does stuff. Bit cleaner. So we're going to move on to Bella's room now and just get a bit of vacuuming done. I need to get under that desk, so I need to pull out that beanbag, which is full of soft toys as it goes. Soft toys storage, if you've got a bit of a problem with it, get your soft toys into a beanbag, and it's just a really good way to store them. It's not as perfectly comfortable as an actual beanbag full of beans, but it's a darn good way of storing things. Yeah, so microwave minutes. Most of my cleaning is done when I go into the bathroom, I think, ugh, sink's a bit gross. And I grab some cleaning products, which I keep in the bathroom incidentally for this very reason. And I give the sink a quick wipe over while I'm in there. Or I see, my side of the bed, my nightstand's disgusting. It's like, ugh, grab a cloth, which I keep either in the bathroom or there's a box in my bedroom. Give it a quick wipe over. Same with my dressing table or whatever. Wiping up in the kitchen, every time we prepare food, we just give it a quick wipe. Wiping up at the table, we just do that quickly after every meal. So most of the cleaning isn't done when it's like time to clean. It's more like just as I go around the place. I've got little handheld vacuum cleaners, which most of the vacuuming is done with that. So for example, under the table, after a meal, I send one of the children, go and grab the vacuum cleaner for mummy, and then we just literally vacuum up the actual crumbs that have been made. By the way, I'm giving up on vacuuming that mat that's in my hand. Clearly the vacuum cleaner just wants to suck it up. It doesn't want to be vacuumed, but they're machine washable, so I could literally just shove those in the washing machine. I will do that later after the bedding is out of the machine. So that's Bella's room. Not perfect, but better. Now has a clean, she's got clean sheets to get into, and it's just marginally better than it was, which is an improvement on not doing it at all. I'm sure you'll agree. Okay, my bedroom. Now, I'm not normally a big fan of doing multiple beds in one day because it creates a bit of a backlog of laundry. But you know, sometimes life happens and you plan to do one day, one another day, and stuff happens, stuff gets in the way, you don't get it all done. So as it happens, I don't like doing all the beds in one day because it creates this laundry backlog, but I'm breaking my own rule and doing that today because all the beds need doing and I've just been procrastinating. Can't speak. Sorry guys. Okay, so stripping off my bed. This is a king size bed, so it's a bit more of a workout than doing the children's beds because it's just that much more of a faff, isn't it? One of the king size sheets we've got is actually a super king from the old house, so it doesn't fit the bed properly. It's kind of oversized for it, but I think, do you know what, just tuck it under a little bit, it's fine, no one even cares. Again, I'm not doing the liner bottom sheet protectors today. I will do those next time, which goes hand in hand with the doing too much washing today, so that's fine. So again, I keep our bedding in our room because that's where it goes, so it's just one less hassle thing. See, this is the sheet I was talking about, isn't it? Can you see on the right hand side of the screen it's hanging off the bed? That's because it doesn't really fit, but you know it'll do. It's a bottom sheet and no one's going to see it. I mean, apart from the thousands of people watching this on the internet. Didn't think that through, did I? So no one technically will see it. Let's just pretend you guys didn't see that, and it's fine then, isn't it? It's fine. So if you have this happening in your house and you used to have a bigger bed and now you've got a smaller bed, you could use the bigger sheet and no one would know, but I've just told everyone. Okay, we're going to move on from that. So getting the bedding out. Now don't judge me, I don't iron bedding. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. I don't have time in my life to iron bedding. I have got a little hack which I'm going to do to make it look less creased and also smell good. It's going to button it up, and then I'm going to use this Lenore crease releaser. Not sponsored, but I love it. It smells really good. Word of warning. Do not spray this stuff onto like hard floors, laminate and things. Not that you would do that on purpose, but when you are spraying it, be careful of it landing on laminate floors and things. It turns hard floors into ice rings, and I've actually had people messaging me going, really, you need to be careful with that stuff. And here's a picture of my child with a broken arm after they slipped on the stuff. So I think it comes with a warning on it now, actually. It's carpeted in our upstairs area, so it's not really dangerous, but if you do have hard floors, laminates and things like we do downstairs, be super careful, please guys, it's really slippery. But it's brilliant stuff, it really does. What I do is I just spread it on the bed and then I kind of, I don't know, just smooth it out, and it does, it smooths out in front of your very eyes. It's clever witchcraft stuff, but I love it. See, that's fine. We're going to stick some bit more on the pillows, just smooth it out. And the creases just drop. And then, you know, most of my bed is covered with throws and pillows anyway. So if I just spent ages ironing all that and then covering it up, what would be the point? That's my question. What would be the point? So do you remember how we talked about how bedside tables can get a bit icky and dusty? And sometimes that's something I will grab a cloth and clean. Well, we're going to just wipe over my husband's bedside table now because I've noticed how grim it is. Look at that. Ugh. Ugh, gross. So disgusting. So we're going to wipe over that one and just pretend that's not quite as grim as, oh no, gross. Yeah, that's an embarrassing amount of dust. But this is reality. We're not going to hide the truth from you here, guys. This is what happens in houses. You know, not the perfection that the internet will show you. Some places get dusty, and our house gets dusty, and I feel like as soon as I've cleaned from one end to another, then, you know, the other side is dusty and gross again. So that's my husband's bedside table. Let's have a go at mine. How dusty is mine? Not as dusty as his, because clearly I must have done the thing at some point where I went, oh, that's gross. And so it is dusty, don't get me wrong. But I must have given this an intermittent clean and a little quick wipe over. Sometimes I just grab a tissue and just whoosh, wipe it over because I can see something and I've only got 2 secs, so I just wipe it over. Yeah, so this is still dusty. It's just not as dusty. That's the thing, isn't it? Okay, so we've done a little bit of dusting. Should we just quickly wipe over my dressing table while I've got this cloth out? Is that a good idea before we get the vacuum cleaner? Because we're running, we're running low on time now. I've got to get on with other things. Power hour's coming to an end. So let's just give this a quick wipe over as well. And now it's time to vacuum. So let's get vacuuming. You can see in the very corner of the screen, well, it's in the corner of the mirror. I've actually got some cases and things there. That is because this was filmed shortly before we're heading off on a Disney trip to Disneyland Paris. So if you're not yet subscribed to my Mummy of Four Does Disney channel and you like Disney vlogs, then head over there and check it out, because we have got lots of those vlogs coming for you. So just vacuuming the hall. We've done Bella's room, done William's room, done the hall. Then there you go. Let's see what we've done. Bella's room, cool. Our room, done. Well, better than it was. Zara's room, cool. Let's take this stuff downstairs and get the washing sorted. Oh, and that's how much gunge we collected in the vacuum cleaner. I told you it was going to be embarrassing. So let's get the bedding that came out of the washing machine into the dryer. Get rid of the dryer fluff, very important for keeping your drying economical and also non-hazardous for fire and such things. Important to empty the fluff filter. Get another load on, and that's the power hour done. Hi guys, welcome back to another marathon speed clean with me. I am Ree from mummyof4.com. My channel brings you lots and lots of speed cleans, including speed cleaning marathons just like this one. You guys really enjoyed my last speed cleaning marathon, which was over 3.5 hours long. This one is 6 hours of cleaning motivation, guys, over 6 hours. So let's get the video on and get our clean on. Let's get our houses clean together. I would love it if you take the time to subscribe, like and comment as well, as it really helps to support my channel. So let's take a look at what needs to be done. The children's rooms are an absolute tip. They've pulled stuff out into the hall. There's just so much that needs to go away. There is laundry that's been dumped in my room that needs to go away. More of Zara's toys, she's emptied everywhere. The office is a tip. Toys all over the living room. That sheet was hung up covering the window because we haven't even got curtains yet. Just so many bits and pieces to be done. As you know, I like to start my cleaning sessions with a load of laundry, so I'm just grabbing a dirty towel from the bathroom and the wet washing that's been left in the bath. Now we keep the wet washing separately just so that I know to wash it as a priority and we don't end up with like a soggy towel or flannel or something in the laundry hamper and left there for any length of time and causing damp and yuckiness. We don't want that. So I'm just shoving a load of towels in. I'm using Method Laundry detergent, no softener because it stops the towels becoming absorbent. I am, however, sticking in a capful of Zoflora, which will sanitize the towels. So now we're going to move on to Zara's room, which, as you can see, is a bit of a tip. I'm getting her to help me. I always like to encourage the children to help me, especially when it's their own mess. It's a really good habit to teach them, to look after their own spaces. If you just get them started younger and you make a bit of a game of it, they don't tend to mind. Now what we're doing is sorting her soft toys into this bean bag. It's literally a bean bag with no beans in it, and it is the best way to store soft toys. Moving on to her bed. Now her bed didn't actually need changing. I changed the sheets pretty recently, so I'm just making her bed. I do find a made bed just makes the whole room look so much better. It's like an instant makeover for a room if you can just pick up a few bits off the floor and make the bed, even if you don't have time to do much else. But today we are going to do cleaning as well as tidying. Although the tidying does seem to take a while when you have small children. Look, they like to empty everything out of their rooms onto the landing. Let me know in the comments, do your children do that? My children are like little furniture removal specialists. Zara's first steps were taken carrying one of those IKEA chairs, honestly. She just loves moving furniture. Now we're on to dusting, or dustering as my children call it. They love these dusters. You can dust without using any chemicals at all, so it's very kiddie friendly, and the heads just pop off and go in the washing machine, so you don't need to sort of use any disposable things. It's all kind of quite environmentally friendly, and it's just a super easy way to do it, and they love it. Look, I mean, they just think it's so much fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're much help, it's not much use, they're dusting carpet and stuff, but at least they're happy, they feel they're joining in, it's something we can all do together. So I'm just dusting the blinds, they are dusting all the things, the walls, all the unhelpful things, but they are having fun, which I guess is the main point, that they feel they're helping without actually whinging, which is always good. So I'm just dusting over the TV and of the chest of drawers thing, and then popping all of her soft dolly toys on there. I get asked where those are from a lot. They are all from the Disney store that we've collected over the years. They've had various birthdays and things, and they just love them, but I do get asked about that a lot. Now I'm picking up some bits and pieces off the floor so that I can vacuum the carpet. I do love when vacuum cleaners make those really satisfying lines in the carpet, and obviously I'm not that fussy, I've not made them into stripes or anything, but I don't know, it just kind of makes me happy. I'm using my cordless Dyson, which is super easy, not to have cords trailing all over the place. It lasts about probably 30 minutes on battery life, which is just fine for the way I am cleaning, as in with children around me in bursts, and then I can plug it back in and do something else, and as soon as it's charged, carry on. So that's Zara's room done, and let's move on to Bella's room. Now, Bella especially often feels really overwhelmed by her bedroom when it's a real mess. Now, I think as adults we can feel like this too, kind of looking at a messy room and thinking, ugh, help, send help, I don't know where to begin. But when we kind of all muck in and I kind of cheer up and go, yay, come on, we can do this together, she's always so delighted when her room is actually tidy and really like very much, oh, mummy, can my room always be like this? And yes, darling, it can always be tidy. We just have to sort of keep it tidy. I think it's our job as parents to sort of encourage our children and teach them these habits, because if they're taught when they're little how to stay on top of things and keep things tidy, it just becomes more of a natural thing to do as you're older, and then you don't feel the overwhelm as much when you're an adult. Well, that's the hope anyway, because I really feel like I had to teach myself how to be organised and be tidy, and that was quite a struggle as an adult, quite a difficult habit to learn. So hopefully, I don't know, I guess I'll have to just report back to you. I shall have to ask my children when they are older if that is true, if teaching them these habits as children helps them in their adult life. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Were you brought up to be tidy, and are you now a tidy person, or were you brought up in a messy household and do you now live in a tidy or a messy household? I would be really, really curious actually to find out if you feel that how you were when you were being brought up has impacted how you are now. Anyway, enough of that very deep psychological stuff. On to more cleaning. We're still dusting, or dustering. Dustering is what the children call it, and I think it's too cute to correct them. Dusting Bella's dressing table, which she loves. She just loves sitting here and colouring and things. She also loves having it covered in clutter, but she likes it when it's clear. It just does tend to accumulate clutter. You can see she's got a lot of things on her bed. Bella likes things. She likes having all her things around her. So just vacuuming over in her bedroom, and then we will be ready to move on to the next room. There you go, that's Bella's room. Still lots of cuddly toys and things, but it's so much tidier. The surfaces are clear, and as the surfaces are clear, she's less likely to dump more stuff, because clutter, I do find, tends to attract more clutter. Now we are moving on to William's room. Now I would say William is my tidiest child. He is most likely to keep things neat and tidy. This is possibly because I started him younger. I think with my eldest, I didn't encourage him to do any sort of helping at all around the home, because he was 7 before I had another baby, and quite frankly it was just easier to do things myself rather than to get him to muck in. And then I realised that as you have more children, it's not practical to do absolutely everything for absolutely all of them, and I really wasn't doing my eldest, my only child at the time, any favours by not kind of getting them involved. So with the little ones, I've always got them kind of involved in, right, come on, it's time to change the beds, come on, it's time to tidy your rooms, and I've got them involved from when they were very little, and I think it's really helped. Now you'll notice we were just popping up the duvet cover before putting it in the wash, and now taking that duvet cover out of the pillowcase which it was stored in. So I store the children's bedding in their own rooms, that way if I've got to change their beds in the middle of the night or something because they've been sick, I can. And then always make sure you pop her up a duvet cover before bunging it in the machine, otherwise you get things like pillowcases lost inside duvet covers that you just never know they've gone. I also think it's where a lot of socks end up, so if you've ever lost socks, look inside duvet covers, they're probably in there. Now this William's bed's a mid-sleeper bed, which I will link below actually, because I get asked about this a lot. It's a lovely bed and he loves playing underneath it. It's not too bad for changing because I can physically change it from the floor if I want to. I am only 5'4", so I'm not super tall or anything, but I just find actually the easiest way to do it is to climb on top of it. But at least because it's not a super high bed, I'm not banging my head on the ceiling either. I can manage it. So if I could change it from the floor, I don't know. Have your children got a high bed, and how do you change it? Do you climb up and onto it, or do you sort of struggle from the floor? What is your preferred method? Now it's time to get all of William's toys back onto his bed. So he's going to do that for me, and I am going to fold up all these blankets, or blankies as the children like to call them. They never used to call them blankies when they were little. This is like a new thing they call them, but whatever. It makes them happy, you know, pick your battles. If they want to call it a blankie, they want to call it a blankie. They mostly like playing with them. They like making curtains under the bed, and it's a den, and it's this, it's that. They're just, I don't know, do your children like playing with blankets? Or is that just my children who, you know, have plenty of toys but prefer blankets? Now, time to vacuum all underneath William's bed and around his room. He's not got loads of floor space, which again is why it's been quite nice to have that space under the bed. But he and Bella, especially during this lockdown time, they've become really good friends and they really enjoy playing under there together. So that's William's room, looking pretty neat and tidy. Now I'm going to take William's dirty sheets down to the laundry room and get those ready to wash, and just vacuum the landing. And then once the landing is all done, we are going to head downstairs because it's nearly time for the children to have some lunch. So before lunch, I'm just going to get Zara to help me pick up all this Duplo which has been left everywhere. We store the toys in these boxes. They're called Droner boxes from IKEA, and they fit into these Calyx units. And what I can do is quite a lot of toy rotation because all the boxes fit in all the different units. I know that I can tip them out. I mean, they're different colour boxes in different rooms, but it's quite easy to just tip them out and put them back. Oh, my teenager is making a brief appearance. He did consent. I said, you do realise you're about to walk into the shot here and you're going to get filmed. He didn't mind. He's like, it's okay. I will be in this very small section of the video. Anyway, now it's time to swap over the washing. That first load I put on has finished. So we're going to put William's bedding and some more laundry in to wash with a little reusable colour catcher. And we are using fabric softener because there's no absorbent stuff in this load, as well as the normal detergent. So that is all going on, and now I'm going to put some drying on. I'm going to empty the dryer first. Now you will notice my tumble dryer is stacked on top of my washing machine. Oh, that's a fluff bin, by the way. That is to put the fluff in from the dryer, and I keep it on top of the dryer, and honestly, why I never had one of these before, I don't know. Anyway, that stacker thing with the drawer, I will link that below because the pulley-outy drawer thing creates like a shelf, which is really, really handy for sorting washing. Now I'm sorting this clean, dry washing into these units. These are more Droner boxes in my Calyx unit, which this is my kind of laundry system. So there's a box for each family member, and the clean, dry stuff goes in there. When the boxes are full, they are given to said family member to put away. Now, a lot of this stuff is dry towels and things, so the little pink things, those are like cheeky wipes, which are basically little flannels. They used to use as baby wipes, but now we just use sort of for hands and faces and things really. So some of those are kept downstairs for meal times and some upstairs in the bathroom for washing faces. I've got the towels, which when we moved, I did buy new towels because the towels were really kind of mismatched and really sort of just really a bit skanky and threadbare and gross. So I bought these. I've been really pleased with them. They've washed really well. They're just great Egyptian cotton towels. They weren't expensive at all, so I'll link those below because I get asked about those a lot too. Now that box I just emptied into that basket was my teenager's box. It was full, so that stuff is going to his room. I'm dumping that on his bed so that he can sort that after he's had his lunch. Now while the children are having their lunch, I am going to do a little bit of dusting around the TV and along this unit. This is my remote control holder. It's just literally a place, like a little, I think it's supposed to be a candle holder or something, but that white thing is where the remote controls go because it was driving me insane that we could never find the remote controls. Now it's like, guys, put them back there and then we know where they are. So I'm just moving the sofa. I'm going to vacuum round a little bit with my Dyson. Oop, knocking things over, whoops. Anyway, vacuum around a bit with my Dyson before I go over the floors with some anti-bac because we've got mostly laminate downstairs with just a couple of rugs and things. So I'm going to use this, which is my Method Wild Rhubarb anti-bac floor cleaner. Now you can just spray this directly onto the floor and then kind of just mop it up, but I use this, which is called the Veleda 1-2 spray. I will link this below as well, and it's great because it's an easy peasy way to mop the floor and clean the floors without making them super soggy, because you will find that's a real pain when you've got children. These are my mop socks. Now my teenager especially laughs at me incessantly for wearing these, but it's because when you have damp the floor a bit, so what I'm doing is there's like a trigger thing and it squirts out the floor cleaner and then I mop it up. But although the floor's not soggy like as if you were using a traditional mopping bucket, it's slightly damp, and I hate the sort of the sticky stuff from the floor cleaner getting on my feet, and I hate having footprints all over my nice clean floor. So by using these mop socks, it's like cleaning the floor as you go without leaving the footprints. So personally I think it's genius. My teenager thinks I look like a tool, which possibly I do, but I'm not sure I care about that. So, you know, what does it matter? What does it matter anyway? Just out in our hall area now, making sure that the neat bits have been picked up by the vacuum cleaner, and then all the laminate is done. Sometimes I do like pick up the rugs and do underneath all of the rugs, but not today. Just not today. It doesn't always happen. Next job is to clean and tidy around the children's toy kitchen, which is just a bit dusty really. The inside of the toy kitchen, much like my actual kitchen, is organised with baskets, so it's just easier to scoop up all the toys into the baskets, and I just find it's a much easier way for them to put their toys away. And then I'm just doing the floor around there and then moving on to my kitchen, my actual kitchen, not toy kitchen. So we're spraying over with a bit of Method Pink Grapefruit Multi-Surface Cleaner, just wiping over the surfaces after any mess that's been made from lunch. The children have had their lunch now and Zara's gone for a nap and the little ones are playing. It's just giving me an opportunity to finish another couple of jobs. Now, I didn't realise until we came to move here that the Method Wild Rhubarb, so the Wild Rhubarb anti-bac that I use on the floor is fine, but you're not supposed to use the Method anti-bac stuff on granite or quartz, which we have got quartz worktops. So I've had it direct from Method actually, but the pink grapefruit stuff that I'm using is fine for quartz and granite. Just avoid the anti-bac stuff on those surfaces. So now just doing these white tiles, mop socks are back on. So, I mean, you can let me know in the comments if you want. Mop socks, genius or ridiculous? It's okay, I can take it, because I don't mind really. I don't mind if I look ridiculous, because it works for me. But I will link them below as well actually, because if you absolutely just need to look as cool as me and just can't live without mop socks another minute, then I will link those. Anyway, into the office where we do try and keep this tidy. That's the children's pen caddy. We are using this room for homeschool because we are still homeschooling. We have decided to keep the children home until September, by the way. It is June when I'm filming this. It's only 1 out of my 4 children that's been invited back to school with the way that it has worked where we live. And it would only be for 3 or 4 weeks for 1 day a week. So I just thought for the sake of potentially 3 to 4 days, I'm just going to carry on homeschooling them all until September rather than just sending one of them back for 3 or 4 days, because that's just the way it's going to work for us, and then hopefully they can all go back in September. Now back to cleaning. I am actually wiping off the marks with a magic eraser. I will link those below as well, because the felt tips, you know, the washable felt tips come off these tables quite well, but as soon as they use a wax crayon on those tables, they are a nightmare to get off. But those magic erasers are actual magical witchcraft or something, because they do get those marks off, but just nothing else works. So just, we've been over with the vacuum, now just using my Veleda 1-2 spray and making the floor smell divine, as well as being anti-bac as well. And that's the office looking a lot tidier, and the lounge and kitchen too. So now downstairs is looking okay. We can move back upstairs and tackle a bit of my bedroom. Moving all the toys. I can't actually put them in Zara's room because she's napping, but put them outside her door ready to go in, and then I'm going to use a duster, I guess that's what the children call them, for dustering, and just do it over some of the surfaces like my dressing table. And now to put away some of these clothes which have come up from where they dry. They dry downstairs on that hanging rail in the laundry area, and then they get brought up and put into the relevant person's room. But first they get brought up and dumped on my bed, and they have to be put away from there. So that's my clothing on the right hand side of the wardrobe, and then the left hand side of that slidey wardrobe is my husband's. And then the towels go in these boxes in my bedroom, mainly because our airing cupboard doesn't have loads and loads of space in it. It's got a big tank in there, and it's got space for dirty washing, and it's got a big high shelf. But towels I do find easier to keep in that unit in my bedroom, which is near enough to the bathroom anyway. Now I've wiped over the bedside units and it's time to change our sheets. I will link a blog post below that just lists out everything I've got in our bedroom, because I get asked so many different times about where are the sheets from, which are the pillow protectors, all of that is linked below. Now do not forget, we have to pop her up the duvet cover before it gets in the wash so that nothing gets lost inside it. And now I am actually stripping off the sheet, and time to get some new sheets, which are stored in this top box. Like I said, it's good to store, if you've got the space to, the bedding inside the bedroom where it's then going to end up. It just makes life so much easier. Now, I've actually realised halfway through changing this that I wanted to change the mattress protector as well. I don't change the mattress protector every time I change the bed, I change it every other time I change the bed. So that was me going, was I supposed to do this? Yeah, I think I was. I'm a firm believer that it's well worth investing in mattress protectors and pillow protectors, especially for your mattress, because you spend a lot of money on a nice mattress and you just want to keep it nice. You don't want one of your children to come in, vomit on your bed, for it to seep through the sheets and ruin your mattress forever. It's not cool. You do not want that. It is worth getting a mattress protector. I will link mine in that blog post below, as I said. Now, if you've got an ottoman bed like mine, not only is it amazing for storing absolutely loads of stuff underneath, which you can see I've done there, but this is the easiest way to change a sheet as well, and to just make sure it's kind of nice and neatly tucked under. Now, if you are on the lookout for a new bed, ours is from Arista Living. It was gifted to us and I love it. I have got a discount code, which I shall put up on screen now. Ours is the king-sized ottoman with extra storage, if you are wondering, but it's definitely worth having a little look on their website. I can highly recommend them. Now, I have said in previous videos that I try not to change all the beds in one day, and obviously in this particular clean I am changing more than one bed in one day, but I think it's just because I know that I have already got Will's bedding in the washing machine, so there's not like a backlog I've created, and that's what I don't like to do. I don't like to strip all the beds at once and to just not be able to get in the laundry room because I've got so much waiting to be washed. Whereas because I know that I've already got Will's bed in and I can take that out shortly and put it in the dryer and I'll be able to wash this stuff, it's not stressing me out too much. But generally that's why I like to stagger it. So even if it's just like I wash some in the morning and then some in the afternoon, I prefer that to go into the laundry room, not be able to see the floor because there's so much bedding to do. By the way, you've probably noticed I do not iron my bedding. Now, I'm fully aware that some people may judge me for this, and ideally in an ideal world we all have beautifully ironed sheets, but I don't personally have time in my life for that, and quite frankly most of my bed is covered by either that pink throw or the multiple cushions anyway, so there's a very small amount that you can actually see. So I've made that decision in my life, I don't iron bedding. Now I am spraying the bed with some homemade fabric freshener, which there's a blog post down in the description below which you can check out if you want to make your own. I bought this caddy since we've been homeschooling, but I'm really glad I got it because it'll be really good for homework and things and just general crafts and such, even when they are back in school. Now, most of the mess I find in our little homeschool corner is little pieces of paper that end up all over the place, because as well as doing sort of more structured academic work, The girls are little, I mean, Bella's only 5 and Zara's only 3. So a lot of the stuff they do is quite sort of cutting and sticking, which is a good skill to have. Learning, scissor skills, that's a good skill. It's something we want them to be able to do in school. It's good for their fine motor skills. But it does mean there are lots of tiny pieces of paper all over the place all the time. So that's why I was sweeping those up. Now that the table is clear, I'm using some Method Anti-Bac in the wild rhubarb smell, which smells divine, to wipe and clean the tables, obviously get rid of some bacteria as well. I'm just trying to get some of the marks off the tables because there are a lot of them. They don't always seem to manage to draw on the paper, sometimes they manage to draw on the tables as well. I mean, it doesn't matter too much because they are just their little play tables, but still, I do try and wipe them down and get the marks off as often as possible. For the really stubborn marks, I'm using some magic eraser. It's just like a little sponge and you wet it, you don't put any other chemicals on it, and I don't know what's in it other than magic. I just know it takes pretty much anything off pretty much anything. So you need to be careful which surfaces you use it on and sort of patch test first. But you can get these, I will link some below, but you can get them in like pen shops and things. And this is the only thing I find that gets crayon off those little tables. So now over to my desk. I'm just going to tidy it away a bit. It's the end of the week. While I have got some work to do over the weekend, I will not be working anymore today after this clean. Just want to wipe over my desk, which just gets a bit dusty, lots of bits of rubbish all over it, and a bit of anti-bac on my keyboard because I'm touching that all the time, and just generally tidy up and put some of the bits and pieces away because I can't cope with a really cluttered desk. It's got to be kind of everything where I need it, and otherwise I can't work. It just really stresses me out. Anyway, now to vacuum. I've got my little cordless Dyson. The battery on this probably lasts about 20 minutes flat out. So what I tend to do is do a bit and plug it back in, and then do a bit more and plug it back in. To be honest, the children rarely let me do anything for any one thing 20 minutes straight anyway. Now for my mop socks. Now my teenager laughs at me and thinks I look like a tool, but I don't care. I think they're a fashion statement, and more than anything, they are totally functional, because what is more annoying than mopping the floor and just having footprints and like soggy feet and stuff? These, I'm mopping the floor as I go. I think it's genius. I don't know, maybe you would disagree with me and think I do look like a tool. Maybe you would agree with my teenager. But it doesn't really matter because they make me happy. So I'm going to keep using them. Anyway, I am using my Veleda 1-2 spray, which I'm not sure if you can see, there's a trigger and it squirts, and then that kind of squirts the cleaning detergent onto the floor, and then the microfiber pad on it mops up the stuff you've just squirted on the floor. I'm doing a terrible job of explaining that. But I filled it with, sometimes I fill it with diluted Zoflora, but today I've got it filled with the Method floor cleaner, and that's in the wild rhubarb too. Now, the keen-eyed among you will have noticed I did not put on a load at the beginning of this power hour, which I normally do, but that's because it's much later in the day and I'd already put several loads of washing on, if I'm honest. So now it's actually time to empty out the machines. So I've taken the wet washing out of the machine. I'm taking the dry washing out of the tumble dryer, not forgetting to empty the fluff filter. I'm not sure if that's what it's really called. I put it into my little fluff bin. In the last house I didn't have a fluff bin near the tumble dryer, and I was constantly traipsing around trying to put this stuff in the bin. Fluff bin on top of the dryer has been a game changer. Anyway, the drying is now in the dryer, the stuff that has been sorted. There's two types of things. Oh, hang on. First of all, I'm going to show you this. That I was just holding in my hand was a reusable colour catcher. So that's what that was. Anyway, I sort the stuff into tumble dryable and non-tumble dryable. So shortly I will have to hang up the wet stuff that doesn't go in the tumble dryer. The other stuff is already in the tumble dryer and that's on. And now I'm folding away some of the stuff that has gone out to the dryer. So I'm folding the towels and things that need to go upstairs mainly, although we do keep some towels in the bathroom downstairs as well. And then I'm sorting away all the pants and socks and various other things that come out of the dryer into these Calyx boxes. Now the way this works is I've got a Calyx box for each family member. So underneath that radiator that you can see in the back right corner of the screen, there's one for my husband and one for me, and then the sort of the one, that grey one I just pulled out, that stack, they're one each for the children. Now what I'm doing is I'm giving the children their own washing to put away. I've given each of them a basket with a few of their bits and pieces in them. I mean, I've given Zara hers, she needs a bit of help if I'm honest. And now we're going through the drying stuff. So this is the stuff that does not go in the tumble dryer and it hangs here to dry. Now this is the fullest I would ever allow this area to get. There is space between each item of clothing so that it can dry properly, and there is a radiator there. And I find that drying it on hangers like this is a really efficient way to dry all year round. And things dry in shape, they don't really need much ironing and things after this. So as long as it's emptied frequently enough so that there is space between the clothing for it to dry, because someone once asked me, does it cause like a problem with damp? It doesn't, because it's a warm area and I don't squish anything too closely together. If you squish it too closely together, then yes, that might be an issue. But what I tend to do is leave a few hangers between each item of clothing, and that causes like a natural separator. So the stuff that wasn't fully dry, I've hung on that top rail, and then this bottom rail, I'm hanging just stuff that isn't dry at all, so just come out of the washing machine, so it needs to be dried. Now to tidy up a bit more in here and put in those baskets. I've put those 2 baskets there. The idea is it's for sorting lights and darks into. So that's the laundry done for now. I've got some more to sort out upstairs. Now I'm going to tidy up the lounge area, tidy up some of the cushions. That basket full of stuff that's just left all over the sofa has been put at the bottom of the stairs, ready to carry up for when I go up. Now we're doing another wipe over of the children's other play table. This is the one in the living room. And now we're going to dust over with what the girls called dusterers. They're doing dustering with dusterers, and it's so cute, I can't bring myself to correct them. So we've I don't know, far too many letters in that word. We are dusting we've done the TV, and now we're just doing this cabinet under the TV. That little white thing that I just had in my hand is actually our little remote control station, and I got that from IKEA. I think it's supposed to be a candle holder or something, but the reason I use it is because it drives me insane when I can't find remote controls. So I say, right, put them in there, and then we know where they are. And then that's their home, and it doesn't always work. People don't always put them back, but generally I'm far more likely to find them since I've been doing it that way. So just now to do our dining table, gives us another little anti-back over. I mean, this does actually get done after every meal, but I thought as I got my stuff out, I'm going to do it anyway. So only a 2-second job. Wipe it over, and then now I'm going to wipe over the children's play kitchen. This is full of all their play food. It's right next to our real kitchen, and they love playing with it, but it does get a bit dusty, so just giving it a little wipe over. And now on to the real kitchen. The girls are helping. I mean, look how helpful they are, sort of, not really being, but bless them. They're having fun, they're getting involved, and I do think it's important, I've talked about this in other videos, to get your children involved in cleaning and tidying and things, and for that to just be a really normal part of the day. It's like, this isn't just Mummy's job, let's all do it together, and then the quicker we all get things done, the quicker we can go and play. Now I am cleaning the worktop. This isn't granite, I'm using a granite cleaner, it's actually quartz, but you can't use the method anti-back on quartz or granite, so I am using the special method granite cleaner. Now it actually smells like not just apples, but apple fizzy chewits, if you want to know the exact smell of this product, and it smells great. You will see that I just moved the toaster, and I'm going to give that a bit of a clean over in a second. We do actually keep it on a tray to make that a lot easier. I get asked a lot, where did I get the toaster tray? So I will link that below too. Now I'm going to do something I do not do frequently enough, which is get rid of all the crumbs from the toaster, empty out the toaster tray, clean all that out, because full disclosure, I do not do this enough. I'm actually going to use the method multi-purpose for this. This is Prink Grapefruit Smell, which I love. It's my favourite of the multi-purpose smell. It kind of smells like a shower gel from the Body Shop I would have had when I was a teenager. So yummy. So that's the toaster kind of given a little wipe over, and then the toaster tray given another little wipe over too. I just find it's a much easier way because all the crumbs kind of stay a bit more contained. It's just an easier way to kind of clean up. Now to clean up the mess I just made with all those crumbs, and then we're moving on to the sink. Now I've got this little caddy, this is my food waste caddy, so we put our food waste in there and then we take it outside for recycling. I will link that below because I get lots of questions about that. And now I am cleaning the sink. I've sprayed a bit of multi-purpose on, and I'm actually using my brush. I can't think what it's called, but it's basically got some washing up liquid in it, and then it sort of squeezes out through that pad thingy. A bit more multi-purpose spray and a microfiber cloth, which I'm going to need to change in a minute actually, because that's getting a bit yucky and icky, and I'll just chuck that in the wash and get a fresh one and carry on cleaning. And now just to do this little corner, including my hand soap dispenser. We haven't actually got any in the last house. I used to use sort of disposable hand soap, and now I just buy the refills and refill the hand soap dispensers we have in each room. Now to vacuum the floor in here, I get asked a lot about keeping the white tiles clean and how easy that is to do. I do find it shows up a lot of the marks, but then it just sort of prompts me to vacuum them up a bit quicker. It sort of shows bits and hair and stuff a lot more. It's pretty easy to keep clean though. I would say the white grout is trickier to keep clean. That you notice a lot more. Perhaps we should put on grey grout, I don't know, perhaps it wouldn't like being such a pain, but I guess we can always regrout it quite easily, but the tiles themselves, you know, they're coming up quite nicely. Now into the living room and vacuuming while I've actually been cleaning. Zara has made me a mess. She likes making a mess. She's 3, it's her job. So I'm just vacuuming all around, ready to get my Valida 1-2 spray back out and to do the laminate and the tiles with that. It does leave the whole house smelling so good because it just smells like that wild rhubarb antibac stuff that I've got in there, which sort of just smells like sweets if I'm honest. So I do find that if I use cleaning products that smell good, it makes me want to clean. I used to use candles a lot, but with having so many little ones around, I kind of feel like it's a bit of a fire hazard to leave candles burning. Maybe when they're a bit older I can do that. For now, the only way you can make the house smell fab is with cleaning products, which is cool because it makes me clean more. Now time to change the pad thing. I've got 2 of these, kind of one on and one in a wash, and I've just put that away, ready for using next time. Now we're heading upstairs. Most of the children's laundry has gone away. Most of them have done it themselves, but I think Zara's going to need a little bit of help with hers. That's my husband's stuff, which I'm hoping he'll put away himself. We can but hope. The towel box up here is actually full, so that one needs to go back downstairs to the downstairs bathroom, because I do keep some towels upstairs and some towels downstairs for ease of use. Now to dust or duster, depending on what you want to call it, over my dressing table units in my bedroom. Just a little quick chemical-free clean there, and now to put away all of the clean, dry washing that was hanging up downstairs and has been brought upstairs into the relevant wardrobes. So I'm just slightly off camera there, chucking it all away in our built-in wardrobe in our bedroom. And then the girl stuff needs to go into their wardrobes. Now I'm going to vacuum. I'm not doing like a full deep clean of any of the rooms today. It is very much a power hour, very much I just get it all clean and tidy kind of session. And oh, that's my hair tool organizer. I love it. Someone recommended it in the comments on here, so thank you for that. I love it. It's a really good place to put my hairdryer and my hair straighteners, even if they're still hot, to kind of keep them safe and out of the way. That keeps the top of my counter totally clean and tidy and clutter-free. Now, just putting these dresses away in Bella's wardrobe. I do keep their matching dresses all together. I used to keep them separately in each wardrobe, and then I just had to go to back and forth with different wardrobes because they were matching dresses on the same day, and it was a pain. So I now keep matching dresses together. It's easier. Now Bella's room just needs a little bit of a tidying up. She does normally sort of help me tidy up, but she's playing nicely for a minute, so I'm just going to get on with it myself. I am a big believer in getting the children to help wherever I can, but you know, sometimes it is quicker to do it yourself, so I just believe in a bit of a balance. Get them involved, make them feel like they're helping, but equally sometimes just let me get on with it because it's quicker. Now I'm just doing the landing area with the Dyson, and oh look, here are the girls in Bella's room. No, not even Bella's room, Zara's room. Do you do that? Do you call your children the wrong names? Whoopsie. Anyway, in Zara's room, and the place is a tip. Surprise, surprise. Zara's room is, without a doubt, the messiest room in the house. As soon as I tidy it, if you watched my last vlog, we tidied, we did a lot of speed clean, and then I went in to set William up with his tutor. He was logging into his tutor, getting him all set up. I was gone 5 minutes, and the girls trashed the room again. Just totally trashed it. I don't know how to manage it. Must be a special skill. Anyway, we're now tidying up. I am getting them involved in this room, tidying up Zara's room, where they have been playing, putting away those little nighties were just in a basket ready for them to put on later, putting all Zara's soft toy dollies away, clearing her table, getting her to put her own hairbands and things away. She's only 3, but she does know where things go. You know, I think you can underestimate how much that they are capable of doing at different ages, and certainly with the youngest, I think it's much easier to let them just be like, you know, it's okay, you don't have to do anything. So it is kind of a bit of an effort. It probably takes longer to get them involved, but if you kind of make it a game, sometimes I put sort of music and things that they like on in order to motivate them to join in, and quite often it's like something at the end of the clean as a special reward. So today is Friday, so tonight they will be allowed to have a film before they go to bed, and obviously we won't be able to do that unless everything's nice and tidy, so that's kind of the bribe, I suppose. Come on, let's get all this done, otherwise we won't be able to have film night. So let's all get it done together and there'll be plenty of time. Isn't that sort of a fun thing to work towards? So I'm just popping the rug back down. That rug was actually from IKEA and apparently it is machine washable. Now I have not tried to machine wash it yet, but hopefully it will hold up well. Do you have one of those? Have you tried machine washing it and does it work? I'm starting my kitchen over here by this windowsill, and I'm starting with a little bit of Method multi-surface cleaner, and I'm going to start here on the windowsill and we're going to work clockwise around the kitchen. Now look how grim that is. I clean my kitchen a lot. I don't do this windowsill as much as I should. This windowsill is eventually going, because this is where we're going to put our extension. This is the plan, so this will be knocked through, but for now I've got these little fake plants on it, so at least I don't have to water them. But I'm just giving that a little bit of a wipe over. Clearly I need to do this more or it wouldn't be so stinking and dusty. But now we're going to get a clean cloth. I use a lot of these microfiber cloth. I used to use years ago a lot of kitchen roll, and I went through it and it's not as good for the environment because it's going through so much of it. I was spending a blinking fortune. So I invested in these microfiber cloths and they are the best things ever. I have loads and loads of them, and then when I clean I just stick them all in a load to wash. I stick them on a 60-degree hot wash with a little bit of Zoflora in there to disinfect them. And then they're all disinfected, and then I've got them, they dry really easily because they're made of microfiber, and I've got them to use again, so I'm not running out of anything. It's a bit better for the environment and I definitely save some money. Right, now on to some Method glass cleaner, and I'm actually cleaning the front of my fridge with this because it's sort of quite a high shine surface and it's sort of a bit of a magnet for fingerprints, the fridge. So I'm using another microfiber cloth. I basically just use a microfiber cloth until it sort of is a bit soggy and therefore a bit grim and full of product and grease and things, and then I'm just kind of chucking them into a pile to wash and grabbing a fresh one. So wiping over all of the fridge, getting rid of all the icky fingerprints in that little bit where the water comes out and just a bit of gunk collects. I use the word gunk a lot. Some people think that's quite funny. I get lots of comments about me using the word gunk, but that just describes what we're cleaning, does it? No, let me know in the comments. Do you use the word gunk, or is that genuinely a funny word? Should I not be using it? Just let me know. Anyway, still cleaning the fridge, making sure that it is nice and sort of high shine, buffing it. Look, I'm there getting another microfiber cloth out of my little basket. I keep the basket of these under my sink, which you will know if you saw my kitchen tour. If you have not seen my kitchen tour, I will link that below for you to check out later. I show you exactly what I keep in all the cupboards, how I organise them and all that kind of thing. Now continuing to work clockwise around, and I try and start by going up high and working down. That way if any of the product drips I can sort of wipe it all off, and I know that whatever's clean at the top stays clean. You'll probably notice that I'm actually standing on something. You can't quite tell, but I'm standing up and down on this step. It's like a folding step stool which I use. I've got one upstairs and one downstairs, and because I am only 5'4", it's the only way I can actually reach the top of the cupboards. So that's how I'm suddenly becoming taller. In case you were wondering, it's a step stool. I will link it below. Actually, it was an expensive one and it folds flat, so that's really handy. So I'm just wiping over all the cupboards. I don't do this all the time. I wipe over the kitchen surfaces and the hob and things daily. The cupboards don't get wiped that much. They are handleless, but then obviously there's still like a whole area that collects fingerprints and things, and obviously germs, so they do need wiping, but I don't do it every single day. Let me know, how often do you wipe your actual kitchen cupboards? Not the surfaces, but the cupboards. I'd be really curious to know. Anyway, we are back on wiping the outside of the oven. I'm not actually doing the inside of the oven in this clean because I feel that is a really huge job, and doing that on top of all of the rest of the kitchen, quite frankly, my children are going to demand my attention before I get all that done. So I didn't want to empty out all of, get into doing the oven and the inside of the oven, that is, and then neglect the rest of the kitchen, because that is on my list for today. Incidentally, this Method glass cleaner is the nicest smelling glass cleaner that I have found. It sort of smells minty, which really is pretty inoffensive, because a lot of the glass cleaners, they smell like vinegar. And I know vinegar is really good for cleaning, and I agree it's a good cleaning product. But do you want your house to smell like vinegar? I don't personally want my house to smell like vinegar. I do prefer the minty one. So the two smells that I'm using are the minty one, which I don't suppose goes with the pink grapefruit, but it works. They're two products that work really well to cut through the kind of greasy brown. I am now wiping over the tiles as well. I don't wipe all of the tiles every day, but I do try and wipe, because they are white tiles and they show up everything. I do try and wipe if anything kind of skets or splats on the tiles. I try and wipe that up straight away. Now the toaster, you will notice, is kept on that toaster tray, and that is to make cleaning up like this easier. Just wiping over the kettle and just getting all the grime that builds up off that, and then wiping over this corner so that I can then clean up the toaster and put it back. Now, do you keep your toaster on a tray or not? I do, and the reason is it's just easier to kind of bash off the crumbs and just easier to clean underneath it. I don't know, I just find it easier. I get asked a lot about this toaster tray, so I will link it below. I get asked about the toaster tray more than the toaster, funnily enough. The toaster is fab actually. It was like a moving in present when we moved in from my auntie, and it's really good. We're really, really pleased with it. I think it looks really great in the kitchen, but I'm also pleased that the toaster tray fits it so beautifully. So I will link both of those just in case you want to get your hands on those too. So now what we're doing next, we're going to carry on moving along the surfaces. Now, incidentally, you will have seen me use in other cleaning videos the method, the other one I like is the antibacterial, the wild rhubarb, smells divine. But I have been told by method and by actually reading the bottle not to use it on granite or quartz, and these worktops, the white stuff, that is quartz. So I don't want to be using something that sort of doesn't go with it or is going to have a negative impact on it. So I've used the glass cleaner on the hob extractor and the actual hob itself, and I'm just using the multi-surface all across the tiles. So the tiles aren't too bad because I do pick up, like if there are little splats of orange or whatever, like tomato sauces, or if I'm cooking spaghetti bolognese that's or currying it splats, I do wipe it off. So I don't know if actually having white tiles makes me more aware of doing spot cleaning, and therefore makes me wipe it up more. I definitely wipe these white tiles more than I used to wipe my coloured tiles I had in the last house. Now doing over the sink, I'm using this little brush thing, can't remember what it's called, but I will link it below. But basically it's a dishwashing brush, and you put washing up liquid straight in it, and then it kind of oozes out of the sponge. So now I'm wiping back over the surfaces, and then I'm going to spray and go over the sink. So I've kind of done a once over the sink with the washing up thing, and now I'm spraying and wiping over the microfiber cloth the rest of the sink to get it all nice and shiny. Look how shiny that is. Isn't it satisfying to have a nice clean shiny sink? Or is that just me thinking? But that's quite fun. Now this little bucket thing is our food waste, like recycling caddy thingy. Is that what it's called? Recycling caddy thingy? Basically the food waste goes in there, and then it goes outside into the big food recycling thing that gets picked up every week. But it's so much prettier. I know like lots of councils and things give them out with generally, darker colours or whatever. So this one wasn't expensive, and I feel like it goes with the kitchen more. So I'm quite pleased with that. Back to my step stool, and I've broken my own rule here because I intended to do the high up cupboards before doing the sink and stuff underneath it, and I forgot, to be honest. So I'm going back over it, and obviously if I splat anything I'll have to wipe it again. But I'm wiping over these higher cupboards, and yeah, I've done probably too much for less. At least I shall endeavour not to. I've also not cleaned inside the fridge in this clean, you'll notice that too, but again, inside the fridge, we're doing the whole oven. That in itself is like a big job, and if someone else had the children, and I would kind of get on with that, but you can't actually see the children. They are sort of playing just sort of off camera, so they are around, and I've not got the time to myself to tackle those jobs, so I will tackle those separately. This kitchen is more like a power hour kind of clean than an all day kind of clean, because I do find that's the only way I can get anything done as a mum. Do you find that? Oh, there we go, Zara's little faces in the corner. See, I told you they were around. But I'm just wiping over the front of the dishwasher. This is something else, like a lot of our appliances are quite high shine, that get quite, I don't know, fingerprinty. Is fingerprinty a word? They get quite fingerprinty. So obviously if there's fingerprints, there's probably germs and things too. Now this handleless kitchen, what I do notice is sometimes, like, you see the lip of the handleless bit, that does collect kind of gunk sometimes. So that does need a a little extra wipe. The up ones, gosh, I can't even speak today, don't tend to, but the down ones do, because they've got a lip, if that makes sense. Am I making any sense? And you'll just notice that I've remembered I've got granite cleaner, so I've been using multi-surface this whole time, and now I'm using the Method granite cleaner because I remembered I had it. The Method granite cleaner smells exactly like Fizzy Chewits, the apple flavour Fizzy Chewits, which smells divine. So I just realised, sort of almost at the end of the clean, oh, I should have been using this on the granite and the quartz, isn't it? It's the same thing. I think quartz is just man-made granite, is that right? Someone can correct me there. Basically, it's sparkly quartz, granite-ish stuff. And I should have been using that on it all along, but the multi-surface clean, it does a really good job too. Right, next job, vacuum over the floor. This is my little Dyson handheld thingy. I do find the floor tiles, people are like, white floor tiles, are you mad? It's going to show up every little thing. It does show up every little thing, but again, it does encourage me to spot clean a little bit more. I'm more inclined to like grab the hoover, especially without this long attachment, or just the little short attachment, just get down on my hands and knees and get like a little bit up, all the bits and pieces. Now, I'm not regretting the white tiles. Do you know what I do regret? The white grout. I've now got a little piece of magic eraser and some gloves, because there's some sort of chemicals in these magic eraser things on there. I will link these below as well. But basically, the white tile cleans up really, really well. It's like a sparkly white tile, and if you just clean it with my normal floor cleaning method stuff, which I'm going to go over in a second, it comes up great. The grout is like a dirt absorber, and it's a pain in the bottom. So I'm getting the worst of it off before I clean with my Method Wild Rhubarb and my little squirty thing, my Valido 1-2 spray. Before I get all that out, I'm just having a little go over to get the worst of the grout off. But I'm thinking white grout was not so sensible. Now, my husband has said that we could re-grout and seal it as an option, and maybe that would make it less likely to absorb the dirt. But as you can see, the white tiles, not that dirty, even though I haven't cleaned them yet. The grout, they're supposed to be white. Yeah, not amazing. So I don't know what, I'm using magic eraser and that's pretty good, but I am noticing that already I'm sort of like almost digging out the grout because I'm scrubbing it. So if anyone's got any genius ideas how to keep white grout white, then I am all ears. Please do let me know in the comments, because so far, of all the decisions we've made in this house, because as you'll know, it's we did like a full renovation, like a start to finish renovation, so we had a lot of decisions to make. The white grout was the worst decision we've made so far. So I'm now filling up my Valido 1-2 spray with my Method Wild Rhubarb Anti-Back Floor Cleaner stuff, which smells amazing. And you literally just spray it. I mean, you can just spray it directly on the floor and then mop it up with a cloth or something, but I like using this because it's just super easy, and it's got a little trigger, so you fill it up, and then, ooh, these are my mop socks. But before we get back to it, my mop socks, the ones my teenager makes fun of me for looking like an idiot wearing. I don't care, they're genius. It means I don't have footprints all over the place. I don't have wet feet. I don't know, maybe you think I look like an idiot, maybe I do, but I think it's genius to, you know, have these mop socks and not have soggy feet, and to be able to kind of buff up the floor as I'm going. There you go, I'm just grabbing a bit more magic eraser and holding it with a cloth because I can't bother to put gloves back on, to just do this little bit of grout because it's driving me insane. This Valido 1-2 spray thing is amazing on the tile, it's amazing on the laminate, it's just not doing much for the grout. But as I've said, the white grout may have been a little bit of a mistake. It's just doing this little last section of the floor now, and then going back over little bits that have got an extra tough mark with a cloth, and then just a little bit down the side of the breakfast bar. This is a basket of coats I had cleared up from our downstairs coat hooks. These coats are more wintry, and it's currently August, and there was no point in them being downstairs cluttering up our sort of main space. So these needed to go upstairs into the relevant people's wardrobes, and I do use baskets to carry things around and sort things from room to room quite a lot. Now, just to pop this scarf away in my wardrobe, I have boxes of things I don't use quite as much up high inside my wardrobe, and then the girls' coats can go away in their rooms. These are some of Bella's socks that ended up in my room for some reason, so I've given those back to her, and now it is time to strip and change my bed. Now, not only am I going to strip and change the bed, but I'm also going to totally change the duvet itself for a summer one, because this one is a 10.5 tog duvet, which I didn't know much about togs. I couldn't remember which duvet we had in the last house. So I bought this when we bought the house, and I thought it was the same, like a reasonably light duvet. 10.5 tog is not a light duvet. It is quite a thick, it's a lovely fluffy thick duvet, which will be fabulous for winter. But for now, it's too thick. We have been melting. Us Brits are not very good when it gets too hot, or too cold for that matter. We do like to moan about the weather, don't we? I am now poppering up or buttoning up the duvet cover before putting it in the wash. I always do this because otherwise I find pillowcases or random bits of whatever end up getting lost inside the duvet cover, never to be seen again. And then they don't dry properly, don't wash properly, as well as being lost. And it's a nightmare. Now, I store the bedding for each bed somewhere in each room. So our bedding is stored in one of the Tops of Calic boxes. The children's bedding is stored in their own rooms. The reason I do that is it's just easier for when you're changing the beds, but also for the children especially. I mean, not so much for us because we're unlikely to wet the bed or be sick in the middle of the night all over the sheets, hopefully. But if the children's bedding is in their own rooms and you have got to change it in the middle of the night for whatever reason, it is easier to do. This is an ottoman bed, as you can see, which not only is it good for lifting to get the stuff out that's stored underneath, it actually makes it easier to put the sheet on the mattress and fit it on properly. So I do lift it up even if I don't need any stuff out. So I kept that bag thing that the duvet cover came in. I thought it would be useful for something. Clearly it's useful for putting the duvet away in. It's like a nice zippy bag. I figured that it would be handy for storing stuff under my ottoman bed because I do like to section things off under there in the ottoman rather than having a big jumbled mess. But that's the duvet packed neatly back into there. At this point, I'm getting pretty hot. As I said, it's August and I'm boiling, so I'm going to open the window. It is nice to have a bit of fresh air while you're cleaning, especially while you're changing the bed. Now I'm grabbing the lighter weight duvet that I bought. This is a 4.5 tog king size duvet. I will link it below if you fancy grabbing one. And hopefully this will make sleeping at night much easier. I would love to know actually, which tog duvet do you have on your bed, and do you change your duvet from a summer to a winter and vice versa, or do you just stay with the same one all year round? Now I'm unbuttoning the clean duvet that was obviously buttoned up to go in the wash, so it is like one extra step you have to do, but I find it saves so much time and hassle looking for scrunched up, unwashed, half washed, not properly dried things in the bottom of the duvet cover itself. So I'm popping the duvet into the duvet cover, and you will notice it is not ironed. Now, I don't iron my duvet covers, partly because it's just one more job to do, and partly because most of it is covered by a throw and pillows and things anyway, so you don't even see that much. Now, I know you can iron it if you want to iron it on the bed, sort of a bit of a mum hack there, but do you know what? I can't even be bothered to do that. And I don't know, some people may judge me for that, but I don't know. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to start doing it now. I've got 4 children and I work full time. That's one thing I'm just not going to make time for in my life. I'm going to choose to do other things other than ironing the bedding. Hats off to you if you make time to iron yours. I'm in awe, but I can't find the time. So I'm now covering up the pillows with the pillowcases. I do have pillow protectors on all of my pillows and a mattress protector on my mattress. I don't change that every time I change the bed. I probably change the protectors every other time I change the bed because I don't feel like they need doing every single time. And obviously it's just a little bit less washing, isn't it? Because the mattress protector and all the pillow protectors are probably another load all by themselves. Now to pop the old duvet away, I said the old one, the winter one, which we will be getting back out in no time the way this year is going. Honestly, is anyone else finding this year flying by? So I will do a little video actually if anyone's interested in what we do with storage under the ottoman bed, if anyone's interested in that. The other video I will be doing is when I swap everything back over from, at the end of the summer, I'll do a summer to winter like a wardrobe changeover video, so that's all coming. By the way, since my last video, in my last one I had lighter pillows on the bed. As you can see now, I've got the darker grey cushions on the bed, and also you'll notice in the right hand side of the screen we've actually got curtains in our bedroom as well now. I've just sprayed the bed with some homemade fabric refresher. I will link that below, and now I'm going to do a little bit of cleaning, or dustering as my girls like to call it. I've got some Method anti-bac stuff which smells like wild rhubarb, smells divine. So I'm just working clockwise and doing my bedside table. This one's my husband's bedside table, just giving it all a little wipe over. It's just a super quick clean, just to get rid of any dust and gunk and yuck. And now for the windowsill, which doesn't look too bad until you see this cloth. Prepare to be horrified. Ugh, disgusting, horrified, gross, gross, gross. How is that so disgusting? Now, we did sort of renovate our house shortly before moving in, and I think we still have some building dust coming out. Does that make sense? If you've ever had renovations done, building dust seems to seep out for quite a long time after you've done any renovations, especially if you've been plastering and that kind of thing. So that is my wax burner, which I'm in love with. I love the way it makes my house smell, and I love the fact there are no candles in it, so therefore I don't have to worry about fire hazards and things. So I've got one in my bedroom, I've got one in my office. And what I do is I've got it on one of those Alexa plugs, so I can turn it on and off from my phone. I can put it on a timer so that the whole room smells great. I don't have to forget to turn it off because it goes off on a timer, or I can have it coming on schedules and things. And that way I've got wax melts making my home smell great. Because yes, it is lovely. I love candles, but I find with little children, I just panic too much about having them lit. When the children are awake, I worry about fire hazards. That's my dressing table, nice and clean. So I'm just putting all these little pots back on. I've got my makeup brushes and hair brushes. These are all just plant pots and candle holders from IKEA. The dressing table and mirror and bulb light things are all from IKEA as well, actually, which you will know if you watched our home renovation series. I will link that playlist below if you have not caught up on all those videos yet. Now I'm grabbing my Method glass cleaner and a microfiber cloth to tackle my mirrored doors. I'm also grabbing my step stool because I am vertically challenged 5'4" and I cannot reach the top of them otherwise. Now I adore these mirrored doors. We created these wardrobes as like built-in wardrobes and put these mirrored sliding doors on them, which were very affordable actually. I will link those below if you are looking for some. The only problem with them obviously is, as great as they are for creating the illusion of space and more light and brilliant for storage because there's so much stuff hidden behind those doors, is they can get a bit fingerprinty. And we've got them in all the bedrooms and I love them, but they are a bit of a pain when it comes to cleaning. Although I've got to say, I don't do them that often and they weren't hideous. You know, I was worried actually before we moved in that these would get more fingerprinty, I'm not sure that's the word, more fingerprinty than they actually do. So obviously if we had sort of more painted doors, I wouldn't have to clean them as much, but still, I think we made the right choice. I do really like them. Now I'm going to empty out that bin and get vacuuming my bedroom carpet. This carpet is obviously still quite new, so it does leave those quite satisfying lines in it when you vacuum it. Now that's my hair tool organizer, which someone told me about in the comments of one of my videos, and I bought it and I love it. It's so fantastic for hiding away my bits and pieces. Ew, look at the dust on the skirting board there. Gross, gross, gross. Yeah, the hair tool organizer, I use that to store my hair straighteners and my hair dryer. I could have put it on top of my dressing table, but I kind of wanted to keep that quite clear, so I've got it underneath. So just finishing a bit of vacuuming. You can see the girls are jumping around the other side of the door in the hall there. Zara is helping by dustering the carpet and dustering the side as well. I asked Zara the other day, what is your favourite thing to do with Mummy? Oh look, now she's dustering my camera, bless her. She said, Mummy, I like playing with you. She's actually a bit afraid of the vacuum cleaner though. I like playing with you, but also I really like helping you. I mean, how scrummy is that? So that's my bedroom done. Now on to laundry. Most of my speed cleaning videos start with me putting on a load of laundry, but this is far from my first load of the day as I'm filming slightly later in the day, so all the rest of the laundry was already washed. Zara is helping me load the washing machine. She just does love helping mummy. Oh, naughty daddy. That is a pencil that I just found in the rim of the washing machine. That's because my husband had not emptied his pockets. So I've sent Zara to give the pencil back to her daddy and tell him off for leaving it in the pocket of his trousers. I'm using Method fabric detergent and softener, as well as a capful of Zoflora to disinfect the bedding. Now my little helper and I are going to sort all of the clean washing into the relevant baskets. So each one of these, well they're boxes really, not baskets, each one of those boxes belongs to a different person. So the one that you can see furthest the back, the white one, that's my husband's, then the grey one pulled out is mine, and then the ones going up, if that makes sense, there's a grey, white going up. They belong to each of the children, and if you look carefully there are actually labels so that you can see who they belong to. The top one being the eldest child, and then they go down to Zara's at the bottom. So we're just sorting the stuff that's come out of the dryer. Any towels and things that don't belong to a specific person but belong in a specific place are going into the basket, and I'm also folding away the cloths and things because I go through a lot of microfiber cloths when I do cleaning. So the people stuff is going into the relevant people's boxes, and Zara is gathering the wipes for me. She is really good at making piles of wipes. Even though we are far out of the sort of the nappy stage, all the cloth wipes that I used to use when I was using cloth nappies, we still go through a lot of them. The children use them after every meal to wipe their hands and faces. We use them instead of flannels in the bathroom for washing up, and I use them to take my makeup off. They're great. We go through loads of them, and I literally haven't had to buy baby wipes since William, who is now 8, was 1 when I discovered cloth wipes, and which was the same time I discovered cloth nappies actually. If you are interested in watching my cloth nappy series, I shall link that series below. I filmed that last year, and it's just a good introduction. It's all the stuff that I wish that someone had told me when I started doing cloth nappies. So even though we're well out of that now, I would still highly recommend it if you have got a baby. I was really put off by doing cloth nappies. I thought it would be loads of extra work, but it wasn't. I don't think it was loads and loads of extra. It's a little bit of extra work, but it was really a lot more simple than I thought it would be. And also I think we did save quite a lot of money in the long run, especially if you buy a set of cloth nappies and you have multiple babies, like I did. Anyway, Zara is really enjoying helping me. She's chatting away, and this is quite nice time for the two of us together. The older children will help, but they seem to enjoy it less. Zara really does enjoy doing this with me, especially just when we're on our own and the others aren't sort of off doing interesting things. She really does like doing stuff with me. And I think that the younger you start them, the more likely they are to enjoy sort of helping you, and the more normal it is for them. On to the stairs. Now this is something else that people commented a lot on when we were doing renovations. I'm cleaning it with glass cleaner, and the two comments were, I love the stairs and the fact that they light up, that they are on one of those Alexa switch things as well, so they can go on time as we turn them on and off with our phones. But the other comment was people were going, oh, that's going to be a nightmare to clean. Now most of it is not a nightmare to clean, in all fairness, as in the bits I can reach, because as I mentioned, I'm only 5'4". So there's two issues here. There's the bits that are a bit high for me to reach, that are a bit of a pain. And then there's the other issue, which is that bit in the top corner that I struggle to get to because it's between the glass and the wall. But all the main panels aren't too bad, and I've got to say, in all fairness to the children, they don't get as fingerprint-y, there's another made up word again, as fingerprint-y as I thought they would. I thought they'd be a lot worse. Now as you can see here, I'm struggling to reach up there, even with my step stool. So I'm going to call for reinforcement, I think, because that very top section, even when standing on this stool, my little arms just cannot get to. So I'm calling for my teenager, who is now 6'1" and has like the longest arms and legs you can imagine. He's like Stretch Armstrong, bless him. So he is going to have to reach up there for me, otherwise I'm going to have to get a much bigger stool, like a ladder or something. He's making fun of me now. He's making fun of me. He just thinks it's so funny that I'm so short. And he said, hang on, I have to do a face palm. You're going to speed this up, aren't you? So he said he's having to do a slow motion face palm because he's worried otherwise it would be sped up too much. He's making fun of me for being short. Look at him making fun of me. That's so mean. Shouldn't be mean to mummy like that. Meanie boy. Anyway, that is the stairs. Looking not too bad. And now we can vacuum the carpet. We're running out of time now. At the end of my power hour, I'm going to have to go and make dinner. This cordless Dyson is amazing for power hours. I think I would struggle to do my entire house on one charge with it. I don't think that would ever happen. But it's very rare I'm able to, and by that I mean allowed, to spend that much time in a row cleaning without my children interrupting me anyway. So most of my cleaning is sort of chunked down into power hours. So it doesn't really matter that it runs out of charge, and it is so handy for jobs like this, not having cables trailing everywhere, not for the children to have to trip over them and things. So I do absolutely love it. I would highly recommend. So I'm starting today by tidying up the toy kitchen in our living room. This is really played with loads and loads at the moment since we've moved and since we've put it in a different place, obviously in our new house, and the children got better access to it. I sort all the toy food into these baskets just like we do in our real kitchen, so it makes it a bit easier to scoop it all up and put it away. And Zara is helping me. You might wonder why she's wearing a onesie in the middle of the day. Well, she's been to school in the morning because she's in half-day nursery. Then I pick her up, she's had her lunch, and this is our little gap where we've got some time together before we go and pick the bigger ones up, which is why we're getting some cleaning done. But she said she wanted to wear her Elsa onesie, and I'm just like, do you know what? Pick your battles. You want to wear your Elsa onesie, darling? Let's clean together while you wear a onesie. So she's got a little duster to do dustering, as she calls it, so she wants to help. She actually really enjoys helping me. She likes this time where it's just the two of us together. So I've got some Method Granite Spray, which smells amazing. It smells kind of like apple fizzy chewits. I'm just wiping up my kitchen worktops with a microfiber cloth. I have loads of these, and then I use them. I used to use loads of kitchen roll years ago. Now I just use these microfiber cloths and then I stick them in the wash and get a fresh one. I like the fact that I don't run out of them then. Obviously it's better for the environment, and I think they do a better job at cleaning as well, to be honest. So I've wiped down around the kitchen after our lunch, and now I'm going to wipe up the table because there's still bits of muck and things from where Zara's managed to spread goodness knows what all over it. I've given Zara the other cloth, which isn't especially dirty, it's just a bit damp, to go and put in the wash for me. She's a good girl, she's 3, and she enjoys helping me doing little jobs. A little bit of praise goes a long way. Now I'm getting one of these dusters, a bit like the one Zara's got, and just wiping around, as well as using a little bit of Method. I've got the multi-purpose pink grapefruit, which smells great, just to kind of do some of the surfaces. I'm doing the television just with the duster. I'm not using any product or anything on that, just to pick up dust. And then along this unit where we store mostly toys and things, to be honest. I have got different plans for this living room, which I shall talk about later in the video, but first I want to show you this. It's my remote control holder. It's not really supposed to be a remote control holder. I think it's supposed to be a candle holder from IKEA, but I find that by saying this is the remote control holder and allocating a place, the remote controls are marginally more likely to be returned to it and marginally less likely to be lost, because I don't know what it's like in your house, but remote controls do like to go walkies in our house if they do not have a home. So as you can see, Zara is being super helpful, and if she's not being helpful, at the very least she's happy. Now I'm going to wipe down these play tables. We have a few of these in different colours dotted around the house. They work indoors or outdoors. They are great and they're really robust. So I'm just going to wipe them over because, let's face it, they're a bit dirty. And let's take a second to appreciate my jeans. These are not cool ripped jeans. These are jeans that are supposed to be normal jeans that have one of the knees going. It's always my left knee, and it's always because I'm climbing on the floor with the children. Are you the same? Now I'm going to show you my new toy, but not before I help Zara get back into her onesie because she wants to take it off and put it back on again. Whatever keeps her happy, whatever keeps her happy. So this is my new Shark Duo Clean corded vacuum cleaner, and it's so cool. This was gifted to me. It's got these settings, you can flip it so easily between hard floor and carpet, which is great because obviously we've got rugs and hard floor all on one floor. And I just think it's so great. Now, I don't know about you, but when you get into your 30s, there is nothing more exciting than new appliances, especially vacuum cleaners and cleaning appliances. So as you can imagine, and as you saw on my Instagram stories, if you saw those, I was rather thrilled about this. It's really lightweight to push. It's got like lift off technology, which we shall have a look at a little bit later when I get to the stairs and things. But it's just so easy to use. Let me know if you want me to do like a full review video on it, like features and things, or if you're happy to just, you know, carry on with the speed cleans. But I would be interested to know if you want to see that video. As you can see, it's quite good for getting underneath things as well. It goes almost flat, and obviously because it's corded, it doesn't run out of battery. Because that is the problem, isn't it, with having the cordless ones when you're sort of halfway through cleaning and it goes flat. So we've got another little nozzle now. We're going to do this bit under the table. There are just constant crumbs under the table. I know we don't have a dog to eat up all the stuff. I guess if we had a dog, we'd have dog hair on the floor instead. So it's not, you know, it's not like it would be less cleaning, but there'd be less crumbs at least. While I think of it, I will link the covers to these chairs down below. One of them's got a bit of a hump on it, as you can see, because that's just Zara's booster cushion thing, and I've put the cover over the whole thing. These were not expensive, and they were so easy to use, and you just kind of stick them over your chairs. These were our old black chairs from the last house, and covering them has not only sort of tied them in with the theme of our new house a lot better, but it's covered up any kind of holes, and the chairs were looking tired, put it that way. And I'm really pleased with these covers. It's kind of an inexpensive, easy peasy change and refresh for them. Now we're going to vacuum a little bit more over here. I'm going to do something that does not get done enough, and that is pull all of the cushions off the sofa and vacuum underneath. Look, I just found a little Peppa Pig bicycle stuffed down the side of the sofa. That just honestly, I just dread pulling the sofa cushions off because all the yuck and the muck and the crumbs, and the children don't even really eat anywhere other than the table, so where do all the crumbs come from? That's what I want to know. If no one eats at the sofa, where are the crumbs coming from? Now, as I attempt to reassemble the cushions onto the sofa and clearly have no clue which way round they're supposed to go, so I'll just wrestle with that for a moment, we'll talk about the fact that this sofa is not going to end up in our living room. So we're going to have new sofas to match our living room, because our living room is the least finished room in the house, and that is because we need to buy new sofas, but I can't do that until we have moved our dining table, and we can't move the dining table until the extension is done off the kitchen. So everything's kind of on hold until that happens. A few people said, why didn't we extend before we moved in? And in a word, timing. The timing wasn't right. We needed to move in and we haven't had time to do the extension yet. So the extension will be done. It won't be too messy because it'll mostly be external work, and it'll only be a bit messy when we knock through, so I'm not too worried about it. But I would like it done as soon as possible because we've just stuck with this one sofa, and we're all sort of squashed into this sort of living and dining space, whereas the living room will be just a living room and then the dining room will be just a dining room, or maybe a dining room with a sofa in it as well. I don't know, depending on what it looks like when the extension is finished. So anyway, watch this space because I will be doing renovation updates, which I'm really hoping we can start the extension really soon. Like really hoping, but there's just a few things we're waiting to hear back on before we can get started on that. So now switching over from hard floor to carpet mode, super easy to do the rug. And it just changes the level of suction, I guess. It feels different. It feels like more of a pull as you're vacuuming, and obviously it just picks up more. Now I'm actually flipping over the rug. So what I tend to do is vacuum the rug and then flip over the rug, because it gets any bits that are really embedded into the rug out. And then when you flip it back over again, those bits are kind of loosened up and they really got out. Does that make any sense? Do you do this, and do you find it works for you? In the last house, we had a rug that was so hairy and fluffy. It was lovely underfoot, but you couldn't physically vacuum it because it was positively hairy. And I didn't want those again in this house just because they were such a pain to clean. The only way you could clean them was take them outside and bash them. It was just, so it's really nice to walk on, not amazing for cleaning. So I did want something a little more practical in this house. The rug was just one of the IKEA ones. As it happens, if you can see the corner of the stair carpet, the rugs that we chose from IKEA accidentally matched almost perfectly to the stair carpet that we chose, and which is the same carpet we've got all upstairs. So that was, you know, it worked out really, really well. And I could pretend that I did that on purpose, but it was actually a fluke. So a perfect fluke, but great. Now I'm vacuuming up this little tray, which also came from IKEA actually, which we just use for putting boots and shoes on as we come in, and it just collects the worst of the mud. So putting umbrellas away, and let's flip the rugs in the hall as well, do the backs of those. We don't actually wear shoes in the house just because it keeps most of the dirt outside. We take our shoes off by the front door. In theory, sometimes the children do run in, but it does save quite a lot of cleaning, but still it's amazing how much muck ends up in the hall. So once I've finished just vacuuming this bit of the hall, I really like the light, by the way, on the front of that, the shark. Thought I'd mention that. It does help to kind of pick things up, you know, to see what you're picking up, to shed a little bit of light to the matter. Now we're going to grab from my laundry room my Veleda 1-2 spray, and I'm going to anti-bac my floors with a bit of Method rhubarb. And yes, I'm going to put on my oh so sexy mop socks, because there's nothing more annoying than having footprints when you're trying to clean the floor. You clean the floor and then leave footprints everywhere. It leaves your feet soggy or your socks soggy, whereas these mop socks just kind of help clean it and swish it all around without leaving footprints. I love them. I know, I think my teenager thinks I'm super sad, and I don't care because they make me happy. The girls love wearing them. I'm actually amazed that Zara hasn't tried to take them off me and wear them herself. So we're just going to do, you know, all the floors that I've just vacuumed. This Method, it's wild rhubarb. It just kind of smells like sweets. It smells amazing. I'm not going to do all of the bit where Zara is because she has I've put the rug back down now and she's playing. So I'm just going to do behind the sofas and things. It's, you know, when you've got children with you, and I've got Zara with me this afternoon. I'm trying to squeeze in this power hour before I'm going to go and pick the others up. You've got to kind of pick and choose. You've got to make peace with the fact that you're not going to be able to do every single thing absolutely perfectly, because you've got to be practical and you've got the little ones with you. So the fact that I haven't been able to anti-bac the bit by the TV under the rug or whatever, just have to make peace with that. Now I'm going to use this lift off technology, which is cool. So basically the bottom of a vacuum cleaner can stay at the bottom of the stairs, and then I can pick up the top section and carry it around with me. So it's still corded, but it's not nearly so much of a pain in the bottom as if it was just stuck to, you see what I mean? See, it's like a little lift-off unit. How cool is that? I'm very aware now I do not have much time left before we have to leave for the school run to go and get my big ones. And have I got everything done I want to get done on my list? Probably not, but like I said before, and like I will say again, as mums, we've only got limited pockets of time. We can maximise those times, we can be as productive as possible during those times, but we cannot beat ourselves up when we have to do things like go and pick up our children and we haven't finished all the stuff we want to do. And if the house is not immaculate, I have far from cleaned the whole house during this hour, but then we can't expect to get everything done all the time. Before I go and do pickup, I just want to show you the muck that has been cleaned off my floors. Look how gross that is. I'm going to chuck all that into the wash, and I'd better put the rugs back, hadn't I? Because otherwise, by the time we get home, the place is going to look a tip. So putting the rugs back, at least the house is sort of back into some sort of shape. What I do tend to do actually is just put towels down by the front door, so the children have got somewhere to take their shoes off and not make a mess of my freshly cleaned floors. Now, a very quick vacuum over the top of the rugs. So we've done the top of the rugs, we've done the underneath of the rugs, and now I'm just going to do the top of them, and then that's kind of finished in there. Last job now, empty all this muck out the vacuum cleaner. Look at all that disgustingness. Ugh. Super easy to empty though, luckily. Super easy, but it's always a little bit horrifying and satisfying at the same time to see how much muck has come off your carpets. Like, ew, gross, that was all over my house, and oh, actually, this has done a really good job of cleaning up. So yeah, horrifying and satisfying simultaneously. just after I've done the nursery pickup. So my youngest, that's Zara, does a half day in school and the others do a full day. So I'm just clearing away our lunch, popping those bits in the dishwasher. This speed clean, it's a power hour, but it's actually in 3 parts. This is realistically how I managed to stay on top of my home. So we're just grabbing some Method pink grapefruit and cleaning down the surfaces while Zara's finishing her food next to me. So going back to how I realistically clean my home, I do like to fit in a power hour where I can, but often my power hour is split with gaps in the middle to go and do another school pickup or see to one of my children or whatever needs doing. It's very rare I get left totally uninterrupted to clean or do anything at all. I'm sure you understand if you've got children. So just because you can't fit in an entire hour doesn't mean you shouldn't do little jobs when you can. So this video is an hour of cleaning, but it is spread over little sections of the day. So I'm now just emptying out Zara's lunchbox. She doesn't actually have packed lunch in school, but when I go to pick her up, oh, it's a drawing she did, isn't it beautiful? When I go to pick her up, I do take a little wrap or a sandwich or something for her to eat on the way back, rather than just some sort of rubbishy snack. Now it's a bit of Method granite cleaner, because this isn't actually granite worktop, it's a quartz worktop, but it's a very similar thing. And this granite worktop cleaner stuff smells amazing. It smells like fizzy apple chewits. Honestly, go and sniff it for yourself. It smells great. I mean, you know, don't sniff it, it's a cleaner, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, guys. Anyway, cleaning down the hob, which I haven't used, it's just, I don't know, just to kind of wipe off dust or whatever. Zara wanting to join in, wanting a little bit of a jig and a dance. She's so funny. And then I can carry on. She actually really enjoys cleaning. She said, "Mummy, can we go home and do cleaning?" when I picked her up today. So now just finishing the last bit. She is the slowest eater in the world, bless her, so she's still sort of eating bits of her lunch. I'm just putting the last bits of it away in the dishwasher, now giving her a hairband back and clearing up the remnants of food. If you look just to the left of the screen, you can see some blocks and some orange funny tape stuff as I clean up this kitchen table. That's because we are in the process of doing an extension, so make sure you're subscribed so that you can catch that vlog. Now to get Zara's school bag put away in her little school bag station. Now I'm tidying up our sofa. Now this sofa is the old purple sofa that we had from the old house. The cushions never sit right on it. We are waiting. I have ordered, if you saw my going to next and choosing a new sofa vlog that I filmed with Zara, we have ordered lovely new sofas, but they take weeks and weeks and weeks to come. So for now I've got the grey cover on this sofa, but it does just keep falling apart, and I don't think it's the cover's fault as much as the cushions underneath just always dislodge themselves on the sofa. Just moving my husband's stuff that he's left slung on the seat by the table. I'm popping my handbag away, which goes in a little box under my desk in my office. It's just, I keep a little box in one place to put all my handbags and just my bits and pieces that I take out and about that I can grab ready to go. Now Zara and I are going to sort some laundry. This is one of those days where I end up regretting my life decisions, because some days I'm really, really good and I take things out of the dryer and I immediately sort them into the boxes, because you can see just on the sort of the right hand side of the screen there are different calyx boxes and each family member has got one, and in theory I take them straight out of the dryer and they go straight into those boxes. If however I'm in the process of running out of the door, then I just need to swap over the washing and the drying. I tend to just whip all the stuff out the dryer and leave it on top of that fold down ironing board you can see just above Zara's head. Then I end up with loads and loads of washing like I've got now that all needs sorting, and like I say, I end up regretting my life decisions, like why didn't I do this at the time, why did I let it mount up? But it's okay, because I've got the most beautiful little helper to help me. Right, those are colour catchers that have gone grey and yucky, and I use them for all sorts of other jobs, so kind of muckier jobs that I wouldn't want to use my nice microfiber cloths for. I use them for things like wiping rainwater out of Zara's little pink push-along car that I use to take her back and forth to school, just mopping up spills and things. So they can be reused, things like that, like a reusable colour catcher, when they are no good out of the colour catcher, can be used for other things. Now to empty out the wet washing out of the washing machine and pop it into the dryer, which is stacked on top of my washing machine with that special stacker thingy. And do not forget, guys, to empty the fluff out of the fluff filter, that's obviously the official name for it, into a fluff bin. I mean, you can put it in a normal bin, but I, until we moved here, never had a fluff bin. I always had to go traipsing to another room to put dryer fluff into the bin, and having a fluff bin on top of my dryer has changed my life. Now that the dryer is on, Zara and I are going to sort some more already dry washing. Zara is finding all of the little wipes for me and putting them in a pile, and also all of the long navy socks that we're putting in this basket to sort later. They're just too difficult to pair up because they've got bows on them by just glancing at them now, so we will do all of those in one job lot later and figure out the different sizes on them. I've even made the mistake of buying long navy socks with bows on them from different places, so they're different shades of navy and they're a real pain to pair up. So my suggestion to you is buy them all from the same place, and then at least it doesn't matter, as long as you've got a left and a right, whether they're from the same pair, if that makes any sense. So Zara really enjoys sorting with me. She's only 3. She likes this Mummy and Zara time, as she calls it, and she really enjoys the, well, she thinks it's a game. And to be honest, the younger you can get them involved, the less they are bothered by being involved. So now we are actually emptying out the baskets of washing, or the boxes into the basket, should I say, so that everyone can put their own stuff away themselves. This is something that I have as a bit of a policy with my children. I give them a basket of their own clothes and they put it away as young as possible. If you can train your children to do this, it helps them to become more self-sufficient. It's a good life skill, and it just makes your life a little bit easier. Let's face it, it's not all on you, and your children are involved in helping to take care of themselves. It's a good thing. So this is a pair of clean gym shorts. Rather than taking them upstairs, and put them straight in Zara's school bag because they need to go back to school. Now to carry all the gazillions of baskets of washing up the stairs to put inside the relevant rooms. That's William's washing plonked on his desk, and Bella's basket of washing plonked on her dressing table. They can deal with that when they get home from school. Now Zara and I are going to tackle these socks. You may notice Zara has got changed again. She's dressed herself in a Cinderella dress, and those long blue socks, they're not the ones they wear to school, but they're the same type of socks, the ones I'm desperately trying to pair up. She thinks are gloves, you know, whatever makes her happy. So as you can see, you have to look very carefully at these silly socks, because some of them are like a bluey navy bow and some of them are more of a dark navy bow, honestly, and there are so many different sizes. I think I've got 3 or 4 different sizes of these socks, because obviously the girl's been wearing them for a number of years, and pairing them up is like one of those jigsaws that is made primarily of baked beans. But never mind, I'm not going to complain. Look, see the difference? See the difference in the colours of navy? Anyway, this is one of my very first world problems, I'm aware, but it is a bit of a pain. So it's much easier to do it when they're all just in one place than with the rest of the washing. Now I'm actually going to put away my own basket of washing. Most of this stuff is stuff that doesn't get hung up to dry. This is all stuff that has been in the dryer. So it's some underwear, it's kind of loungewear stuff that I wear in the evenings or to bed. I don't know if you can see, but I'm KonMari folding everything, which means I fold everything into thirds in on itself and then make kind of a triangle out of it, if that makes any sense. If you have seen the KonMari method popularised by Marie Kondo, there is a Netflix series on that if you're interested. As a total aside, by the way, has anyone seen the home edit on Netflix? Because I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It is an organisation junkie's absolute dream, where they go around organising homes. They organise homes of celebrities, like super amazing, you know, huge walk-in closets in America, much bigger than anything we have here in the UK, and really dreamy, you know, massive organisation. Then they organise some more sort of real homes as well. But I just loved it, loved it. There were only a few episodes, I think 8 episodes or something. I binged them pretty much all in one go. So if you are into a little bit of organisation, go and check that out. They also have a YouTube channel. Or maybe it's a YouTube series on Reese Witherspoon's channel. I will see if I can find it and link it below. But just as a total aside, not massively to do with cleaning, but indeed to do with home and organisation. Go and check that out. Anyway, I am slotting some of my stuff away into these baskets, which go into my Calyx unit. We recycle the Calyx units from the old house, and then the baskets form sort of drawers. I actually prefer them because I can pull them all the way out to organise them much easier than I would a drawer. And then they just hide behind those big doors, the big slidey doors anyway, so it doesn't really matter. This is my legging hanger for putting my, well, leggings on. It's like a multi-hanger thing. It's just so easy to keep everything neat and tidy. If you are interested in some wardrobe organisation bits and pieces, I will link my blog posts and my recent wardrobe organisation tour and my spring to, or not my spring, even my summer to autumn wardrobe switchover video. I will link all those below. Now to pop away some towels, which live in these boxes just inside my bedroom because our airing cupboard has a large tank in it. So we don't have loads of storage in there. But when our boiler failed, I was oh so grateful for the large tank. Then I took a little break to do some work and go and do the school pickup. So now we fast forwarded to later in that day where I've got all my babies home and it's time for them all to go and put away their laundry. So Bella is tackling her stuff. She's 5. She can do it mostly without help. William is that much more independent at 8. Zara needs a fair amount of help because bless her, she's only 3. She's getting there. She likes to feel she is helping. She doesn't really want to do things unless she wants to do them, if that makes sense. So if she's like, Mummy, come on, let's clean, and then I can get her to use a fluffy duster or help me sort laundry, she's quite cool with that. She does not like putting away her own toys, but it doesn't mean she gets away without doing it. We do all kind of muck in to help her because she's littler and she will be expected to do more as she gets older, but equally I can't expect her to do as much as the big ones because she's only 3. So we're just popping away these night nappies. They were all in cloth nappies. Well, I discovered cloth nappies when Will, who's my second, was 8, and since then I haven't bought disposable because I like the cloth nappies and I found them, as I already had them, to be cheaper. So Zara just wears a nappy at night. Most nights it's dry, but some nights it's not. So as we've got them anyway, we pop those on for bedtime. It's not something that bothers me as such. I think if children, you know, take their own time, as long as they're dry in the day, which is most important so they can go to school and things, I think a lot of children take a bit longer at night, and I think that's fine. Now I'm in what looks like a very messy corner of Zara's room, sorting her uniform. Now each of them have got one of these little stacker things you can see behind me. Zara's is pink. I will link a uniform sorter below that actually has days on the week on it that I found since my little ones had these uniform sorters. These from IKEA, but I think the one I'm linking below is probably better. Anyway, they've got a hole for each day of the week, and in there goes everything they need to wear. So I filled for the girls a cardigan, a t-shirt, a pinafore or a skirt, their socks or tights in the winter, and then it will be vests and things as well, and a pair of knickers. Used to put hair things in there as well, but I have moved their the school hair station anyway, to a drawer in my bedroom, because they both use the same stuff anyway, and it's just easier than having to bring it to me. It's all kept in there. But generally, I have found this system to be an absolute game changer. Everything is done on the weekend or just as it comes out of the wash, and it just saves scrabbling around for things in the morning or the night before. We've all been there. It's a blooming nightmare. So if it is all organised, we do it all on a Sunday night to make sure it's all there and sorted. But then as the stuff comes out of the wash through the week, I'm filming this video during the week, then it just goes straight away. So it's just less hassle. So rather than putting things away and then putting things away again, it's easier. And that's Zara's room. Not looking perfect, but looking a lot better. And I did move her little dollies from there, and I've made her like a little dressing table because she wanted to be like a big sister. Now into Bella's room. Bella likes stuff. She likes having all her stuff around her, but then when her room is cleared, she loves how tidy her room is, and she finds it difficult to transition from having stuff everywhere to it being tidy. So she wants it to be tidy, but she's only 5, so she's still learning how to keep it tidy. So I think, you know, it's my job as her mum to kind of help her really. So we're just clearing up a little bit. We're not going to do like a full deep clean in here. It's more of a tidy up and a declutter, anything rubbish to go away, bits of Lego. That was like a little lunchbox full of Lego to go in with the rest of our Lego. Just tidy up her bed a bit. And the tidier my children's rooms are, the tidier they keep them, honestly. I mean, other than Zara, who just likes tipping things upside down because she's 3. But the bigger ones, if their rooms are really tidy and we can keep them tidy, then they are more respectful about leaving things around. I find this with the whole house. The tidier the house is, then the easier it is to keep tidy. I feel like this is why I like to do these little bursts of cleaning and tidying, because when it gets to that stage, it's like tipped into overwhelm. You have to do like a full house clean or a full declutter in order to get back on top of it. And the secret to having a tidy home, really, the only way I found it is absolutely little and often, little and often. So look, Bella's room, not immaculate, but back to clear surfaces, a lot tidier than it was, and she will now keep it like that. And look at her happy little face. Literally every time we finish tidying a room, she's like, Mummy, I love it so much, and it just really melts me. Just as an aside, by the way, have you spotted my little pink sofa at the back of the living room? Now, obviously that's not going to live there because the big corner sofa that we have bought is, well, I bought but not, received yet, that I'm waiting for, is going to fill that corner. So it's going to go along where the pink one is and along where the grey one is. But the pink sofa, I bought it for the extension. I'm just dusting, by the way, or dustering as I like to call it, with one of the fluffy dusters. Anyway, I bought that pink sofa for the extension, but I love it so much that I wonder if we should maybe put it in the lounge in the corner as like an occasional feature chair, because the sofa I've ordered is in the greys and I want to put pink cushions on it. Although I love that colour so much, I'm now thinking, oh, should I have just ordered a massive pink corner sofa? But my husband's like, no, that would be too much pink. And I was like, ooh, you could be right. And I don't think I'm going to go off it because I love pink. But anyway, let me know what you think down below. We fast forwarded again. And now, because it is the beginning of October, it is time for me to sort out my organisation station. I've still got a September quote on my letterboard, and I've still got my this month and next month of September and October. So I'm using a little bit of magic eraser to wipe off. I've just got these frames with my printables in them. I will link this below with the blog post about how you put all this together. It's got all the printables in there, the links to all the frames, the pens, everything. And now I'm just going to write in, in fact first I'm going to go and get my phone to write in what is going on this month and next month. So at a glance we can see what will be happening. So it's things like birthdays, sometimes it would be birthday parties. I mean, in this COVID era there's not much of that going on, but actual birthdays we've got to buy for, inset days, school holidays, things that still go on during a COVID era. So don't forget to grab your printables below. You actually get the printables as a welcome gift when you join my email club, and my email club is just where I send out printables and information and all sorts of bits and pieces that might help you to stay organised as a busy person. Let's face it, even though lots of elements of the country are going back into lockdown, and massive hugs I'm sending out to you if that is affecting you, we're still busy, aren't we? Still trying to juggle, especially the schools are still open. Some of us are still trying to work from home. I mean, I always work from home, so it doesn't make much difference to me, but we're still trying to juggle a lot of things. So if you are struggling with the whole lockdown thing, I just want to send a big hug. Anyway, now to do my letterboard. I got this little box, which I will link. I used to find changing over these letterboard signs a nightmare until I organised my letters into these boxes, and then I can actually find the letters I was looking for. It takes a fraction of the time. So I'm going to swap over for an October quote. I struggled to find October quotes I liked. I really liked Trick or Treat Yourself from Parks and Recreation. It was Treat Yourself, wasn't it? But none of my family have seen that, so they're like, what's that? Don't put that, that's silly. I really like that, so I might swap that over again, especially since it was reasonably easy to swap over and I've got this box. See if you can guess what I'm writing, by the way, by the time you actually see it. But do let me know in the comments which other October-y type, Halloween-y type quotes, what should I be writing on my letterboard this month? Let's share them below and we can all inspire each other. So one thing I do find with putting these letterboards together, don't press them in too early. Position them around so that you can move them around before you push them down. Because if you push them all down and realize you need to reposition them, it is a right pain and it takes ages and ages. So just pop them in place, and then you need to rejig them, reposition them a little bit. I count the lines between the lines, if that makes sense, like the lines between the sentences, to see if I can space them out properly before I push them all down. Can you tell what it says yet? Can you tell? And also, which song is that from that's kind of Halloween-y, and which movie is that song in? Let me know in the comments. if you. My first job, I'm going to take the laundry out of the bath. Now, anything that is damp, I get people to put in my household in the bath rather than in with our laundry hamper, so that it doesn't leave the dry laundry all damp and yucky. So anything like flannels, towels, anything like that. And then this basket down in my laundry room is also like damp laundry. So towels and stuff all go in together and they get washed and sanitized, but I just don't like the idea of damp stuff sitting in with clothing that's sort of not that dirty, like just like tops and clothes and things. So I do separate that out. I'm sticking it on with a bit of Method and some Dettol for killing all the germs. And now we're going to head under my ottoman bed to pull out some bits and pieces that we're going to swap around. So I've got some Christmas and some really wintry clothes for my youngest stored under here that I haven't got out yet. And the reason I'm getting these out, partly because Christmas is a-coming, and partly because some of the stuff in the girls' wardrobes needs to go away and I need somewhere to put it. So I'm doing a little bit of a rotation and an organise with me. Now, I'm filming this in the afternoon. My intention was to film it in the morning while Zara was in school, so I could really get on with some proper organising. That didn't happen because some work stuff came up, so she is home with me. And in fact, for this little bit, that's fine because I'm going to size up these clothes. Let's just grab her from the room where she's playing. I'm going to size up these clothes. These are mostly clothes that did belong to Bella when she was little. And now they are the kind of clothes that Zara can wear in the afternoons after school when Bella's still in school. Because if you follow me, then you know I do tend to dress the girls in matching clothes when they're both home. Just as long as I can get away with it, I think I'll do that, to be honest. So I'm sizing up what's actually going to fit her and what won't fit her. So things that, when I'm packing away the children's clothes, so now I'm going to pack away the summer clothes. Stuff that definitely doesn't fit already, I will donate. Things that I don't know if they will have grown out of by next year, I tend to pack away and then decide what I'm going to do with them that season, just because I don't know how much they will have grown. So this basket does fit her, and this basket is stuff that needs to be donated because it definitely doesn't fit her. So now we've got another little bag of things she's helping me with. This is a vacuum sealed bag of Christmas bits. So I tend to find that if you don't know how much your children are going to grow, and let's face it, sometimes they get to the next season and they have sprouted so much nothing that you've put away it's going to fit, and that's cool, then you can donate it. And sometimes they haven't really grown that much and lots of it will fit. So I'm getting all this stuff out. I'm not going to iron it all. I know, sounds shocking, but I'm going to share with you some cheats for how I get around ironing this massive amount of stuff, just because I can't face doing it, to be honest, because I'm not going to have time. So I'm going to share with you some little cheats and hacks, if you keep watching to the end of this video, how I'm going to get away without ironing it and still get it all kind of wrinkle free. It's just pulling out all the Christmas jumpers. Christmas jumpers are kind of cool. A lot of them are quite sort of unisex, so William will have the Christmas jumper, and then when he grows out of it, Bella will wear it. Oh, Zara loves that headband. And just wear it with like a tutu skirt or something and really pretty it up because she's so girly. Into Zara's room. I've been putting off this task. The top rail is her summery clothes. The girls' clothes that match each other I keep together because then on a day off I just grab two of whatever they need to wear. So they live in Bella's room. So the top rail in Zara's room is clothing that is just Zara's. So it tends to be either the bigger version of the two that Bella has grown out of, if that makes sense. So she had the baby version and Bella had the bigger version, and then Bella's grown out of it, it's gone to Zara. Not sure if I'm making any sense here. Or things that just Bella had before Zara was even born. So I've pulled all the summer stuff out. We're going to tackle that in a little bit. But first I've got to tackle her bedroom. Now, of all the children's bedrooms, Zara's is always the worst. She loves just getting stuff out and tipping it all out. Now my intention, I was talking about this a second ago, wasn't I? I'll go back to it. My intention was this morning to really sort Zara's room, like really sort it, to pull out all the Calyx boxes and sort the toys. So it's not just a box of stuff, but it's back to a box of dollies, a box of Polly Pockets, a box of this, box of that. Do your children do this, by the way? These are dolly clothes that no longer are on dollies because Zara likes stripping them off her dollies and put them on her bunny, and then when she takes them off bunny, they just get flung. They never ever go back on the dollies. So we've got a well-dressed bunny and a lot of naked dollies. Anyway, my intention for this morning was to really sort everything. Didn't get to do that. Thought, right, okay, I'll attempt it this afternoon. But the problem is when you're having a real sort, when you've got little ones with you, is that they are untidying just as quickly as you're tidying. So having a good declutter especially is almost impossible. when you've got little ones with you, because every time you think, right, okay, this needs to go, this is in effect rubbish, they will be like, actually, that's my most precious thing in the whole world. You can't get rid of that. For example, that fan thing you just saw her holding in her hand, I was trying to get rid of that because it's paper, and she's like, no, I love it, I must keep it forever. So you can't throw anything away when you've got your children with you. So if you need to have a good old sort out and chuck out, try and do it when they're in school or when you've got someone else watching them. It's almost impossible to do it with them in the room, in my experience. So now this little chest at the bottom of Zara's wardrobe is her dressing up stuff. And we know this is going to be a bit of a mess, but the problem is it's not just dressing up stuff at the moment, it's dressing up stuff and a whole load of rubbish. It's clothes that fall in there, hangers, toys, all sorts. So I just want it to be sort of not perfectly folded, but not a total mess of dressing up stuff. I love the fact that she can access it, and if you watch my Instagram stories you will know that she is constantly dipping into a dressing up box and coming out wearing the most fabulous combination of outfits. It's really hysterical, and I love that she can kind of be that creative in her dressing, and she tends to just pop things over whatever she's wearing, and it's great. But it does mean it ends up spilling all over her bedroom. So I just wanted to sort of have a little bit of a sort, put tutus separately to dressing up things and pull all the toys out and find the clothes that were lost in there. It's a job I've been meaning to do for a while. So I think I've resigned myself today that this is going to be a clean and a sort, but I'm not going to get as deep into the organising of inside all these boxes as I planned to, because it's really difficult with a 3-year-old with me. It's going to have to be a day where I don't have to work that morning and I can do it while she's in school. Now to hang up some bits and pieces that had fallen down into her dressing up stuff that didn't belong in her dressing up stuff because they are in fact clothing, and try and piece her room back together. Oh, that's a number 3 t-shirt. The girls, well, I buy one for Bella every year. She's had up to number 5 now, but I need to buy her a number 6 because she's going to be 6 in December. But I buy them these, that's the fan that Zara would not let me throw away. Anyway, I buy them these t-shirts every year and then I keep them. So Bella will wear it on her birthday for that year and I'll put it aside. Zara can wear it on her birthday and then I keep them. And I guess I'm going to keep them in some sort of keepsake box because they're quite precious. Anyway, for now, I'm just tidying up as best I can. Some of these boxes are quite organised. There is a box of dollies, but there are higher up boxes that are a lot more organised because I get those down, she plays with them, and I put them away. But the 4 boxes you can see kind of in the back left of the screen are all just mixed up junk. I really wanted to sort those today, but sometimes I think when you're a mum, you've got to come to terms with the fact you can't get it all done to the degree that you intended to. Time to change her bed, and not forgetting, pop her up the duvet cover before it goes in the wash because it makes such a difference. It means you don't get pillowcases and things lost in there. Now I recently changed the bottom sheet and the sheet protector because she spilt her water all over it. It's not sheet protector, it's mattress protector. So I'm not changing the mattress protector on this occasion, I'm just changing all the sheets and things. I am changing the pillow protector because when she spilt her drink, it went on the mattress protector and not the pillow protector, so the pillow protector needs changing. I tend to do the mattress and pillow protectors every other bed change. I don't know how often you do yours, just out of curiosity. Zara has just been to fetch the bedding basket. I asked her to go and fetch, which was out in the hall for me. She's such a good girl. Sometimes she can be really helpful. She loves the idea of helping me as long as it's on her own terms and we make it fun. So we put music on, saying whatever. Right, it's Christmas bedding time. I'm aware it's November, but how cute is that? I will link it below. It's so gorgeous, isn't it? So it's reversible. You can swap it over every day if you like. And honestly, the girls are so chuffed with it. Yay, Christmas! And the world's a funny place at the moment, isn't it? With lockdowns and, pandemic. So if we can bring a bit of joy by starting Christmas a little bit early, then why not? Let's do it. There's a lot of things we can't do. There are loads of things we can't do. This we can do. No one can stop me from starting Christmas in my house a little too early. 2019 Ree would probably judge me for doing Christmas in November and think she was a bit crazy, but 2020 Ree is very much, let's just do this. So Zara's room is looking a lot better. I think you will agree. Being able to see the floor is always a bonus in Zara's room because it's not always possible. And look, does she like her new Christmas bedding? Is she pleased? I think she is. I think she's pleased. There we go. Happy face. Okay, so now on to Bella's room. So she does need her mattress and pillow protectors changing because she has not recently flung drinks all over her bed and soaked it. So we're going to strip all this off. All the children are in school other than Zara, so I would normally get them all involved if they were home in helping with their own rooms, but she's not here, so I'm just going to get on with it myself. put the fresh sheets on. Do you guys feel like changing beds is like a workout, or am I just horrendously unfit? Because I honestly feel like changing the beds is quite exhausting. It always gets me really hot and bothered. I end up having to open the windows, which is always nice to have a bit of fresh air when you're cleaning anyway, but I don't know, that's just me. I do find it is a bit of a big job. I don't always change children's beds on the same day because it just creates more washing. I tend to, rather than have like some people do all the beds on one day and then it's done, I would generally try and avoid this. The only reason I'm doing both the girls' beds on the same day on this occasion is because if one of them has Christmas bedding and the other one does not, it's going to be fireworks. So I am doing them both on this day, but normally I would try and stagger it just so I don't end up with a big backlog in my laundry room. I have not left the boys out. I mean, my eldest is not interested in Christmas bedding, but Will, my younger son, who's older than the girls, has not been left out, do not fear. I have got something on the way for him, but it has not been delivered yet, so I will share that in my next video because I've got a little plan for his room too. So that's Bella's bed changed. Zara wanted me to show you Bunny's outfit. These are one of the dolly dresses that Bunny has stolen from all the dollies. So that's yet another naked dolly. I guess that's a naked Anna. Now to tidy up Bella's bedroom. Bella especially adores a tidy bedroom. And when it's reasonably tidy, she's a really good girl at tidying it. But when it gets to that level of overwhelm, I think she's like a lot of adults and she just doesn't know where to begin. Now we're going to deal with some soft toys. Now, soft toys we store inside a beanbag without beans. If this is not how you are currently storing soft toys, do it. It is not as comfortable as a normal beanbag, but it hides all the soft toys. It means that they can keep all their precious ones without them overwhelming their rooms. Now, to put some of Bella's beautiful drawings, she does such gorgeous drawings, but she does so many of them, so I just keep them in these pop-up folders. She's got some plain paper and a pop-up folder full of her drawings, and they can just go on a bookshelf rather than spread all over her bedroom where they were before. Now, this is Bella's little dressing table. I always wanted a dressing table when I was little, so I said that Bella can have one in this house. Zara can have one when she's a little bit older. I'm a bit scared because she's only 3 to give her one of those swivel chairs at the moment, because I know she will stand on it and climb on it. She is a climber. All of my 4 children, Zara, my baby, is the climber. So when she's a little bit older, then she can have a dressing table and a swivel chair too, but at the moment I can give you a recipe for disaster. Do you have children that climb on things? I didn't really have a climber until I had Zara, and she's a nightmare. Honestly, she loves climbing on things, standing on things. Anyway, we're just having a little wipe around now with some Method Rhubarb Anti-Bac Spray, just doing some surfaces, and that's Bella's room looking a bit tidier. And then it's time to go and get them from school. I hope she's pleased with her room. Fast forward to, ta-da, we've got her from school. I think she's chuffed. Look at her face. Oh, bless her. She's so happy. She's just, honestly, she came home and she's like, Mummy, thank you so much for tidying my room. It makes me so happy. Look at her face. Oh, little gorgeousness. Anyway, now Bella is happy. I can move on to the rest of my jobs I've got them from school. Oh, this is William's room, by the way. Make sure you're subscribed and I will let you know what I'm going to be doing with that. Okay, on to, if you saw my video where I was decluttering my wardrobe and doing a switch over from summer to autumn, you will know that I left a few little t-shirts and dresses that I could wear with leggings for the autumn, but now it's November and it's blooming freezing, so anything with short sleeves is out. So I have now made some space under my bed in these little packing cubes, which I love. Packing cubes are not just for holidays, people, they're good for storage. So I'm Marie Kondo, that's not a real word for it, she's just the one that popularised it, KonMari folding my dresses, which are into thirds and then on themselves again, ready to fold into my little packing cubes, and then they will go under the bed. I love switching my wardrobe around. I never used to do it. Years ago I used to just have everything crammed in there, I couldn't see the wood for the trees, and now a few times a year I get out things and I feel like I've got new clothes and it's really exciting. I mean, maybe it's only me that gets that excited. Right, on to the Christmas things. I am going to hang everything on hangers and I'm going to show you how we're going to get the creases out without bothering to actually iron them. Now, one way that you could do it is with a steamer. I have a hand steamer, but that's not how I'm going to do it today.
Hand steaming is also a good way to kill off germs if things are a bit difficult to clean and a bit difficult to wash the normal way. You can steam things, or you can steam things in between washing things if you want to kill off some germs as well as get out creases. So that's another just a little sort of tip if you don't want to use these other two easy methods for decreasing clothes that I'm going to share with you once I've finished hanging up this ridiculous amount of Christmas stuff that we've accumulated over the years. When you are a family of 6, then you do end up with a lot of stuff, a lot of Christmas jumpers and various things. Normally, of course, I'd be wearing Christmas jumpers for school concerts and things. Sad times, obviously, we're not going to be able to do that kind of thing this year. And it makes me so sad because Zara's in nursery, so this should be her first ever Christmas concert. So she should be doing that nursery concert where they're all kind of, I don't know, it's like a wild card on the nursery concert, isn't it? Where they're all picking their noses and not looking the right way, but it's so cute and adorable. So it's really sad that she's not going to be able to do that. But, you know, at least we're all staying safe. We've got to look on the bright side. I hope you are coping in these difficult times. Anyway, now let's stick these bits and pieces away that I have packed away into the packing cube, straighten up my bed. So, my first tip, my first way of decreasing things is just to bung things in the tumble dryer on a low heat setting, literally for 5 minutes. Literally warm them up, and then when you take them out of the tumble dryer, just smooth them out and hang them up. That will be enough to kind of get rid of most of the creases. So that's what I'm doing for Zara's clothes. The second method I use is this crease releaser spray from Lenore, and it smells so great. And all I do is spray the clothes with it and hang them up. You've got to hang them up with a bit of air around them. This is my airing covered area, which is just 2 rails in my laundry room. And what I tend to do is hang a few hangers in between each item. This is also where I dry clothes, by the way, that can't go in the dryer. And if you hang things up with a bit of space around them and just leave them in there to dry off, they will be pretty much crease free. You don't have to iron them. Hooray! Because hands up if you hate ironing. I absolutely hate ironing, and it's just something I try and avoid at all costs. Sometimes I have to do ironing, and I have a nice convenient fold-down ironing board in my laundry room, but it's one of those things I just struggle to make time for, so I try everything I can to avoid it, every little hack that I can manage. So these are all the clothes that I took out of the dryer and I just kind of smoothed flat. Now I'm hanging them all up. They were super crumpled, and now most of them are entirely crease free. There are very, very few creases at all, and certainly no more creases than would occur by being crammed into a crammed wardrobe anyway. So I've hung those up on hangers and they can go up in Zara's room. I've just noticed I forgot to do Zara's little, it's not a proper dressing table, it's like a chest of drawers thing, but we call it her dressing table version in her room. I've forgotten to give that a wipe over, so I'm wiping that over now, and now I've got to go and see to dinner. So that's Zara's room done. Let's start this power hour by emptying the washing machine, because let's face it, we've all done it. Well, let me know if you've done it. But leaving wet washing in the machine so long that it goes a bit stinky, you've got to put it back on. Is there anything more annoying than that? So we've emptied that out. I'm going to get that in the dryer in a second. Next job, I'm going to sort the dirty laundry into loads ready to go. So I'm going to have one load I'm going to shove on now, and then future me can easily, when she's got 5 minutes, pop on another load because it's already sorted. So that's always good to do if you've got 5 minutes, to sort the load into ready, colours or by towels or whatever, however you sort your laundry, get them sorted into like ready to go loads. And then it's just easy, chuck it all in, grab your Method or whatever you choose to use. I like Method, I like the purple one for the detergent and the pink one for the softener. Whack that in, get the machine going, and that way the machine is working while you're cleaning. That is multitasking. This is Zara, my youngest. She's dressed as Alice in Wonderland today because she wears normal clothes and then she likes to put dressing up stuff over the top, and if that keeps her happy, then I can get on with cleaning. She also wants gloves, no idea why, but there she is. Isn't she gorgeous? Isn't she gorgeous, my little helper? So now she's got her gloves on, ready for the clean, and let's sort out the dryer. Let's empty the dryer fluff and put the dryer fluff in the dryer fluff bin. Now, I didn't have a dryer fluff bin until I was in my late 30s. Well, mid-30s, I guess I'm mid-30s. Until this year, actually, I was walking to another room to put dryer fluff into the other room, which I now realise is insane. So if you've not got a little dryer fluff bin, get yourself one. Now, I'm doing something I wasn't planning on doing. I'm using some Method Anti-Bac Wild Glue Box, it smells amazing, to clean the front of my dryer and my washing machine, because this wasn't in my plan, but I've just realised it is absolutely stinking. Covered in marks, there's lots of like drippy, horrible things that I'm guessing is just from washing that was wet and being chucked in the dryer or whatever, dripping, but it just looks utterly disgusting. So I'm giving it a little bit of a wipe over. This is not something I do much. It's just something that I've realised, oh, by the way, this is gross. This is fantastic. This little gadget helps to stack my washing machine and my dryer because we've not got a great deal of space. And this drawer sort of shelf thing is fantastic, but ugh, it's so disgustingly dirty. So dirty. Really needed a wipe. I've been meaning to do that for a bit. Now that dirt I have noticed. So a little microfiber cloth, wiping over that, and then wiping all the way down over the machine. The machine's on, so I can't exactly open the inside of the doors. This is not like a deep clean, this is more like a wipe over all the yucky bits. I mean, I really don't do this much. Do you ever wipe and clean the outside of your machines much? How often do you do that? Let me know. It's probably a lot more often than I do it, if I'm honest. Now for sorting some laundry. Now, I want to talk while I'm just sorting some laundry about, first, socks. I keep them separate. I grab all the socks and put them separately so I can pair them up. I wanted to talk about how the whole housework thing is really a never-ending thankless task, and that sounds really miserable and depressing, doesn't it? But I just wanted to be honest. My house is never all clean all at once. I do my power hours and I get certain areas of it all clean and sparkly and looking great. But there are other areas I don't get to because I'm a busy mum of 4 children, and there is always something in my house that needs sorting and cleaning. Now, I love nothing more than a whole house clean because when the whole house is clean, everyone's a little bit more respectful of it, and it just looks amazing. Oh, very quickly, these are my reusable colour catchers, and when they go a bit grey and gross, I use them to mop up spills. Anyway, so when you've done the whole house, everyone's a bit more respectful, it looks amazing, it feels amazing, it's easy to keep on top of. But in reality, trying to clean your whole house when you are a busy mum, whether or not you work, I mean, I work full-time from home and I run back and forth to school 3 times a day. So trying to fit in cleaning around that, that's masks. Masks we have to wear to do school pickups now, so we're wearing masks at school. Anyway, trying to fit in cleaning around my children and working and all the things is really hard work, and my whole house cleaning doesn't happen much. Oh, those are little wet bags I use to put my dirty masks in. That's what I was trying to show you. I didn't realise I was going to talk about this whole philosophical cleaning thing while I was doing laundry, but here I am talking about it. So my point is, if all you can squeeze in is a power hour, then great, it's better than not doing it. If all you can squeeze in is 5 minutes while you're in the bathroom and you realise it needs a wipe over, do it. If you can't manage to do your whole house and get your whole house clean in one go, because I can rarely do that, then really you're not alone. Honestly, I would love to have the time to do that, but I've got these things called children that keep, asking to be fed or picked up from school. So in reality, I just wanted to let you know that if you have time to do that, then fab, great. But if you don't, do not beat yourself up. Squeeze in cleaning and housework where you can. I feel like I have to do laundry every day. I get questions about this a lot, like, for the pressure to do laundry every day. The reason I put pressure on myself to do laundry every day is because I hate that feeling of overwhelm that comes with having so much to do and it's like a big backlog. That does stress me out. So doing it little and often, getting on a load every day, I mean, you don't have to. You do your own laundry, your own cleaning, whichever way it works for you. But for me, I find by keeping on top of it, doing a little bit every day, squeezing in the power hours, doing your microwave minutes, which are just literally while you're waiting for something like the microwave, wiping something, tidying something, just doing these little bits, little and often. It's not like a big, deep clean all the time. It's just maintenance and stopping it becoming overwhelming, because I have been there. I've been there where every room in my house is such a tip, I do not know where to start, and it's so disorganised, and it's really stressful and really depressing, and then it just feels like you can never get on top of it. So just do little and often. Break it down, little bits at a time, squeeze it in where you can, and do not beat yourself up for what you've not achieved. I'm talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you, because honestly, I beat myself up all the time for stuff I have not done. I think it's a mum guilt thing. I think maybe it's a female thing. I don't know. Let me know. Do you beat yourself up for things you have not done around the house or as a mum, whatever? I know I do. Right, what I'm actually doing now, back to what I'm actually doing. I'm emptying out the laundry. So I've sorted the laundry. Everyone's got their own box in the laundry room. So each one of those boxes is for a different person. They've got little name labels on them. I'm now emptying each box into one of these little baskets to carry them upstairs. I could technically take them upstairs in those, they're called Droner boxes that fit into the Calyx, they're from IKEA. But if I do that, then they're sort of like a bit cardboardy and they get a bit battered. So I prefer to transport them around the house in these little like rattan plastic baskets, because when they are emptied, I can stack them easily. Zara is being so helpful, bless her. by just asking me to re-button up her Alice dress. So we're also going to take these socks upstairs, but we're going to pair them first. The reason I find them hard to pair just as I go is because I've got so many little navy socks for the girls because they wear navy socks to school. I find it easier to kind of clump them all together and pair them up. It's just how I found it a bit less stressful, a bit easier. So those baskets are going out to the kitchen, they're downstairs things, and then all these baskets are heading on the way upstairs. Now, I've got some wet laundry that will need to go into here, so before I can hang up the wet laundry in order to dry it off, I need to get rid of the stuff that is dry. So what I'm doing is like feeling down to see what's dry and what's not. This is far too full. When it gets too full, things don't dry nicely. So what I tend to do is shove some hangers between each item to allow it some air around things. Oh, Zara wants to be in the video. If by putting hangers between each item, like say 5 hangers, 10 hangers, something like that, all squished together, then the clothes can't physically get put too closely together. I did used to tumble dry pretty much everything, but I find tumble drying things really wears things out more than washing them. So anything that is a top that isn't school uniform, or like nice leggings or my jeans or anything like that, I try not to tumble dry. Even if it says it's tumble dryable, I try to just hang them in this space, and as long as I hang them up straight, sort of within 24 hours they're dry quite nicely, and then they can just be hung up upstairs. I also find things need pretty minimal ironing when you use this method because they're kind of hung in shape, and I hate ironing. I will do anything I can to avoid ironing. So hanging things up in shape, using crease releaser sprays, or even doing literally a 5-minute low heat in the dryer once it's already dry helps. So these are my Dettol things. I had these delivered from Amazon. I will link those. I'm using that to disinfect things like nappies. Zara still wears one cloth nappy in the night. My cloths and my face masks, because let's face it, that's a thing now, isn't it? Here in 2020, that's a thing. Now I'm doing something I've not done for ages, which is cleaning all this bit of my laundry room. I looked at it as I was looking at my my washing machine things, and realising that I needed to wipe over. I took a little glance around and realised, ew, how disgusting that is. It's really quite gross. So I'm just wiping over these little surfaces. Because I spray the crease releaser, I try not to spray the crease releaser over the floor because it makes it like an ice rink. So I spray it over the units, and then it just, I guess it kind of attracts dust or something. Either that, or it's just, I've been really, really lax and haven't dusted around here for a little while. Look, stuff falls down the back of this table. I bought that little table from IKEA. It's like a kid's table, and I used it instead of a shelf. Those pole things you can see that I just shoved behind, they are my, what do you call them? They're like backdrop things. I take photos on Instagram. And then I'm just wiping over the floor and the skirting board, which is so stinking dusty. I mean, honestly, it's a little shameful, but I shouldn't be ashamed because, you know, well, maybe I should. I don't know. Have you got little corners? Make me feel better. Have you got corners of your house that you're like, oh my goodness, I'm so embarrassed by how dusty that is? I'm sure I'm not the only one. I hope I'm not the only one anyway. In here, this is where the basket lives that we keep the dirty, damp laundry. So any cloths, things like that. I don't like to put damp laundry in with clothing and stuff. Ooh, Christmas stuff. These little ballerinas arrived from John Lewis today, and they're going on the tree. That little silver thing is my Christmas bauble tree thing for my office, and I'm just wiping over this little unit under the box in boiler. That is the boiler above there, which you will have seen if you saw some of our home renovation updates. And now I'm just going to do the windowsill. It does smell so good. Especially when you've got smell-o-vision. This wild rhubarb stuff smells amazing. My office is just kind of part of, it's like a partition with a big shelving unit, but it's basically part of the laundry room. So I thought may as well plod on with this. Tidying up the children's little pen unit here. This is like a little stationery organiser thing that I bought when we were doing homeschooling, and the fact that they've got access to pens all the time, I'm going to keep it in the office. It's not, they only have access to pens when I'm in the room with them because I'm scared of them, you know, drawing on things that are not paper. But because they've got all this access to pens and things when they are with me, then they're actually, their pen control, their handwriting's really improved. Even my little one has got really good pen control, really good at tracing, colouring, stuff like that. So I will link that little, what's it called, down below, the little stationery organiser in case you want to grab one. Now I'm going to wipe over my desk. I don't like my desk to be too cluttered. It looks really cluttered actually from this kind of shot, but I do like to keep it sort of quite minimal stuff on it. I'm looking at my desk now as I'm recording still voiceover. I've got my pen pot, which I've moved, my planner, my camera, which obviously I'm filming with in the shot, so it's not on my desk, and then I've got my computer and my little keyboards and things. And then I always have my iPad, which I'm just sort of going to move now so I can clean under there. So there's quite a few bits and pieces, but they're all there, like functional bits on my desk to keep me productive. But I don't really clean my desk as much as I should, and then I look at it as I'm working and think, ew, so gross and disgusting. I guess it doesn't help it's white. In my house it's white. It really chews up the dust. Never mind. Anyway, so I'm just putting it all back together, and I know next time I go to work, I'm like, it smells so nice and it smells so clean, and it will make me happy. So now we've got to do the floor, haven't we? I do like to try and work down where I can. So I'm just going to give a little vacuum to the floor. I've got quite a lot of stuff in my office. I've got to move the relevant bits and pieces out of the way. That's a little bin. I just moved my paper shredder out of the way, and just want to pull the little children's desk out. There's always some pens and things and glue sticks falling down the back there. Oh, there goes the chair. Knock that over. But this room probably doesn't get as much TLC from cleaning and things as it should. I have to do the children's bedrooms quite frequently because they make such a mess, especially the baby. So the baby, she's 3. But my office probably doesn't get cleaned as much as it should. That under that, look, can you see there's all the canvases that I don't know what to do with, and some boxes that are actually empty. So my little sorting box I bought from IKEA, ready for when I sort my big Calyx unit. So stay tuned, make sure you are subscribed for when I do a little sort to my office out, because as much as on the face of it it looks sort of reasonably tidy, it does need a darn good sorting. Ew, 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 ew. That's all I can say about my skirting boards. Gross. That was a lot of dust. A lot of dust. Now we're doing the floor in the laundry room bit. So basically, if you've not seen my house tour, the other side of that shelving unit that you can see on the right of the screen is my office, and that big shelving unit separates the room into laundry room and office. Just vacuuming up the mat. It's getting quite mucky because we go in and out to the garden, and my husband's working on an extension, so a lot of muck gets brought in through here. That little step is because I'm vertically challenged and I can't reach the top of the units very easily. Now let's sort out a bit of stuff in the lounge. I need to do some cleaning and sorting in here. I'm pretty tight on time, so this is not going to be a deep clean in the lounge. I just want to wipe over this table the children play on. And look at Zara, she's helping. She calls it dustering. So helpful, darling. Thank you, sweetie. And now I'm going to get her tube flow out of the way, onto the table. Look at the beautiful model that she has built. She's been a very good girl. She found those bases as I was clearing up. I can bear those stuffed down the back in the laundry room because they don't fit in the toy boxes. Just picking all these things up. I do spend my life picking up toys. I do try and have a rule with the children. They get out one box of toys at a time, and then when that box is finished, they put that away and get another one out. Right, quick wipe over the table. My husband did recently varnish this. He sanded it and varnished it. So it is, we've got rid of the tablecloth. Now to wipe over this unit, this thing gets so disgustingly dusty. This Calyx unit, the children, it's like toy boxes underneath and just general storage, and they kind of play on the top of it. But gosh, it just, I don't know, is it a very dusty house? Is it maybe just because there are so many of us? Am I just not dusting enough? Or is it, oh my goodness, she's got a thing on her head. That is one of those foot things. It's what they call the slipper sock things. Not slipper socks, mop socks, that's what I call them. She had a mop sock on her head, which is what I put on my feet so my socks don't get icky when I am mopping the floor. Anyway, I'm not sure why our house gets dusty. It might be because we've had loads of building work done. Oh, that is an IKEA candle holder, and I use it as a remote control holder so that we don't lose the remote controls. And honestly, I've done that since we moved to this house. It's been a game changer because I could never find the blooming remote controls before, but I've allocated them as a home. This is where they live, and my family do mostly put them back, in all fairness to them. Right, now to pull all the stuff, all those boxes, baskets, up the stairs. Absolutely blinking oodles of it. All the clean, dry washing that needs to be sorted. So we're running up and down the stairs. I really need to clean the glass on the stairs. Look at all the stinky fingerprints. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to do that. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. If I don't get time, then I hope not to beat myself up about it. Can't promise that either. Right, children, can I get your washing please? The children put away their own washing. Even the baby, who's 3. Okay, she doesn't do it totally on her own, but I definitely make her join in. But all the others, Bella is 5, Will is 8, and Dylan is 16, are given their own stuff and they put away their own washing. Sometimes they need a little bit of help. Bella might need a bit of help. William is totally independent and Zara needs quite a lot of help. But honestly, getting the children to put away their own stuff has been a game changer, and it just teaches them skills they're going to need for life, doesn't it? I don't actually keep towels in our airing cupboard. I keep them in a box in my bedroom so that I can sort of free up the airing cupboard space. There's not a lot of space in there anyway because there's a water tank in there, but I do try and free up the space for being able to dry things. So when I come in from school and my coat or whatever, it's absolutely soaking, I can just hang it in the airing cupboard and it's a lot warmer. So it's for drying like things I need to dry quite quickly, like a coat that I need again, as opposed to my drying area downstairs in the laundry room, which does have a radiator in it, but it's not super hot. So that's why I haven't got towels in the airing cupboard. So these baskets you will see me pulling out of my wardrobe. So my built-in wardrobe's on the left. I don't actually have drawers. My husband has a chest of drawers over the other side of the room, but I have a Calyx unit with all these little baskets, and I pull out the baskets, and I actually prefer it to drawers. I pull the basket all the way out, and then I can sort whatever I'm sorting, fold it in neatly, and then I put it away and I slot it back in. And because I can pull it all the way out, like I probably wouldn't have a drawer without drawers separate anyway, so I'd probably have like little mini baskets within drawers like I used to in the last house. But this system's worked perfectly well for me. It's meant that we were able to repurpose Calyx units from the old house that didn't really fit anywhere else anyway, so rather than binning them or having to get rid of them, then it's just been a really good system for us. So you can check out the full home renovation series if you want to see how the whole house came together, because none of the rooms had built-in wardrobes and we kind of had to design them all ourselves, and a lot of it was out of repurposed IKEA furniture to form the inside of the wardrobes. And you can also see a wardrobe tour and like a wardrobe organisation video, so I will link all those below if you're interested. I've also got a blog post I will link below with all my best wardrobe organisation gubbins in there, just like that legging hanger that I have just hung. And there you go, there's another one. A legging hanger has been brilliant because look how many different things you can fit on one hanger. Honestly, brilliant. Love the leggings room. Now my bathroom, there's two types of cleaning that go on in here. There is the kind of the daily I wipe around, because I keep cleaning products in my bathroom. So I do a little bit of wiping around every day, but then there are the jobs that just don't get done. So I probably wipe the sink every day and the taps, and I wipe down the shower after I've been in it. But there are some jobs that don't get done, and I'm going to do some of those today. So we're going to start by sticking a little cap full of Zoflora down the loo. I do actually do this quite a lot. I don't like fully clean the loo every day, but I stick some Zoflora down the loo and just give it a quick once over with a toilet brush quite a lot. Now I'm taking my Method Anti-Bac Wild Rhubarb and a cloth and wiping the top of that cupboard that probably hasn't been wiped in a very long time. Longer than I'd care to admit to, if I'm honest. And I'm going to wipe down the front of this cupboard, which is covered in A, fingerprints, and B, toothpaste. I know that we keep toothbrushes in the cupboard, but it's literally the opposite side of the bathroom to where the teeth are cleaned. So how toothpaste on the outside of the cupboard is just beyond me. So I'm pulling everything out of the cupboard just to wipe the shelves. If you've been following me for a while, you'll know that I don't like putting things directly into cupboards. I like putting them in those little containers, because you saw how quickly and easily I could take those out. Because the things are in containers, you just whip it out and wipe the shelves. It also is easier to sort through what you've got in cupboards. It's just making life easier. So I will link the little like thin containers that I found, because I had to look everywhere for the right size containers to fit in this really slim cabinet, but it's been a game changer to do that. I'm going to show you something else really shameful now. Look how gross they are. Gross. Those are actually going to go in the dishwasher. They're just little cups from IKEA, the children's stack of cups. So they're going in the dishwasher, and I will just put those back once they've been through the dishwasher because they're too disgusting. So these are the little slim containers that I said I would link below. Most of them are quite clean, other than the toothbrushy one, which is just full of toothbrush gunk. So not all the other containers needed wiping out the inside of the container, but the toothbrush one absolutely did. Quickly giving the windowsill a wipe over while I'm here. I do end up wiping the windowsills quite a lot at the moment, not with any cleaning product, but just with a cloth because of condensation. Do you get condensation around your windows at this time of year? We do. I'm assuming it's just because there's too many people breathing in our house. There are 6 of us. That's too much breathing. Now to clean the bath. Now this again gets wiped over quite a lot because the bubbles don't drain very well after the girls have had a bath. So I end up having to kind of clean them away so they don't leave I don't know, bubble residue skank. So the bath does get wiped over quite a lot. I also throw dirty towels and things in the bath because I don't like putting damp dirty washing in with my dry dirty washing in case it goes all damp and skanky. Now to wipe over the sink, which again, the sink is done, you know, when I'm in there. Most of the bathroom cleaning, you don't see me clean the bathroom in speed cleans much because most of it's like a maintenance cleaning thing. I have in the drawers below the sink, I keep the cloths, and in the cupboard behind me that I showed you earlier, I keep the shower daily spray. So every time I have a shower, I spray the shower with daily spray and I squeegee it off. Again, partly just to try and reduce the amount of water in the bathroom to stop condensation. And I do just wipe over if I'm in there and I've had a shower. That's when I tend to do a little bit of a clean around. But what I don't do are things like what I'm doing now, which is wipe the towel rail, which is dirty. So the shower gets sort of a quick wipe around, the sink gets a wipe around, the bath and the toilet get a little wipe over. But things like the shower, not the shower rail, the towel rail, why can't I speak? Look at it, it's disgusting. It's just, ew, that's gross. So now I'm actually going to do the side of this cupboard, which you can't see out from here, but is also covered in toothpaste. I mean, do any of my family spit the toothpaste down the sink, or is it just all over the bathroom? They also like those handles you can see on the drawers are like nice collectors of toothpaste gunk and dust. Ugh, look, gross. Now I do have a thing to clean the floor, but it's such a small bathroom floor and sometimes it's easier just to get down your hands and knees and wipe it up, am I right? This corner, this is going to be shameful, honestly. Oh my goodness. Ew, that's so disgusting. It's just a really tiny space. That's where I actually keep the squeegee for the shower and my bathroom scales, which are also dusty. I mean, there's probably a few pounds of dust on there. So every time I get on those, I'm probably a few pounds heavier than I should be just because of the dust. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. So they've had a final wipe over finally, and now we're going to round the toilet and round the shower and things. It's just dust and kind of tumbleweed grossness that is all over my bathroom floor. But at least now I've given it a little wipe over with my Method Wild Rhubarb stuff. It's smelling good, and out of the toilet is wafting Zoflora, so that smells good. And that's got to be smelling better than other smells that you could find in the bathroom. This is a little step that I've got for Zara. She's just about tall enough to get on off the toilet by herself now. Bless her, she's quite dutty. That's a Welsh thing, by the way, dutty. It means little. If you don't know, let me know if you knew what dutty meant before I actually just had to explain it. Or if I just explained something that was really obvious, but it didn't even occur to me till I was an adult that dutty wasn't a word that everyone in the world used, because I'm not a Welsh speaker, even though I live in Wales. But dutty is a term that kind of is thrown in to our day-to-day language. Anyway, back to cleaning. I've wiped all the disgusting thick layer of dust off that little bin that was shoved down the corner that was from IKEA, I think. There we go, we can put that back now, that's a bit cleaner. And just around the floor. These are just such tight areas, it's almost not worth getting a big like floor cleaning device, like my spray thing that you've seen me use before. It's not worth getting that out for the floor. The other thing you're probably going to comment on is the fact that I am not wearing rubber gloves. I tend to do this sometimes. I start cleaning and I think, oh, I should be wearing rubber gloves, and I think, well, my hands are dirty now, so I will just clean and then give them a good scrub, which you'd have to do after rubber gloves anyway. And I know it's not very good for my skin and things, but there we go. See, I've washed the toilet, I've cleaned the toilet rather, and now I'm actually washing my hands for 20 seconds. Actually, my watch, my Apple Watch, does remind me to wash my hands for 20 seconds. As soon as you start washing your hands, I've noticed this since the last update, it does a little timer and it sort of does a countdown until the 20 seconds are gone, and then you know you've washed your hands for long enough, so you no longer have to sing happy birthday or any other song that you were supposed to be singing in your head to wash your hands. Anyway, we've left the bathroom ages ago. I'm still on about washing my hands. I'm now stripping my bed. I am stripping off not just the bedding in this bed change, but I'm also doing the pillow and mattress protectors. So it's quite a lot of work. Changing the bed is like a flipping workout, or at least that is what I tell myself. So I'm taking off all of the pillow cases and the pillow protectors and zipping them back up, because otherwise little bits and pieces get lost inside other things. Same for the duvet cover. Guys, do yourself a favour, and before you put it in the washing machine, button or popper it back up. Because honestly, how many times have you lost something, possibly for weeks or months, and then eventually found it inside a clean duvet cover? That has happened to me more than times than I can count. And it's not foolproof because obviously there are still some more gaps between the buttons, but it definitely minimises the amount of times it happens. Now to strip off the sheet and the mattress protector. Not all of this is going to fit in my washing machine at one time because that's a lot of bedding, and overloading the washing machine, because some people have said, why don't you put so much in your washing machine? Overloading the washing machine causes it to break. I know this because I've done it before. Anyway, we're putting some clean stuff on now. I keep the clean bedding in my bedroom, and then I keep the children's clean bedding in their bedrooms. It just makes sense to keep it where it's going to end up anyway, and then it frees up space in airing cupboards and things, other places around the house. It's just, I don't know, where do you keep your bedding? Do you keep it in the room? I find I got into this habit when obviously we're less likely to be sick on our bed in the middle of the night, we hope, but the children sometimes will kind of soil their bedding in some way in the middle of the night with accidents or sick or whatever, and it's really good not to have to disturb the rest of the house and to know that you can just flick the lights on and find everything you need in that one bedroom without disturbing the whole house. Yes, some of you are going to notice, that's not even a word. Some of you are going to notice and criticise and judge that my bedding is not ironed. But I've said it before and I'm going to say it again, I don't iron bedding because I don't have enough time in my life. However, I do have a little trick that I'm going to share with you to make the bedding look more ironed than it is, because it is not ironed. I'm going to make it look kind of flat and ironed. So stay tuned till the end to see not only the trick, but how well it works. So we are getting the pillow protectors on and then the pillowcases on. I cannot wait to get into bed tonight in these fresh sheets. There is nothing lovelier than getting into fresh sheets that no one has got into and slept in yet. They're just they still smell amazing. I will show you when we go downstairs to put some laundry on what I put in my wash to really make the sheets smell great. But these sheets, they smell so good. If only you had smell-o-vision, you could smell these lovely smelling sheets. So how often do you change your bed? Let me know in the comments. I do find it is quite a mammoth task when you have a big bed. Also, probably harder than a big bed is a top bunk. Trying to change a top bunk goes from, yeah, a top bunk was a totally good idea to save space in my house, to what was I thinking? Why did I buy this bed for my child? Anyway, back to this bed. You can see it is quite creased, like very creased. It's partly not going to bother me because it's going to be covered largely by the throw and things when it is on there, but these creases are not going to look this bad after I've done my trick, so you keep watching and I'll show you how smoothed out it's going to look. You're going to think that I secretly ironed it when I absolutely promise you I did not. So shoving all the duvet in. Sometimes I try and get the children involved. Zara's playing nicely at the moment. She's playing in their bedroom, which is just the room next to me. And to be honest, as much as I love getting my children involved because I think it's really good for them to be involved in housework and things, do you know what? Sometimes it's just quicker to get it done yourself. I'm a bit short of time today, so I'm just cracking on with it. Do you get your children involved in housework? I try to, as much as I can, even though it is easier to do it myself. But I do make a conscious effort to get them involved as much as possible, because the younger you get them started, the less resistant they are to it. The more it's just normal, it's just part of what everyone does to help. Anyway, here, my crease releaser. I'm using this Lenore crease releaser, which you can't buy many places, but I've sprayed it on the bed and now I'm just going to smooth it out. It is almost damp that I've sprayed so much on it. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave the window well open, so just air it and let it dry off. But you can see I've smoothed it off. It's already not looking quite as crinkled as it was, but we're going to come back in a little bit when I've done some other things to see how well it has settled, and then put the other throw pillows and the pink throw and things that live on the bottom of my bed back. So I'm putting these Calyx boxes back with the bits I didn't use. That's the bedding and the under, what they call pillow protectors and mattress protectors. Now downstairs for some more laundry for a change. Laundry is the bane of my life. It's constant, isn't it? Other jobs in the house, you can let them go, I find. But laundry just catches up with you. So for example, my bathroom floor. Oh, hang on. First of all, I just want to tell you what I'm putting in here. I'm putting a couple of Unstoppables and I'm using some Method as well. Some Method laundry. Anyway, back to the bathroom floor. If I wasn't to wipe the bathroom floor for blooming ages, a bit like I hadn't because you saw how gross it was, what happens? it's just dustier, yeah? So if I don't wipe the bathroom floor for ages, it gets dustier. But it takes me the same time to clean that bathroom floor, whether it's really, really, really dusty. Oh, I am putting some Vanish in as well to really whiten up the sheets. Anyway, it takes the same time to clean a really, really dusty bathroom floor as it does to clean a not that dusty bathroom floor. However, with laundry, if you don't put laundry on every day, your family will probably keep wearing and dirtying clothes, and it will just accumulate and build up and up and up until you feel so overwhelmed you don't know where to begin. So if you only do one housework task every day, make it laundry, because all the others, if you need to have a day off, you need to have a little bit of time off, they'll accumulate a little, you know, like your house will get dirtier, but it won't accumulate the same way laundry will, because it's not so relentless. I don't know, let me know in the comments if you feel the same. I just feel like laundry is the one thing, even if I'm ill, even if it's Christmas Day, I'll shove a load on just so I don't get that backlog, because when I cannot see the wood for the trees, or I cannot see the floor in my laundry room, you know, whichever one, that's what like overwhelms me the most. Let me know if it's the same for you. Obviously, the ideal situation is to keep doing a little bit of all forms of housework every day, and then it just keeps on top of everything. Okay, so back to what I'm actually doing before I started on this rant about laundry overwhelming everyone's lives and, you know, feeling like there are more people living in your house than actually living there. I have taken down, which I did before while I was ranting, all of the dry clothes from this drying area, and I'm hanging up the clothes to dry. So these are the clothes that come out of the washing machine that don't go in the tumble dryer. And I hang them up in shape so that they dry nicely. Some of these clothes I could tumble dry on low, but I find that some of my tops and things look more worn and kind of wobbly and things if I put them in the dryer. So I find the clothes last a lot longer if I dry them like this. A lot of people say, do you dry clothes outside? No, I live in Wales, because the second I put things outside, they seem to get rained on. Anyway, Zara has come in to help me. So I have given her her iPad. She doesn't want to like properly help, but she just wants to be with me. So I'm giving her iPad on the floor because this needs doing, and it's not going to stop needing doing just because she wants to be with Mummy. So she's sort of just under my feet, just out of the camera. I am now folding towels. I've done it again. So this is a classic example. In theory, I take stuff out of the dryer and I fold it immediately and sort it into the right basket or tub or bins, they call them in America, don't they? In the Calyx unit. So we've got one box per family member, and then like a basket I put towels in, and in theory it gets sorted as soon as it comes out the dryer. But then in practice, sometimes I take things out the dryer and chuck another load in, and I've got to run out the door to do a school run, or I've got to finish making dinner. And then this happens, and I have so much clean, dry laundry ready to sort that it's taking over my life. Now, at least I've got this in this kind of laundry area now. In the last house, we did have a laundry room, and yes, this exact same thing used to happen. But before we organised our laundry room, we didn't have any storage space in the laundry room, and we didn't have this system. I used to just end up with all the clean, ready to sort laundry in my bedroom, and it was really depressing because I just had baskets and baskets and baskets covering my bedroom of clean, dry laundry. And we used to have a laundry party once a week. I called it a party because it made the children think it was so much fun. And we'd put music on and we'd sort laundry. But for the rest of the week, I just had it building up, and it just stressed me out so much. So since having some way of storing and sorting laundry in the laundry room, it has made a massive difference. In an ideal world, I take it straight out the dryer and it goes directly into people's boxes, and my life runs a little more like clockwork. And in a not so ideal world, I have to spend a bit of time doing it like I'm doing it now, but at least I can close the door on it and all the laundry is together and it's not in my bedroom kind of stressing me out in what should be a quite tranquil space. So if I can suggest one thing to you, if you have any room in your house that is not like your tranquil space, like your bedroom, any room that you can put some sort of storage that you can close a door on near your washing, so a cupboard, a Calyx unit, anything that you can sort clean, dry laundry into, so you're not having to look at it before it has been put away, then it will make your life feel more organised, I promise you. So let me know. I do get a lot of people sending me pictures of their kind of laundry organisation and saying how much of a difference it's made having watched my videos. So if you set yours up, please do tag me over on Instagram in your pictures or send me a little DM with them. I love to see them. So let's go back to this, which household tasks are most overwhelming. I would say laundry for me is kind of my mountain. I guess it's because there's so many of us. Which household task do you find takes over your life the most? Is it laundry? Is it vacuuming? Is it picking up kids' toys? Because let's face it, that's quite a big one for me as well. My children are getting much tidier as they get older, other than Zara. I mean, in all fairness, she's only 3, but her room is constantly like a daily, explosion has happened and all the toys have been tipped all over the floor. So they are getting better. The older children are getting a lot better at just not making so much chaotic mess in the first place. I have high hopes that Zara will be the same. But picking up toys are probably, next to laundry, is my second greatest mountain that I have to climb on a daily basis. So what is yours? I'd love to know in the comments. I wonder if it is laundry for everybody or if everyone's struggle is a little different. So those little things you can see me folding, which are mostly grey and pink, are microfiber cloths. I used to, years ago, use kitchen roll along with my sprays and things for cleaning, and I went through so much of it, it just can't be that environmentally friendly. And then I switched to using microfiber cloths. I found that they were much more robust for cleaning with, because let's face it, kitchen roll can kind of disintegrate on you, can't it? And obviously much more environmentally friendly because you're not throwing so much stuff away. And I like not running out of them, because obviously you can just chuck them in the wash and then you have them again. And I must have saved a fortune, because once I bought them, then I still got them, I don't have to buy more. So we do have a lot of them. I do go through a lot of them, and yes, it adds to my washing, but it does make life easier. I also used cloth baby wipes, and still use them actually for hands, faces, and for wiping off my makeup and things. These are cheeky wipes. I shall link them below. I used to use those when my little ones were in cloth nappies, and honestly they're still so great now for hands and faces and wipe-ups. These are microfiber towels that have been washed and ready to go upstairs. They go on the children's pillows if their hair is still a little damp after a bath or shower. And then these are my folded microfiber cloths and kitchen towels. These are some more towels. They are the hand towels and hair towels ready to go upstairs. They're all folded. These are the bath towels, all folded and sorted. Now let's go upstairs and see how well the crease releaser spray has done. Now, other than the very end of the bed facing my dressing table, which I didn't spray at all because I'm going to cover it up with the big pink throw thing, I'd say it's done pretty well. That bedding is looking quite flat and smooth, and spraying it was a damn sight quicker than actually ironing it. As you can see, I was not joking, there is so much stuff dumped in the hall that really needs sorting. The playroom is not too bad, just a bit of a mess, needs a bit of a clean up in there. The kitchen has had loads of stuff dumped in there too. And the laundry room, well, is absolutely wedged full of all the laundry that I have not been doing for the past week. The lounge just needs a bit of a tidy, my ring light needs moving, back at the office, that kind of thing. That is a clean dry duvet that Zara weed on before we left and had been washed. Bella's room's a tip. My room is absolutely full of clean washing that needs putting away. Bathrooms need sorting. There's my bedroom again. What a tip. Zara's room is its usual bomb site south. So I'm starting off by just checking out this big bag of stuff that it's mostly packing cubes. So just sorting what needs to go upstairs. The bag with packing cubes needs to go upstairs, and sorting through what needs to go where. Dumping the stuff at the bottom of the stairs that needs to go up the stairs, and then sorting through all these bits and pieces. Things like the sun cream, that's like my out and about syringes of medicine. They've gone back in that red box by the front door, which is ready to grab when I'm on my way out the house. Now all this stuff just needs carrying upstairs, ready to get sorted. The way I like to kind of sort things is by starting with the entrance hall and clearing that. That way, if we have visitors, at least they don't think we live like absolute pigs, because the entrance hall is clean and tidy. That's the children's TV boxes, they're kind of travel boxes. They've gone upstairs too. So then it's time to sort out the shoes by the front door. I've got to start somewhere, and like I said, I like to have kind of the entrance to the hall and the downstairs loos right by the front door kind of sorted. So I'm starting, I've got a little bit of Zoflora diluted in that pink bottle and wiping things down. Next, I've got a bit of flash bathroom and letting Minky soak in a bit of that while I wipe over the mirror with my Pledge, my little microfiber cloth and my sort of reusable duster thing from B&M, which I love, as do the girls. Then just giving the sink a little bit of a wipe over. This is just a little sink, little quick job, but it's right by the front door, like I said. So I like to have this area nice and clean and tidy. It leaves a good first impression if anyone's surprise shows up. And then once I've cleaned it over, I like to wipe it over and like dry it with a microfiber cloth. I have so many of these. I will link them below, but you can never have too many of them, because if you're doing a big clean all in one go, you can go through them and then chuck them in the wash and still keep using the others. So flash bathroom to clean the toilet. I'm using the same one that I used for the sink, and then I'm going to use it to clean the loo, and then it can go in the wash straight away. Just giving it a good old wipe around, and then using the loo brush to clean the inside of the toilet. And I think we're going to grab some bleach and chuck it on down there, because that just makes sure that it's left sort of hygienically clean. I am now cleaning the rubber gloves with a bit of Zoflora and then some hand wash, because obviously the rubber gloves have touched the toilet, so you've got to wash them the same as you'd wash your hands. Now for using my little Dyson to vacuum round. It's easy to, if there is a long extension, but sometimes it's easier to just get on your hands and knees and do it in such a small space like this, and just do it manually. And then popping all the shoes away, because it really stresses me out when they are absolutely everywhere, and shoes are something that have to go away from our packing anyway. So getting those away on this little shelf. And then this room is not far off done. The coats need to go back in. I try not to have too many coats there at one time, but you know, they do tend to mount up. And then I'm just doing this little trick with the toilet roll, fold it under, and use this tap to stamp it to make it look really neat and tidy, and then a capful of Zoflora down the loo to finish that room off. I did make sure that I flushed the loo before putting the Zoflora down the toilet, as you'll notice, so we're not really mixing the chemicals, but a bit of Zoflora down the loo does make it smell amazing in there. So then for clearing the last of this surface by the front door and giving it a quick dust over, next job is to put the stuff that belongs in my car back in my car, because we actually went in my husband's van when we went away, so this stuff was dumped in the hall. And then I can get out my trusty little handheld Dyson and just vacuum all around. I do feel if this rug is clean and tidy, then the whole of the entrance hall feels nice and clean and tidy. So that is the downstairs hall, entrance hall and downstairs loo pretty much done. Next is the lounge. Now the lounge is not that messy, so I'm literally just straightening up the cushions, moving my ring light back to where it belongs, which is in my office, and then just giving a little dust around the surfaces. There's not that much stuff in the lounge. Just a quick dust over the TV, and then a quick Dyson around, and then that's the lounge pretty much done, other than a quick spritz of Zoflora. I do like a bit of Zoflora to freshen up the place, and that was just one capful of Zoflora and diluted with water. Next job is sorting a lot of laundry. I normally do laundry every day, and we've been away for a week, so I've hardly done any laundry. I think I did a load or two while we were away, but that is nothing. It's not going to make a dent in it. So do not forget to empty the fluff out of the dryer, people, because it makes your dryer work better and it stops it being a fire hazard too. So I'm shoving in a load of nappies now. That's just going in a quick rinse, and then that's my power hour done. Basically, I brought all of the stuff back from holiday and dumped it upstairs. So today's job is to sort all of that stuff that I'm unpacking, all of the packing cubes and things, unpack them, put them away. So that was a big bag that I had all the packing cubes in, and now it is time to sort all of these packing cubes and all the stuff that was in them into the relevant rooms and places. So I'm using these curver boxes, which you will have seen me use loads in my other videos. I just use them more than anything, not really so much for storage, but for sorting things into where they need to go and taking them from room to room, kind of like mini laundry baskets. So I'm just starting by sorting all this stuff. All this stuff is clean, by the way. All the dirty washing had been separated out and put into the laundry room. So this is stuff that was either not worn while we're away or washed while we're away. So it just needs to go away, really, into its actual home in our home. So yeah, just, I don't know about you, let me know in the comments. I do find when you get back from holiday, just the mass of stuff that is not in a place where it belongs creates such a mess in the house, and that just makes the whole place look really unclean and untidy. And once you can get everything put away, then you can actually make a dent in what needs to be done with the cleaning. But so often in my house, whether we've been away or whether it's just a normal day, it's the tidying that takes even longer than the cleaning. So I can actually make it tidy enough to clean. So yeah, definitely let me know in the comments if that's just me or if you feel that too. I also find that everyone seems to have one room in the house where all the stuff kind of congregates ready to get sorted. Now this has always been my bedroom, and it was a lot worse before we had our laundry room sorted. I will link my laundry room tour in the cards now actually, so that you can watch that and see what I do to store laundry, because it used to all be sorted in my bedroom like this. So my bedroom used to look like this all the time, just with clean laundry ready to go away, and now it just looks like this after a trip, so it's not as bad. But yeah, also let me know in the comments, where is your kind of dumping and sorting room in your house? Because we all have one. We know we all have one, and it's just a case of just identifying where it is and tackling it, and usually trying to tackle that first, because once that room is sorted, then that's kind of most of the work done and out of the way. So you can see here now I'm just finishing tidying up around my dressing table area, clearing the last few bits and pieces, putting shoes away and things, so I can actually start cleaning. And I'm starting by dusting the higher up surfaces. I like to dust before I change the bed, because I figure any dust that I kind of agitate and knock around the room can then stay on dirty sheets, and then the dirty sheets can be changed into nice clean sheets. So I'm using my very favourite, and it is Zara's favourite too, like fluffy duster. The head on this is actually washable, so I can just dust with it and then chuck it in the machine, so that makes it super eco-friendly. And it also means I like not having to buy more, I like not running out of things, so just in the amount of time it takes to wash and dry it. I have it back, so I've got two. I've kind of got one on the duster and then one in the wash. So I've always got one to hand, which is great, and I find it picks up really well. I don't have to use any product. I mean, sometimes I use product and cloths as well, but it sort of depends what mood I'm in really, or what kind of surface I'm cleaning. But I do find this really great, so you can pick those up. I got mine in B&M. I'm sure they sell them other places. But yeah, I'm doing the whole bedroom with just this and no product really today. Next job is changing my bed. So what you'll notice me doing here, once I have stripped the bed and taken the duvet out of it, is I always re-button up the duvet cover before putting it in the machine, because it stops other bits and pieces like pillowcases and things getting caught in the duvet cover during the wash cycle and getting lost basically forever. The next thing you will notice is that I'm bringing in my clean bedding, which is stored inside one of the pillowcases. So when I put my clean bedding away, I fold it all up, not perfectly or anything, just fold it up and put it inside one of the pillowcases, so the whole set is easy to grab and find. The other thing you will probably notice is I have not ironed my bedding, because I don't have time in my life for that. That is something I've decided to be consciously incompetent at doing. I don't iron bedding. Sorry, not sorry. That's all I can say really. Let me know in the comments. Do you iron bedding? Is that something you make time for in your life? I've just decided it's not a priority for me, because I've got other things I need to be doing, and my life is chaos, and I don't know, maybe one day when my children are grown I'll find time to iron bedding, but right now it ain't happening. So I am unbuttoning the bedding, because obviously it was about to go and wash, and placing the duvet inside it. This is a bit like a workout because it's huge, but there we go, it's worth it. Buttoning all of that back up, and then I just kind of smooth it out and shake it off as best I can and make it as flat as possible, even though it hasn't been ironed. So with every room I tackle, I always like to tidy first and then dust, so sort of the higher surfaces, and then bedding if that needs doing, and then onto the floor, which is where we're at now. I've grabbed my cordless Dyson to just do a quick whip around the carpet, which picks up any bits that have been dropped through the week, plus any dust that's been knocked onto the floor while I've been cleaning. So then that's my bedroom finished, looking about a gazillion times better than when it was covered in unpacking and stuff that had been dumped there. Next I'm on to Bella's room, which looks like this, which is just no good. It's not a mess, especially because we've been dumping stuff from unpacking. It's just a mess because it really needs tidying. So I'm starting off with making her bed. I always feel like if a bed is made in a room, it's looking much cleaner and tidier, whether it is or not. It is definitely creating the illusion of being clean and tidy just because the bed is neatly made. On to a bit more tidying. All of Bella's soft toys live in this bean bag that doesn't physically have any beans in it. It's used for soft toy storage. Honestly, if you're not doing this, it is great if your children are anything like mine. They have so many soft toys. It's a great way to store them. You can also store blankets, bedding, anything like that in it, and it's still reasonably comfortable to use. It's one of my favourite hacks. So yeah, another thing I will say, as you can see here, I'm trying to get the children to help me clean and tidy. Is it that helpful really for them to be helping? It's probably quicker to do it myself if I was on my own, but it's not about that. It's about getting them to muck in, about getting them to take a bit of responsibility for their own things. If they know that they've got to tidy their own rooms, they're less likely to make it such a mess, and they're more likely to be a bit more proud of their rooms, and eventually, they're going to grow up and live on their own, and someone is not going to pick up after them. So if I'm kind of gently introducing the idea that it's good to help and for us all to muck in and do it together, and then we can all go and have fun together, then I just think that's nice. As you can see here, Zara has got the other duster, because both of them are clean at the moment, and she's just going around dusting whatever she thinks is helpful. Like I said, it's not really helpful, but she loves just joining in. Then once all the room's been tidied, so that's the order we always do: tidying, then dusting from top to bottom, and then the bed, which I didn't change the bed today, just made it in Bella's room, and then the floor, and then that's Bella's room tackled, and we're on to Zara's room, because Zara's room is even worse than Bella's room, if you can believe it. So I've got them all just mucking in, putting away toys as best they can. There is accessible storage in each of their rooms, so although things might not go exactly where they're supposed to go, they have the ability to put things away of sorts. So I'm folding up blankets, putting away toys. Zara's bed needs making. She's recently started sleeping in the big girl's bed. We've not yet got rid of the cot because she's only been in the big girl's bed for a few nights. But hope it's that the cot can go soon. She's getting such a big girl. I'll actually free up a bit more space in the room, which will be nice. So once all the tidying is done, I can grab my duster. Oh, there we go. We're about to start potty training. That's what that's all about. Bunny is sitting on a potty. You see, we found this potty during the course of tidying up, the bunny-sized potty. Another beauty of tidying with your children is they find all sorts of treasures, things they forgot they had. So Zara's room is not far off done now, as we're on to dusting, moving all her bits and pieces, dusting around them and then putting them back neatly. We're also nearing the end of the power hour time that I have allocated before we've got to go and do other things. So it's just a case of really cramming as much in as possible and rushing around, just fitting in as much as I possibly can these last few minutes, giving Zara's room a little vacuum, and just see, it just looks so much better than it did, didn't it? When you just couldn't see the floor. Oh look, Zara's dusting the floor. See, she's so helpful. So helpful. She just loves joining in with whatever I'm doing. First job for today, and I'm really hoping to finish the whole house today. The first job is the playroom. Now, you probably, I don't know if you caught it recently, I did a massive playroom declutter. So all these boxes are stored with different types of toys in them, and the children know exactly what needs to go where, and they are supposed to help putting the stuff away. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes it just gets left all over the floor, a bit like today. But I'm really, where I can, encourage them to put stuff away themselves and just muck in when I'm tidying up. So then I always like to straighten out the sofa cushions. This sofa kind of comes apart quite a lot. The cushions sort of fall off and then it looks quite a mess. So once it's all tidy, I always start with dusting. As I've said in my previous videos, I always do tidying first, then dusting from high down to low. Then I do bedding if it's a bedroom, and then after that I can do the floors. So I'm just using a little bit of Zoflora and a microfiber cloth on this table, partly because it is covered in felt tip pen, because it's where they do colouring. So I'm just trying to get those off. It's washable felt tip, so it comes off quite easily. And then it's just a case of straightening out the rug and grabbing my little cordless Dyson, which I love because I can pick it up and put it down. It's not a right pain to plug in. The children aren't tripping over wires and things. It's not a big deal to sort of have to put away when I'm finished either. Oh, and look, Zara's helping by dusting the floor again. So helpful, darling. And that is the playroom done. So on to the kitchen now. The kitchen is, no, it's not a terrible mess, but it's sort of dusty and needs a bit of a clean. So I'm just using my diluted Zoflora, so a capful of Zoflora in a spray bottle, diluted with water, to just spritz down all the surfaces. It gives it a little bit of it kills off all the germs and nasties and makes it smell amazing. So I'm just working around the countertop from the breakfast bar towards the sink, moving all the bits and pieces out of the way. This area is all covered in crumbs because it's next to the bread bin and toaster, and just sort of I sweep all the crumbs towards the sink as I clean, and then just kind of buff up the granite so it looks all nice and shiny again. And then I just really like to try and keep the surfaces as clear as I possibly can, because if the surfaces are clear, my family members are less likely to dump things on there. If there's already piles of stuff, they just add to it. It just happens. Tell me in the comments, is that the same in your house? Do you find that the messier your house is, the more mess that the family makes? Most people tend to find that. So I'm just wiping down the windowsill, which doesn't get done every day, and it's quite dusty and mucky, as well as the countertops and then the sink. I'm using a little sponge here, as well as my Zoflora, to go around the sink area, which is a bit more grubby than the rest of the countertops. And then once I've done that, I tend to buff over it all with the microfiber cloth as well. Then I am running the tap, because that's the waste disposal unit, to put all the to wash all the food down there, and then finishing wiping over the sinks with my microfiber cloth to kind of leave it dry. I find the sponge doesn't leave it dry enough. And now I'm putting the plug in. I've got a capful of Zoflora, my favourite Linen Fresh at the moment, capful in each sink with the plug in, and then I pour a bit of boiling water in there, so that is that can, you can put any sponges and things in there to get them all clean and fresh. It also makes the room smell amazing, and that smell wafts right through the house. And then on the last section, countertop over in the corner of the kitchen, just moving all the bits and pieces. This area tends to get just a bit neglected and dusty, if I'm honest. It's not used that much. Like by the sink gets wiped all the time, but this area doesn't get used as much, so is more likely to get a bit dusty. So I'm just wiping all of that over, and then that's pretty much done for that room. Now this is actually the laundry room. I've got a sink and a worktop in there, so I've moved into the room just off the kitchen now to wipe off this area and this sink too. The laundry room gets quite a lot of abuse because it's where all our dirty laundry gets done, so all our clean laundry gets sorted. I will link my laundry room tour in the cards now, because I've got a sort of a different way that I used to sort laundry, and it has been absolutely life-changing for me, because it means that the other rooms stay cleaner and tidier. Now we're back upstairs to my bedroom, and this is the bedding that I stripped off the bed yesterday. I am folding it up, not like perfectly, but just sort of roughly folding it up. There's the, who knows how to fold a fitted sheet thing, just do your best with it. Fold the sides in, the kind of the tucked under bits in on itself. It doesn't have to be perfect, but the important thing is storing it. So the way I store it is when it's all folded up, then I store it inside one of the pillowcases, because then the whole set is easy to find. You can grab the set and then pop, it's just easy. You're not looking for bits and pieces that are lost. So yeah, if you don't store your bedding like this, start now. It will change your life. And as I said in my last video, I don't mind bedding. Let me know. Maybe this makes me a very bad person, but I don't, because I don't have time in my life for that. So now we're putting laundry away in my airing cupboard, which is in my ensuite just off my bedroom. I used to just have all the towels. If you look back at my house tour video, which I'll link in the cards now, this airing cupboard was just a whole mess of towels. All the things were just shoved directly on the shelves. I've since sorted them into these baskets, because I can grab a basket and fold things within the basket quite easily and find things much better. It's not all falling on my head every time I open the door. So sorting things into baskets, all the towels are Marie Kondo folded into these baskets, and it's just been so much neater and easier. I'm also hanging up various bits in the airing cupboard hanging rail. It's where I hang stuff that is damp and that needs to be dried off, because it's a nice area to do that. Now I'm taking out all of the towels and things from the bathroom. I really find that if you really want to do a quick spritz for the bathroom, which is really what this is, we're not doing a deep clean the bathroom at all. You just want to make it look clean and tidy. You just kind of do the bare basics, and that's strip out all the yucky towels and wipe the sink. And really, I do not have much time today, so that is all I'm doing. I'm flooring the windowsill, and then I am using a minky to wipe the sink. I'm not even getting involved with the toilet and the shower and things because I just don't have time. But by doing these things, like wiping off the toothpaste and stuff and just tidying up and moving the towels, I find the whole bathroom just looks much cleaner and tidier. And because I'm using Zoflora, it smells great too. So yeah, this is very much a speed clean, not a deep speed clean, if that makes sense, because the name of the game, as I said at the beginning of the video, is finishing the house. Having said I'm not touching the toilet, I am bunging a cap full of Zoflora down there because it makes it smell good, and I am folding the toilet paper. I'm folding the corner of the toilet paper in on itself and stamping it on the tap because it looks all pretty, like a little folded letter envelope thing. Anyway, onto the children's bathroom, cap full of Zoflora down the toilet just to kind of disinfect and make it smell nice, and then I'm just tidying up. As with the last bathroom, I'm literally doing the windowsill and the sink today and not really tackling the toilet or the shower because that's a job for another day. The bathroom was literally deep cleaned quite recently, so this is a very much a surface clean, make it look clean and tidy kind of clean because, as I said, this is all about making my whole house look and feel clean and finished, as opposed to it being really, really deep cleaned. You can't do everything all the time. So today is just a quickie really. So I'm using these towels to just wipe over because they are all going in the wash, and literally all the towels that are looking dirty and untidy are all going to be washed, and then that makes the bathrooms look much fresher. And just put a nice clean towel out and do the little stamp the toilet roll thing. It looks great. Onto my teenager's bedroom, which isn't too bad because I do make him clean his own room. He's 15 now, he's more capable of doing that. I'm just making his bed because I was looking in at it and it wasn't very nicely done and it was stressing me out. So now for putting nappies away, Zara will be potty training soon, so we won't be doing that much longer, but that's my nappy storage unit, putting those away because they were just out. And then hanging up some clothes that have come out of the airing cupboard that were dry and needed to be hung up and away in my wardrobe. And then onto my office. Now, don't look at that corner of the office. That's stuff like boxes of things that have been sent to me that I haven't dealt with yet. You've got to have somewhere, haven't you, to hide rubbish, and the very corner of my office is where I hide mine. So I'm just trying to kind of tidy away. There's lots of other bits that can go away and can stay nice and clean and tidy. I'm just tidying all those away, and then I'm doing a little Zoflora wipe over with my diluted Zoflora and my microfiber cloth of my desk and my workstation thing, just because I'm sure lots of germs and yucky things accumulate there, and as I said, Zoflora makes it smell great. And then this area over here, that's having a little wipe over too in the corner of my office. And then on the landing, just wiping over the Calix units, and then on to my youngest son's bedroom, which again isn't too awful. His bed just needs making. I do encourage him to make his own bed, but he's only 7 and not brilliant at it yet. He'll get there. Just folding up his blankets and things. I'm going to wipe over his desk, for the same reason, just to kind of disinfect it, make it smell nice, make sure that the surface is clear, and wipe over his table that he uses a lot as well. And then that's it. That's my house as finished as it's going to be for now. That's the hall done, the lounge done. They were both done the first part of the video. The playroom is done. It was done earlier in this video, I think. The kitchen is looking better. The laundry room. And then we go back in the kitchen again. And then upstairs on the hall, my bedroom, which we tackled in the previous video. That's Bella's room, which hasn't got too messy since I did it yesterday. And Zara's room. And then on to Dylan's room, which wasn't too bad, just moved the bed in there. The bathroom, which just had a really quick once over, my ensuite, and William's room and my office. I started off by clearing the landing, putting the case that needs to be emptied onto the bed along with all the other stuff that needs to be sorted, and then putting away all the clean and stuffed cloth nappies that were there in boxes ready to be put away into the cloth nappy unit.
That's where I'm helping Mummy.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I might have to redo that, but thank you for trying.
I'll help.
With all the cloth nappies away in this calyx unit on the landing, at least one area was clear, which was the landing. I then went to tackle my bedroom. You can see I've got these little baskets, which I shall link in the description. And I use these, I've got loads and loads of them. I use them to sort stuff into as I am tidying up around the house. So I use them to sort things into which room they belong to, and then everything can be easily carried from room to room. They're small enough for children to carry from room to room as well, and I give them their things in these little baskets. My next job after emptying the case and clearing the bed a bit was to empty the clean dry washing out of the airing cupboard and to plonk it on the bed, ready to be sorted into where it belongs and which rooms it needed to go into. I don't know about you, let me know in the comments, but I personally find that often when I do let things get on top of me like this, there's so much putting away and sorting and tidying that I've got to do before I can even get to any cleaning at all. So I did today what I always do, which is hang my stuff straight up and then sort everyone else's into clothes per person ready to be hung into their rooms. Then I took all the clothes that had been sorted and hung them up in the relevant children's rooms. As you'll know if you watched my Decluttering Zara's wardrobe video, I like to hang the girls' clothes up in rainbow order so I can easily find them. I have made a slight change since I made that video in that all of Zara's clothes that don't match Bella's, so basically the stuff that used to be Bella's that Zara's got now because Bella's grown out of, live in Zara's wardrobe, and the outfits that match, that the girls have got matching dresses, live here in Bella's wardrobe because Bella's got a much larger wardrobe. Also, all the tutus live on the tutu rail underneath. And I separate the clothes that belong to Bella as opposed to the clothes that belong to Bella and Zara out with these wardrobe hanger separator thingies, which I shall link below. So all the stuff on the left is the girls' matching dresses and the stuff on the right just belongs to Bella. I went back into my room to pick up all the bits that had been dumped on the floor out of kind of hand luggage and stuff, and put the rest of the bits from the baskets away, putting things away in my airing cupboard, and just have a little tidy around my ensuite bathroom, putting away toiletries that had been delivered with Tesco order and stuff, and just generally tidy the place up because it was looking like a bomb site. Then it's on to tidying up my dressing table. It really stresses me out. My dressing table is really cluttered because it is so nice to have somewhere in the mornings to get ready that is kind of clean and tidy, and I can find everything and have nice clear surfaces because clear surfaces make me happy and clutter makes me stressed. So I just gave my dressing table a little wipe over with a bit of Pledge because it was super dusty and disgusting, and just generally give it a nice clean and clear. You'll notice this is the first bit of actual cleaning I've managed to do in amongst the sorting, and yes, my dressing table is probably not the most pressing area in the house that needs cleaning, but, oh, this is a nice sign that my friend gave me when she moved away. Anyway, this is not the most pressing area that needed cleaning, but it was a small, manageable area that I could tick off my list and something that was stressing me out, and I sometimes think starting with something that can be achieved quite quickly, an area that is stressing you out the most, is kind of important to do, don't you think? Let me know in the comments. So whilst I had the Pledge out, I dusted the rest of the surfaces in my bedroom, all around the television, tops of the units, before straightening the bed out. Didn't bother to change the sheets on this occasion, and then just gave them a spritz with my bottle of fabric softener and water mixed. I will link the bottle below. Then I grabbed my trusty cordless Dyson. The floors are generally the last thing I do in the room after the tidying and the wiping of the surfaces. So that's my room looking a little bit tidier. Then it's time to go and feed the children their lunch, and while they're eating their lunch I did a bit more sorting in the kitchen, generally putting things away and tidying and clearing surfaces so that I was able to clean. My next job was to refill our fridge jug where we keep squash so that at meal times we've got a nice cold drinks. Then it was time to spray and wipe all the surfaces in the kitchen. Inside this pink bottle I have got some Zoflora, my current favourite I think is called Spring Fresh. I've just got a cap full of Zoflora in there, topped up with water, and then that is used on all the surfaces. Everything smells amazing and it's got disinfectant properties. I have got loads of these microfiber cloths which I bought in a big pack from Amazon. I will link them below. I use them for everything. They're fantastic. I've got pink ones I use in the kitchen, yellow I use for sort of dusting general other areas, and blue for toilets and bathrooms in the loo. And then they all get washed with a scoop of Mio Fresh sanitizer for the washing machine, which I will link below as well. These little cloths that I'm using are a bit like the minky cloths that Mrs. Hinch uses. They are kind of a scratchy scrubber side on one side and a soft microfiber side on the other side. I got them in a multi-pack. I will link them below. They were very good value. I only use the soft side because the scratchy side would scratch the granite. Then I finished tidying up the rest of the bits and pieces that need to go away in the kitchen, wiped down the rest of the surfaces, moving everything, wiping, putting everything back so it's all nice and clean and tidy. Then I gave the children's toy kitchen a little wipe over where they do their cooking while I am cooking too. Then I moved on to the table where the children had finished their lunch, tidied away the children's bibs, sprayed and wiped the table. Like I said, starting up high, working down to the chairs and then the floor, and then giving it all a nice clean so it's ready for our next meal. Then I started to tackle the laundry room, which is normally nice and clean and tidy, because I have a very strict system for staying on top of laundry as a family of 6. You can see my laundry system and laundry room tour video flashing up on your cards now. But yeah, today I just had to put everything away that had been delivered, like my fabric softener and washing powder and things. Have been delivered in a Tesco order and I haven't even put away yet. This stuff are out drying and the surfaces need a good clean. So I'm starting up higher, wiping surfaces as I went down, cleaning the sink out and making everything clean and tidy and shiny again. Then I moved on to the floors. I took my Dyson and did the kitchen and the laundry room floors. Then I grabbed my Bylida 1-2 spray, or Vera as Mrs. Hinch calls it, to clean the floors, which is filled up here in this trigger area with diluted Zoflora, and you just squeeze the trigger and squirt it on the floor and then wipe it over with that pad, and it cleans and disinfects the floors, and the floors smell amazing. So I did this all across the kitchen and the laundry room, and then that with those 2 rooms pretty much done. You can see all the yuck and disgusting mess that came off my floors. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I've got 2 of these pads, one on and one in the wash. So I threw one in the wash and I replaced the pad with a clean one, so it is ready to go for next time I need to clean the floor or there is any form of spillage. So that is the laundry room done, and the kitchen and the dining area all done too, just with clear surfaces and a bit of a wipe around. It looks quite different. I then moved on to the lounge, which was basically the least messy room in the house because the children rarely ever go in there. I was giving the cushions a little Zoflora spritz to freshen them up, then a bit of Pledge polish over the windowsills, the shelves, the tabletops, things like that. Then I grabbed the Zoflora again to just quickly spritz the curtain fabrics to freshen them up, as well as the rug that had a bit of a Zoflora treatment as well. Then a quick Dyson round the floor, and that was the lounge done. Then it was time to move on to the playroom, which really did look like it had been burgled, and it often looks like this because the children make such a mess. I am a big fan of really trying to encourage the children to tidy up their own mess. They don't do a brilliant job of it, but nonetheless I do try and get them to help me, even if I've got to quietly go around and do it again after them, because I think it's important that they learn to pick up after themselves. Once the majority of the toys were away and I could actually have some space to clean, I grabbed my yellow cloth and my pledge and I started up high, always starting up high and moving to down low for spraying, wiping and polishing. Then when I had finished with all the wiping and polishing of sticky finger marks on things, I sorted out the sofa cushions, gave them a little spray with my Flora and vacuumed the rug. And that's the playroom looking a lot tidier, not quite sure how long it will last, but hey ho. Then I moved on to the hall to sort out the dumping ground that is this table. I really like having clear surfaces in the hall. I feel like if our entrance hallway is tidy, our whole house seems much tidier, yet this is the main place that gets really, really cluttered. As everyone comes into the house, they just dump things here. So once that area was decluttered, I gave it a little wipe and then put the suitcase in my under the stairs area, which desperately needs a declutter. It's kind of my dumping ground, but I hide things behind that screen. Then I vacuumed the floor and the hall was pretty much done. Once I had finished the hall, I headed up to Zara's room. Now, Zara is only 2 and is a big fan of making a huge mess, and the others, in all fairness, do play in her room as well, so it's not just her making this mess. The bed isn't even for her to sleep in yet. She will sleep there eventually. It's just for her to sit on, for having stories, and for I sit to feed her in the evenings before bed. But it still gets played in and messed up, so that bed needed making. And then just all these toys needed putting away, all the books putting away. She loves reading books, but she does not love putting them away. Now, little mum hack for you. I store all of the children's soft toys in a bean bag without any beans in it. So they all go in there. It's not quite as comfortable as a normal bean bag, but it'll do, and it's a really good place to store all the soft toys that are out of the way, the ones that they just don't want to get rid of, but what on earth do you do with them otherwise? So once Zara's room was tidy and the books were away, I gave a quick dust around the place, a quick vacuum, and then moved on to the children's bathroom. I find the easiest way to do their bathroom is to empty everything out of it and then get started. I use a bit of Flash Bathroom and another one of those cloth things that I showed earlier and linked below to just give the whole thing a good scrub, and then a little shower down, another wipe round and rinse down until it's all nice and clean. So once I'd cleaned the bath, sink, shower and toilet, I gave the floor a little vacuum and popped all the stuff back in the bathroom. I am starting today's power hour as I like to by getting a load of laundry on. That way the machine is working while I am cleaning. It's cleaning clothes, I'm cleaning the house. Twice the amount of cleaning is being done. And that way by the end of the power hour I should be able to swap over and do another load. So I'm actually putting a mixed load in because I'm quite on top of the laundry and I haven't got 2 separate loads. So I'm using this reusable colour catcher. You're supposed to tick them off as you wash. I never do that, if I'm honest. I just use them until they go a dark grey colour and then they become a clean-up cloth. So those are fantastic. I will link those below. And then I'm using my method. My favourite combination is the purple, the laundry wash, and the pink one. I don't know what they're called, it's just the purple and the pink one, but I will link them below for the fabric softener. Now I'm back upstairs in my room and reaching for some cleaning supplies because I do like to have cleaning supplies near to where I plan to use them. So here we've got cloths, we've got a duster, we've got some freshener. Oh, there you go, Zara's pinching my duster. And then in the bathroom, up out high, out of the way, I keep this glass cleaner, so I will be using that. We're starting in my bedroom today, which has a lot of glass in it. If you've watched our renovation updates, you know I bought a lot of this stuff from IKEA, a lot of the furniture, and I have invested in the glass tops to go on top of the dressing table type. The dressing table has got a glass top on it, on top of the units like the chest of drawers and things, because I think that they will sort of stay nicer for longer. Otherwise I do find that the white can get kind of nicked and you end up just with sort of scruffy looking tops of the furniture when the paint is chipped and things. So the glass tops obviously just need cleaning a little bit more to kind of polish up. They sort of attract dust a bit more, don't they? Now onto my dressing table, which I am cleaning off all the bits and pieces. And starting with the mirror, we have got a lot of mirrors in our new house. I wanted mirrors to kind of create the illusion of more space, which is great, but it does mean there's a lot of cleaning to be done, which, you know, it's a bit of a pain, isn't it? So I'm liking the mirrors, and I'll get back to you on having done a lot more cleaning when we've lived here a bit longer about how much all the mirrors are driving me nuts for fingerprints and cleaning and stuff. So we have got a little hack that I'm going to try on the bigger mirrors in a second for cleaning those, so stay tuned for that. So that's my mirror cleaned, and the glass on top. Oh, hang on. I had it paused from cleaning because Zara wanted some spray on neck. That's perfume. Well, that's what the girls call my perfume, spray on neck. So anyway, back to putting my little tubs of the hair brushes and makeup brushes and things back, and then moving around. I'm kind of going around the room in a clockwise direction, and then as I'm cleaning and using these cloths, I am putting them into a bucket ready to be washed. I'm just using a little bit of Zoflora on that, by the way. That's diluted Zoflora, which cleans and kind of disinfects to do with the door handles. The reason that the skirting boards were so sludgy, I think we still got a bit of building dust going on. Even though the place has been cleaned, I think after you've done a lot of building work, you get kind of building dust. It seems to just come from nowhere. It comes from nowhere, and then anyway, you have to keep cleaning. If you've lived in a new build or you've had an extension or anything, you'll know what I mean. Now to tackle some big mirrors, and I need my folding step because I am only 5'4" and I can't reach the top otherwise. So I'm using the Method glass cleaner, and I'm also using this thing. Is it called a squeegee? Is that the word that I'm looking for here? This one's actually from IKEA. I do use this for cleaning things like the shower, which I shall do later on. And I thought maybe it would be a quicker way to clean these massive mirrors between that and a microfiber cloth. So I will try doing a couple of doors with it and a couple of doors without it and see if it makes much of a difference. The only problem with it obviously is it like collects the liquid, which you don't want running onto the carpets. You've kind of got to have the squeegee in one hand and the microfiber cloth in the other. But I think it's making it quicker. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try one without as well, shall we, and see if it's not making a difference, or if it is making a difference. So if we do this door with just the cloth, I don't know, is that quicker? Not sure really, not sure. I think the problem I tend to find with mirrors and things, I tend to apply too much product. And if you apply too much product, there's too much to rub off. So being sparing with applying product seems to be the answer to making cleaning and things like mirrors a little bit easier, because when you really slather it on, you just end up with a really soggy cloth and having to change the cloth over and over and over, and just more to kind of wipe off. Trying again with the squeegee now. I'm undecided. I'm thinking it might make it a little bit quicker, but perhaps just because I applied too much product. Not sure. Let me know in the comments. Do you think using squeegee is the way forward for big mirrors? Anyway, on to another glass surface now, which is my top of my bedside cabinet thing. These little cabinets, I think they're called Malm cabinets in IKEA. The glass is almost as much as the actual cabinet itself, but I do think it's worth it for it to stay kind of nice. Now we're using my homemade fabric refresher, and this is just some essential oils, some bicarbonate of soda, and some water mixed up. I have got the instructions for exactly how to do that and to buy the bottle and things linked down below in the description if you want to make your own fabric refresher that's kind of a bit more natural, but want to make your pillows and fabrics and things smell divine. Now onto the windowsill, which is another little kind of dirt collector. I'm not going to do the blinds because they were actually done a couple of days ago. I am going to Zoflora the radiator. Not that the radiator is going on at the moment because it's quite warm, but if you do Zoflora your radiators, when the radiators do come on, they smell amazing. And then back to some more skirting boards, and we've gone through a few cloths. They're soggy, so they're going into that basket and they're going to be washed at the end of this power hour. And now to vacuum, and oh look, there's my little hair tool organizer. One of my followers recommended that in the comments of one of my videos. I bought it and I love it. It's for my hair straighteners and my hair dryer. My hairbrushes go on top in buckets, but yeah, it's fantastic. Right, on to Zara's room. Zara is my youngest and I think my messiest child, if I'm honest. She is only 3, so in all fairness. So I'm just picking up all her bits and pieces. I'm not doing like a thorough deep cleaning here. I am picking up her soft toys, which go into the bean bags without beans. Bean bags without beans are the best thing ever. You just buy a normal bean bag, either without beans or empty the beans out, and use it to store soft toys. It's not quite as comfortable, probably, as if It did actually have beans in it, but it's an amazing way to hide all the soft toys and keep them so that the children can access them, and they've still got somewhere to sit. Honestly, if there's one thing you do for your children's rooms, do that. Now I'm just going to make Zara's bed, which is a bit of a mess as well. I don't need to change the sheets because they were recently done too. And then we're moving on to vacuuming the hall. We've not got much of a landing in this house, but then it's less carpet to have to vacuum, isn't it? So, you know, every cloud and all that. And I am going to clean the bathroom, but first I'm just going to grab any bits of like obvious dust and things with the vacuum cleaner. And then into Bella's room, which is a bit of a mess as well. She's normally pretty good at making a bed, but, you know, not so much today. And folding up her onesie and stuffing it into the hood. I do that when they're going swimming, to put it into the swimming bag. It kind of keeps it nice and neat, but I do it to store it in the house as well because it just creates a bit more space, doesn't it? By storing onesies like that, sort of makes them a bit neater to store. I'm clearing Bella's table. They have a bottle of water to go to bed, those little sports bottles, and for some reason she's got 3 of them. She's been collecting them and not taking them back down to the kitchen, so they all need to go back down to the kitchen. And although I wasn't going to clean as such in here, I was just going to do the floors. This table is dusty, so it is having some diluted Zoflora, and it's just being wiped just to get rid of the dust and the yuck. And now just to fold up her blankets, or her blankies as she calls them. She loves blankets, honestly. She just, like, blankets are toys to my daughter. To both of them, actually. They adore blankets. And then to just give the carpets and the rug a little bit of a vacuum. And that room is pretty much, that's all I'm going to do in here, to be honest. Because, you know, I've spent quite a lot of time in my room and I do need to clean the bathroom. So first job is to grab all the towels that need washing and to empty the bathroom bin. And then I'm going to just stick some bleach down the toilet. So while I'm cleaning the rest of the bathroom, the bleach can be doing its thing and, you know, cleaning the toilet for me. Now for some Method multi-surface and a cloth, which I keep in this little drawer under the sink. And I'm going to wipe over the top of the bin because that was a bit dusty. And now we're going to start up high and then work down. We've got a bit of Method glass to do this mirror. The Method glass, it's got a reasonably nice smell, the mint smell, but this Method pink grapefruit just smells amazing. I did try the Method bathroom cleaner and it worked perfectly well and it smelled okay. It smelled like the mint glass cleaner, but the multi-purpose pink grapefruit does it for me. I can use it anywhere, so I could take it to a different room and use it as well, and it does the same job, but I prefer the smell. And to be honest, if I prefer the smell of something, I'm more likely to clean. It's just, I'm that basic. So now I'm just wiping over the drawers because they get toothpaste spat on them, and now this very, very dusty towel rail. I don't know how it's got so dusty. Like I said, we've only been here a couple of weeks and it's really, really dusty, and I have wiped it already, but I guess we are still experiencing the building site dust. Wiping over Zara's step, which I did buy a little grey step to match the room, and I'm really pleased with that actually. And now to do the shower. What you'll probably notice in the corner of the shower that I'm wiping now is my soap dispenser. So I've got shampoo, conditioner and shower gel in there. It means we don't have to have any bottles in the shower or taking in and out of the shower because, you know, I read Marie Kondo doesn't leave shampoo bottles in the shower because it does leave gunk, doesn't it? You end up with like gunk rings around the place. It's just a place to collect dirt. So I was taking them in and out of the shower and wiping them and being a good girl and putting them in the cupboard, and it was such a faff. And I do like just having this little dispenser. I also find it dispenses a small amount, so I'm not wasting as much product. So far so good, and it sticks to the tiles. You don't have to drill. So now, as you will see, I'm using the glass cleaner again to do the inside of the glass on the shower. This was really quite gunky gross as well. Inside and out, bizarrely. It's been splattered with, I don't know, shower gels and all sorts. Even though I do use like a daily shower spray as well, so you know, it's not as bad as it would have been, but it's just surprising how quickly things get all gunked up when there are loads of people living in a house, I think. So I've used the Method glass for the glass and the multi-surface pink grapefruit for the shower tray, and now I'm doing the outside of the glass as well. This is our main bathroom. There is a shower downstairs and downstairs bathroom as well, but not as many people use that one, so the majority of the people in the household tend to use this bathroom, which is why it's the one that gets the dirtiest. It's nearly done with the shower now. It's nice to have it all sparkly clean. The question is, how long will it stay like this? Answers in the comments. I'm guessing, personally, not very long at all. I'm now going to wipe over the outside of the toilet brush. I still got to use the actual toilet brush itself to clean the toilet. I just thought I'll wipe over the outside of it. Now, clean cloth again. I do go through a lot of these cloths. I've got a lot of these microfiber cloths and they all go in a little basket and then they get washed to do the windowsill and the top, like the shelf on the toilet. So I'll clean the toilet last and then wash my hands, but I have done the shelf. And now wiping all around the bath. I do wipe around the bath after the children get out anyway, and I sometimes use the daily shower spray on it. So the bath isn't too bad, to be honest. So just, I wipe over generally just with a towel, just to sort of get rid of any bubbles and gunk and things, but I don't necessarily give it clean every time they have a bath. Answer me in the comments, how often do you clean your bath? Do you just wipe it over when it's used? Do you do it sort of as part of your bathroom clean? Or what do you do? So now, cleaning the toilet, and then obviously this cloth will go directly into the wash as well. I've flushed away the bleach that we popped in earlier, and then just a little go around with the toilet brush, and now it's time to wash my hands. And now, clean hands, time to do the floor with my Veleda 1-2 spray. What you can't see in here is I'm pulling a little trigger and it's going shh and spraying some Method Wild Rhubarb Anti-Bac floor cleaner onto the tiles. So it smells divine and it's just so easy to do. It's so much easier than mopping. And now for fresh towels. The bathroom looks so much cleaner and tidier with a nice fresh towel until someone uses it. And then that's the one that kind of just goes on the floor. And I'm putting my cleaning products away. And there are my dirty things. Let's take them downstairs to the laundry. So this is the load that we put on earlier. That has been washing while I've been cleaning. And I'm separating into one basket of tumble dryable. Is that a word? Tumble dryable? Anyway, tumble dryable and non-tumble dryable stuff. So then the stuff that's going into the wash now is kind of stuff to be disinfected that is absorbent. So this load I will not use fabric softener on. I'm trying not to overload the washing machine. A few people ask me about this, how come I don't fill it really full? It's to do with weight, and if you put lots of towels in, by the way, that's a capsule of Zoflora to disinfect and no fabric softener in there. Anyway, if you overload the washing machine with too many towels, then the weight is too much and your washing machine will end up either breaking or sending an error code. Anyway, taking the stuff out to the tumble dryer, I've got this little stacker thing, as you can see it's got a shelf on it, which is kind of cool. I will link that below. And a fluff bin. I've never had a dryer fluff bin before. I've got a fluff bin now, which makes me super happy. So now the tumble dryable, still not sure if that's a word, stuff has gone in the tumble dryer, and I'm sorting out the wet stuff. So this is the other basket of stuff, and this gets hung up. This is kind of my airing cupboard area. I hang up dry clothes here. Or clothes to dry, shall I say. The clothes that need to dry, they get hung up and kind of dry in shape. And there is a little radiator there to sort of keep them warm. I don't keep many things there at all. As soon as they're dry, they go straight upstairs. And I don't know if you can see from here, hangers between the things to keep them apart so that they dry properly. Now, all of this stuff is the stuff that has come out of the dryer. Other than that, that was a bit damp still, so that's gone back in the dryer. That was one of Zara's night nappies. So all of these bits that come out of the dryer are going into the relevant person's boxes. So you can see the boxes I'm sorting things into. There are 6 boxes, 1 for each family member, and then towels going into a basket on the floor ready to go straight upstairs. But each family member has a box, and then when it is getting a bit full, I give it to that family member and I say, hey, put your stuff away please. And the little ones need a bit of help, but honestly, it has been such a godsend since I've done this method. I used to gather all the stuff originally in my old house before I had a laundry room kind of organised and had this system. I used to gather all the stuff and we'd have a laundry party once a week and we'd sort everything into who it belongs to, and we'd end up with just baskets and baskets of clean washing everywhere. This way it gets put away into the relevant person's box and then they put away their own things. So it's training the children and my husband to put away their own things, and it's sorted as we go, so it's not too bad. These are my hair towels, they're like Toby towels, I think they're called. And that's my fold away ironing board, which I was just using as a table, which has been folded away. I will link that below if you fancy grabbing one for yourself.
Guys, we're going to do power hour before shower. Let's get on with it. Let's start with Zara's room. Bella, iPad away please. Bella, good girl, iPad away. We're going to start with Zara's room, then it's your room. Okay, come on then.
We started in Zara's room because it was really stressing me out. I would always recommend, especially when you've got small children, starting in the place in your home that stresses you out the most, and that way, even if your children stop you from doing whatever you're doing with some sort of natural disaster, you have done the worst of the mess first and you've got at least one area totally clear. Then we moved on to Bella's room. I had to totally empty out her tent where she's been stashing loads and loads of rubbish in order to sort it, and we tipped it all over the floor, and had to put everything away properly. She had bits of dirty washing in there. It was a right mess. She is not a naturally tidy 4-year-old. So we made the bed. I get all the children to pile in, as you can see, because as you know, if you've been following me for a while, I'm a big believer in getting the children to muck in as much as possible, teaching them that this stuff is not done by fairies, that mummy has to do it and they need to do it too, and hopefully they will grow up to kind of be respectful of their surroundings and not a total nightmare for whichever flatmates, husbands, wives, girlfriends, or whoever they end up living with. I straightened out all the books on the shelf because they were a right mess, and I always feel like if the books look tidy, the room looks a lot tidier, so made sure I did that. And then just generally, as I said, this is a power hour speed clean. This was not a deep clean by any stretch. This wasn't a massive sort out. It was just a get things done. One thing you can see we're doing here is putting the bedding directly back onto the duvet as soon as it comes out of the wash. Basically, each of the children have got one duvet on their bed and one spare, and as soon as the spare duvet cover is clean and out of the wash, it gets put directly back onto the duvet and stored in their rooms, so if they are ill or anything in the night, we can swap it over easily. Next job for me was to pull out the rest of the clean, dry washing that was hanging up in the airing cupboard and sort it all into the various rooms. So all of my stuff, as I've said before, I like to hang up in rainbow order because then I can find it all. So I put all my stuff away in my room, and then a lot of that had just been sitting there in the airing cupboard for ages. It was absolutely wedged full. So this was a reasonably big job to do, but it had just been building up and building up. So this was a good power hour thing to do. Then I sorted the rest of the children's clothes. You can see I sort them onto the door, ready to hang up in the various children's rooms. As soon as I've finished with my stuff, then I can kind of put those away in the other relevant rooms. Once the bed was clear and everything was sorted into who it belonged to, I took it to hang up. Zara's clothes, she's got a small wardrobe, so it's just the clothes that she wears during the week that don't match Bella's dresses that get hung in her room. So it's basically Bella's old clothes that Zara wears while Bella is in school, and then her matching dresses all get hung up with Bella's dresses in Bella's room because she's got a much bigger wardrobe, which really needs a declutter as well. Then I hung the stuff back up in William's room. We're not even dealing with William's room during this power hour because we just don't have time. Ran a load of stuff downstairs that belonged downstairs, and then I could finish up tidying up around my room, straightening up my bed, putting away my husband's stuff and getting it ready for a little clean. Then we went downstairs to tackle the hideous playroom, which did look like it's been burgled. It was absolutely appalling. I know the children find it really overwhelming when the playroom is this messy and they're like, oh mummy, I just can't, I don't know where to begin. But still, it's like, right, come on, let's do it together. You've made the mess and mummy's not going to just do it for you. We can all do it together. The playroom does need a big declutter because everything did used to have its home and different boxes had different sets of toys in it, and now it's all a bit mishmashed. But like I said, this is a power hour, not a deep clean or a declutter, so we just kind of put things back where they needed to be and where they had space for them. I will do a separate playroom declutter. I'll do a video when I do that actually, because it really needs doing. Then I moved on to the hall. By the front door we have these Calyx boxes. We've got a lot of Calyx, you will have noticed that, and by the front door are school bags and then other bits that go in and out of the house and the car, like little bags of toys or hats, things like that. So they all just needed sorting. So I pulled those out, tidied things back away to make space for them. Again, these drawers by the front door could do with declutter, but that's a job for another day. I grabbed a basket full of bits and pieces that need to go upstairs, took those upstairs, and then I grabbed my Dyson so I could do some vacuuming. I vacuumed the playroom and the hall. I did the stairs and the landing before straightening out the cushions on my flowery seat where I keep all the cloth nappies, and then I just did the rooms that we had tidied. So I vacuumed Bella's room, which just had a quick once over, and then a quick once over in Zara's room, and my room. Oh, hang on, got to show you this. Soft toys inside a beanbag. Great place to store them, keeps them out of the way, and a good use of the beanbag as well. It's not as comfy as beans, but it's not bad. So yeah, that's fast power hour speed clean really. So within the hour I managed to get my room done, including all that clothing, which was a pretty huge job. So that's looking a lot tidier now. Didn't do any dusting or anything because I didn't have time, but power hour, it's just doing what you can, isn't it? Bella's room is looking a million times better because you couldn't actually see the floor before. It was hideous. Yeah, so that is now actually looking presentable. Zara's room was also a total tip. It's looking a lot better, thank goodness. And then, what else did we do? We did the hall. So yeah, that's clear now. We did have bits dumped all over the floor in there, and then the hall downstairs. I always feel like if the entrance hall is clean and clear, then our whole house feels tidy. I'm starting at the top of the house today, which is my son's bedroom and my office. I'm starting by opening the windows for a bit of airflow and ventilation, and then stripping his bed. I feel like the top of the house often gets neglected, so that's why I'm starting here today. Before I put clean sheets on his bed, I'm reaching for my cleaning supplies. I've got cleaning cloths, these reusable duster head things that I bought from B&M, which I'm going to use to dust all the kind of surfaces around his bed before we put the clean sheets on and flick dust all over them, basically. So that's all having a little wipe over. This really hasn't been done in ages. It was in desperate need of doing. I'm getting William to help me strip the bed. I am a big fan of getting children to help out with chores around the house so they realise there's no fairies that do it, it needs doing. And the younger you get them helping, the less resistance you're going to face. So I gave Will the job of pulling the duvet out and repoppering the duvet cover. I always make sure that the duvet covers go into the wash with the poppers done back up. You're just far less likely to lose, socks and pants and other bits and pieces inside the duvet cover in the washing machine if you do it that way. So I am popping this clean duvet cover onto his duvet and making the bed. Then he's got the job of once the bed is made, putting all the toys away, while I start some sort of cleaning. So I'm giving his iPad a bit of wipe first because the screen was absolutely stinking, covered in fingerprints and smudges, and then dusting all around this. Like I said, this room, it does get neglected a bit. Being out of the way, he keeps it reasonably tidy, but it just really needed a really good dust. This is Flora in a spray bottle diluted with water. I'm just giving some of the surfaces a little wipe over with that just to kind of disinfect them. This fluffy duster, like I said, I used to use the throwaway head, the disposable head dusters. Mrs. Hinch calls them Dave's, doesn't she? But I bought this as a kind of alternative to those. When I can, I do prefer to use reusable cleaning products, better for the environment, and I don't like running out of them. This is the Star Drops White Vinegar Spray, also recommended by Mrs. Hinch. Managed to pick some of that in my B&M haul. Now, it's really good, but it doesn't smell great because it smells like vinegar. I don't know why I didn't think that before I started using it. It does actually just smell like vinegar, but it does the trick on glass and stuff. So I'm just giving the other surfaces a spray, and then I'm marrying up the cloths to put back in my little caddy thing to take from room to room. I'm putting them over the bottle that I used them for, so I know which cloth to use in the next room because it's already kind of contaminated with that chemical. So now I am vacuuming all around Will's room. I have got a handheld cordless Dyson, but I tend to use this sort of heavy duty one that plugs in if I'm doing large areas to avoid having to run out the battery, and so just if I'm doing large amounts of cleaning around the house, I kind of still reach for this sometimes because it doesn't run out basically. And that's Will's room pretty much done. It's looking a lot cleaner. It wasn't that untidy to start with, but at least it's not super dusty now, which is a huge improvement. Moving on to our attic landing area, once again opening the window for ventilation and then giving a little spray over this unit. This is kind of an IKEA set of calyx that we made into like a seat, and all of the tops of them just really need dusting. This hadn't been done in such a long time. Honestly, I'm quite embarrassed by that, how bad the dust was up here. So I'm just giving it a little wipe over because it was so very needed, and also whipping out my fluffy duster head thingy again. Don't know the name of it. If you know the name of it, please pop it in the comments because I'd love to know. Then I just gave a little hoover over the carpet area. Again, it wasn't an especially messy area, it just had been neglected when it came to cleaning. So really needed this, really needed this clean. So then I emptied all the rubbish from the 2 rooms and took it downstairs. Now moving on to my office, which again wasn't like really untidy, but hadn't been actually kind of dusted and cleaned in far too long. So I started by opening the window again. I always like to do that in the cleaning, using any products, and just also get a bit hot and bothered. So I moved the tent out. The girls have a tent to play with while I'm working in the office, and then started cleaning the surfaces, whipped out the vinegar spray for the mirrored surfaces, and then used a combination of Pledge and Zoflora spray depending on the surface, just wiping those over with my fluffy duster, things like the keypad, which is good for getting all the little crevices, and then my microfiber cloths, which I have loads and loads of, because if you clean with them for a bit, they get a bit kind of full of product, and I like to pop one in the wash, and just so you go through quite a few when I do a big clean like this. I bought them in a big pack from Amazon, which I shall link below. So then just cleaning this other calyx surface. Yes, I got a lot of calyx, not just in my office, not just upstairs, but all over the house. You can see that if you look at my house tour, which I shall pop in the cards now. Now I am vacuuming all around my office space. So we're nearly done with this room. So this is not just a top-down clean because we're starting at the top of the house, but it was always beneficial to start at the higher surfaces and work down to the floor, so you knock any dust and whatever down and then clean it. Ignore that little corner that I'm fussing with now. That's kind of where I get brands send me things and whatever, and they just end up in my little junk corner of my office. So that's my office, not looking terribly different, but it's cleaner. It was not clean before. You could not see the dirt, but trust me, it was there. I then had finished the top floor, so took all the vacuum cleaner and the cleaning products and stuff downstairs, and that's Will's room done. That is the attic landing done, and my office done. So time to then move downstairs. I was running out of time, so the stairs are the next priority. Can you see all the dust being flecked off there? Quite disgusting. So I used my sort of fluffy duster thing on the stairs, and then I sprayed and wiped them all, and that had not been done such a long time. Now I knew I wasn't going to have time to do like the whole rest of the house, so the priorities were my bathroom. I started by putting a big dollop of a few capfuls of Zoflora down the toilet and the toilet brush in the toilet to disinfect it, while I was emptying out the bathroom ready to clean it. I like to empty everything out, strip all the towels out, all the mats and things away to really clean the bathroom. I've got a bit of Zoflora to wipe the radiator over and the windowsill. I sprayed it onto the cloth for the radiator because I don't want to get all of the paintwork and then directly onto the windowsill. Then time to do the sink, and then I have got rubber gloves on for the bathroom. I don't tend to use rubber gloves for anywhere else, but things like flash and stuff I don't really like on my hands. I do like this flash bathroom. I like the way it smells. And I'm using a Scrub Daddy, which is a bit like a minky alternative. I quite like this. I love the colour, obviously. You know I love pink. It's very similar to the minkies, but a lot more readily available. So I'm just using that to clean all over the sink. I think these are really great for cleaning, sinks and kitchens and things. But I do like to go back over once I've finished and kind of dry them with a clean, dry microfiber cloth, because otherwise, I don't know, it doesn't look finished to me until it's kind of been dried with one of those cloths. Then it's time to do my shower. So first I sprayed all over with flash and gave it a good old wipe over with my Scrub Daddy minky alternative type pad cloth thing. Again, not really sure what they're called. Let me know in the comments, let me know, people. And then showered that down. So I kind of scrubbed it over first, then showered the worst of it off. Then back to my Star Drops white vinegar. Again, not loving the smell on this, but it does the job. So I took the Star Drops and another clean microfiber cloth to wipe it in, then another drier one to kind of buff it. So a large expanse on this shower screen, so this took me a bit of time to do, but again, it needed doing. I hadn't done this in embarrassingly long time. So yeah, it was looking neglected. This is the thing about kind of like power hour cleaning. You need to do what needs doing. Oh, this is the bit where my new toilet brush from B&M disintegrated in my hands. I wasn't very impressed. It just literally fell to bits. And then when I just couldn't fix it, I had to bin it and go and fetch the toilet brush from the other room. So I fetched the one from the other room, put it back in the toilet with the Zoflora while I cleaned the rest of the toilet with the flash and the microfiber cloths. Once I'd finished the toilet, I reached for my Vi-Leader 1-2 spray, which has got Zoflora diluted in it, to clean the floor, and then I could put everything back in. I gave things like the bathroom scales a little wipe over with more Zoflora so that they were clean because they were a bit dusty and yucky, and then that was that bathroom pretty much done. I then knew I was running out of time massively before I had to do other things for the children, so I started on this bathroom. I knew I had to do the sink and the bath, so I started on the bath because it was the most gross part of the bathroom. Children, I don't know what they've been doing in it, but it was icky. So I gave that a good old scrub with Flash and the Scrub Daddy pad, and then moved on to the sink, which was also quite gross. I knew this was probably going to be the last thing I was going to fit in doing, so I gave it a quick scrub over, and it's always best, you've just got to think of what you have managed to achieve in your power hours and your speed cleans rather than what you've got left to do. And if you've gone full force and managed as much as you can, then you've done well, and it's better to do something than nothing. It is always important when doing your power hour to list out what needs to be done first and work down your list in priority order. So for me, I've got to sort washing, which falls under my room category, and change the sheets, clear the landing, do the girls' bedrooms because they really are messy and just really quite disgusting. Then priority after that is clearing the hall downstairs. I always feel if that entrance hall's clear, then the house looks great. The playroom really needs doing, but if I run out of time for that, I can close the door on it. The kitchen and the laundry room need sorting as well, but again, that might have to be a job tomorrow if I run out of time. So to start with, I'm sorting out the clean, dry washing. We've got a hanging rail like a wardrobe in our airing cupboard, which is in our ensuite of our bedroom. And at the moment it's wedged full. So the idea is, as the clothes get hung up in there to dry, which is great because they kind of hang up in shape, but then the airing cupboard needs to be emptied quite frequently, so there's space for the clothes to dry. This hasn't been done for a while, as you can see there's a bit of a backlog, so I'm pulling all of the clean dry clothes out. And top tip for you here, I have got a few vest tops. I'm obsessed with these vest tops which I wear under things, especially when I was breastfeeding. I've got two of the same colour. I hang them on one hanger because it saves space in my wardrobe. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Basically, it's good to dry things on hangers, I think, because they kind of hang and dry in shape, so they need less or even no ironing sometimes, and it's not also just wearing on the clothes as tumble drying and drying outside. In the UK, it's not the most reliable with the UK weather, so I find this a really sort of handy method of drying the clothes, hang up nicely, and also they're just ready to be hung up in the wardrobes then, aren't they? So I'm sorting things out into order of who they belong to. All my stuff, in fact everybody's stuff, gets hung up in rainbow order so I can find things, and then I'm kind of hanging the stuff on the door is for girls' bedrooms, the stuff on that wardrobe door is for my husband, and I just kind of hang it up as to where it needs to go, and then I can grab a bundle of hangers, a bundle of clothing ready to go into each room. All the spare hangers go back into the airing cupboard, ready for the next clothing that needs drying, and then all the stuff just being put in each room, ready to go in each wardrobe. So that's my husband's stuff going into his wardrobe, his folded stuff going away into his drawers, all his work gear and things like that. And then once all his stuff's away, I've got shoes I actually went out about a week ago, and those shoes have been sitting there. Now they belong in the bottom of this wardrobe in Zara's room. This wardrobe is shameful and needs a declutter, but this is a power hour and I do not have time to declutter that wardrobe. I will do that another day. So Zara's stuff is going into her wardrobe. The stuff that she wears when Bella's in school goes in her wardrobe. She's only got a small wardrobe, and the stuff that they've got matching dresses gets hung in Bella's wardrobe because that's larger. I'm just picking up all towels and things that are clean but had just been dumped on the floor in my bedroom, and then being put away in my airing cupboard. I love these baskets for sorting towels and things into, because before I did this, if you look, I think it's in my house tour, the airing cupboard was a bit of a disaster. Just all the towels were never folded nicely, they were just in a big heap. Anyway, onto a bit of dusting. This is my little reusable duster thing from B&M, which I love. The head comes off, I've got a couple of them, and then I just bung it in the washing machine. And it's great because you don't really need any product with it, and it picks up really, really well. It's super easy, and it's a pretty colour, so I like using it. So I'm just dusting all the surfaces in my bedroom. I like to do this before I change the sheets when I remember, because that way I feel like the dust goes on the dirty sheets and then I change them as well. Oh, Zara likes to help. You know, I'm a big fan of getting the children to help when I can, and Zara, because I got her to helping the youngest, is actually the most helpful of the four. She's only 2 and she always wants to help because she doesn't know any different. The eldest is less likely to want to help because he didn't have to do any helping until he was 7.5 when I had William. Anyway, I am changing my sheets. Always remember, people, pop or button up your sheets before you put them in the machine so that they don't end up full of bits of other socks and things. Oh, here I am just showing you that I store all my sheets within a pillowcase. It's really good for you guys to do the same, because when you store things, the whole bedding set within a pillowcase, it's easy to find all the bits that you need. You don't have to go hunting around for where's the pillowcase, where's the sheet. It's all there for you. So just putting all the clean sheets on my bed. I love having clean sheets on my bed, but I hate changing the bed because it's huge. It's like a super king or queen size bed, whatever it's called. It's a huge bed, so it's just like a workout changing it by myself, really, because it's huge, and it gets me all sweaty doing it because it's hard work, quite frankly. I've said this before, I think. I don't iron bedding. Big confession there, I don't do that because I don't have time in my life for that. As long as the sheets are nice and clean and they've been smoothed out nicely, it looks reasonably tidy, I can live without it being ironed. Don't judge me. Anyway, now time to put some other bits away and then vacuum the floor, and then that's my room, not far off done. I do like the little Dyson, especially for power hour, because it's much easier. There you go, that's my room done. It's like nice and clean, all the washing that needs to go away is away. Now on to Zaza's room. Zara's room is, as usual, a mess because she loves making a huge mess. But she is helping me. I am making her help me put her toys away. She doesn't do a brilliant job of it. It is probably easier to just do it myself. But if I get them to help at a young age, they don't object to helping, and they know that this stuff doesn't get done by fairies. I think it's good for them. So let me know in the comments. Do you get your children to help when you're cleaning and tidying? And are they actually helpful, or is it more work than anything? As you can see, Zara really loves my fake duster thing. Anyway, that's her room done. It's a super, super quick clean and tidy in there, and she felt like she helped, so that's great. So I'm taking the dirty washing downstairs, putting up some other bits that have been dumped downstairs, ready to go away. You can see if you look into Bella's room, I've got the 2 boys helping Bella put some of her clothes away that I popped in there for her. The girls are quite little. I do make them help, but they need help with the helping, if you follow. So just a quick dust over on the landing, and then vacuum the carpet. As you can see, I've put away the stuff that had been dumped on the banister, and then that's the landing done. Bella's room now. Bella's room is usually a terrible tip. It's often much worse than this, but as I said, I had the bigger ones all kind of contributing to helping her tidy it up. Then it's time to put the clothes I've dumped on her door away. Now, soft toys. Top tip, people, soft toys, store them in a beanbag bag. Ditch the beans, you don't need the beans in the beanbag bag. And put soft toys instead, because it's brilliant for storage. Also good for storing blankets, anything like that, anything soft. Because it's not quite as comfortable as beans, but you know, it's pretty good. And where else are you supposed to store all that stuff? It's just really great for hiding the clutter, the stuff they don't want to part with, but where else are you supposed to put it? Then a quick vacuum over of Bella's room, with the girls being not terribly helpful, but you know, notional helping. And that's Bella's room sorted. Now onto the hall downstairs. A load of these towels have been used as like blankets to sit on outside, so they just needed folding up and putting away. And then I could give the place a little bit of a dust and a vacuum. I always feel if the entrance hall is looking clean and tidy, it at least gives the illusion the whole house is clean and tidy. First impressions and all that. So spending a few minutes on the entrance hall, I always feel is time well spent. Then it's time to do some laundry. It's always remember to empty the fluff out of your dryer so it's not a fire hazard. You can see here I'm sorting the clean, dry washing out of the dryer into our Cowix sorting unit. There's one box per person in the family. All the stuff gets plopped into there. When the box is full, it gets given to whoever it is and they have to put their own things away. Always get your family to do their own putting away of laundry when you can. Right, these are little wet bags. Top tip, they are amazing for when you've got children to bring home sort of not just cloth nappies and things, but just anything yucky, bibs, anything sick on it, anything dirty at all. They're brilliant. Anyway, now it's time to empty the washing machine and fill the dryer. Just get the laundry on, get it moving, and then refill the washing machine with my sheets that I just changed off the bed with a little scoop of the Unstoppables. These things really do make your laundry smell amazing. And then I just use a scoop of Very Non-Bio and then a little bit of Lenore fabric softener, and then that is the washing machine on. I did not get to the playroom, but it was just a power hour. So I'm starting by emptying the bathroom of all of the stuff that is messing it up, namely towels and things that are dirty and need washing. That's the potties and things. We're about to start potty training. All of that stuff needs to go out. The cloth nappy bucket, the bin, everything is just being emptied out. The bath toys. It's amazing how much clutter can sort of accumulate in the bathroom, as well as all the toothbrushes and things. I just like to get them all out so nothing gets covered with chemicals. So I'm starting by popping on some rubber gloves. I don't always remember to do this, but I do try to. And then sticking a capful of Zoflora down the toilet, and I'm going to plonk the toilet brush in there to kind of marinate in there while I'm going to tackle this disgusting sink. So I've got my little caddy full of goodies. I'm starting with this Star Drops vinegar spray, which is great for glass. I'm not in love with the smell, if I'm honest, because it smells like vinegar, which isn't amazing, but it is a good cleaner. It buffs up the glass nicely and makes it really shiny and lovely. So I'm using a microfiber cloth just to wipe all over that, keep changing for a dry a bit, and then I've got this little glass shelf which I'm wiping over too, just a little bit of kind of toothpaste on there, so that's going. Next, we're into the sink. We've got a bit of Flash bathroom, going to town on that with the old Flash bathroom, and then grabbing a minky cloth and just wiping all over it, getting all the grime and yuckiness off all around the tap. This tap is actually really annoying. It's kind of got a groove thing under it, which you've got to twist it and turn it on and off just to get under the groove of the sort of bit where the tap turns on and off. So it's a bit of a pain to clean. So if you're choosing a bathroom, don't choose a tap like that because it's a pain to clean. Anyway, just then rinsing off all the Flash bathroom, keep squeezing out Minky and wiping all around. And then when that's pretty much done, I do like to grab a microfiber cloth, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to do any moment now. Nope, still going to town with Minky. Okay. After I've done that, I like to grab a microfiber cloth and just kind of dry it all off and make sure it's all shiny and clean. And that's the sink area done. Onto the bath, and we're pretty much repeating. It's like a very big sink, isn't it? Just spraying all over. Again, if you're buying a bath, it seems like a terribly good idea to have, you can see there's like jets, it's like a jacuzzi bath, but in reality, I have time to have a bath because I've got 4 children, I shower every day, so, and the children don't like the jets because they're loud, because it's a pump. So really, perhaps the most sensible thing to do would be not to bother with a jacuzzi bath, because it's just, you know, the funny bits to clean. Anyway, cleaning all around the bath with the Flash bathroom and the Minky cloth, and just giving it a good old scrub, all the any marks that the children have randomly left on the bath from goodness knows what, wiping out the jets, and scrubbing in all the Flash bathroom, making it all hygienically clean before I grab the shower. That's what I tend to do next, to give it a good old rinse down. If you've got a shower attachment, I do like to, just because it's such a big area, it's easier rather than to wipe it all down thoroughly, to just shower the rest of the Flash bathroom off, and then drain all that water away and give it a last wipe over if there are any like marks or anything that I've missed or just haven't come off properly that children have left. I don't know how they managed to mark up the bath, but they do. Just giving it a good old scrub to make sure all of that is off. And then we're taking the blue microfiber cloth, like we did with the sink, and just wiping it over to make sure there's no product left on the bath, because let's face it, we don't want the children bathing in the Flash bathroom. Next, onto the shower, giving it a good old scrub over, scrub over, I do mean spray over with Flash Bathroom, and then a wipe over with Minky again, over all the tiles and the doors and things. Just making sure that I've tried to cover as much area as possible. The shower hose, grime does collect on shower hoses, so make sure you clean yours as you're doing the shower, and then I just like to rinse it all off like I did with the bath to get all the product off. I do find that showering off the rest of the product really is the only way to really make sure it's all gone when you're dealing with kind of really large surface areas like showers and baths. So if you have got one, it's a good idea to do it. Then of course you've got to clean the shower head separately, because you can't shower the shower head. So yeah, make sure you give that a good old clean, because dirt can also, I mean, we don't have limescale in this area, but I'm sure limescale would collect all around the shower head as well if you're in a limescale-y area. So next job is to tackle the glass on the shower with a bit more of the Star Drops white wine vinegar. Again, I don't love the smell, but I do like the finish. So spraying all over. You really should have the bathroom window open and ventilated when you are cleaning the bathroom. You've got loads of chemicals anyway, so the Flash Bathroom, the vinegar smell shouldn't bother you that much, but let's face it, it's stinky. I don't know, you let me know in the comments. Do you like the smell of the white wine vinegar stuff? Anyway, on to the windowsill, which I'm using Zoflora, which I do like the smell of. A little capful of Zoflora diluted. Look how manky that is. Yuck, yuck, yuck. And then I'm just spraying the top of the toilet and sort of disinfecting that because, you know, yucky fingers, flushing the toilet. Ugh. Next, we're on to the putting the candles back on the windowsill before moving on to the rest of the toilet itself, which I'm cleaning back with my Flash Bathroom. I've used this same blue cloth. I've started with the least dirty places in the bathroom and worked my way around to the dirtiest, which is obviously the toilet, and working my way from the least dirty part of the toilet to the dirtiest parts of the toilet. And then once this cloth has cleaned the toilet, it will go in the wash, and then doing the sort of down the loo bit with the brush that's been soaking in the Zoflora, which is all nice and disinfected, and then give that a good old flush and a final wipe around, and that is the loo pretty much done, other than one last scoop of Zoflora which goes into the toilet brush to leave it sort of smelling nice for next time. And then I've got a fresh blue cloth to go over the top of the toilet and the toilet seat with Zoflora. Then those cloths just go straight in to be washed. What you didn't see me do just then, because I had to wash my hands, was washing my hands with the rubber gloves on. I can't remember to wash your rubber gloves because they've been touching the loo, that's gross. So we've washed those, and I kind of sprayed them with Zoflora and washed them before I went on to do the floor with my Vileda 1-2 spray, which, look at that grime it's picked up the floor. Yuck, disgusting. In the Vileda 1-2 spray, by the way, I used Zoflora. Now I'm putting everything back in the bathroom, including my nappy bucket, the steps, the potties ready for potty training, and toilet seats. So I obviously took away all the dirty towels. So I only put then clean towels back after I have cleaned the bathroom, and putting all the toothbrushes and things back, and just making sure there's no clutter as such. Putting all the shampoos back, throwing out ones that are sort of empty, and just putting back actual shampoo boxes with actual shampoo in them, and the bath toys and things that belong in the bathroom. Just putting it all back together really before moving on to the next one, which is my ensuite. Starting by stripping out all the stuff. Oh look, this is something that Bella made in school for Father's Day. How cute is that? Anyway, stripping out the towels, stripping out all the junk, the scales, all the stuff. I do like to just strip it right back before I start cleaning the bathrooms. So stripping out the toothbrushes and soaps and things. So we're going to start with the mirror with a bit of the Star Drops, and giving that a bit of a wipe over, just like we did in the other bathroom. It's the same mirror and shelf really, so we're just repeating the process. Using a microfiber cloth, and then onto Minky for the sinky, I guess, and some Flash Bathroom again. It's very similar to the main bathroom, the children's bathroom. It's got exactly the same taps again, and just giving them a good old scrub over with a Minky. And tell me in the comments below, is this how you like to clean your sink? Do you like to use Minky and Flash Bathroom? If not, what do you like to use to clean your bathroom sink? I would love to know. Please do let me know in the comments. So now I've got another blue microfiber cloth. You will notice I have a lot of these. I bought a massive pack of them. You need so many when you're cleaning because, you know, they get, even if they don't get like, you don't use them for the loo, you use them for other less dirty jobs, they just get soaking. And then they're no good for cleaning anything else. You need lots of fresh ones, a big pack of them, in order to clean, you know, lots of things in a row. Next job, I'm doing my shower, which is a much bigger shower than the children's shower, much sort of bigger surface area, using flash bathroom again, and then we're rinsing it off, rinsing and then scrubbing with Minky, rinsing, then scrubbing with Minky. Sometimes I do like to do my shower just before I have a shower, just so I don't go and get my clothes all icky. But today, obviously, I'm doing it in the middle of my Power Hour Speed Clean. So yeah, just sometimes it's good to kind of leave products in the shower when you're about to have a shower, and it's just a good opportunity to get it done then, just as a lots of a quick clean. Anyway, I've got lots of little shelves and things in the shower, making sure they've all had a wipe over with Minky and then a wipe over with the blue microfiber to kind of clean it off. And now I'm putting back all the shampoos and the shower gels and things, and leaving that done. I don't always have time to do the glass with the Star Drop stuff, which obviously I didn't on this occasion because I'm running out of time. So we're going back over the, I used on the windowsill, I used the Zoflora, same as in the other bathroom, and then back onto Flash bathroom for the loo. Look, here we go with yet another blue microfiber cloth. I told you I've got so many of these things, and really, you can't have enough of them because you do really go through so many of them as you are cleaning multiple rooms in one hit. So that's the toilet done. I just need to now get rid of all the cleaning products and do the floor over with my Brylida 123, which it does smell amazing after this because it's got a cap full of Zoflora, diluted Zoflora in that. So it disinfects the floor and then leaves the bathroom smelling just gorgeous, which is always really, really nice. I also find it's much easier to use than like a full-on mopping bucket. Right now, the scales, that's something I also find gets really, really dusty, so just giving that a little wipe over with some Zoflora. Now we're on to the downstairs loo, where I'm getting my Zoflora and sticking it down the loo. What a surprise, because, you know, we're just doing the same thing over and over. So I've popped the toilet brush in the loo while I'm emptying everything else out. Now in our downstairs loo, we've got loads and loads of shoes as well, so I've just moved those out of the way so they don't get product on them, the ones that are kind of on the floor and hidden around the loo. And then I have done the shelf where the children leave their toothbrushes, because often they clean their teeth downstairs in the morning after they've had breakfast. Then the Star Drop stuff is back out, vinegar stinking stuff, to do the mirror, and then onto the sink. Guess what we're using? Oh look, Flash bathroom. I'm again. See? It's getting quite predictable now, isn't it? But this is the last bathroom. We are coming to the end of the Power Hour. I wasn't sure I'd get to this one, but I'm quite pleased that I'm managing it. So just giving all the tiles and the taps and the sink a good old scrub, foaming it right up, and rinsing it off. And then I have to just keep using more water and rinsing. I probably go a bit over the board, to be honest, with the amount of Flash bathroom I use. But I just sort of always a bit enthusiastic when I'm spraying it. And then every time I rinse it off, I'm thinking, why did I use so much? Why? But never mind. Anyway, so I'm getting that all off, or the worst of the product off with Minky, which if you haven't had one of these, they're fab. There's a few different brands of them, and they're all quite similar, to be honest. And then back with yet another, see, I told you about loads, blue microfiber cloth for wiping down the sink. So that's the sink done. Next, I'm just kind of tidying up the shoes and dusting under them, so the shelves get a bit icky. There's bits of mud and sorts falling off the shoes. So I'm just giving that a little kind of dust over with my reusable, it's like a fluffy duster thing from B&M, and the head comes off it and goes in the washing machine. It's fab. Zara, my youngest, especially loves dusting things like, you know, the carpet and things like that with it, just because it's quite pretty. And then I'm grabbing my Dyson handheld, which quite often, I know this has got like a thing you can use when you're standing up. It's easier just to get your hands on these and just do the corners sometimes with it. Anyway, onto the toilet with a little bit of Flash bathroom. We're nearly there, you know, we're nearly at the end of this Power Hour. Getting quite excited that we're nearly done, and I've actually, looks like I'm going to achieve it all the stuff I actually set out to do, which is quite exciting and quite rare. My children allowed me to do everything I wanted to do. So that is the downstairs loo pretty much done once I've put all of the shoes back in there, and then just given the sort of skirtings and things a little Dyson around to tidy them up. And then once all the bits are gone with the Dyson, I can get my Rolly 1, 2, 3 out. Make the floor, busy Watford and smelling amazing. Which is good, isn't it? It's got them walking around the bathrooms to smell amazing. And that's it. Finished. Ta-da! So the main priority for today has got to be the entrance hall, where everything has been dumped, and I really feel if the hall's a mess, the whole house feels like it's a mess. Then it's got to be laundry, because there's so much to catch up on, which then spills into our bedroom, because that's where laundry ends up getting dumped, ready to get sorted. And then if I have time, I would like to tackle the girls' bedrooms, but if that doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world. So I like to use these curver baskets to sort things into, and you'll see that as I'm sorting things around the house, I pop them into the basket so they can go to the relevant rooms. So this is a toiletry bag, it needs to go upstairs, so I'm popping it in a basket, and other things that need to go to that room can get added in there too. If you watched the vlog from when we were away, I'll link it up in the cards now, you can see when we were packing, I was packing to come home, I packed the clean things that we did not use into these packing cubes. So again, they're super easy to just put away. That is a cosmetic case full of chargers. That's a little bag full of medical syringes, just in case the children were ill when we were away. Basically, I don't like to put small items loose in the case. I like to sort of section them off into these little cosmetic bags. I think there's my hair straighteners, I just go upstairs. But if the small items, like all those are toothbrushes, they're all put together in a little pack. It's just one thing to grab out of the case to put away. It just makes unpacking and putting away so much easier when we get home. Those are clean, dry cloth wipes that didn't get used. They were in a bag, much easier than sorting them through. You'll just see I've slung Zara's shoes in through that door. That is our downstairs loo where we store all our shoes. I will need to tidy that later because that is a bit of a mess. Next, on to our dirty washing. If you watched my how I pack video, you'll know that I take these bags, they're like fold away bags, and then I unzip them and get there and fill them full of laundry. And I sorted these into a a light load and a dark load ready to wash, and that's the case fully unpacked. So although there's a lot of stuff in there, because it was sectioned off, it didn't take that long. That case belongs under the stairs. Under the stairs is a tricky tip. I'll have to wedge that back in there later. But yeah, all the stuff is now out of the case. My next job, which I do normally like to start the second we walk in through the door, but I was just too tired last night, is to get on some washing. So as you see, I'm packing away these little packet bags that I have the dirty laundry in them. So they were easily sorted. I'm just dumping the clean into one basket. What is wrong with me today? The lights into one basket and the darks into another basket, and then I can just add the other bits of laundry that I hadn't done before we went away and sort those into the different loads so I can get the washing machine going. It's always a good idea to do laundry first, because that way while you're doing other stuff the machine is washing, and then the sooner you get it washing, the sooner you can get it all moving and drying and on to the next stage. I like to use a colour catcher in most loads. I do need to look into getting reusable ones of these, apparently they do have them. I like to use a scoop of Unstoppables, which just make the laundry smell amazing and lovely. And then I use Fairy Non-Bio, I use a scoop of that and a little drop of Lenore fabric softener. I tend to put our clothes on for a short wash. They don't need to be on super hot and super long unless they're really dirty. They're not especially dirty, they just need freshening up. Next job is to sort the clean, dry washing that's come out of the dryer into my laundry calyx system. Basically, each one of those black boxes belongs to a different family member. I put the clean washing into the relevant person's box, and then when it is full, it is given to that family member and they are asked to put their own laundry away. Now it's time to make a little bit of space in the laundry room, because it's like clutter-tastic, so that I can sort out the clean cloth wipes and get them all kind of damp and smelly in a good way, ready to use. So I use a little drop of this lavender essential oil, and I'm using these cheeky wipes boxes. I shall link all the information about this below. So yeah, just it's lavender and water in the box, and then they're stored damp, ready to use, so then you can grab them and use them as if they were a disposable wipe, only they smell better and they are actually more efficient at cleaning up sticky hands, faces and poop. Oh look, I've just found de-icer. It's July and for some reason there's de-icer left out. So once I've cleared all the surfaces, I'm just using my little Zoflora and a microfiber cloth to wipe all the surfaces in here, because it's only a small room, but if I can get this room clean and tidy, ta-da! Look how much better that is, and at least I feel like I've achieved something. Now it's time to clear the hall, and I am using these baskets, my Kerber baskets, which I love, to carry everything up and down the stairs. It's just so much quicker to load up baskets than carry loads of loose bits. Next job is to tackle this area by the front door. The children haven't even emptied their school bags or put their stuff away. I normally kind of encourage them to do this stuff themselves, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. And then the more stuff that is dumped there, the more stuff gets added to it, and the more likely other people are to dump things. Everyone is supposed to put away their own shoes neatly in the downstairs loo. It doesn't always happen, but I must admit the biggest culprit for that is my husband, not the children. So I've just pulled all the shoes off this shelf because they were such a mess, and putting them back neatly so that they actually all fit. And like I said, if it's a big dumping mess, everyone just dumps stuff, whereas if it's neat and tidy, they're more likely to put their shoes back tidily and keep it tidy. We do have an awful lot of shoes between the 6 of us, and these all just be left in the hall, which really stressed me out. So keeping them in the downstairs loo, even if it's not the tidiest of solutions, is a lot better than it was. So now just to clear this last area of just bits and pieces of Bella's ballet kit, that needs to go upstairs, drinks, suntan lotion, goodness knows what else has been dumped there. My little picnic basket that goes on my pram, which hasn't even been emptied of food since yesterday, that needs to go in the kitchen to be emptied. All needs to be moved so that we can clear the surfaces. I do feel like clear surfaces in the hall make me feel like the entrance hall is tidy, and therefore the whole house looks tidy. Now here is my understairs of shame. We don't have an attic space as such because we have rooms in the attic, so we don't have anywhere to hide stuff. So this is where I hide stuff. This under the stairs really needs sorting, but at the moment it's full of junk and I've hidden it with that screen. So now you know. So now I'm just dusting over with my little reusable duster head thing. They're like Dave the Duster, but you can put the top bit in the washing machine, and giving the rug a little bit of a vacuum with my cordless Dyson, because once the entrance hall is tidy, it creates a lovely illusion of tidy for the whole house. Whether the whole house is or not tidy, then at least people coming to the house won't have a first impression of, oh, what a mess. So those are the last bits. That's Bella's ballet kit that needed to go upstairs, and I think that's the haul pretty much done. Yeah, that's the haul done and looking about a billion times better. Now that the haul is done, it's time to go and empty the washing machine, which has finished. Now I sort things into 2 types of clothes to be dried. So our kind of nicer clothes, basically anything that isn't uniform, school uniform, gets hung up to dry as opposed to going in the dryer, because I find that tumble drying clothes kind of makes them wear out and fade a lot quicker. And then things like pyjamas, socks, underwear, that kind of thing gets put in the dryer as well as the school uniform. So before I sort out where I'm putting the drying, I'm chucking another load on in the machine. Just if you get back from holiday or something, you've got a backlog, just keep the machine going, just keep it moving. The second it finishes, get it back on again, get the stuff through, get it clean, and then you stand a chance, because when you've got mounds and mounds of dirty washing that you just have got to get through, it's just really depressing. So get it clean and then you can get it sorted. While I'm waiting for the dryer to finish, I can put the rest of that drying in the dryer, I am bringing the wet wash that needs hanging up upstairs, because in our ensuite we've got this cupboard where I have got a hanging rail in there, and that's where I hang stuff up to dry. Now the problem is it's full of clean and dry stuff, so all the dry stuff has to come out in order to make space for the wet stuff, and this is where the backlog is a problem, as you can see. So my bras, I don't put those in the dryer because they get wrecked. As you see, all the kind of any of my tops or dresses, any of the children's tops or dresses, they just stay nicer and newer looking for longer if you don't put them in the dryer. And if you dry them this way, kind of hung up in shape, they don't need much or even any sometimes ironing. which is quite beneficial. So yeah, all of this stuff has to be sorted. I'm just sorting it into piles of who it belongs to, so that they can be put in the relevant person's wardrobe. Most of this stuff isn't going to need any ironing, and some of the bits that do need ironing I sort of keep separate, or even just do as we go, because like I said, when it's dried this way, I find it just really efficient, and you know, it's dried in a nice warm airing cupboard, and it barely has any creases. So I'm gathering together all the rest of the spare hangers to hang up the wet washing in a newly empty airing cupboard. So I make sure that everything is turned round the right way before I hang it up, and it's not in a funny shape, and all the sleeves are pulled through and stuff. That way it dries nicely and it's less creased. So drying stuff this way really does, it just saves so much time, because it's already on a hanger and then it's a kind of a grab and go when it is dry. You need to make sure, if you're doing this, that it's not overstuffed and over kind of crowded in there, which is why you have to empty all the other stuff out first. I quite often like to put some hangers in between each item to make sure they're spaced out, just to leave a little bit of air to circulate so that it can dry properly. Otherwise it just ends up with a whole load of damp smelliness, and it not drying properly at all. But yeah, if you don't overload it, this is a really efficient way. I don't actually have a washing line outside. I just find it rains so much in the UK that it would be a total waste of time. So drying things this way is a cheap and efficient way to do things for me, especially when I've got so many people to wash clothes for. So now I'm hanging up all of my clothes. Now, if you watched the video where I decluttered and KonMari'd my wardrobe, you'll know I like to hang my clothes in rainbow order, because then I can find everything that I need, and it's easy to choose what I want to wear and what goes with what, just because it's all hung up in rainbow order, and rainbow order makes me happy, so that's why I do that. And then my shorts and jeans and things are folded into these drawers below, and then that is all my stuff pretty much done, and the end of my power hour. I am out of time.
I am starting my power hour today, as I often do, with laundry. As a family of 6, we have a lot of laundry, so I always feel like doing this first is a really good way to get started, get kick-started, because that way the machine is working while you're working and doing other things. So I always try and get laundry on first thing in the morning and first thing during my power hour. I have sorted out the washing into a load, and now it is time to put in, I'm very excited about this, my first reusable colour catcher. I've been using the disposable colour catchers before now. These have been recommended to me. It kind of looks like a flannel, so I'm chucking that in, and I'm hoping that that will work to stop the running of the clothes. We've got some Unstoppables for the wash, and now a little bit of Method Cleaner. This is new to me as well. Method Cleaner fabric wash and Method Cleaner fabric softener. Trying these out for the first time. I bought these in my Amazon haul, my cleaning haul, which I shall link up in the cards now. I'm just putting this wash on a very quick, like a 20-degree quick cycle. I do find that lightly soiled clothes, as in clothes that have been worn but aren't really dirty, just need a really quick refresh. It keeps the clothes kind of newer for longer. Obviously, if they're really dirty, they need a much longer wash. But for things that just, you know, not that dirty at all, quick washes, more economical, better for the environment, cheaper, all the good things. So I'm just rolling up, that was a wet bag. I've got some bedding that needs to go upstairs. That's going out to the laundry room. That's Sarah's tongue. I'm gathering up all the other bits and pieces which need to go in the next load. These are sort of nappies. They're not nappies that have like been used that much. She just wears them over her knickers now for a nap, and some flannels and things that are going to be washed without fabric conditioner and with some sanitizer. So all my cloths and things all go in there to be washed as well. So now it's time to just tidy up the laundry room a little bit. These are all Zara's nappy wraps, which go over her nighttime nappies. She is potty trained during the day but still wears nappies at night, and as I had cloth nappies, she's still in cloth nappies at night. So if you want to watch my cloth nappy video, actually I will link those videos. I've got a whole cloth nappy series up in the cards now if you're interested in that. So now it's just tidying away the last of the bits in my big slidey cupboard that I've got. Zara found some socks and randomly wanted to wear them, so, you know, keep her happy. Now, as the children have been ill, it's time to put away these syringes. This is like a drying rack thing. Sorry, I'll get back to the drying rack thing. Method Cleaner. This was also in my Amazon haul. The pink grapefruit smell smells amazing. Shame we haven't got smell-o-vision, it smells great. Anyway, that thing that looks like grass was for drying kind of bottles and things when the children were little, but now I use it for drying plastic things, and also it's really good for drying those syringes. And PS, top tip, keep all the syringes. You know, when you get Calpol and Nurofen and stuff, when your children are ill, you're going to be glad of those syringes. Keep every single one of those things. We've been through so many syringes recently because you don't want to double dip the medication, do you? Anyway, back to cleaning. Just giving the sink a little shine. The pink grapefruit's like a multi-surface cleaner, so I've just wiped down all the units with that, and now it's time to kind of just vacuum up the floor in this little area. I just want to get this one room done. Zara wanted a duster, so I've given her one of those. She thinks she's helping cleaning now. She's gone to clean something. I'm just going to wipe around. This is such a small room. I'm just going to wipe around the corners of the room with a little bit of multi-surface cleaner and a microfiber cloth, just along the edges where kind of dirt and grime collects. This is kind of a high traffic area. It's where we take our bins out to the back. I'm in and out all the time doing laundry, and the bits of like washing powder and stuff get dropped on the floor, things that fall out of clothes. And then that cloth is going in there with the other stuff that's going to be washed and sanitised. So that stuff will go on a hot wash with sort of nappy sanitizer or Zoflor or something in there to sanitise all that laundry. Next, I grabbed one of my curver baskets to gather all the stuff up. That dress was going upstairs. Zara decided she wanted to wear it, so she's wearing it instead. But she's happy now, so that's all that matters. I can carry on cleaning. She is thinking she's helping with her little duster and wearing her Anna dress. So gathering all the bits that don't belong in the kitchen. Let me know in the comments, do you find things just end up everywhere that don't belong? These are the syringes I was talking about. Gather them up, keep them in one place. You'll be glad of them when your children are ill. Anyway, back to my question. Do you find that in your house you constantly are moving things back to the room they belong in? Those baskets are an absolute lifesaver for me. But my family just love leaving things where they don't belong, honestly. Anyway, so I'm now going to tackle the worktop, the countertop. Now this is kind of like a high crumb and dust area, so I'm moving all this stuff first where the bread bin lives, where the toaster lives. It's amazing how many sort of bits of crumbs and things collect here. So I'm going to move all the bits out of the way and work around. I'm going to wipe down all across the tiles, all behind where the bread bin goes, the phone. Not that we even use the phone, I must admit. I don't even know my own phone number. We actually only have that phone for the broadband, and I guess in case we ever needed to dial 999, because I don't think I've ever made a phone call on it, honestly. True story. So do you still use a landline, or are you all on mobiles? Because I don't know, wonder if our house is a bit weird like that, or if nobody else uses their actual house phone anymore either. Anyway, back to cleaning. So putting all the bits and pieces back where they belong. I do also find my toaster, gosh, it just sheds crumbs. So I just like to try and shake all the crumbs out of it, because if I just move it and put it back, I'm going to anti-bac. This is the other method cleaner. This one smells like wild rhubarb. It's amazing. If I just sort of move the toaster and I don't give it a good shake out and clean down, the crumbs just kind of explode out of it. Honestly, it's insane. Really drives me mad. So I have emptied out the crumb tray of the toaster, and I've given that a little anti-bac wipe, because I figured, crumbs can't be terribly hygienic if they're collecting there for some time. And then I've put back the toaster. Now I'm pretty confident it's not going to malt any more crumbs over my freshly wiped worktop. Freshly wiped worktop, can't even say that. Anyway, on to cleaning the sink. I've given it a little spray down, and now I'm going to give it a little wipe around. I am actually going to put my gloves on. Now, I don't always put gloves on for cleaning. I don't always remember to, but I do try to put gloves on if my hands are going to get especially wet, because my skin's quite dry. And I do find, if I'm doing kind of like dry cleaning, if that makes sense, like just spraying worktops and wiping with a dry cloth, I don't always bother with gloves. But anything where like my hands are getting soggy, I do try and remember to put gloves on. It does protect your skin. Do try and remember to do it, people. I'm sort of talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you. But see, look, I've already taken the gloves off. I honestly forget to, I take them off to, move the camera or something, and then I forget to put them back on. Need to wear gloves more. And then also what people, I think, forget to do sometimes is wash the gloves. After you clean something yucky, you've got to wash and sanitize the gloves, haven't you? Always remember to do that too, people, otherwise you're just spreading yucky germs all over the place. Anyway, I'm just putting away some of my other ones, some of my other method cleaners, which I haven't tried yet, but were from my haul. I have tried the pink grapefruit, which I'm in love with, and the wild rhubarb, which just smells divine. So I am really, really loving those two at the moment. Let me know which of the method cleaner smells you've tried and which ones you're liking. Right, now I'm going to tackle this rather icky, disgusting hob. This is where this method cleaner stuff's going to be put to the test. This is supposed to be a good multi-surface degreaser, and this bit of the hob is utterly yucky, disgusting, really, really gross. So this is only a speed clean. I haven't got time to really do the entire hob. Like if I had a bit more time, I would take all the sort of metal bits from the top of the hob, what are they even called, those metal bits, and clean them all individually. But for now, for today, I'm just gonna sort of make my peace with just kind of doing the underneath bits where all the gunk has slid down and gone disgusting. As you can see, we use the hob on the very far right quite a lot, and then as it goes further left, I don't use it as much. So it's less gross and kind of the colour it's supposed to be. So far, I must say, I'm impressed with this method cleaner. It is doing the degreasing kind of well. I kind of normally have to resort to using the pink stuff or something quite strong on the hob to get it looking kind of clean at all after it's been really gunky. But I think, for a quick once over, the method cleaner in the pink grapefruit has done itself proud. So well done, method cleaner. It's doing well on the degreasing. I'm quite pleased, I must say. Onto the front of the cooker now. I'm just going to give it a little wipe over once I have got a new cloth, because as I said before, I do go through a lot of these cloths. I have a lot of these microfiber cloths because I find that once you've cleaned a couple of things with them, it's all soggy and you're just wiping gunk around the kitchen. So I used to use loads and loads of kitchen roll, and I just found that A, expensive, and B, wasteful. These microfiber cloths are amazing. They're a really good investment. They're not that expensive to buy if you buy them a pack of 10. In fact, I'll link mine below. And if you use them and then just sanitize them in between, and then you sort of never run out of them, they dry super quickly. But you do need quite a few of them if you're going to do, power hour cleaning, and you're going to really sort of go through the cleaning. You're really going to clean hard for an hour, especially if you can do a whole house clean. You really do need quite a few of these cloths. But I still think it saves you money in the long run, if I'm honest. Now I'm going to wipe down the table. I do get my teenager, as part of some of his jobs, to wipe the table after we have a meal. But, sometimes it needs an additional going over. It's the getting the children to help. Doesn't necessarily mean they do an amazing job of it, but it doesn't mean they shouldn't do it just because they don't do it well. Because they've got to learn, haven't they? Do you get your children to help out around the house? Let me know. My children do. I've talked about this before. Help out with kind of age-appropriate helping. I think it's good for them, and mostly they quite enjoy it. I think they quite enjoy it anyway. I'm now going to go round the edge of the floor. I'm going to run out of time to do the whole floor because my power hour is reaching its end. But I'm just going to go round the edges of the kitchen, if I can find the right angle with the camera, and do these sort of areas that kind of just get a build-up of gunk, around the dishwasher, stuff that's been splattered in, and there's just stuff that you can't even reach with if you just mop it. It's just, you're not doing a good enough job, Next job is to empty the dryer so that we can put more clean stuff into the dryer and dry it off. I'm sorting the clean washing into our boxes. There's one box for each member of the household, and then another box for towels and another box for cloth nappies. The dry stuff goes directly into there. Ooh, don't forget to empty the fluff, people. The dry stuff goes into there when the boxes are full. They get given to the relevant person, and that person puts their own things away. I'm now sorting the wet washing into one basket of washing to go upstairs and be hung up in the airing cupboard. That stuff gets hung on hangers. And the other basket of stuff to go into the dryer. So then I'm also using these dryer eggs, which I'm quite liking actually. I think they are speeding up the process of drying. And now I'm going to do a load of all the cloths and towels and things that need a nice hot wash and a big load of sanitizing. I'm doing a big scoop of fairy. And then I'm also going to add some Mio Fresh, which is a nappy sanitizer, which means it sanitizes and kills all nasty bugs on anything in that load, and a nice little scoop of Unstoppables to make it smell lovely too. And then that is us at the end. Thank you so much for watching. If you've liked this video, please give it a massive thumbs up. Do not forget to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified. We post new videos every Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday at 7 p.m. That's right. If you want to watch more speed cleans, they're just down here, and my latest video is just over there. Well, it's over there actually. Say bye. Sorry, say bye-bye. Bye. I am starting this power hour by popping some Domestos, which is just a bleach, down the loo. I'm doing this in my ensuite toilet and also in the children's bathroom, and that way hopefully I'll get time to clean the full bathrooms fully, but if I don't, at least that bleach is doing its trick to clean while I'm not cleaning. And then I will just flush that later when it's had a chance to do its magic. Next job for me is to fold some bedding. This has been through the washer and the dryer and it just needs to go away. We have a massive bed, as you can see it's a super king size bed, so the bedding's huge. I fold it as best I can, I'm not too fussy with it, and I don't iron bedding. Full disclosure, confession for me, I don't iron bedding, do not have time in my life for that. But I fold it up and then it gets stored inside a pillowcase, and this is a top tip, top hack. If you've got a set of bedding, be it like a little single set of bedding or massive bedding like this, if you fold it up neatly, I like to KonMari fold it into thirds and, you know, so it's reasonably neat and tidy. And then you stash it inside the pillowcase, and that way you know when you grab that pillowcase, there's everything you need inside it, the sheets, the pillows, everything, it's all in one place, you're not having to hunt everywhere for it. And that is going away in my airing cupboard. My next job is to decant the 24, or it feels like 24 million toilet rolls that I have bought, because let's face it, big family, may as well buy in bulk, and quite frankly it's cheaper to buy in bulk anyway, so it's much cheaper to buy the toilet, it's cheaper per toilet roll to buy them that way. I'm just decanting those into a basket in my airing cupboard, and then I'm putting away some laundry that is clean and dry and that has been hung up. I tend to find a lot of stuff accumulates on my kind of door handle, especially in my bedroom. Stuff gets dumped there and that just needs to be put away. I'm popping away my husband's stuff that he's left there. Yes, he likes to, this little dumping area that he likes to put things. Anyway, never mind, let's put it away, shall we? Out of sight, and try and have some clean surfaces. He's like, he can't see his own mess, bless him. You can see everyone else's mess, but not the stuff he's dumped. Next job is to repack the swimming bag. So this stuff has just come out of the washing and I'm folding it away, and it doesn't go away into cupboards and things, it gets packed directly into the bag for next week. I like to KonMari fold the towels, so fold them into thirds in these little kind of triangle parcels, so they're nice and easy to grab and they don't take up too much space in the bag. And then for their swimming, the stuff that when they come out to swimming, for each of them, each of the three little ones wears a dressing gown, and then into those dressing gowns I pack their pyjamas. So they have like long-legged pyjamas, a pair of socks and a pair of pants, and then I roll them up and I pop them into the hood of the dressing gown. So then when they come out of the water, I just grab a little parcel, hand it to each of them and say, hey, put on everything in there. Oh, and look, do you know what, I forgot the girls' socks, so I'm going to shove those in the parcel afterwards. But that really does save rooting through the bag, thinking, have I got it all? William's got these lovely fluffy pyjamas which I picked up in the Primark haul, which I shall link in the cards now. Those were rather lovely. And then all of that stuff that I've just packed, plus their bathers and goggles, get packed directly back into the bag, and I do that ready for swimming, which is, you know, it's not for a good number of days yet, but at least it's all ready to go. Next job, I'm going to have a bit of a declutter. Now these boxes next to the loo in my ensuite are supposed to be kind of for toiletries and things that have been bought, you know, so like new toothpastes and toothbrushes and things like that. But do you know what, they've just turned into a bit of a clutter magnet, so I'm having a bit of a sort out. As you know, if you've watched my decluttering videos, the only way I can make myself declutter is by tipping it all over the floor, and then there's kind of no way back. I have to tidy it up then because I've made a mess. I find if I open a drawer and just start picking things out, then I very quickly close the drawer again and think, oh, I'm so not in the mood for this. So by tipping it all over the floor, it does make me tidy up properly. It forces me to, you know, it's like going on a bear hunt, isn't it? Can't go over it, can't go under it, whatever, have to go through it. So yeah, all this stuff's coming out too. As you can see, most of this is like clean, like not clean, like new toiletries. But some of these toiletries have been in there such a long time. That blue thing I just threw into the bin ready to go and be recycled were like those sticks you wee on when you're pregnant to check your protein levels, and my youngest is 2.5, so clearly I've not used those for a while. I also realised how much stuff I've actually got. I keep picking up new packs of toothbrushes because we use these toothbrushes, you know, I like to have spare ones, especially when we're going away, we have new toothbrushes and things. But it's only when you sort of do a bit of a declutter that you realise, stop buying things really, you've got loads of them already. So this is the sort of objective for this this kind of little portion of my power hour. As you can see, I've got quite a lot of sun cream, for example, like bottles and bottles of it lined up at the back of that box, which I didn't realise how much I had because it was all just jumbled up. We've got numerous bottles of shower gels and things, and we do need, don't get me wrong, we need spares in stock ready for when we run out. But I just end up, if it's not organised, buying more stuff when I don't need more stuff. There we go, I've gathered all the clean, fresh toothbrushes together and popped them in there now. So at least I know I've got loads, and there they are when I need to grab them. I don't go hunting around for them. So that's a little bit of a declutter done. Now it's time to grab all the dirty mats and towels and things and take them out of the bathroom so I can give it a good clean, and those can all be washed. I am using Zoflora. This is a spray bottle with a capful of Zoflora and some water, topping it up. Ugh, look how disgusting that is. To wipe the windowsill, and the window frame, which is quite gross. And then the top of the toilet too. Zoflora has some nice disinfecting properties. Can't speak today. Zoflora has disinfecting properties. Now onto some Star Drops white vinegar spray. This is stuff that's fantastic on glass. I love the finish it has, but you know what? I do not like the smell because my whole house ends up smelling of vinegar. So yes, it does the job. It's good at what it does, but it just stinks. So I'm in two minds. I need to find a better glass cleaner that does the job just as well, but doesn't honk with vinegar. Honestly, not a fan. So now I have bothered to put my gloves on finally, to use a bit of Flash Bathroom and to get my little Scrub Buddy pad out. I do like the Scrub Buddy. I did a little video, if you want to check it out, it's in the cards now, about the differences between Scrub Buddies and Minkies and other Amazon alternatives. You can check that out and see what I thought of those, because I have got a few different varieties of them if you're thinking about making a purchase. So yeah, I'm just using a bit of Flash Bathroom, wiping around the sink. Sometimes I wipe around the sink with just a bit of water and one of these Scrub Buddies. It's certainly for children in the bath or something, I don't want to use chemicals, but today the sink at least is having a good clean because it was a bit gross and grim. Now a bit of Flash Bathroom on my shower in the ensuite. So I'm going to pull all the toiletries that are currently in use off the shelf, give everything a bit of a wipe over, the shelves, the tiles, the shower head itself. Oh, this bit gets quite disgusting. There we go. All the shower hose gets quite gross and grim. And then I'm going to use the shower head itself to clean off and rinse off the rest of the chemicals that I use. Sometimes I do this just before I get in the shower because then I don't get all of my clothes, but today I've just taken off my socks so I can actually stand on in the shower tray without get my socks all soggy basically. But I do often change into like older clothes or comfy clothes or whatever to do cleaning. Today I haven't. I just trying not to get chemicals on my jeans because it absolutely ruins them. Now onto the toilet. I tend to go to the toilet kind of last-ish because you can use cloths and then use them on the toilet and then put them in the wash, but you can't use them on the toilet and then use them anywhere else because it was gross, isn't it? So I'm cleaning out the toilet. I tend to use blue for the bathroom, for the microfiber cloths. I mean, they all get sanitized anyway. They all get washed on a really hot wash, and I use nappy sanitizer and or Zoflora in the washing machine with them to sanitize them so they all come out, perfectly hygienically clean. Now I've cleaned the toilet with that toilet brush. I'm spraying a bit of Zoflora onto it to sanitize it and then washing my hands. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm actually washing the gloves with antibac soap so that I can take off the gloves and they will be nice and clean. And then I'm drying my hands in a clean, dry microfiber cloth. So I'm then going to use that microfiber cloth to do the floor. So the gloves are now clean because you don't want to get toilet muck all over everything else I'm cleaning. And I'm going to clean the towel rail with this duster, and I'm going to clean the floor with my Zoflora spray and some microfiber cloths. The bucket you can see I'm using is an old nappy bucket, and I just use that to store the cloths in between washes. So I gather them all up in there. I mean, you can use anything, but I like that because it's got the lockable lid. And when I'm doing a big clean, I do go through a lot of different cloths, and then I can chuck them all in the machine with a bit of sanitizer and give them all a really good wash. So now, as you can see, sometimes I do use, I've got my thing, Mrs. Hinch calls it Vera, doesn't she? It's a 1-2 spray. But today I'm just finding it easier to just spray and wipe the floor and actually just get down on my hands and knees and wipe it. This is not a massive room, so it's easy enough to do that. At least I can be quite thorough and get into the corners and things by doing that. The bathroom is nearly done, just doing the last kind of portions of the floor, and then I can go and get the boxes that I carried out to make space and bring them back in and put them where they live, next to the toilet. And now I am just going to finish off the bathroom by doing a little stamp using the bottom of the tap, and you know, it just looks nice, doesn't it? It finishes off the bathroom. I feel like it is clean. I know someone will use the toilet roll in about 2 seconds and spoil my little stamp, but never mind, it makes me happy. So I'm just going to finish doing this entranceway to the bathroom, wiping behind the door, getting all the cloths, bunging them in the nappy bucket so they're ready to take downstairs and wash. And that's the bathroom pretty much done. And now here's Zara with a blanket on her head. Apparently that is because she is currently Princess Jasmine.
So you'll see in this speed clean, I will only be focusing on key areas, namely the entrance hall, because obviously they will be coming in through the front door. I just want to tidy up the living room where we'll be sitting. We'll be spending time in the kitchen because they're coming over with their children and the children are going to have some tea. And the kitchen just looks a bit of a mess and the surfaces are a bit grubby and there's just so much stuff out. So I'm going to start by cleaning the kitchen surfaces, and before I can clean them, I've got to clear them up because this breakfast bar, as much as I try and keep it clear, has become a bit of a dumping ground. I'm using one of my trusty curver baskets to gather all the bits and pieces up to get them out of the way. Now, when you are speed cleaning for guests, it's not necessarily the way you would normally put everything, you know, all the way away into their homes. It's just a case of putting stuff out of the way to sort of sort out later. So it's kind of it's an interim clean, isn't it? So a lot of the stuff I just popped in the basket is just to go upstairs and deal with later. I will not be doing that till after they've gone. Next job is wiping down the surfaces. Now I am pulling this stuff out just because the toaster has left so many crumbs everywhere. It just needs a good old empty out every now and again. I've got my diluted Zoflora in the spray bottle and a microfiber cloth and just wiping down the surfaces just to make the granite all shiny and sparkly. And it doesn't take very long to just sort of move these bits and wipe around them, but it does make the impression of the kitchen of just being like super clean. So I'm not going to go into every kind of corner, but this area, as we kind of sit around the breakfast bar when I've got guests over, I do feel that is a bit that does need to be kind of clean and clear, and just, you know, it's an important area. Whereas perhaps other corners of the kitchen I'm not going to be so fussy with. So it is all about, when you've got guests coming, which bits are they really going to see, and just cleaning those bits. So I've got my, I'm going to wash down the sink next, because again, the sink is looking a bit gross and disgusting, and I've just emptied all those crumbs into it. Before I do that, I'm just going to wipe down the windowsill, which is mostly just dusty, to be honest, but in the interest of speed cleaning, because I really haven't got much time, I'm just going to use the same products. I'm not going to get loads of different products out. I'm just going to use clean cloths whenever they get a bit dusty. So that's the windowsill wiped down. Obviously, because it's Zoflora I'm using, it smells great. I often forget to put rubber gloves on, but I am finally putting some on at this stage. I've just seen I've got out another cloth because that one's a bit dirty, and now we're using my Dishmatic. I like to use this to do the initial wipe down of the sink. It's just a little bit of washing up liquid. You can use it to wash dishes with as well, but I actually like it to give the sink a once over when it's a bit gross. I kind of like to wash it down with the washing up liquid out the Dishmatic before I then sort of, in this case I'm going to use Zoflora. I do different products potentially on other days, but like I said, today it's all about doing it as quickly as possible. So I'm giving it a little wipe over with Zoflora. I'm using my Scrub Buddy, which is like an alternative to the Minky that Mrs. Hinch uses. If you check up in the cards now, then I have got another video which compares the Scrub Buddy with the Minky with the Amazon dupes, and you can see which was my favourite, how they compare price-wise, usage-wise, all that kind of thing. So check out that video. I'll also link it below so you can watch it after this one if you like. So I'm just going to make sure that the sink is all nice and clean, giving it that little wipe over with the Scrub Buddy, and now I'm going to stick a cap full of Zoflora in both sinks. One sink is the waste disposal and one sink is like a normal sink, and pour boiling water over it. So that'll disinfect the sponge I've just used, and it will also make the kitchen smell amazing. Look at all that steam coming out, just making my kitchen smell great. So yeah, just going to finish wiping down the rest of the granite on this kind of section, and then put away some other bits. That's my husband's lunchbox that he's left out, and just try and clear up a bit and wipe around a little bit around these jars. See, I would normally, if I was doing a full kitchen clean, like pull out the microwave and everything, but that's like a corner that no one cares about. I'm just wiping in front of it because it's all about being quick today. Laundry room needs a bit of a tidy up because you can see it from the kitchen. There's a glass door, which is a bit unfortunate. So this laundry room does need sorting. I'm putting away the cloths, putting away the empty curver baskets, which stack. There we go, there they are. They stack nicely and they fit into my big like slidey door cupboard thing in my laundry room where I keep them. And then these are just Zara's night nappy wrap. She's out for nappies in the day, she's always a nappy at night. So they're just the ones that have been washed. There's just all these other bits of cleaning products that I've been using that I haven't put away because I've been busy and just not stayed on top of it. So they're all going away. In fact, one or two of those actually belong in the other sink, but because this is a super quick clean, I'm just shoving them away, out of the way, as opposed to putting them in the other sink where they kind of belong. This is my sort of dish draining rack thing for plastic items that come out of the dishwasher. It was actually for when Zara had bottles and things when I was expressing, but it's still quite a handy kind of dish draining thing, so I kept that and I think it's kind of cool and pretty. I will link that below actually if you want to check those out. Next job, once I have finished cleaning this surface, will be a wipe over of these surfaces, and I shall just quickly do this sink as well. This sink doesn't get that dirty because I don't have food in it or anything, but more sort of dusty than anything because it doesn't get used that much. But as I said, this room, although it's not a key room that people are going to be going in, you can see it through the glass door, which is a bit of a pain, isn't it? So it's got to be done because my guests will see all my mess otherwise. So there we go. The dish rack drainer thing is now empty. That can go away. Next job, I'm going to stick another capful of Zoflora down the loo in the downstairs loo. I'm not doing a full bathroom clean in here. I'm doing a sort of a make it look good. So I'm tidying up all the shoes. I'm not like, sometimes I would go through these shoes and put some of them upstairs and things. I'm literally just tidying them up a little bit and putting them away. Any shoes that have been left in the hall, putting away, and just sort of straightening them up so they don't look so awful, rather than being kind of thrown all over the floor as they've been left. Next job, I am going to do the little trick with the toilet paper, because even though I haven't given my bathroom a really good clean, now it looks like I have because I've just stamped it, look, with the tap, and it looks like, oh look, she must have cleaned the bathroom, she's done that to the toilet paper. Good trick, good little trick, especially if you don't have time to clean properly. So I'm just using Zoflora again. Like I said, normally I'd use different, I use Splash Bath into the bathroom, but I'm just using what I've got. I am using a different cloth. I'm just wiping over. I have swapped over the hand towel as well, because I do think a fresh hand towel makes it kind of look clean. I am giving the toilet a quick wipe over, and then that's going in the wash, and then I'm washing my rubber gloves, because once you clean the toilet, you've got to wash your rubber gloves same as you would your hands. Next job, making sure the entrance hall is really clear. It has had a load of clutter dumped in it. It's not supposed to. My family are not supposed to do this, yet they still do. I'm going to give a really, really super quick dust over the pictures and the table in the hall. And then it's just all about clearing up these last bits and pieces. Some of them I'm hiding in my desk, some of them I'm hiding in a cupboard in the kitchen, other things are going in that curved basket to go up the stairs. And then I've got some bits in the living room. That stuff needs to be like given to a friend. I've got that high chair which needs to be given to a friend who's having a baby. I'm literally just hiding it behind the door so that no one can see it. I'm straightening out the cushions. I always think straightening out the cushions makes everything look nice. I'm spraying a tiny bit of Zoflora in there just to make it smell good. I'm not even going to vacuum in there because I'm running out of time, but I am going to vacuum the entrance hall, partly because it makes a really good first impression, and partly because this is where most of the dirt in my house sort of accumulates. We always make the children take their shoes off, so the rest of the house doesn't get too bad carpet wise. They only eat at the table and they only wear shoes in the entrance hall, but the entrance hall does get super grubby. So when I'm doing a full clean, obviously I vacuum the whole house, but for the purpose of today I am just doing the hall, and I'm going to spray some Zoflora on the mat, because then it makes a really great first impression. It smells. If the house smells clean, it feels clean. I'm now using my Vileda 1-2 spray to spray the floor with, you guessed it, some diluted Zoflora, and that kind of disinfects the floor. It makes it all clean, shiny, gets any yucky marks off, and it makes it smell good too. I also do in the laundry room just as I'm in there, and look how gross. See, look at all that grossness that was on my floor. And do you know what? I'm not even going to rip that off and put it in the wash yet. I'm just going to hide it in the cupboard and take it off and put it in the wash later, because I don't have time. Next job, I'm literally straightening out the what are they even called? The kitchen towels, because then the kitchen looks tidy and clean. So see, that looks so much better than it was, just not so cluttered. clean surfaces, smells amazing. I know we don't have smell-o-vision, but it smells so good in here. And then that's the laundry room, again, looking clean and clear, so if anyone sticks their head in there, that's fine. The living room, which wasn't too bad, it's just looking a bit higgledy-piggledy, much better. Downstairs loo, which again was a right old state, and was just a bit sort of dusty and gross, is now clean, smells good, and sort of reasonably clutter-free, and the entrance hall is looking nice too.
Let's start by taking a look around at what needs to be done. Bedroom, not too bad, bed needs tidying up, but just really needs a good clean. Zara's room, oh dear, what a mess. Yes, it needs cleaning, but first it needs a massive tidy. Bella's room starts off looking not too bad, and then, look at all that mess. Just stuff dumped. There is so much stuff dumped on the landing, dressing up clothes, and those cushions are things that Zara has weed on, and I've washed them, I've not put them back properly. The playroom's a bit of a tip, and it really needs a clean. It really has been cleaned in longer than I'd care to admit. The kitchen, again, isn't as untidy as it could be, but really needs a clean. The laundry room, which is a very busy room as we know, needs a living good sort out and clean. The lounge, which is normally my super tidy child-free room, is like Christmas birthday-tastic and needs sorting. And then obviously the hall, I've got to take down the Christmas tree and really give that a good clean. And this downstairs loo is driving me insane, and I haven't even shown you the bathrooms on the top floor, but all that needs doing too. So I'm going to start by taking down the Christmas tree. Feel quite sort of emotional really. This is the last time we're having a Christmas tree in this house, because by Christmas 2020 we will have moved to our new house. If you haven't caught it yet, we're doing a full renovation project, so I will link that in the cards. So I'm just taking away the kind of special Christmas decorations that the children have made and things, and putting those separately, because these red Christmas decorations will not match our new house, so they have been put in a bag ready to give to a friend. She said she would like them. I'm taking out the presents that have been left under the tree that haven't been given to friends yet, we still need to catch up with. And then I'm going to wrap up the lights. Now I'm using half of a Christmas wrapping paper innard thingy, what they call tubes, and I've cut a little slit in it. I've tucked the end of the lights in one end with the slit, and I'm wrapping the rest of the lights round and round and round, and that should stop them getting all mucked up and tangled before next year. So by wrapping the lights up, you could use the sort of the full length of the tube, and then they would sort of fit better, I guess. But I'm using half a one because it's got to fit into this bag with the Christmas tree, which I'm showing you now. These are the bags that I use from Jojo. I shall link them below, which they are brilliant. I use them for loads of storage things around the house. Now, we did used to try and fit our Christmas tree back into the cardboard box it originally came in, and every year it became more and more difficult, lots of gaffer tape and trying to squish it in, until eventually the box gave up the ghost. I now split the tree into these two bags. It's actually easier to move because it's easy to lift. It's just in, two bags. It's not so heavy, so you can split the weight, and it's just easier to put away and just shove it in there, zip it up. I used to store it in a wardrobe in my office, but this tree is actually being sent over to our new house ahead of us to go into the attic, which has got loft boards in it. So even though my husband is still doing up the house and it's not ready for us to kind of put any stuff in yet, the tree is going there to be stored, which is like, it's the first thing to move in. The very first thing to move in is our Christmas tree. So yeah, feel a bit kind of emotional about that. So those are the bags, putting those by the front door to put in my husband's van. Next job is to vacuum this rug. Now this is like a preliminary vacuum of the rug, just to get rid of the bits of tree. Even though it's not a real tree, it still molts bits, doesn't it? Do you find that even if you've got a fake tree, it still like puts bits all over your floor? So even though I will have to like carry on vacuuming later on, I didn't want the children to walk with stuff through the house. So I've wrapped the precious ornaments in a bit of wrapping paper and put them in a little bag. And then those presents, like I said, I've got two families, two sort of friends with children that I haven't caught up with yet. So they're their gifts. I'm going to sort of hide those upstairs so we catch up with them. Let me know in the comments, do you always end up with a couple of presents after Christmas you have not given out yet, even though you're putting your tree away? Let me know. So now I'm going to put my husband's mail in that box and hide it away because I'm fed up of looking at it, and start dusting with my fluffy duster. Then I'm going to use my Method multi-surface cleaner. This is the lavender scent, to just clean the surfaces and wipe them over with a microfiber cloth. This stuff smells great. So it should make the entrance hall smell lovely. Now I'm going to get down on the floor and dust and wipe this glass shelf, which just collects dust if I'm honest, and really get under the back of this cupboard, which is just collecting gross amounts of dust. and then take those presents upstairs out of the way. I'm now going to give my little desk area a clean. As you know, I do have an office upstairs, but then I do sometimes work in that downstairs under the stairs area while the children are playing in the playroom. And I'm going to give the floor another vacuum all under here. Like I said, I'm going to have to vacuum this area a few times just to stop the bits that I'm kind of agitating out of their place going all over the rest of the house. And I do find that main hallway does collect so much muck. Now it's time to get rid of a couple of baby gates. Zara is getting that much older. I still feel like we need them on the stairs because she's a bit of a liability, but I did used to use the one on the kitchen and the one on the lounge to stop them running in circles, because you can go in circles round around our house. But we can get rid of some of them now. I am still going to keep the one in the playroom, so I've got somewhere to put her if, the Tesco delivery's coming or whatever and the front door's open. And I'm just going to wipe underneath where the gates were and wipe around some skirting boards and things. Now to tackle the downstairs loo. Now the amount of shoes in here is driving me insane. So I've vacuumed the shelves, given them a little wipe over, and I'm putting back essential shoes that we're actually using. I've got like 3 pairs of ballet pumps in here, and as I'm filming this, it is winter. It is bleak midwinter. There's no way I'd go out in ballet pumps and no socks. I would freeze. So they can go upstairs, and other shoes that people are not wearing can still go upstairs. I'm quite happy to have these near the front door if they're being worn, but if they're, if they're not the right season or whatever, or if they don't fit, they can go, because we can't fit it all in. And then I'm just going to wipe over the floor. This is such a small room. It's not even worth like getting any kind of mop out or the big vacuum cleaner. It's just worth doing with just getting on my hands and knees and giving it a wipe. Wiping around the skirting boards, vacuuming around the skirting boards, and going all around the floor. Now normally I do start with cleaning like the higher up things and then moving to the floor. So I'm doing this a bit backwards for me really, because I haven't yet cleaned the toilet or the sink. But I sort of started doing the shelves and then thought, do you know what, I'm doing the floor now. Zara's step is a really messy item in this room. It really bugs me, but she still needs the step. So, whether in the next house we'll get like a nicer step that isn't so kind of ugly. I don't know. It's Toy Story, it's cutesy, kiddie, whatever, but it just doesn't sort of match, So having said, I'm not going to vacuum the whole floor with a big vacuum cleaner. I'm now going to vacuum the whole floor with the vacuum cleaner. Mainly because I'd managed to do the edges, but there were still bits on the middle of the floor. Now on to a little bit of glass cleaner. Now, I bought this in one of my Tesco hauls, which I shall link up above. I've not tried it yet, but I'm hoping it's just going to be nicer than the one I was using previously, which was the Star Drops. They had great results, but it smelled like vinegar. So this does actually smell nice. It smells like mint. So I guess it's like cleaning the mirror with, toothpaste kind of smell. So I don't love it as much. I love like this lavender one's really nice that I'm using, this multi-surface cleaner. Interestingly, I did not go and reach for, I've got the bathroom cleaner in another room. I did not bother to go and get the bathroom cleaner to clean this bathroom. I'm just using the lavender multi-surface, partly because it was there and partly because I prefer the smell to the bathroom one. All of the bathroom ones smell kind of minty, so okay, your whole bathroom will smell like toothpaste. That's great, that's better than normal bathroom cleaners. When it comes to cleaning the bathrooms, I'd like to clean from cleanest areas, so windowsills and sinks, and then do the loo last, and that way I can put my loo cloth in the wash in that bucket straight away, and that is a cat lizard flora down the loo to make it smell amazing. So that is the downstairs loo clean and looking a lot tidier and smelling pretty darn good too. So at least if anyone visits our house, as long as they don't venture beyond the entrance hall and the downstairs loo at the moment, it doesn't look too bad, so I think we better keep going. Now it's time to empty the dryer. I have been using these dryer eggs from Egg Laundry and really liking them. Not forgetting to empty the dryer fluff, people, very important for dryer efficiency and also for not causing fires, etc. Just going to carry on by dumping some of the stuff that I've collected in baskets from downstairs back upstairs and bringing down some more dirty laundry to stick on another load. You guys know I love getting laundry on while I'm doing other things because the laundry is working and while I am working too. Now a quick word about these reusable colour catchers. I know a few of you recommended them and I have been using them. You can see I've got like a rainbow of grey. Now that is a dark one that I feel like is almost at the end of its life. Now these are how they start out, nice and fresh and white, and the idea is you're supposed to keep the box and you are supposed to mark off how many washes you've done with them on the side. I have never done that. If you ever have done that, then please let me know in the comments. But for now, I will be using them, and I'm going to try, like I discussed in one of my recent videos, I'm going to try using them as cleaning cloths to do mucky jobs or whatever when they've come to the end of their life, because I feel like using them for 30 washes and then throwing them away is not terribly eco-friendly. Next, on to the living room. I need to really clear this room. I've just taken my ring light out to get that out of the way, ready to take it upstairs. My letterboard, all of Bella's birthday bits, all the toys the children brought in the living room. Because it's been Christmas, we've spent a lot more time in the living room. When my husband is in work, I tend to spend time in the playroom with the children, and that way the living room stays nice and tidy. It's just not been the case. We've had people over, the living room's bigger. So I need to clear off Bella's birthday cards. Now I can give this windowsill a nice old clean, give it a little dust on the shelves and on our little tables and things, all around the pictures. This does get neglected. I don't do dusting in this room as much as I should, if I'm honest. I'm going to shake out this rug. You can't really vacuum it because it's so long. It's like it would just all get stuck in bristles and things. So I'm just shaking it to get all the muck off it and then vacuuming whatever falls out of it, which on this occasion was mostly just dust and dirt, but sometimes it's like toys and money and things. I'm actually moving the sofas and doing behind the sofas, which I must admit pretty grim. Again, I do the middle of the floors a lot. I don't often, well, I don't as often as I should, move the furniture and do behind them, full disclosure. And it gets pretty dusty and gross and grim down there, so it does need doing every now and again. But even as a mum, if I can't manage to do it all the time, I'm going to try not to beat myself up about it. But today I'm going to try and do as thorough a clean as I can manage within the time I have, within what my children will allow me to do. So yeah, main floor done, bring the rug back in, and then it's going to be time to sort of straighten out the cushions. I have made my own fabric refresher, sort of like a homemade Febreze, just using this bottle, and then I've put boiling water in with a spoonful of bicarbonate of soda and a few drops of lavender, and given it a bit of a shake around, and then that makes a really nice smelling fabric refresher. I will link all of those items below if you want to get your hands on any of them. So I'm just spraying all the cushions with the fabric freshener and then moving on to the glass and this door, which again, full disclosure, this does not get done that much. I'm using the Method glass cleaner in the mint, and then once those doors are finished, the living room is pretty much done. As although this is intended to be a whole house clean with me, you just never know as a mum when your children are going to force you to stop. So at least now, if anyone visited, the entrance hall, the downstairs loo and the living room are reasonably clean and tidy. Having said that, I've dumped all the stuff in the hall, so let's carry that upstairs out of the way to deal with later. And then we can move on to vacuuming the stairs. Now, sometimes I do use my little Dyson for this, but the battery on it is not that charged at the moment, so I am using my bigger vacuum cleaner. At least I know I'm not going to have it dying on me halfway through. So now let's get on to the kitchen, which again, if people come and visit the kitchen, it's kind of where you're going to hang out a little bit, isn't it? I am trying this Method kitchen cleaner spray in Clementine today. Now, smell-wise, it is nice, but if I'm honest, I still think I prefer, for the kitchen, my favourite is their multi-surface in pink grapefruit. My favourites are definitely the pink grapefruit and the wild rhubarb for sure. Having said that, today I'm also going to try the Method granite and marble cleaner, because obviously we've got granite countertops. Let's see if this is any better. Now, it's said to smell like apples, but have you ever had apple flavour fizzy chewits, which are kind of like a sweet flavoured apple? Like, obviously it's sweets as opposed to apple. That's what it smells like. It smells like apple fizzy chewits. So if you like that, then by all means go for this. It is nice on the granite. It does bring them up nicely. Is it any better than the multi-surface? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth having this as well as the multi-surface. Let me report back. Let me keep using it for a few days and report back. Because at the moment, although it is bringing the countertops up nicely, so does the other one. So I don't know if it's worth investing in all the different types. I'm now going to clean the children's toy kitchen, and I'm using the Clementine kitchen cleaner again, because it is a kitchen, it's in my kitchen, it is a kitchen, and this really gets neglected and not cleaned that much too. Next, I'm going to do something else that I don't do often enough, which is, oh my goodness, look at that, pull out the table. Now the table gets vacuumed underneath all the time. You wouldn't have thought it looking at that, but it doesn't get pulled out as often as it should. So it gets daily, vacuums around the chairs and under it, but you can't really see what you're doing unless you pull it all out. And this bit of the floor is so grim and gross, I'm down on my hands and knees wiping it, because just mopping it isn't going to cut it. And I do feel like you can kind of get a really good clean by sometimes just actually wiping it as if it was a countertop. I will get the floor cleaner mop thing out as well. That's a little tiny bit of AstroTurf, by the way, in case you're wondering what that is, which we used to wipe our feet on. And we had our garden AstroTurf when my husband did it, which was the best thing ever, by the way, because it's like carpet outdoors. But we did keep that little strip just to wipe feet on the way in. Next job is to just finish vacuuming the rest of the kitchen. Now this bit, because obviously it's like an open space, is much easier to clean, less stuff to pull out and what have you, but still gets full of crumbs and things. And then I'm just going to wipe around the bin and the edge of the what are they even called, skirting boards, and under the units and that kind of thing before mopping. So I think once the edges are done, you've really given them a blooming good wipe. The mopping, or this, it's 1-2 spray, isn't it? It's called the Vileda 1-2 spray, with a little bit of Zoflora in it, diluted with water, and this makes this floor smell great. It's much less, not messy, because mopping isn't messy, is it? But it makes the floor less wet. It dries quicker than using a traditional mop. It's just a lot quicker. We're now in the laundry room and giving the whole countertops a spray and doing the floor. And then as I'm using dirty cloth, they're going into my old nappy bucket, as well as my Vileda 1-2 spray cover thing is going into the old nappy bucket to be washed and disinfected and sanitized with the cloths too. So that is the laundry room done. I know it won't stay super tidy for long, because obviously I have more laundry to do, but at least it's clean and tidy. And the kitchen done. Like I said, the kitchen wasn't that untidy, it was just really needed cleaning, and it is now nice and clean, and that makes me happy, because like I said, it's downstairs, it's where people hang out if they come and visit. So if we have visitors now, it's going to be okay. Now for some more laundry, to mess up my laundry room. So I'm just emptying out the machine, splitting things into things that go into the dryer and things that do not go into the dryer. The things that do not go into the dryer have to go upstairs to go into my airing cupboard, where they get hung up to dry. Just running those things upstairs, deal with that later. And as you can see, the hall is pretty clean and tidy now. It is respectable, so that the lounge, the downstairs loo and the kitchen all sorted. It's time to tackle the playroom. Now, as you know, I'm a big fan of getting the children involved whenever possible. It is not the quickest way of getting things done, but I do believe that it doesn't do them any harm to help to tidy up, especially when it is their own mess, and the playroom is very much their own mess. So is it quicker to do it myself? Probably. Is it good for them to learn to all muck in and tidy up? Yes, definitely. Are they going to enjoy it? Sometimes they do, sometimes they make a game, sometimes they're like, not first. But, I think it's a good, important life lesson for them to learn to tidy up and do kind of age-appropriate jobs to help out around the house. So let me know in the comments, do you get your children to help out around the house or not? Anyway, that was my quick as a flash method. Multi-surface is back out to do this room. I'm just dusting the top of the surfaces and things. This room gets vacuumed a lot. It doesn't get dusted as much as it should, if I'm honest, full disclosure. We tidy it up every day. I vacuum it whenever I'm vacuuming the hall. But dusting, there are some rooms that always get all the TLC and some rooms that don't as much. Yeah, this is one of my don't as much, so whoops about that. Anyway, quick as a flash, the playroom is looking a gazillion times better. Okay, it wasn't quick as a flash, I sped that up a lot, but it's done now. On to another room that is a bit of a disaster at the moment, and that is Bella's bedroom. Now, Bella adores having a tidy bedroom. She does not like tidying her bedroom. She is pretty good at keeping it tidy when it is tidy, but I think as soon as it reaches that critical mass of it deteriorates quite fast. I'm also trying to clear a lot of the stuff that belongs up to the attic, and I've left the little ones sort of making a go of Bella's room while I clear this landing. Back in to help them. Now, I want in the next house to have enough hanging rail for her to hang up all of her dressing up clothes, but at the moment she just doesn't have enough hanging space. So some of her dressing up clothes go in those boxes, I mean, I don't know, is it better just to keep them in boxes anyway because it's easier than having to hang them up for children? I don't know, let me know in the comments. What's the best kind of dressing up storage and what do you do for your children? Okay, on to folding bedding. This was all the bedding that I brought up from the laundry room from my mass change the bed session, which was, I think, the day before I filmed this. I like to fold bedding away a certain way. I like to fold it in half, then in half again lengthways to make a really long, thin sort of shape, and then sort of the way Marie Kondo folds it, on itself over and over to make like a triangle, and then that goes inside the pillowcase. So everything that belongs to the bedding set goes inside one of the pillowcases, and then that way when you go to grab a duvet cover set, you know you've got everything you need there without having to wrestle around for like, where's this pillowcase, where's that gone? And I always like to store the children's bedroom in their own rooms, and that way if in the middle of the night there is a situation where they've been sick or whatever, you need to change their bedding, it's all there for them. But I'm just disturb the rest of the house. Now this is me putting clean pillowcases or cushion covers back on these cushions because Zara weed on them. You know, so that happens sometimes. My bed had been changed the day before, so I'm just straightening it out and then just dusting around along my headboard, that gets dusty, and my TV, all the tops of the surfaces and things, my dressing table, which gets really mucky dusty, and then I'm going to put away these Christmas clothes. So these are packing cubes, I will link them below. And I'm just going to fold away all our Christmas jumpers, Christmas jumper dresses, my sort of t-shirts and things with Christmas on them. All the Christmassy stuff can go away until next year because there is no point in it filling up my wardrobe. I do need to go through my wardrobe, if I'm honest. I've still got some really sort of out of season stuff in there, and definitely when we've moved, I need to really make a habit of changing over my wardrobe seasonally so it's not kind of over crammed. And now I'm going to put some stuff away in my wardrobe. So I've got some shoes I'm putting away, and then I've got my kind of my comfy, cozy kind of evening-y wear. I have said before, I don't actually wear proper pajamas to bed. I change into like yoga pants and comfy t-shirts and things, and I wear those in the evenings and then to bed. And then, do you know what? If someone shows up in the morning, you're not really in pajamas, you're just in super lazy, comfy, cozy clothes. Trick I picked up when I was pregnant and the midwife used to show up, or when I just had a baby and the midwife used to show up at all hours. Then that is my room vacuumed and looking a lot better. I mean, someone's already sat on the bed since I've straightened it out and mucked it, but never mind, you know, we can live with that, can't we? So I'm now going to vacuum the landing carpet, which gets a bit mucky, lots of footfall around there. You can see the children are tidying up for me in Zara's room and just generally putting things away in boxes. So I'm just getting them all to muck in and, you know, team effort it. They've not done a bad job of Bella's room, have they? They've managed to put the toys away. I did all the hanging up stuff. Again, next house I want to make sure that the children have got hanging rails they can access so they can hang up their own stuff. Now I am dusting, look at all the dust coming off there, the stairs that go up to the top floor, and then I'm just going to re-vacuum all the dust that I just threw onto the carpet. Now the children have sort of tidied the floor in Zara's room. I'm going to straighten out the bedding. The bedding was changed yesterday, so that doesn't need change, it just needs straightening out. And the floor needs vacuuming. I'm running out of time. You can see the curtains are closed. It is because it is dark now. The children's bedroom is fast approaching, so I have not actually dusted in Zara's room. That'll have to wait for another day, but it's been tidied, it has been vacuumed, the bedroom has been straightened out, and the bedding is tidy, so she is ready for bed. So yes, I was being super thorough downstairs, and now it is taking me an eternity to get through the house. So the girls' rooms are tidy, just not quite as thoroughly cleaned as downstairs. But you know, sometimes as a mum, you've got to make decisions on what's important and what you can manage to achieve during the day. Up in Will's room, I just did a couple of his surfaces, his desk and his table, just so they've been really cleaned. I haven't done his mirrored wardrobe. I haven't gone like dusting all around his Lego because that would take a whole day just by itself. But I have tidied up his bed and vacuumed his floor. Now this is a big pile of jeans and things that William has ejected from his room. They are too small, or they've got holes in the knees, whatever, and they need to be donated. The ring light finally made it as far as my office where it belongs, and I can just dust on top of some of these Calyx units. Again, this is a bit of a neglected area. It gets done last because it's only, you know, myself that comes up here and Will really. So it doesn't get as dirty, but therefore it doesn't get cleaned as much either. Just vacuuming round the landing, which has just been in desperate need of doing. And then we're into my office. Now, my office has been a proper dumping ground over Christmas. I am putting away the last of the Christmas stuff. I've got like a Christmas cupboard behind the door, so I'm putting away the Christmas Eve boxes in case the elf wants to fill those up again next year, if the children are good. And then I'm putting away the wrapping paper into that suit carrier that is hanging in that Christmas cupboard. If you're not storing your wrapping paper already, if you're not storing it in a suit carrier, then go and do it immediately. It's a game changer. And then I'm using my method. I'm loving the lavender today. I'm loving a bit of lavender. It's making my hair smell nice. So it'll make my desk smell nice. I am wiping over this table that the children use when they do come up to my office with me. I normally work downstairs, I've got them all with me, but when they do come up with me, they sit there and do some colouring and things. And then giving the place a little vacuum over, and that's the top floor done. The time is really getting on now. The office is done, the top landing is done, Will's bedroom is done, and Will is actually going to sleep in his bedroom. You can see him there in the darkness. So now I am getting pretty exhausted by this point and sort of losing the will to live a little bit. By this point, my hips are actually hurting again. I had that weird SPD thing when I was pregnant, which sort of made all my hips and everything feel kind of too loose. And I must admit, after having that 4 times, my hips have never really recovered. When I do loads and loads of cleaning, it kind of hurts. So totally random and not really cleaning related, but that's what's going on. So I am actually using, don't know if you caught it very quickly there, the Method bathroom cleaner, the one that smells like mint. Not especially because it's better than the multi-surface. I've tried using it, cleaning the bathroom with this, cleaning the bathroom with the multi-surface. So I feel they do an equally good job. But although I won't buy it again because I prefer the smells of the others, I may as well use it up because I don't dislike it. I just don't love it like I love the other ones. I love the other ones. I love the lavender, I love the pink grapefruit, and I love the wild rhubarb anti-bac cleaner. It's just giving the toilet a good old clean with the cloth before I chuck that in wash. And then I don't really have time to fully clean the children's shower, so I'm just spritzing it down. This is the Method Daily Shower Cleaner. It's like a spray and leave kind of shower cleaner. And then that is their bathroom done. I will make sure next time I clean their bathroom that I give the shower a really good scrub. But for today it's just gonna have to do. You know, some days you just have to accept that'll have to do. And on to our ensuite bathroom. First job to pull out all the towels and then start up high with the glass cleaner, the Method glass cleaner, it smells like mint, and then the Method bathroom cleaner that smells like mint with my little, this isn't a Minky, this is a Minky equivalent pad. I have got a whole video all about the different cleaning pads that I use and comparing them, like a little review, compare and contrast. I will link that in the cards now. So doing the sink, the windowsill, just wiping around this area of floor, which is really grimy, grubby, disgusting, wiping over the scales, and then onto the loo, and I'm planning to clean the shower while I'm in the shower, which I'm about to take a shower as soon as I finish filming this video. I am starting today's power hour, as I pretty much always do, by getting a load of washing on, and that is because the washing machine is working while I'm working, and then at the end of the power hour I can swap the laundry around if it's finished, so it's a win-win situation. Now what I'm actually doing here is I'm getting on a load of bedding and towels, and I'm adding a scoop of Mio Fresh, which is a nappy sanitizer, but it sanitizes whatever you put in your wash. And when I use the powder nappy sanitizer, I do use a little scoop of Fairy Non-Bio and some of those Unstoppables to make my laundry smell lovely. I do normally use Method for the rest of my laundry, but I switch back to the powder when I am using stuff that needs to be sanitized. Now time to empty the dryer and put in the bits that need drying, not forgetting the fluff filter, people, because otherwise A, your machine doesn't work efficiently, and B, it's a fire risk by all accounts. So do not forget the fluff filter. And yes, I'm pretty sure that's the very official name of what it's called. I'm just grabbing some cleaning supplies, including some of these dusters. So I like them for doing dustering, and I need to put those back on my Vileda 1-2 spray thingy. Now, I'm actually going to put these towels in here. I'm going to fold them ready to take upstairs. Now, during my power hours, you'll notice you can either kind of go deep or go wide. It's only an hour, so you cannot expect to do everything. So sometimes I do one room, like give the bathroom like a really, really intense clean. But for today, we're going wide. So I'm doing a little bit of cleaning. I'm going to start by the front door, obviously after the laundry, and I'm going to work as far through the house in an hour as I can, just straightening everything up. Now I am going to do the windows on the front door, which I don't do that often, not nearly as often as I should anyway. And I'm going to give them a clean with this Method glass cleaner because they just look a bit gross and minging. And this obviously isn't filming very well because, you know, I'm sort of filming into the light, but you can get the gist of it. I am giving these windows a bit of a clean because they're the first impression when you come to our house, and there's no point in them being grubby and a bit gross, is there? So getting those wiped over, and this stuff does smell nice. This is probably the nicest smelling glass cleaner that I've used. It's kind of like a minty-ish smell, not offensive. I'm not fussed on the ones that smell like vinegar. So now the hall, I've kind of done the dusting, or the dustering as Zara likes to call it. I am going to vacuum. I haven't dusted, you know, I could have gone all around if I was doing like an intense deep clean of this room, I could have gone all around the skirting boards and things, but this is just, like I said, like a sort of a gentle tidying and cleaning throughout as many rooms as I can get through in my hour, starting at the front door and working through the house in order of sort of priority, I guess, or the order you'd walk through if you were visiting for the first time. So the entrance hall, even if Zara interrupted me now and I couldn't do any more, at least I've done the entrance hall. At least the first impressions of the house is looking nice. So when I come home, I think, it's lovely and clean, and then hopefully my family respect it and don't make a mess. You know, we can but live and dream, can't we? So once I have finished vacuuming the hall, again, I'm not like going massively deep, I'm not pulling everything out and like I sometimes sort of do a really deep clean. This is a quick power hour. I'm going to tidy away the shoes. This little shelf is fab for shoes, but my family seem to think that just slinging the shoes in with their eyes shut is the best way to put the shoes away, and it's not, people, it's not. So now I'm going to fold the toilet paper and I just pressed it into the end of the tap, and it just makes it look neat, doesn't it? So I'm now not doing a proper clean. I'm using the towel trick, which is I'm about to change the towels for clean ones. I'm just going to damp the end of it and wipe around the sink with it, because let's face it, if you're going to change a towel anyway, you may as well wipe around with it. I'm going to stick a little capful of Zoflora down the loo and just wipe around with a loo brush, and then also stick a capful of Zoflora in the loo brush holder thingy to disinfect it. And then I'm just going to vacuum around the floor, because this floor mostly gets kind of like bits of shoes all over the floor because it's where the shoes are stored. So I'm just going to give this a really, really quick once over with the vacuum cleaner, and then I am going to head into our lounge, which the curtains haven't even been opened yet. Open up the curtains, and then I'm going to head into the kitchen and tidy up where Zara had breakfast, and just do a little bit of tidying up, you know, putting the bibs away, and then I'm going to grab my Method anti-bac. My Method anti-bac smells like wild rhubarb and it smells amazing. Now I often forget to spray this and leave it for 5 minutes, so I'm going to spray from one end of the kitchen to the other and then go back. I'm not sure if that's a full 5 minutes, but it's better than I normally manage. This stuff, I just can't tell you how good it smells, honestly. It smells divine. So I'm giving all the surfaces a little wipe over with that. Now officially, I did discover this really recently. I've been using this on my granite worktops, which are black granite worktops. So they're blacks, they're probably quite, you know, I don't know, robust. But I've been using this for ages, and it does say on the bottle you're not supposed to use it on granite. So whoopsie. As you can see, it's not done any harm to the black granite. But we have got new white quartz in the new house, so I'm a bit scared to use it on that, because obviously if it's white, can it discolour a bit more than the sort of super hardy black granite? So I don't know, if anyone's got white quartz worktops, what do you use to clean them? What is safe to use on them rather? And, you know, I'm just a bit nervous. As much as I love the smell of this one, I might just use it everywhere in the house other than on the new white quartz. Now to vacuum around the kitchen. I don't know if I'm going to have time today to mop the floor. I normally use my Veleda 1-2 spray on it, which I love, and I do use that quite frequently, but today I really want to get through the house. So rather than doing the vacuuming and then the spraying, I think I'm just going to leave that for another day to try and get around some more rooms. Now into the laundry room. There you go. So that's my Veleda 1-2 spray. I normally would do the floors with that as well, but I'm just going to stick the thing on for next time I want to grab it, and I'll do that perhaps later in the day after my power hour or tomorrow. Just putting a few bits and pieces away from the laundry room, and I'm going to spray the stuff that's not supposed to go on the granite. And, you know, so just be warned, you know, just read the bottle and use your own judgment. It's not damaged my black granite, but I don't know. Wouldn't like to say what it would do to other things. I don't know, because that's what it says on the bottle. So if anyone that works for Method can let me know, I'd be really grateful. Anyway, we're just in the playroom now, tidying up, sorting out the cushions because it just looks like a right mess. Zara's helping. Look how helpful she is, little darling. She's actually helping now by dustering, as she said, she's just outshot, dustering the table. I have asked her to get down from the table so she doesn't fall off, but she does love these little fluffy dusters that I picked up in a recent haul, and I've had some different versions of them for years. She loves them. Honestly, she thinks they're better than toys sometimes. So now that's the playroom sort of straightened up and tidied. I'm just going to vacuum over the playroom. The playroom doesn't get too messy from like a bits point of view. We don't have shoes in the house and I don't let them eat in there. So it gets pops a bit of dust or whatever, but it doesn't get too sort of bitty. The floor doesn't get too bad in there. It gets a lot of like mess that needs tidying, but it doesn't get too dirty. Now for the stairs. The stairs do get a lot of traffic, very high traffic area. The worst thing I find about the stairs is bits of black off people's socks, like bits of sock fluff all over the stairs. So that's what I've been vacuuming off there. And now we're up on the floor between the first floor and the attic, and I'm dusting off these stairs. Look at the disgusting dust coming off there. So I'm dusting those off with a fluffy duster, and then I'm just going to vacuum up all the dust that's gone all over the floor in a second when I get the vacuum out. Now our bed was sort of made this morning, just straightening that up a little bit, tidying up around my dressing table, putting away the towels that I carried up. They go into my airing cupboard, which is just in my ensuite bathroom, which is that door I have just disappeared into. And then just tidying away a few bits that have been dumped in my bedroom, because apparently my family think it's a really good idea to dump loads and loads of things in my bedroom. It's not, people, it's not a good idea. But that's what happens anyway. Never mind. So just tidying away, and then I think I'm grabbing the vacuum. Yes, I am. There it is. Grabbing the vacuum cleaner and doing this. This is again a high traffic area because the children don't like to go and wee in their own bathroom. They like to traipse through our bedroom and go and wee in our bathroom. So there is a lot of traffic going between our door and our ensuite from all our children liking to use that bathroom rather than their own. So I'm now going to grab all of the towels, and yes, do you know what I'm going to do before I replace that towel? I'm going to take the towel, because it's not stinking dirty, it just needs changing, and I'm just going to wipe round everything. I'm going to wipe bits of toothpaste that people have dribbled all over their toothbrushes, and wipe round the shelves, wipe round the sink before I chuck it in the wash, because why not? It needs washing anyway. I'm just going to take another section of the towel, and I just wipe the windowsill as well. Now into Bella's room. She's gone to school. My husband has done the school run this morning, and I am tidying. So I'm opening up her curtains, folding her blankets, putting her dollies away. She's got a lot of dollies. She likes her dollies. I think we were having a dolly tea party or a dolly hospital or something, so they were all in the wrong place. And I'm folding all these blankets, or blankies as she likes to call them. And the girls love playing with blankets. They make tents out of them, make dens out of them, they put the dollies under them. Honestly, blankies and dusters are sort of their favourite toys at the moment. So that's Bella's room looking a bit tidier. Now I'm going to vacuum the landing, including the manky dust that I threw all down the stairs with the duster. And I'm getting towards the end of my power hour now, but I have sort of covered quite a large amount of rooms in my house. And look, we're taking a towel, wiping the windowsill, wiping it slightly with a damp end, then with the dry end, and then wiping around the sink with another part of the towel before it all goes in the wash. I do feel like if I've collected all the towels up and I've replaced them with fresh towels, everything looks clean, even if all I've done is wipe around the sink. But this is a power hour, and like I said, you can go deep. So I could have spent the hour like really deep cleaning one of these rooms, or I can spend the hour running around the whole house, sort of freshening up each room. So that's what I'm doing. Zara has been a very good girl sitting there in her bed and not actually making a massive mess like she normally does. So, oh look, she's going to duster again. What a good girl. She likes dustering. And now upstairs to William's room, who, that's his effort at making his bed. May need to work on that, but better than nothing. Putting away some clothes he's left out, just having a little tidy around. I find he will actually keep his room so much nicer if it's tidy to start with. If it's tidy, in fact all of them, if they've got a tidy room, they're far more likely, other than Zara, who just enjoys taking things out, to keep it tidy. And as you'll know, if you've watched any of my other Power Hour videos, the very first thing I always like to do is put on a load of laundry. Now I will admit, I did that before I started filming, so sorry I missed that out of filming. Whoops, but I have done it. So the next thing I'm going to do today is to start putting away stuff in my bedroom. I do find that when life gets busy, I think the things that get neglected mostly are my bedroom. So like everyone else's laundry perhaps would be put away, and then maybe mine wouldn't. Maybe mine would be the one left in a basket. So I'm folding away my own laundry, them in leggings and pants and bras and all sorts of socks and things, and putting them away in my drawer because they have been in a basket. I do like to keep little baskets of things inside my drawers to keep them organised. And I like to, like all my socks you just saw. And then I like to Marie Kondo fold my stuff. So you can see I am sort of folding them into thirds. If you've seen the way that I do this, it's kind of, you fold them in half and then you fold them into like parcels, like little triangles. I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but you can see what I'm doing anyway. So you fold it in on itself in thirds, and then you fold it sort of lengthways and lengthways again, so it makes these little triangle parcels, and it just makes it really easy to store things in drawers. It makes it easy to find things in drawers, and it just means your drawers look neater. And do you know what? Neat drawers make me happy. I feel like if my drawers are neat, then my life feels more organised. Don't know if that's just me. That could entirely be just me. Anyway, so I'm putting all this stuff in my drawers. I do find more stuff fits in the drawers as well if I fold things like this. You will see I did an organising my closet if you're in America, or wardrobe if you're here in the UK video before. I will link that up in the cards now actually. Now the other place that gets troublesome is my landing, because things get dumped on it, and this is what's happened. So the children had been dressing up in things, then that had all been dumped on the landing. Things get dumped over the banister. So what I've done is I've just put it all on my bed, and I'm going to sort it out from here. Now a lot of this stuff is coats. You would see I did this, I think this was Instagram stories actually rather than one of my YouTube videos. I emptied out, we've got a load of coat racks in the downstairs loo, and it was just overrun. The coats were just exploding out of that, and I realised half the coats are kind of summery lightweight coats we weren't even wearing. So I've brought them all upstairs to hang up in wardrobes so that there's a bit more space downstairs and it's a bit less chaotic, and then we can pull those coats out again in the summer when we need them. But for now, they can go away and be out of sight, out of mind. I'm going to hang up all the girls dressing up stuff. When we move to the new house, I do want them to have rails within their wardrobes that they can reach to get their own dressing up stuff, and do you know what, then they can put it away themselves as well. But at the moment, all the girls' hanging rails are really high up, they can't reach them. So if you are organising, you're like redesigning your children's rooms for any reason, or buying them wardrobes, do consider getting them hanging rails they can reach themselves. It will be life-changing. So now I'm just putting away towels, all the stuff that has been brought up from the laundry. All my laundry gets sorted downstairs, as you know, if you've seen any of my laundry routine videos. It all gets sorted downstairs. So when it comes upstairs, it's ready to go away. It's just a case of putting it away, which is what I'm doing now. But like I said, it's been Christmas period, we've had loads on, there's been loads of illness and stuff, and I've just found the house has just got on top of me. There's not been as much time to get things away. Let me know in the comments, do you find this too, that when your house gets on top of you, it's like the more of a pit it becomes, the less respectful everyone is of it, and just the worse it becomes. Whereas when it's really tidy, my family are less inclined to just dump things in a nice clear empty space. If there is already mess, they will dump more stuff on top of it. Perhaps that's just my family, but let me know. So just hanging the rest of this stuff up in Bella's room. Bella's got a bigger wardrobe than Zara, so she has all the dressing up stuff and all the tutus in hers, but as you can see, it's really high up. They can't reach that at all, so they can't get it out by themselves, they can't put it away by themselves. But next house, that's been rectified. They're having rails that can reach themselves. So now William's stuff I do just hang on his gate, ready to go up to his room. Now we are downstairs, we are emptying out the stuff that I put on this morning that I didn't film because I forgot to, so sorry about that. This is my laundry sorting system I was talking about. So as stuff comes out of the dryer, there's a box for each family member and the stuff goes into there. Now today, because it is Sunday, I want to make sure everything's ready for the week. So stuff gets put into mine, into my husband's, into whichever box. And then each of the children's, especially, because theirs are quite full, mine and my husband's not too bad. Each of the children's baskets are going to be emptied into a basket. So each of their black boxes, rather, are going to be emptied into a basket and then given to each child in their rooms. The boys will put their own stuff away totally. The girls will need a bit of help, because Zara's 2 and Bella's 4. It is quicker to just do it myself, and as my husband is looking after the children today, I'm not really involving them as much because I really, really just need to get it done. I'm a big fan of making sure the children get involved, but sometimes and I don't do this much, I just got to do it myself because it's quicker. So today, not getting them involved as much as normal. Now, as I'm about to carry all this stuff upstairs, I've just noticed these coats were out. They were out because they couldn't have been put away because they were soggy yesterday. They were out to dry. I don't like putting wet coats away with the other coats. I just think it will cause or dampen all sorts of problems. So I'd left those coats out to dry and I have just slung them back in the downstairs coat hook kind of area. So now it is time to put away some stuff. Like I said, I normally, even though Zara is not capable of putting away her own stuff, I normally get her to sort of notionally help me, but today it's just got to get done. So this is some of her stuff, her tights. I like to roll up her tights into like little parcels so they're easier to find. I used to just sling them all in, but then I couldn't find anything. Now Zara's pyjama drawer was super duper organised, but as you can see it's looking a bit of a mess, as is the rest of her room, by the way, yikes. But the reason her pyjama drawer is a mess is because when I put her to bed, she quite often gets out of her bed, takes out some new pyjamas and changes them, which means she makes a mess of the drawer, but never mind. So Zara's room is a disgusting tip because the children got up this morning and played in there and made some sort of den all over the floor with all of her stuff. And yes, I normally make them help me, but this has just got to get done today. I'm really out of time. I've got lots of stuff to do later. I just want to get it done. So I'm folding up these blankets. Top tip, Zara's tent does get stuff dumped in it. It's a good place to hide stuff. The children love playing in there, but you know, if you're doing a really quick tidy up, you just want it to be tidy quite quickly. Oh, by the way, I just want to show you this. This is the TB box. There's like a little Lego box that the children have. It doesn't have to be just for Lego, but the children love those. I will link those in the description below because they are fab. They're really good for traveling and stuff. Anyway, I'm folding away these blankets, or blankies as the girls now insist on calling them. They can say blankets, but they decide they want to call them blankies instead, and I haven't got the energy to fight them. So I'm now hanging some stuff up in Zara's wardrobe. I'm pulling out a couple of things. I mean, that is like a popper-up vest thing. Why is that still in her wardrobe? She's been potty trained for a good while. She can't wear those. It's ridiculous. So putting those things away to make some space to hang up. I do need to do yet another declutter of the girls' wardrobes, really. But that'll have to be another day, not this power hour. Tidying up her dollies, which again have been left a bit of a mess, and picking up all the bits I just slung out of her room. So there, her room is now looking not too hideous. Now I can hang up all the stuff that I organised and hung up, you know, the coats and things, the coats I hang on hangers, and then these baskets that have been, some of the baskets are stuff that have been collected from the house, some of the baskets of washing that have been brought upstairs. And look, I found yet more stuff that belongs in Zara's room. See, that pyjama drawer really needs pulling out and sorting out, but she is a nightmare. Honestly, she thinks pyjamas are just dressing up clothes and she likes to change them several times a night. Sometimes she is so funny. So that's her tights sorted, and then these other bits and pieces belong in these drawers over here. So she's got a drawer for skirts, a drawer for kind of the top drawers, just like leggings and things. She doesn't have many leggings. She tends to prefer skirts to leggings, otherwise she whinges like her socks feel funny. And then all these baskets I have emptied. See, all of those baskets were full of stuff and I'd emptied them out. So that's a win. Now I'm going to sort out the swimming stuff. Now I do this on the weekend, even though they don't swim till Wednesday. I like to Marie Kondo, that's not what it's called, it's called KonMari, but Marie Kondo fold the towels, which are into thirds and then over and over again. Can you see? I'm not describing it very well, but you can see what I'm doing. You can see that, can't you? And then I put the stuff to actually swim in, that goes in separately. And then I make these little parcels of dressing gowns. You could do the same with onesies, I guess, but they wear pyjamas when they get out of the pool. I fold their socks and their pants into the pyjamas and then fold that into the dressing gowns and tuck them all away. The reason I like doing this is when they get out of the pool, I can just hand them each a parcel to change into, not like, where are my pants, where are my socks, I can't find, you know, you get the picture. It's much, much easier. And then all of that stuff, it basically goes from the washing machine into one basket and then gets put directly, folded neatly into that swimming bag. Now it's time to tackle the children's bathroom, which if you can see through that glass shelf, you can see it is really skanky, full of toothpaste. My children are incapable of not getting skanky toothpaste all over the sink and all over the shelf for that matter. Their bathroom gets dirty. Well, there's twice as many of them. There's 4 of them that use that bathroom. My husband and I use the ensuite, but it probably gets dirty about 1 million times quicker than ours, just as a guesstimate. So I'm just using a bit of the Method Cleaner bathroom stuff. I don't dislike the smell of this Method Cleaner bathroom stuff, but I love the ones I use in the kitchen, the pink grapefruit and the rhubarb. So I'm using this one, the Method Bathroom Cleaner, just to use it up because I don't dislike it. I'm using it up, but I won't buy it again. I will buy the pink grapefruit for really good cleaning properties and the rhubarb for antibacterial properties because they smell divine, just amazingly divine. And having tried them both out, I would say that the pink grapefruit will clean the bathroom just as well as the other one, as like a multi-purpose one. I don't think I need one specifically for the bathroom, especially since I'm not in love with the smell. Like I don't object to it. Let me know if you've tried the Method bathroom cleaners and how you feel they compare to the other ones, cleaning property and smell wise. But personally for me, I think if something smells nice, now this one does smell nice. This is the Method shower spray. So I'm not fully cleaning the shower. This is like you spray it after you've used the shower kind of spray. So it's like a preventative one. But that's passion fruit. It smells great. These are just toiletries and things that I've bought and haven't been put away because of, lack of time. So I'm just going to give this what is it even called? Windowsill. The windowsill a little wipe over. I've got to say, clear surfaces make the place look clean, don't they? And then I'm just going to clean the toilet last, because then this minky that I've used to clean the toilet can be put in the wash. And the wash for cloths and things and nappies is that nappy bucket just next to the toilet, because everything that goes into that nappy bucket gets sanitized. I am starting this power hour by setting a timer for an actual hour. You'll probably notice that I don't always do this if you watch my videos, but today I've got stuff to do, I've got lots of work to get on with, so I can only spare an hour. So I'm starting off by just tidying up my dressing table a little bit, putting some bits and pieces away and having a little dust around. I'm not using many chemicals and things in this clean because I've got Zara with me. She's got her own little duster. I always find if you've got a toddler and you give them one of these dusters with a reusable head, they love it. They love feeling like they're involved. So now I'm just using the vacuum to do this bit of my dressing table because it's kind of a fabric bit and things, sort of dust and things cling to it that I can't clean off with anything else. As you can see, Zara's too. She's getting involved. She loves just being with me while I'm cleaning and feeling like she's helping, and I do feel it's good to get her involved even at a young age. I'm starting with the bathrooms. These are pretty much the only chemicals I'm using. I'm literally going to throw bleach down the loo in the two bathrooms. So that was my ensuite, and this is the children's bathroom. I have not got time to fully clean the bathrooms and like properly clean the toilets. So I'm just going to put bleach down the toilet, open the windows to sort of ventilate it, and then the toilet will have a proper clean on another day. It does not need to be done every single day, a full thorough clean. I am going to strip out all the towels out of the bathrooms so that they can go on in a wash, because they all really need doing, and fresh towels makes the bathroom just feel nice and fresh, doesn't it? So I'm going to pop those downstairs and bring up a few bits and pieces, including some clean towels that need to go away and some of these Scrub Buddy cleaning pads. Now I'm just going to give the sink a wipe over with a cleaning pad and the water, because I've got Zara with me, so I don't want to be using really harsh chemicals. She's helping me too. I'm literally just wiping off the worst of the kind of toothpaste and things. When I do a full bathroom clean, as you've seen in some of my other videos, then obviously I use lots of different products and things, but do you know what, just an interim job, just a little wipe over with water is really better than doing nothing. And again, it's something that your little ones can help you with. This is the kind of thing you can do while they're in the bath, so you can still be keeping an eye on them and just give a little wipe around the place, and it really just helps keep your home kind of at a level. I've noticed just a little bit of toothpaste for some reason on the towel rail, so I'm wiping that off too, and then putting a nice fresh towel out, and then that bathroom is just looking a bit tidier. I'm going to do exactly the same in our bathroom. Our sink doesn't get nearly as bad because, funnily enough, my husband and I do not spit toothpaste all over the sink, whereas my children do like to spit toothpaste all over the sink and the towel rail, apparently. So a nice fresh towel for my bathroom too, and then I'm just dusting that bit on the top of our headboard gets a bit dusty, so I've dusted that off, and I'm just going to finish making the bed, just sort of smooth it over nicely, and that just instantly looks a lot tidier. I'm picking up all these hangers that the children have used. They got dressed in the mornings. These are the little packets that I use for organising Bella's wardrobe, and her uniform gets put out in them, and the socks and pants get put in there for each day. I'm sure you've seen my morning routine video. If not, I shall pop that up in the cards now, but I find it much easier to put all their uniform out for them. I pack it on the weekends, day by day, and then what I find is that they just grab one hanger with all the things on the hanger. They put on everything that they need to wear in that morning. So that's what those little packets were. Bella has taken her uniform out of them each morning and then just thrown them on the floor in my bedroom. So I have now put those away. Now, to tidy up a little bit in Bella's room, Zara's taking the opportunity to play with some of Bella's toys, because Bella doesn't like Zara touching her stuff when she's home. Bella's in school at the moment, so Zara's been playing with her little castle of toys, so I'm just putting all the figures back before Bella notices really that Zara's been playing with them, and just giving it a little tidy up. There you go, that one's falling off, put it back on. Tidying up the books, just generally giving the place a little straighten up. Bella's room gets in such a mess. She really does get it in such a tip. But then when she comes home and it's tidy, or when she's helped me tidy it and it's nice and tidy, she loves it again. So now to do pretty much the same thing in Zara's room. We only recently got back from the school run, so I've putting away the books, opening the blinds, just straightening up her bed, all the stuff I didn't have a chance to do before we left for school this morning. So I did recently do a proper declutter of Zara's room, which I shall link up in the cards now for you to see. So now the cot is gone. There's a lot more space in her room, and space because there's less furniture, and space because there's less stuff. It's just so much easier to keep tidy. Now to put away some of the soft toys. As you know, I store their soft toys in a bean bag without beans in it. So instead of beans, it's filled with soft toys. And honestly, it's been a lifesaver. Hack. If you have lots of soft toys, we were drowning in them. It's a great place to store them. You don't want to have to throw them all away. They want to be able to play with them, but it's a great place to put them out of the way. And then I like to hide stuff in that tent as well, including these blankets. Fold them up. They use them for their bedding. They use them for playing with. They're often having picnics on these blankets or whatever. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Do your children like playing with blankets? Mine do. They're constantly like, their blanket's a cloak, their blanket's a picnic, and all sorts. Now, to put away these hairbands, they've got a lot of hairbands in all various colours for their outfits, and they're not very good at putting them away. So I've been gathering them all up during this kind of power hour, and as well as hair elastics. They get left everywhere, don't they? So the hair elastics live up in those suitcases up there. And then to hang up some clothes, I hang all my washing that needs to be dried, that doesn't go in the dryer, on a rail in my airing cupboard, and then it ends up getting, when it's dry, put on the doors of whoever it belongs to. So this was already done before today, and we just had washing ready to hang up, so I'm just hanging that up. There's a pair of tights, clean tights, I need to go into Zara's room, give those to Zara to put away. And then all this stuff is just stuff I've bought. This was from the last Tesco order that hasn't been put away yet. So we've got new toilet brushes, and then some toiletries and things. Some of them get stored in my bathroom, so that's mint tea tree shampoo. T2 shampoo is kind of nit repelling shampoo, so I quite like buying that because I hope it naturally fends off nits. We're not a fan of nits. But the children do like to rub heads with other children and bring them home, don't they? And then the flash lives in my cleaning stash in my airing cupboard, and then these other bits need to go into the children's bathroom. Then we've got some towels. I store all my towels in these baskets. I find them easier to keep kind of under control. They become a bit unruly and all explode or out, burst out all over the place if they're not in these baskets. But if I kind of KonMari fold them into those baskets, it's easier to keep it neat and tidy. These are the girls' dressing up costumes we bought in our little shop it with me and haul video, which I will link up in the cards now. And they just haven't been put away yet. And then cardigans just end up taken off and slung over the banister, so I'm tidying those away and hanging those back up in the girls' rooms now. And then it's just a few bits and pieces left out on the landing which need to go away. Some soft toys, the TV box, which in fact I think I put that away once. Did Zara just grab that and bring that out again? I think she did. And then I'm going to grab my cordless Dyson, switch the nozzle over and vacuum the landing. This is kind of a high traffic area, so it does pick up bits of fluff from socks and all sorts. What is Zara doing with her cardigan? That's a very funny way to take off your cardigan, darling. Right, so now nearly done. We're reaching the end of the power hour. Time is a ticking. I'm now going to just go over the floor in the girls' bedrooms because I've tidied up in there, so you can actually see the floor now. Good opportunity to vacuum. It's not kind of a deep clean, as you can see. I'm literally doing the middle of the floor, the high traffic areas. When I'm doing a deeper clean of the rooms, I pull everything out, go behind the bed, go behind the tents. Not today. Today it's all about just keeping it quick, keeping it easy. Now it's time to go downstairs and do a few more bits and pieces towards the end of this hour. Zara, as you can see, has been with me the whole time. She really enjoys getting involved and helping, or she thinks she's helping anyway, that's the main thing. Now just to put away some bits, that's a nappy bucket, which I now just use for sort of dirty microfiber cloths and cheeky wipes, they're baby wipes, so that I use for hands and faces and things. And I'm folding up some of these microfiber cloths that have come out of the wash. I do like to KonMari fold them into thirds and then fold them into these little triangle parcels. I find it's a nice way to store them. I can see what I've got to keep them all tidy, and then they go into one of these baskets in my laundry room in that shelving unit behind those doors. I do have quite a lot of these. I find that if you've got lots of them, then you're never going to run out of them. It doesn't matter if you haven't had a chance to wash them all yet. So now I'm just on to Zara's night nappies. She only has one nappy a day now, and that's for night time, which is one over her knickers at nap time rather. But she very rarely wets that. So one proper nappy a day now, and that's while she's sleeping. So my cloth nappy washing has gone down a lot. These are my cloth baby wipes that we just kind of use for hands and faces now. Putting a few other bits away. Bin bags have been left out. And then I think it's time to wipe down the surface. I'm going to use this Method Anti-Bac cleaner, which I've recently discovered. This smells like wild rhubarb. I don't think I like the smell of rhubarb, but it smells amazing. And once you've wiped the surfaces with it, the smell really lingers. You can wipe the surfaces and go out and, oh look, time is done. Anyway, what I was trying to say is you could wipe the surfaces and go out and come back and they would still smell amazing. So I know the time is done, but I am just going to finish what I'm currently doing, and I am going to shove a wash on because this stuff needs to come out of the machine. I don't like to leave soggy washing in there for longer than I have to. And I'm going to split it into a basket of stuff to go in the tumble dryer. The dryer is still on, so I can't put it straight in the dryer. And then the basket on the right is stuff that doesn't go in the dryer, like bras, like this sort of khakis and dress with tulle on it, which you see I washed in this this kind of zip bag to stop any Velcro or anything damaging it. My leggings, tunics, things like that I do not put in the tumble dryer, partly because they shrink them, but mostly because it just really wears the fabric and makes them look kind of bobbly and the colours go funny. And anyway, anything that might wear unnecessarily doesn't go in the tumble dryer. And then I'm just going to throw a load of towels in because I did have the towels that I brought down from upstairs, and I want to make sure they go in the wash. Now, there you go. I've overloaded that washing machine a bit. I have a tendency to do that. It's like quite big, but if you put too many towels in at once, they get really heavy when they're wet and they don't wash properly. So I am just going to, not overload it, because my washing machine does make horrendous noises if I overload it, especially with towels, especially big thick ones like that. They get really heavy when they're wet. So now I'm going to just grab my Fairy, which is my go-to powder. I'm going to shove a scoop of that in, and then I'm going to actually add a scoop of nappy sanitizer, because I've still got loads of this left over from when I was washing a gazillion cloth nappies, but it's nice to kind of really sanitize the towels in the wash. Thank you so much for watching. If you have liked this video, please give it a massive thumbs up. Do not forget to subscribe, hit the bell to be notified when I post new videos every Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday at 7 PM. My latest video is just here, and if you would like to watch more speed cleans, they are just down here. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.